military, your Pentagon, we are restoring deterrence. Whether it's Midnight Hammer and those beautiful B-2s, 37 hours straight, whether it's counter-drug operations in our own hemisphere, whether it's the border, working with Christie and the national security team, whether it's LA, whether it's Washington, D.C., you name it, whether it's Europe. Our allies paying 5%, now our allies in the Indo-Pacific stepping up to do the same. That's a recognition that American leadership is here. And then in the second meeting, we were talking about what we're doing in D.C. and Pam's taking the lead. I have to say, just pause for a second. When I look around this table, yes, there's a national security team of Steve Witkoff and John and Scott and Howard and the vice president and Susie and Christy and Tulsi, but to every person here, we work together on a daily basis. And if you call me and I call you, if the answer is yes, how do we do it together? I think that's exceptional. It's what the American people deserve, and you've demanded that, sir. So I very much appreciate it. In that meeting on DC, I started my sentence by saying, the Department of Defense, to which you said, that just doesn't sound right. So maybe next time we're here, my card will read Department of War. We'll see. But it's not, here's the thing, here's what people miss. It's not just about words. It's about the warrior ethos. It's about what the department is supposed to do. George Washington started the Department of War because he wanted us to win our wars. Our founders didn't want endless foreign entanglements. They didn't want endless contingencies and deployments. They wanted an empowered military that was, the handcuffs were taken off to fight to win and then bring those troops home. So my platoon in Guantanamo Bay, our motto was, those who long for peace must declare for war, must prepare for war. We don't want war, we don't seek it. You are the peace president, sir. Because we are strong, our enemies know what we will do. And so whether it's Secretary of War or Secretary of Defense, that warrior ethos is changing. We're going back to basics. Our drill instructors can be drill instructors again, sir. So from the minute of the tactical of standards to the strategic of B-2 bombers, we're focused on what matters. Had a meeting yesterday on Golden Dome for America, which is on track to deliver strategically for the American people. Munitions and the Deputy Secretary making sure our stockpiles are overflowing. That's our job. I'm an honor to be a part of it, sir. Thank you for your leadership.
That's great. I think I like Department of War better, but we'll make that decision, right? But you've been great. Thank you very much, sir. So Marco, go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, everyone's made this comment already and needs to be echoed again. You were elected as the president of Working Americans, and that's why this Labor Day is so meaningful. For me personally, this is the most meaningful Labor Day of my life as someone with 4 jobs. And so, it's true. And but on the point of, you made it very clear from the outset, even in foreign policy, everything we did has to be pro-American. It has to make America stronger or safer or more prosperous. And there's just a few things I want to touch to because it involves your team under your leadership making it happen. The first is, for the first time in the modern era, we are truly on offense against organized cartels that are pumping poison, killer poison, into our cities. And that's a team effort. It's Christie's team, it's Pete's team, it's Pam's team, and obviously it's under your leadership. And by the way, we're getting incredible economic international cooperation. Countries just in the last week, Ecuador, Paraguay, Guyana, Trinidad, today Argentina, all joining us or trying to be helpful in advancing this. And this just, one thing is we're going to stop drugs from coming in and we're having record seizures. But another thing is to build an international coalition against the scourge on the international stage. The second is mass migration, illegal mass migration, which is dangerous for the country, but harmful for American workers. What's happening on the border is essential, but it's not just what's happening on the border. And again, Christy and her team have been essential in this. We have countries all over the world that are actually helping us, whether it's through safe third country agreements, whether through it's stopping the migration flow from coming here in the first place, incredible international cooperation. You've redefined our border. It's no longer just our physical border. We are doing things ahead of time to prevent this from happening and getting cooperations from countries that we've never seen before. And last, I would say, and Steve touched upon this, who, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job. Steve is both a great negotiator and he's also a nice guy, which are two tough things to pull off together. But it's incredible. But we both work for the peacemaker in chief. Think about it, how fortunate we are as Americans to have a president who's made peace a priority. And just since the last time we've met, there was a war going on in Cambodia and Thailand, between Cambodia and Thailand. The president just picks up the phone and tells them to stop fighting. And within 72 hours, the fighting had stopped. you know, there's no other leader in the world that could have done it. And the fact that you were willing to spend time to do that and to make it happen is, of course, essential. And then the war that didn't happen because of Azerbaijan and Armenia coming here to sign that peace deal, which is historic in so many countries. You know how many countries said, oh, that's never going to happen. It isn't possible. And it occurred, Mr. President, because of your leadership. And then on a point of personal privilege, I wasn't even going to raise it. I haven't even talked to you about this. It's a little controversial, but I think I need to bring it up at this time of year. This thing about people getting married on Saturdays during college football season is a scourge, Mr. President. It's dividing families. And I don't know if we can have an executive order on this, just saying, but it's really difficult. There's 7 other months of the year that people can get married. So I just wanted to say that because it's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Doug, please.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from around the table how people are grateful to have an opportunity to be part of this team, have an opportunity to work for you, and have an opportunity to serve the American people. And I would say as we head into this Labor Day, the thing that really differentiates you and your leadership and everybody around this table is one word, and that's respect. Because this is a group of people that respect our farmers and ranchers. We respect the people that are in law enforcement. That's a huge change. Respecting the people that are in uniform, respecting our veterans, respecting our the shrimp fishermen. I mean, whoever it is in this country, people that are building our roads. This whole group embodies that sense of respect. And when we start with that, then who benefits? We come up with policies that help those people. And what have you done? You've led an opportunity for us to have the lower taxes, way lower deregulation, record amounts of investment that's coming into this country. We're going to be seeing lower interest rates. All of those things coming together is a gift to the working people. The policies are lifting everybody up. There's 140 million Americans that get up and go every day and drive to work. They commute. And one of the most obscene things of the prior administration was their energy policies was creating a hidden tax on those people. The poorer you were, usually the further you had to drive because you couldn't afford the housing. If you were working at a hotel, if you're working in a service industry, we were taxing them. A hidden tax on them was the high cost of energy. You're perhaps one of the only leaders in the world that understood the connection between peace abroad and prosperity at home was directly connected to energy policy. You came in and said, we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. We're going to bring prosperity at home through policies here by having lower energy prices. And we're going to stop funding wars abroad with energy policies that help their adversaries and hurt us. You said we're going to sell energy to our friends and allies. And with the work that Jameson and Howard and Scott and everyone has done on these trade deals, we're going to have an opportunity to have a renaissance in American energy, selling energy to the world, which is going to help bring peace abroad. But the real key thing in closing, I want to say is 2 things. One has to do with the U.S. Park Police. That's the group here in Washington, D.C. They're the oldest uniform law enforcement group in the nation. You coming out and visiting with them in person before they went out on the surge. Not only are carjackings down, muggings down, homicides down, everything down, morale is through the roof. Just like Pete saw, we've got record people signing up to want to be part of our military. You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference. And then us giving them the tools. On a lighter note for everybody here, one of the rules that under President Trump we were able to change for the U.S. Park Police was they could do a pursuit. I was shocked to find out when we were talking to them, like, oh, you pull somebody over and they just drive away and you can't pursue them? I mean, and they said, no, we can't. They said, all rules. We got that rule changed in 24 hours because of President Trump's leadership. The next night, they had so much fun. They pulled people over. They started to take off. They chased them. They stopped them. And then the bad guys, some of these were in cars that had stolen plates. So they take the plate off. They steal them off somebody else's car. They know it. The plate doesn't match. They know they're doing this thing. The bad guys in the car said, what you're not supposed to chase us. Like you're breaking the rules. The bad guys are telling us to break. No, we're back in action. So it's like, and so the morale is high. They all wanted to say thank you to you. Yesterday, you announced increasing the number of U.S. Park Police that we're going to hire. This is the group that protects not only our sacred monuments of democracy here, but also the Statue of Liberty and the Golden Gate. This is a great group. But on behalf of all law enforcement, we say thank you. And as Chris Wright was talking about electricity, I want to close with that. We've solved amazing things in 7 months, but the big challenge we have against the remaining is, solving Iran's nuclear thing, that was an existential threat. China beating us in the AI arms race, that's an external threat. We finally have a president who talks about it. You talked about it in your opening remarks. You've signed executive orders. You understand that essentially we used to say hundreds of years ago, people started saying that knowledge is power. But now for the first time in history, we can take electricity and we can convert it into intelligence. So it's flipped. It's no longer knowledge is power. Power is also knowledge. And while we're ahead on the technology, we're way behind China on the amount of electricity they're bringing online. And your strong position to support affordable, reliable energy using our nation's resources, including those across the Department of Interior, bringing back coal mining, bringing back mining, bringing back timber. All the industries that have been killed in this country are coming back to life because of you. And with your leadership, we have a chance to not only win the AI arms race, but actually dominate it the way we're dominating in other things. So thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you very much. And we're leading that race right now by a lot. And we're going to keep the electricity coming. You know, in China, they do it very quickly. They have one person that says, do it, and that's it. But essentially, we have one person that says, do it. And we've given that order, and the job they've done has been amazing. And I want to thank again, Lee, what you're doing in that regard is so important. And the rapidity, just as fast as them, because it's a question of a week versus a day, and that's not going to make the difference. But you've done fantastically, and Doug and Chris, amazing job. So we've done this for a little while now. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it, and you know, I think Sean was right. These guys that are holding these up, if you ever try holding your hand out for 2 hours, it's a long time. These are pretty strong characters. You've been doing that a long time, I guess. Congratulations. Are you getting tired? Are you getting tired? I'm looking at these guys. They look like they have no problem. It's amazing, actually. It's I think they would have beaten you guys in the test. So I want to thank you. If you want, you know, it's been a long time. If you want, we could go in and we can call it a day. And feel free then to ask some of the questions here. Look, I believe in very open, you know, we want to be open, above board. We want to be honest with the media. I wish the media was totally honest with us, but I think they're getting better, to be honest with you. And so we'll see. But if you want to take a few questions, you really want to.
On a serious note, when it comes to Fed Governor Lisa Cook, her lawyer has said that they're going to be filing a lawsuit challenging this legal action. What is your response? Are you prepared for a legal fight? And then a little bit
Oh,
more-
sure. Always. You always have legal fights. Look, I had a legal fight that went on for years with crooked people, with very horrible people, people that have been found out now between John Ratcliffe and Tulsi and Pam. And I mean, the things that we found out, of course, it's a very, very sad group of people. But no, she seems to have had an infraction, and she can't have an infraction, and especially that infraction, because she's in charge of, if you think about it, mortgages, and we need people that are 100% above board, and it doesn't seem like she was. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, first, I would love to ask you a serious question, but I have to tell you the biggest pop culture news of the year broke while we were in this cabinet meeting. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are engaged, and the world wants your reaction, sir.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. No, I think I think he's a great player. I think he's a great guy, and I think that she's a terrific person. So I wish them a lot of luck.
On a serious note, Mr. President, in May, Secretary Rubio said that they were aggressively removing visas of Chinese students. Yesterday, you said you wanted to allow 600,000 Chinese students to study in the United States. Could you and the Secretary clarify what is the policy on Chinese students in the United States?
Well, we think look, we're getting along very well with China. And I'm getting along very well with President Xi. I think it's very insulting to say students can't come here, because they'll go out, they'll start building schools, and they'll be able to survive it. But I like that their students come here. I like that other countries' students come here. And you know what would happen if they didn't? Our college system would go to hell very quickly. You'd have, and it wouldn't be the top colleges. It would be colleges that struggle on the bottom. And you take out 300,000 or 600,000 students out of the system. I like having, and I told this to President Xi, that we're honored to have their students here. Now, with that, we check and we're careful and we see who's there, and Marco wants that. We spoke, we're in the same position. but we have a tremendous college system, the best in the world, nobody even close. That's why China sends them here. And you can call it an industry if you want, but you're talking about millions of people. And I'm honored to have the students from China come here. And we're just getting along very well with China. And it's a different relationship than we had for years, where they took hundreds of billions of dollars, just sucked it right out of our country. They respect us again. I respect them. The relationship is very good. I think it's important that these are two very major powers, nuclear powers at that, but two very important powers. You know, when I get along with Putin, when I get along with President Xi, when I get along with these people, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're tough and we're smart and we're strong. We get along. It's a lot better than not getting along. You had somebody in here before. The war should have never started with Ukraine and Russia. It would have never started. And Putin said that himself. President Putin said that himself. So we want to see college students come in from countries. There are some countries that we can't necessarily say that. These are places that have ideologies that we can't live with. So there are some areas, some countries that we can't say that, but we're honored to have the students come here. Please. Yeah, please.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we'd have a conclusive, pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And could you just
On what?
in the war in Gaza?
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, what are you considering for the replacement to nominate for Lisa Cook, and what economic background or history are you?
Well, we have some very good people for that position, and I think we have some very good people. We're down to, I think I maybe in my own mind have somebody that I like, but I deal with Scott and I deal with Howard, and we're dealing with a lot of people actually that are going to be involved in that decision. Ultimately, it's a very important decision. As we see, I got a bad recommendation when I went with Jerome Too Late. It's just, he's too late. His nickname is Too Late, costing us a lot of money, hurting the housing. Our housing industry is good, but it could be phenomenal. Most of this country, in economic terms, has been phenomenal. We've never seen anything like it. Because of him and his high interest rates, the housing is less than it could be. We're going to get that straightened out very quickly. He gets out very quickly. Fortunately, he's been the wrong guy. Not a bad person, I don't think, but I do think he has motives, by the way. But I don't consider him. I've dealt with worse, but he hasn't done the job. The recommendation from a certain person was not a great recommendation. That person vouched for him, but we're doing a very careful study. We'll see what happens. Look, we just put a very good man in one position. We might switch him to the other. It's a longer term and pick somebody else, but we're very happy with the person we have in there. And we'll have a majority very shortly. So that'll be great. Once we have a majority, housing is going to swing and it's going to be great. People are paying too high an interest rate. That's the only problem with housing. We have to get the rates down a little bit. And when we do, it's going to be a tremendous difference. The country is doing so well. It sort of blows through the fact that we have a man who's too late and not doing a very good job. Please, in blue.
Mr. President, regarding crime in DC, something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like for that to apply here in Washington, DC?
When you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking about,
Concealed
right?
or-
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe. People are safe now. The turn has gone fast. I knew it was going to go fast, but this turn has gone really fast. And within a month or two, this is going to be one of the safest places in the country. I have no doubt about it. And we'll do an extension. we'll work with Congress, or I could declare an emergency, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. We'll work with Congress. We're going to be working with Congress. I spoke with our great speaker, and I will be speaking to John Thune, and we're getting tremendous support from Congress, especially maybe here. Everybody wants to see our capital be great. Could say be great again. You know, it's such a beautiful place, but if you have crime, nothing looks beautiful. So, but you won't need to carry a gun, but if you do,
Well, I would like
It's
to
gonna be
know
your
the
choice.
option, just in case.
well, a lot of people feel that.
Also in other blue cities, you've got Karen Bass in Los Angeles, Brandon Johnson in Chicago. It seems to be very popular here, the fact that people can walk around, go to restaurants, shop, and
Yeah.
not have to worry about their safety. If blue city mayors propose those efforts in their cities, do you anticipate the Democrat voters are gonna take it out on them at the?
I think so. I think that crime is going to be a big thing. And we are the party, the Republicans are the party that wants to stop crime. We're against crime. The Democrats like crime. I don't know why. I mean, we talk about common sense. I think I got elected on talking about common sense. The border, we have to have a wall. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't, as I said before, we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. I mean, you see the difference. Weightlifting. Take a look at weightlifting. Take a look at long distance running, where a runner came in 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of another runner, both champions. One male, one. It's not fair. It's demeaning to women. It's so bad. But they have another one, and I think this is the beauty of them all: crime. They're against crime prevention. You can't do that. You can't do that. And I think to myself, I say, is there some game? You know, they're smart people. Is there anybody that could cheat like that in elections is smart, okay? And there's never been in history anybody that could cheat like that. They're smart. They're brilliant in many ways. I say, is there some trick to this? When they say, Trump is in Washington, D.C., stopping crime. He's a dictator. And people are being mugged like your brilliant associate here. I don't know how you're alive. I mean, based on that story, you got very lucky. You didn't just go, all he had to do is this, right? And, you know, it's pretty amazing. So we have something. I think we have two things. I think what Bobby was talking about with respect to drug prices is unbeatable. Nobody else could have done it but us. And I think that crime will be the big subject of the midterms and will be the big subject of the next election. Think of it. They are, instead of saying Trump's right about crime, it's really bad in Chicago. You have a guy in Illinois, the governor of Illinois, saying that crime has been much better in Chicago recently, and Trump is a dictator. And most people say, if you call him a dictator, that if he stops crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, but he can be whatever he wants. I think it's going to be a big subject for the midterms, and I think the Republicans are going to do really well. They called it a trap. This Democrat consultant, they said, he's put him in a trap again, because these are all traps, 80-20, but they're not 80-20. They're almost 100-0, all these issues. But I would say that crime is stronger than men playing in women's sports. I think it's stronger than transgender for everybody. It's transgender for everybody, according to them. It's stronger. Of course, this is a cause of it, open borders. Open borders gave us a lot of this crime. So, so they're sort of on an equal footing, I guess. But crime is going to be a very big subject. And you know what he should do if he was smart? Illinois or New York, if they want, or Gavin Newsom, they should call me and they should say, we've got a problem. We could solve with this team, different players, but work the same way, because you'd leave them here. You don't want to take them out and let it go to hell. Everybody's so happy and I bet you walked over here today and you had no fear. Nobody has any fear anymore for the last 12 days. But it would be so smart. Gavin Newsom called me up, say, you know what, we have a big problem. We have the Olympics coming up. We want to do well. We have tremendous problems on crime and other things, and would love some help. Chicago in particular, maybe right now. I mean, it's a disaster. It's a disaster. We could solve their problem in, it's bigger than this, let's say 2 months, okay? Working with their police. I know their police very well. I have a big project in Chicago. I was so proud of it. It's the best site in Chicago. I got it. Nobody else got it. I was happy as hell. That was when I was a real estate guy, and I got it. The Sun Times site, they call it. And I built the building. It's a great building. And I'm so embarrassed when I see the kind of crime stats coming out there. So embarrassed. And if I were a governor, a Democrat governor, or mayor, or anybody having to do, I'd call up President Trump. I'd say, President Trump, we need your help. We saw what you've done in DC in a period of 12 days. This is 12 days. We haven't even started. This is going to be so safe. It's going to be the safest place on earth. And we'll do the same thing in Chicago. But I'd like to be asked, as opposed to just going in and doing it. Because, you know, when you go in and do it, then they start screaming, oh, he shouldn't be here. We don't need him. We're doing so well. And then the better we do, they take credit for it. So it's really pretty unfair. Yes, go ahead.
For a lot of victims like myself, a big concern is
Yeah.
long-term sustainability. Can you share with the American public about your plan in ensuring that DC is safe in the long term?
Longer term, yeah.
Years
Well, it's a great question. Number one, we want to stay there for longer than 30 days, as you know. We have an absolute mandate, and I can extend it, but I'd rather not have to declare a national emergency, because by that time, I mean, right now, there's not an emergency. We've done, as you sort of said yourself, it feels like a different world. We've got under arrest and prosecution, and we've taken some, and we're in the process of taking hundreds out of our country that shouldn't be here. And these are hardcore professional criminals. They were born to be criminals, in my opinion, but they're seriously bad people, murderers, drug dealers. You know them all. You see them all as you walk beautifully to work, and every once in a while somebody puts a gun to your head, because that's what happened in your case. We're getting a lot of them out of the country. We're putting a lot of them in prison because we're afraid to bring them out of the country. They could come back. You know, as good as we're doing, they could come back. We don't want them back. And that's going to solve a lot of it. We also think there should be a presence here for long enough. We should also work with our police department, because you have very good police here. Very good. We're working very well with them, by the way. And we have to work together for a while. We have some people that are very tough and very strong working with the police. They're going to be able to handle it. And you know what? If it gets a little bit bad, just a little bit, I'll bring them back in and we'll straighten it out. We'll make it perfect. You're going to be so safe in the city. And you're going to have the city beautified. We're going to be giving out, we're working with Clark, as you know, construction. They're the biggest. They're working with me also. We're building a beautiful ballroom for the White House. They've been after it for 150 years, employs a lot of people. It's going to be as beautiful a ballroom as has ever been built. And Clark is the big builder in this city. They've done, I guess, a majority of the good work, the big work. And we're working with them on the beautification, the fixing up the roads, the fixing up of the medians, the between the roads, so cars don't wrap into each other. They wrap into I have one piece sitting on the ground for weeks. This was a year ago when I had to come in, unfortunately, for fake court cases. And I looked at the condition. We have it fixed up a lot right now. You know, the tents are removed and a lot of things have taken place. But I'd come into this city and I'd say, boy, does it look bad. The filth on the roads, the medians were broken and always laying down, and nobody would fix them, and all of that. Well, we're going to have new medians. We're going to have a nice topping put on the road. We're not going to rip the roads apart and start a construction project that lasts for 2.5 years as they rebuild the road, which they don't have to do. And we're going to have this place so beautiful. That's going to be a part of it. Now, the biggest part is crime, but it's also a part, you know, when you see a dirty city, it's like I told, I don't know, it became the #1 thing viral. I said my father is a smart guy, he's a great guy, he's a loving, wonderful father, but he could be a little on the tough side. He told me that, son, when you walk into a restaurant and you see a dirty, filthy door going into the restaurant, don't go there because the kitchen's dirty also. When they see a dirty Capitol, the rest of the world, they lose a lot of respect for our country. This Capitol is going to be so beautiful. We're going to have new poles, new lights, new fences. It's stuff that when you add it up, it's money, but it's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. And we're also going to have great safety.
Mr. President, I wanted to ask you on crime and also a question on foreign policy. that maybe other officials can weigh into. And on crime, Iris shared her story, and you mentioned, people going
That
to
was
dinner.
a terrible story. I'm just amazed she's here. When the gun is, Pam, when the gun is put to the head, did they ever capture these people, by the way?
I kept calling, but I haven't heard back about this guy.
It'd be really great if you could maybe give the information. She's very good at capturing people, you know? She's very good. If you could give that information to Pam, would be great. Would you do that?
Yes,
All right. Wouldn't, you'd love to see them. I would assume you'd like to see them
for
captured.
sure.
You can't, you just can't,
For years.
yeah, take a good look at that.
So,
Oh, go ahead. So go ahead.
Just a few weeks ago, I was out to dinner with my husband, and then, we're taking the metro back, and then we get attacked on the metro. They're throwing things, some teenagers, like throwing liquid at us.
Oh, they're throwing things. They throw, how about where they chop down the granite curbs and the concrete curbs, but the granite curbs so expensive. Those granite curbs, nobody uses them because they're so expensive. And you see a guy chopping them and handing out big chunks of them like a brick because they couldn't get in because people were stopping them from walking out. A little bit unusual when you're walking with a bag of bricks. Generally speaking, Sean, that's not a good sign. Right? That's not a good sign. But they now come in with hammers. They can disguise a hammer and they start pounding the concrete and the granite and they hand out chunks. And those people take those chunks and start throwing them at cops, or they stand on the top of bridges and they drop them down into the windshield of your car and you get killed running into a light pole. It's those days are over.
I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul said that she spoke to you on the phone, and you said you might send National Guard troops to New York. You mentioned that. So will you?
I'd love to do it. If she'd like, I get along with Kathy. If she'd like to do that, I would do it. You see, look, New York has difficulty like other, and I don't want to make this bite. I want to make this like friendly, but the places we're talking about happen to be virtually all Democrat run. Now, take a look at your 25 places that are most troubled. Everyone, except maybe one, and it's way back in number 24 or 25, but essentially 25 out of 25 are run by Democrats. And cashless bail was a disaster. When they did that, and I believe it was instituted first in New York, but when they did cashless bail, that was a tragedy for this, because that's when it really started. It really started getting bad. When somebody kills somebody, you don't say you can come out, you don't have to put up anything. You put that person in jail and you find out whether or not it's true, but you don't give cashless bail with a promise to come back in a couple of months. We'll start talking to you, because they go out and they kill other people, and you can't do that. The cashless bail has been, it's just a woke thing. It's got to stop. You see that, Christy, better than anybody. It's got to stop. It causes unbelievable, and we're doing that. We're stopping it in DC. I would love to have the governor of Illinois call me and say, look, we have a problem in Chicago. We will stop that problem in Chicago in 2 months, maybe less, 2 months. We'll stop it. These are tough cookies we have working for us. These are tough cookies. These are not politically correct soldiers. That I won't go into definitions of what that means, but these are not politically correct soldiers. These are rough guys. I watched it last night. I see it. I saw them the other day when we went down and we spent some time together with them. These are tough cookies. These are not people that you're going to laugh at and spit in their face and they're not going to do anything about it. And these people, they're afraid. These gang members who are bad people too. These are bad. These are just bad people. Ours are bad, but they're bad in a good sense, right? You don't understand that, Scott. And we can solve Chicago in 2 months. Now, then, as per your statement before, we have to keep it going, and we'll be able to keep it going. The first thing you have to do is get it down. We are very close to being in that position in DC, and within a month, we will be within a month from when we started, which is quicker than I thought. You're going to feel very, very safe. I think you feel very safe right now. But I would love it to have these governors, mayors call me and say, we'd like to invite you into our community because we have a problem and you can handle the problem and we can't. One other thing, sanctuary cities, they should be terminated. They're sanctuary for criminals. They're safety and security for criminals. They are very, very bad. And all of these places have big sanctuary cities, and all they're doing is protecting criminals, okay?
About Lisa Clark. You have spoken out very strongly for a long time about what you see as the weaponization of government.
Yeah.
Is your administration weaponizing
No.
government by digging into the mortgage records of officials you don't like?
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself. And you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead. You were going to say something?
So would you be
Go.
trying to fire
Blue?
Lisa Cook if she had voted to lower interest rates?
On national
Please.
security.
I think we have to have lower interest rates. Yes.
A follow-up question for you and Madam Attorney General on national security. We've heard from Stephen Miller yesterday in the Oval Office that there are street criminals here in DC who are actually found to be doing business with transnational criminal cartels
That's right.
overseas.
And we know who they are, and we know who they're doing business with. And we're arresting the people, very strongly arresting, and we're keeping them there because, you know, your laws here make it very difficult. And one of the other laws we're trying to get done, because you have 14-year-old kids that are just as tough as a 25-year-old kid, just as dangerous, and they carry the same gun. And we have to make a provision where they're treated like older people, because these are seriously tough, bad. They're children, but they're criminals, and they're really bad criminals. And they're used by older people because they never get charged because you can't do anything to them. But we are getting that changed, Pam, I hope, because you have 14-year-old kids that are evil, they're sick, and they have to be put away. Something has to be done because you can't have a society where they're allowed to walk the street. You know that better than anybody.
Mr. President, on your way to Alaska.
I can't believe it. You're not tired holding that? Look
I have
at
a
this.
few more questions.
How strong are you? How strong are you? Look at him. He's been holding that thing for 3 hours. You're a good fisherman.
Well, thank you.
Go
On
ahead.
the way to Alaska, you had mentioned that there would be severe consequences if Vladimir Putin did not agree to a ceasefire.
Yeah.
After that summit that was rolled back, given the negotiations, is he back on the clock now?
I want to see that deal end. It's very, very serious what I have in mind if I have to do it, but I want to see it end. I think that in many ways he's there. Sometimes he'll be there and Zelensky won't be there. You know, it's like, who do we have today? I got to get them both at the same time. But I want to have it end. We have economic sanctions. I'm talking about economic because we're not going to get into a world war. I'll tell you what, in my opinion, if I didn't win this race, Ukraine could have ended up in a world war. We're not going to end up in a world war anymore, but it would have ended up possibly in a world war. That would have been they were ready to trot. But just like India and Pakistan, we're going to end up in a nuclear war if I didn't stop them. You know, it's sort of strange. I saw they were fighting. Then I saw 7 jets were shot down. I said, that's not good. That's a lot of jets, you know, $150 million planes were shot down. A lot of them, 7, maybe more than that. They didn't even report the real number. And I'm talking to a very terrific man, Modi of India. And I say, what's going on with you in Pakistan? Then I'm talking to Pakistan on trade. I said, what's going on with you in India? And the hatred was tremendous. Now, this has been going on for a hell of a long time, like sometimes with different names for hundreds of years. But I said, what's going on? I said, I don't want to make a trade deal. No, we want to make a trade deal. I said, no, I don't want to make a trade deal with you. You're going to have a nuclear war. You guys are going to end up in a nuclear war. And that was very important to them. I said, call me back tomorrow, but we're not going to do any deals with you, or we're going to put tariffs on you that are so high. You were there, Howard, right? You're going to put tariffs on you that was so high, I don't give a damn. Your head's going to spin. You're not going to end up in a war. Within about 5 hours, it was done. It was done. Now, maybe it starts again. I don't know. I don't think so, but I'll stop it if it does. We can't let these things happen. The Russia-Ukraine situation, last week, 7,012 soldiers, 7,012 soldiers died They were Russian, they were Ukrainian, they weren't American. So a lot of people would say, what do you care? They're not American. I care. They're 12,000, over the last couple of weeks, over 12,000 people died in like in 2 weeks. You know, we're talking about crime where somebody's killed here or somebody. Think of it. You have your son leaving Russia, leaving Ukraine, their little house, wherever they live with their parents. They're waving goodbye, just like our parents would wave goodbye. And they're waving goodbye, son. And then a week later, his head's blown off in a stupid war by a drone, a whole new form of military problem. So, no, I'd like it to stop. I want to get it to stop. And it will not be a world war, but it'll be an economic war. And an economic war is going to be bad. And it's going to be bad for Russia. And I don't want that. Now, I have to also see, because not everybody, you know, Zelensky is not exactly innocent either. Okay. You know, it takes two people to tango. And I say it all the time. You got to get them together. I get along with Zelensky now, but we have a much different relationship because now we're not paying any money to Ukraine. You know, stop that. We're paying money to ourselves. What's happening is NATO is buying all of the equipment and paying in full. But even with that, forget about that. I want to get it stopped because it's a lot of lives that are being lost. Every week, it's 7,000, 5,000, 6,000. I get the reports, and I see battlefields. I'd rather not see them. And you know, you read about Gettysburg. You read about Gettysburg, and you see, you know, those 600,000 people. But in that war in particular was really bad, like 150,000 or something, just dead body. I'm seeing the same. I see pictures. I see satellite pictures of heads over here, arms over here, legs over here. And this is like a modern age. It's no different than the worst wars that I've ever seen. And if I can stop it because I have a certain power or a certain relationship, I had a very good relationship with President Putin. Very, very good. That's a positive thing again. And I think I'm probably the only, Steve Witkoff would tell you I'm the only one that can solve it. I don't know. You've told me that a few times, unless you were saying that just to build up my ego, but it's not really. I have no ego when it comes to this stuff. I just want to see it stop. Thousands of young people, mostly young people, are dying every single week. If I can save that by doing sanctions or by just being me, or by using a very strong tariff system, that's very costly to Russia or Ukraine or whoever we have, you know. But I stopped 7 wars, and 3 of those wars were going on for more than 30 years. You know, if you look at Congo, if you look at, just look at any of them, almost all of them were going on for an extended period of time. Now, interestingly, one had just started. It was 2 days old, and you know that one. And we did that one when we were in Scotland negotiating. It was 2 days, but there were 2,000 dead bodies laying on the border. And I got that one stopped too. And I'm very honored by that. But I still, the one that I thought would be the easiest is turning out to be the hardest. That's President Putin and President Zelensky. But I think I'll get it done.
Why do you think that? Why is it harder than you thought it would be?
You never know. It's war.
Can you stop the family?
With war, you never know, right? War's very tricky, very horrible. But with war, you never know. Things change. People go into war, think they're going to win the war, and then they get their asses kicked, and they lose their country, and they lose millions of lives. Nobody goes into a war thinking they're going to lose. They go in. I'm sure that Ukraine thought they were going to win. It's going to be, you know, we're going to win. You're going to beat somebody that's 15 times your size. Biden shouldn't have let that happen. Biden shouldn't have. I mean, the man was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. That would have never happened. But you don't go into a war that's 15 times your size.
Do you think
Say it.
Fed just put out a statement saying that Lisa Cook has indicated to her personal attorney that she'll promptly challenge this action in court, seek a judicial decision that would confirm her ability to continue.
That's all right, whatever it
Says
is.
the Fed will abide by any court decision.
Thank you very much
You
for reading
abide
it.
by a court decision.
I abide by the court, yeah. I abide by the court. Yes, please. That's enough. That's enough.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Vanity Fair, what other companies are you thinking about taking a stake in?
Well, you know, we didn't take a stake in the sense that it was reported. Everyone said, I bought a stake in Intel. No, I got it for free. I said I was with the Is that a correct statement? Howard was there.
Absolutely correct.
Scott knew all about it. They came in, a man was charged with something by a very good person. Senator Cotton made some statements about the gentleman that was running Intel. When he came in, and I said some rough things about him, I said, I'm not happy with it. And they called, and he was very devastated at what I said. I said he should immediately resign. And he came to see me, and I was very impressed by him, actually. And he made a mistake, or factors happened where something like this could have taken place. In the meantime, his board was staying by him. And I said to him, and took about, I would say, less than 45 seconds. I said, you know what you should do if you're smart? Give the United States of America 10% of your company. And he looked at me and he said, I'll do that. I said, I just made $11 billion for the United States. And we made the deal. I didn't pay, we didn't write a check. Now, I guess Biden, with his stupid CHIPS Act, handed money to all these people that didn't need any money. It didn't do anything. You know, they're giving billions of dollars to everybody. They all have so much money, and they have more money. But there's no commitment that you had to build. They just took all this money. I don't know, it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. See, with tariffs, they have to come in, because if they don't come in, they can't sell into our country. So it's power, and you don't have to give up any money. But I said to him very simply, I mean, I'm glad we're straightening this out, because everyone thinks I bought in. No, I said, it would be great, we'd be a great partner for you, and I want to see Intel do well. You know, Intel was a great company, and it can be a great company again. But I said, I think it would be good if we own 10% of your company. He said, I'll make that deal. And it happens to be worth $11 billion. So we made $11 billion for the country. And then I was criticized by some of the fake news media. That's not the American way. Actually, it is the American way. Now, if I can help other countries or do those deals with others, I would do that. I think it's great. It's good. Builds up our balance sheet. Let me tell you, our country is becoming very rich again. You don't see it. When the CBO came out on Friday and said, we just found $4 trillion, and that goes to reduce our deficit, $4 trillion, and it was from the tariffs. Our country is becoming very, very rich again. I hope you get used to it. You know, you're gonna have to get used to it.
The deficit. Any update on your previous talking about potentially giving Americans a tariff rebate check?
Well, we have a lot of money coming in, rebate check for the Americans, and it's coming in at tremendous numbers. Don't forget, I would say, Scott, we probably are talking about right now 50%, maybe even less than that. With all the money you're hearing is coming in, you're talking about, you know, a lot of it hasn't kicked in yet. And when it really kicks in is in 2 years when these plants are built and opened and the money starts pouring in, right? But I mean, there's a concept of making you could call it a dividend, as we would say, making a dividend to the people in this country who have had to suffer through stupid leadership. And they paid a lot of taxes and they got nothing for it, or they got attacked like you were, okay, for it. No, there's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and pay some, make a dividend to the people.
I have a question for Steve Witkoff, if I may.
Yeah.
This past weekend, Sergei Lavrov was saying that Putin will not sign a peace deal with Zelensky because Russia views him as illegitimate. I'm just wondering if the Russians had been relaying this to your team, if they view Zelensky, you know, as a leader worth signing a peace deal with, if they will go to the
Doesn't matter
table.
what they say. Steve can answer, but I can answer too. Doesn't matter what they say. Everybody's posturing. It's all bullshit, okay? Everybody's posturing. Steve, do you have a different answer?
I agree with you, sir.
Here in the city, there are 500 people short on the police department, Metropolitan Police. In New York City, it's 3,000. In Chicago, it's 1,300. Would they have had to bring in troops from the National Guard if the police departments in this country were fully staffed? Defund the police. How bad did that turn out for America?
It's an interesting question. I was surprised when I heard how many police were here. It's not a really big area. And I think they said they're down to 3,200 police or something like that. I said, that's a lot of police. And I was a little bit surprised because to me, that's a big force. And it's not a big area, but it is what it is. There's a lot of crime. You have a lot of, don't forget, you have a lot of police that weren't allowed to do their job. When I came in, as you remember, we made tremendous strides in a little conflict that we had going at the time because I allowed our military to make the decision. I said, you can make any decision you want. I gave it to the colonels in the field. I gave it to the captains in the field. You remember that where everything went through Biden, meaning one of the people, and everything went through Obama before him. Everything went through. They had to make the decision as to whether or not to attack the Taliban. So they'd find 30 people together. They'd call up Washington, and they'd go to a political hack who knew nothing about it. My first night, I got that same call. Like they called me, and they said, "We have I got a call at 3:00 in the morning because I listened to their system, and they were calling me and they were asking me whether or not they could attack a group of people having to do with you know what war I'm talking about." And I said, I know nothing about this. Wait a minute. And then I said, who is he? Let me speak to the people calling. They're calling from Afghanistan. And I said, let me speak to the people. I want to speak to them. And it was a colonel. I said, where'd you go to school, Colonel? I went to West Point, sir. Were you a good student? I was, sir. I was a very good student. So you're calling the White House to ask for permission to attack. And by the time you get the answer, how long does it take? Sometimes 2 or 3 weeks. So by the time you get the answer, the people that you want to attack have already left, right? He said, how did you know that, sir? I said, let me ask you. So you're a good student. You went to West Point and you love the military, right? Yeah. You make the decision. And I gave all those guys that went to all these great schools and they're all military people, I gave them the right to make their own decision. And we kicked ISIS's ass. Don't forget, ISIS was supposed to take 5 years to terminate him. And we had a man named Raisin Kane, who happens to have done the whole thing in Iran. Great general. And he's a wonderful guy too, believe it or not, but he's a great soldier. We let them do their work and we defeated ISIS. We defeated everybody. Every fight that we had militarily that I had, I won. And I let these great soldiers do some make a mistake, I guess. But like this colonel, I'll never forget it. Where did you go to school? I went to West Point, sir. I did ask him a question. I like good students as opposed to bad students. He said, I was a good student, sir. And I said, you do what's necessary. And, you know, I don't want to sound overly vicious, but he wiped out the entire group of very bad people that want to kill us. So you have to let them do their job. In Washington, they're not allowed to do their job, okay? They're not allowed. You have great police. You have great police, but they're not allowed. Hello. Go ahead.
Congress, Mr. President, would you be open to a year-long continuing resolution?
I'm always open to whatever is necessary. Here's the problem in Congress. You have Democrats that will never vote for anything. I could say that we're going to lower your taxes by 50%. We're going to guarantee you free cities, safe cities. Nobody will ever get touched, molested, beat up, shot in the head. We're going to give you the greatest country ever. We need your vote. And they won't vote. And they do it in unison. The only thing they do good is cheat on elections and unite. You know why they unite? Not because they're good or they're loyal people. They unite because they're afraid. They're afraid of the radical left. And you can't get their vote. So we have a vote coming up at the end of September. And I think we're going to pass it because we have the majority. And I think almost every Republican will vote for an extension. Because no matter what deal you make with these people, look at Schumer. He made a deal a year and a half ago. And after making the deal, he's been almost run out of the party. He's not the same man. He's not the same man. He's finished. He aged 20 years. He's become a Palestinian, by the way. We call him our great Palestinian senator. But Chuck Schumer, and I wrote him a letter. I said, Chuck, that was really great. Thank you very much. And somebody gave the letter to the press, not me. And he was destroyed because they thought I was being sarcastic, and I wasn't. He made a great decision. It kept our country open. That was a positive. But you can count on almost no vote. I mean, I see things. I'll give you an example, crime. So we're going to pass a bill to stop crime. We may not get one Democrat vote. Okay. We may not get one. So when you say continuing resolution, I guess so. And it's going to be passed exclusively by Republicans.
Mr. President, why do you use?
You mentioned in Iowa that you wanted to see some changes to the H-2A visa program for farm workers.
Right.
You mentioned in Iowa that you want to see changes. Do you want to see that before the fall harvest?
Well, I love both groups, and we take care of our farmers, and we also take care of the people that want bad people out of our country. And we're working on something that's going to work really well. We take care of our farmers, but we also have to take care of those people that voted for me because they don't want criminals in our country. And we're working on something where we can take care of both.
Mr. President, you were talking about the CBO report that two of your cabinet members were talking about. I remember back on Liberation Day, many of us reporters covered your detractors, people saying that it was going to explode the deficit and therefore explode the debt. Who all has called you to say I was wrong?
That's very good. You know the answer to that. Okay, yeah, please.
Governor Pritzker said yesterday that at a press conference that he would encourage nonviolent resistance to the National Guard if they were sent to Chicago. What's your response to that?
He said what?
That he would encourage nonviolent resistance if the National Guard is sent to Chicago.
Look, this guy doesn't know what resistance is or nonviolent resistance is. He's a bad politician. It's amazing. I mean, if he didn't have the money, he wouldn't get any votes because there's no compelling reason to vote for him. The guy's a major loser. But it would be nice if he would call me. I would change my mind immediately. He said, you know, because everybody knows Chicago is a hellhole right now. Everybody knows. It's not like he's saying Chicago has much better numbers, right? Well, what's much better? You mean 100 people are going to be murdered? It's going to be much more than that. So I would have much more respect for Pritzker if he'd call me up and say, I have a problem. Can you help me fix it? I would be so happy to do it. I don't love, not that I don't have the right to do anything I want to do. I'm the president of the United States. If I think our country's in danger, and it is in danger in these cities, I can do it. No problem going in and solving, his difficulties. But it would be nice if they'd call and they'd say, would you do it? And we do it in conjunction. Now, we work very well with the police because we naturally get along with the police. So the police and us work really well together, whether the mayor is opposed or whether, you have a really rotten mayor there too. He's got a 6% approval rating in Chicago. And I see black women wearing a red MAGA hat last night on television. Please let the president come in. My son was attacked. You have a force of black women. They're like only Trump. They want Trump to come in. And you see them, they're all over the place in Chicago because they're afraid to go out and they don't want their son or their daughter killed, just like your parents didn't want you killed. And we have a tremendous, look, it's not about winning elections because we want to have nice, fair elections. It's not politics. We want to see a safe country. You have people that want to see a safe country, and they're great people. You have great people in Chicago. The mayor is at 6% approval. He's an incompetent man. He should have never been put in a position like that. He can't handle it. You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California, Gavin. I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going. I don't know what the hell his problem is. It's a little weird, to be honest. There's a little something shaky going on there. But, all he has to do is call me and say, we have the Olympics coming up. We want to make it really good and safe. And I'll put some really good, great American patriots in there, and you won't have any problems. Don't forget, it's loaded up with some stone cold killers, some really bad people, some people that were just born to be bad. They're criminals, bad criminals, dangerous. And we can solve the problem for them very quickly. Very quickly.
What can you do?
Okay, you know what I think? I think this. You have not had this happen for 4 years. You sat and you'd ask one question to Biden, and it was always the ice cream question, right? What flavor ice cream do you like best? I like vanilla. And that was the end of the conference. I think now we've done enough. These people are very busy. I want to just thank, this is the greatest, this has never been done before. First of all, a cabinet meeting was sacred. You'd never let the fake news media in. But the fake news media isn't all fake. It's a lot of it is, but it's not all. I think it's a great thing. I think maybe it's going to be done in the future. I hope it's going to be done. But you really get the word out. I mean, we had each one of these people spoke. I think each one, if I thought one of them did badly, I would call that person out. I would say, Christy, what the heck are you doing? No, but no, seriously, you have a very talented group of people. They get along, they work along together. And there's something really nice about just, the openness of what we're doing. It's government. It's an open government. That's what we are. And we haven't made too many mistakes. Maybe we'll, but we haven't made too many mistakes. We've called it right. And I think you can be very proud of your country. We are a respected country again. We are really, right now, respected at the highest level, and we're doing great. And we're a very rich country again, very rich. And that's a good thing, because when we're rich, we can take care of poor. And that's what we're doing. And we're taking care of crime. And I hope, just in finishing, I hope that Illinois, I hope that New York, I hope that California, I hope they call me and they say, I'd love to have you come in and help us out. I will be a totally different person with them. I will respect them for doing it. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everybody. You want to move down? You have some room over here. Come down. If you want, you could leave the cameras there. It's fine. But if you want, there's a lot of room over here. I see an engine move out to the end. Way out to the left. To the left. To the left. Are you able to get them all in the room? Are they in?
Yes, sir.
Are you okay? Thank you very much. We've had a tremendous 6 months, and we've had a tremendous 2 weeks, which now is, I guess, 3 weeks. And we have a tremendous group of people here that have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I want to, in particular, because of what she's gone through this last few days, done an incredible job. As you know, Christy, I'm going to ask you to say a few words about Texas. The first person there was the first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor, who's terrific. And you might want to tell a little bit about the trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen. So really appreciate it. We all do. And maybe you could say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for your leadership. Texas is strong, and the people of Texas are incredibly strong. They've gone through something that is absolutely horrific, and it is heartbreaking to watch these families suffer the way that they are. As soon as this flash flooding event happened, the governor has activated his emergency responders. Nim Kidd is his emergency management director, who is incredible, and has immediately worked with the local first responders to get help to individuals and get them evacuated, put requests into me. We deployed, sir, right away, as you know, because you and I were talking a lot during this time, the Coast Guard. We also had some assets out of Customs and Border Protection. Our BORTAC teams went in and helped with rescues and clearing debris so that we could get roads open and people get the help that they need. I think when I got there the most, sir, that day, as soon as I arrived on site, was getting a briefing from all the emergency responders, was just how unified they were in focusing on the fact that we're there to save lives. They were there to rescue people, find people who were still alive, and to reunify them with their family members. We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them. And that's exactly what we did here in this situation. FEMA went to an enhanced level immediately, but as soon as you signed the major disaster declaration, we were able to get them resources and dollars right away, just like you envisioned through state block grants to help them with cleanup. And we're still there in presence, and FEMA's been deployed, and we're cutting through the paperwork of the old FEMA, streamlining it much like your vision of how FEMA should operate. And it's been a much better response to help these families get through this terrible situation. We still are looking for people. We're still looking for a lot of little girls and other family members that were camping along that river. And they will continue until they find every single person, and we will continue to help them and assist in that. I was surprised when I got there at the camp that day, right after this happened, the parents that were there, the parents that were looking for their children and picking up their daughter's stuffed animals out of the mud and finding their daughter's shoe that might be laying in the cabin, and just hugging and comforting people matters a lot. I'm extremely grateful for God's hand in that whole situation, because hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people were saved. And this is a time for all of us in this country to remember that we were created to serve each other. God created us to take care of each other. And that when we do that, we are happier, we are more fulfilled, and we can walk alongside people on their worst day and help them get through it and come out the other side, knowing that we can continue to live a life that God has purposed for us. So they're grateful for you. Several times the day after the flooding, you and Melania were on the phone with me, and I want to thank you for that. That meant the world. I was able to tell many of those folks that I had been visiting with you, and that you had said, whatever they need, Christy, let's deploy it and get it down there and be helpful. And on Sunday, when the families were waiting at a church to identify their children's bodies, Franklin Graham and I called in and prayed with the families and read some scripture with them. And he was incredible in making himself available to that as well. We'll be back down there in a couple of days and continue to do all we can. But this is an unprecedented event. It really is. There's been tragedies like this around the country, but everyone is unique in different situations. And, the response the federal government had supporting the state through this, I'm proud of the people that stepped up and immediately came. The Coast Guard, when they came in, they had a difficult time even getting the aircraft in and landed. They had to try several times in the weather to get it in and deploy. And I think we've heard about, our one Coast Guard member that was responsible for saving over 165 people, but that entire crew did incredible work. And all the first responders there did incredible work. And I know people are getting tired now, but they're getting reinforcements and volunteers are showing up. And I just want to commend the governor and his team for being the leaders. And they're so thankful that you're letting them make the decisions and manage the response like it should be. And then us supporting them with the resources of the federal government. We've already deployed dollars to the state, much like the block grants that you've talked about.
Right.
So they're grateful for that, sir.
There's never been a wave like this outside of the breaking of a dam. Because this was almost a wave that ended up being 30 feet high, more actually. Now with the dam, you can understand it, but this approached almost with that speed. When you see a dam break, it's not a pretty sight. It wipes out everything. And this is the kind of thing that built up so fast. And it's happened 2 or 3 times before over the years, but not to this extent. But tell them when you met the father who was picking up the daughter's clothing. And
I had walked through the cabin where all the little girls died. And I had kind of fallen apart in there, but I walked out of the cabin and a gentleman was standing there and he said, that man over there needs a hug. And so I walked over to him and I hugged him and I said, do you work here? And he said, no, my little girl was in that cabin. And he said, and I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago, she had passed away. And he just fell apart. And so then we just hugged and talked for probably an hour about that. But then there was another, the grandpa was there looking for his granddaughter as well. There was a dad there of one of the counselors. The counselor was alive, but she was dealing with the fact that she had hung on to some of these girls and was trying to keep them out of the floodwaters and had gotten hit by something and had lost two of the girls and wasn't able to hang on to them and was going to live the rest of her life thinking about that moment when she wasn't able to hang on to these girls. But these parents were picking up their kids' belongings out of the mud and throughout the camp and putting them in bags. And then one of the dads said, I knew 50 of these girls here. So I knew that was her dress. It's my daughter's friend's dress. So he was picking it up and putting it in a bag to return to her parents. And so it was and then the director was there comforting everybody who had lost his father the night before too. And he was still there trying to facilitate all of these parents grieving their children and find them. So the strength of people is incredible. One of the things that I asked there today, that day, was that they all have escorts or counselors when parents come in. So from that point, that when they came into the camp, that they have somebody with them when they're going and looking for their children's belongings or looking for their children. And so very emotional, but also just so tragic.
The relationship with Texas and the governor has been obviously very good for years with me, but the relationship with Texas and their first responders and us, with our first responders and lots of other people, and we brought in a lot of helicopters from all over, and we had a lot of helicopters. It was actually dangerous, a lot of helicopters up there, but they were real pros, and they were responsible for pulling out a lot of people, and we got them there fast, and Texas had some good ones too, but the response has been incredible, and the fact that we got along so well, I don't know, I don't even think that's a political thing, but we got along so well, and it was so unified. I think a lot of lives have been saved. That could have been as bad as it was, and you could have lost double or triple. This thing was just really horrible. Well, congratulations on a great job, and appreciate it. I know you're going down. I'll be going down on Friday with First Lady. We'll be taking a trip, and we don't want to get in anyone's way because that's what happens. The president goes and everyone's around focused on. I don't want anyone to focus on us, but it's possible they could have somebody saved still. There's a lot of areas. It's a big area, and probably unlikely at this point, but there could be. They're thinking there could be the possibility, but what a tragic situation. A good job, and we'll see you on Friday, and we'll finish out the day here. I think you've been reading a lot about. It's a terrible topic when you talk about financial after this, but we have a big country, and we've been doing very well. The tariffs, as you know, are starting to come in at record levels. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in to our country. We never did that before. We're not used to it. We only have tariffs going out. We only adhere to the rules of other nations who charge us tremendous tariffs because we were led by stupid people or people without any business sense. And I'd like to ask Scott, you could maybe talk a little bit about how well we're doing with regard to the money coming in. And the big money will start coming in on August 1st. I think it was made clear today by the letters that were sent out yesterday and today. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. We will have taken in about $100 billion in tariff income thus far this year, and that's with the tariff, the major tariff not having started till the second quarter. So we could expect that could be well over $300 billion by the end of the year. We don't agree with CBO scoring, but for those who do, the CBO scored tariff income over the next 10 years at 2.8 trillion, which we think is probably low. And sir, under your leadership, we're witnessing.
And they gave us no credit during this last little, the great, big, beautiful bill. I always use the word great. I add that to it because it really is what it is. It's never been anything like it, actually. And I want to thank all the Republicans that voted for it. And I want to, scold the Democrats because they're voting for tax cuts. They're voting for no tax on tips, no tax on social security, no tax on overtime, and, many, many other things far more important than that. Great health care. And frankly, every Democrat should lose their election because it was purely political to vote. They were told not to vote for it. So think of it. We got 218-2. And then with the Senate, we had 50-3. Democrats didn't vote at all, not one positive vote, with all of the good things in there. Economic development money, tremendous border money. Now you're loaded up on the border. And I don't think we're going to need so much of it because we had zero come in last month, so I'm not sure how much of it we want to spend. You may think about that. You may actually think about saving a lot of money because the wall's been largely built and it obviously worked, but you may want to think about that. But so I think it's incredible when I watch the Democrats and they have standard lines like they had Russia, Russia, Russia. They had the laptop from hell. It all came from Russia. They make things up and they go with it and they feed it to you people in many cases. And they said, here's our line. And I hear the new line is death. Oh, it's death. Everyone's going to die. It's nothing to do with death. In fact, we're saving our country. Death is from allowing 25 million people into our country, of which 3 or 4 are stone cold, hard criminals. 11,888 are murderers, many of them committing more than one murder. That's death. And the Democrats did that. Joe Biden did that by allowing people to come in here, just totally unchecked, unvetted, open borders, open borders. The whole world was dumped into our country from prisons, from gangs, from mental institutions. We have many people walking the streets, walking in areas that we don't know anything about, that came out of insane asylums. They released the insane asylum population into our country. And it's amazing the job that you and Tom Homan are doing, by the way, on that. But we have to get them out. We have no choice. We have to get them out. And we are getting them out. And so, Pete, you want to tell them about our great military and how well we did with respect to the bombers and the B-2? We had the pilots here 2 days ago, and they were incredible people. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Truly a historic mission and demonstrated the skill and courage of the United States military. From those B-2 pilots and families that we had a chance to meet, sir, to the fighter pilots, to the refuelers, to the maintainers, to the air defenders who defended the base. What was demonstrated on the world stage was American military might and capability. And it wasn't just Fordo and Esfahan and Natanz that took notice in Iran. It was the rest of the world. That we have a decisive commander-in-chief willing to use these capabilities, which are the best in the world. As the president pointed out, no one else could have done what America did there on that night. And everyone took notice of that. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, sir, we've got $150 billion additional to invest in Golden Dome and all the other weapon systems and stockpiles and shipbuilding priorities of yours. Another month, another historic recruiting bump. It's not just the Army and the Marine Corps anymore. It's the Navy, the Air Force, and the Space Force, all historically ahead of where they've ever been. So historic spirit inside the military. We had a chance to be at NATO, Marco and I, and see how the world responds to us saying it's time for you to shoulder the burden and take the lead for your continent. It only happens with President Trump leading. And we're proud to be a part of what's going on at the border, sir, with now a 4th national defense area where we're helping get to that number 0 and securing the border. But that mission, Operation Midnight Hammer, re-established deterrence. It reversed what happened in Afghanistan. You saw the debacle of what Biden allowed to happen in Afghanistan and what that did to our image. President Trump said, with Operation Midnight Hammer, we're reestablishing American leadership and deterrence, and we're proud to be a part of it, sir.
And our so-called enemies were watching. They watched every minute of it. There was very few people that weren't watching, actually, but they watched every minute. It was a perfect military performance, the likes of which we haven't seen in a long time. I mean, if you compare that to the same country, the hostages from years ago, Jimmy Carter, was unfortunate for Jimmy Carter. He was a nice man, but with the helicopters going down, the sandstorms, the prisoners, they get captured, then the election and prisoners and Reagan and all the problems. it was nothing but problems. And that was a failure. And ours was not only the pilots, I mean, those machines flew for 37 straight hours. They didn't stop. They went skedaddle. You know the word skedaddle? It means skedaddle. They dropped the bombs and somebody said, skedaddle. Let's get the hell out of here. And every bomb hit its mark and hit it incredibly. And as you know, the Atomic Energy Commission said it's gone. That place is gone. We had a lot of fake reporting, mostly from CNN, where a scammer writer, a writer for CNN, who should be fired, by the way, she was involved with the 51 fake intelligence agents, if you remember that. She did that story, created a story out of it. She created a story out of the laptop from hell, saying it came from Russia, but it actually came from Hunter Biden's bedroom or worse. Just a scammer. And she's still at CNN, which is pretty amazing. But we'll ask you a question about her. But they came up with this concept that maybe the attack wasn't that good. And I saw it happen right after the attack. I saw this person on CNN. I actually watch. I like to watch the enemy. You learn from the enemy. And I watch because you have to know where they're coming from. And I watched her say, Anderson, you know, I'm hearing stories that maybe they didn't hit their target. Maybe it wasn't that good a hit. And they were hearing stories. The next day it was a little more, and the next day a little more. After 3-4 days, she was saying, you know, I don't know. I don't think it was that. Except by that time, everybody knew it was hit perfectly. The evidence is in the planes. The pilots are the best evidence. But they actually came out of their plane because they were here the other day, and they said, it was so sad. We did such a good job. We flew into very dangerous airspace. I'll never forget, we were in the Situation Room. And they said they have entered Iranian airspace, and everyone took a deep breath because they had more missiles pointed at them, but the equipment is so good, it's stealth, way up in the air, and it was stealth. And they went right through that, and they sort of, by the time they found out they were there, they were already gone. That was the word skedaddle, get the hell out of here. But they were right in the most dangerous airspace in the world, and they took those big, beautiful, very fast. They're unbelievable planes. I mean, they become really beautiful works of art. I always thought they sort of were cool, but now they look better than just cool, don't they, huh? But they dropped the loads, and literally they would hit, if you look at this table, from here to there, they had a half a refrigerator door is the way to best explain it. Take a refrigerator door, average size, cut it in half. That was their target. They hit every single one. Then we had 30 missiles, Tomahawk, shot from submarines 300 miles away. Every one of them hit their target. It was a perfect mission. Then they came back almost 37 hours. Every plane worked perfectly. The mechanics were here too. I said, you got to get the mechanics here. We didn't have any problems. If you remember, they had a lot of problems with the helicopters, but they did fly through a dust storm, which they shouldn't have done. Sometimes you say, let's go back and try it on a nicer day. Dust and sand don't work well with helicopters if you know much about helicopters. But that was a horrible embarrassment to us. Then we had Afghanistan, which I think was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And we would have gotten out. I was the one that got them down. I would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which right now is controlled by China, one among the most powerful runways in the world, thick with concrete and steel. Anything could land. And right now, they were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. I was keeping it. Outside of that, we were leaving, and I would have been out faster than them, but we would have gotten out with strength and dignity. Instead, that was the most botched up mess I've ever seen. They left all that equipment behind. And every year they have a parade running down some third-rate street with the equipment. It's supposed to be Fifth Avenue. It doesn't work. But with all that equipment that they left, they should have taken every ounce of it. I was taking every, I said, every screw, every bolt, every nail you take out of there. And Millie said, I remember one time, sir, we're better off leaving the equipment. Why? Well, it's cheaper. I said, cheaper? You mean it's cheaper to leave a $150 million airplane rather than flying it into Pakistan or India or someplace, or just flying it straight home? It's cheap. Yes, sir. That's when I knew he was an idiot. Didn't take long to figure that one out. But they left all that equipment, but they left their dignity behind. It was the most embarrassing moment, in my opinion, in the history of our country. Not that we got out, we should have not been there, but that we got out the way we got out with great embarrassment and death. You had 13 young people. I've gotten to know their families very well, but you had hundreds of people killed that nobody talks about. Yet the other side, many people were killed. Many people are walking around with no legs, no arms from that whole thing. They left from the wrong airport. They should have left from Bagram, because Bagram was a big base with hundreds of miles of fencing and territory around it. Nobody would be able to get near it. And they left. So, we've done a great job. And I think people are really starting to see it. They're starting to appreciate it. Pete's done fantastically. That mission was a work of art. And I have spoken to some of our perceived, I don't know if they're enemies, but they're perceived as being potential enemies. And they essentially said the same thing. Very impressive. There wasn't a thing that we didn't lose an engine. We didn't lose it. They landed and they were cheered. But the sad thing was they were cheered. And one of the pilots said, we were a little concerned because when we got out, we were told that on television they were reporting that we may have missed our targets. Sir, we hit every target. That's what I do for a living. We hit every target. In fact, when the bombs hit, a yellow haze came over the horizon that I've never seen before. It just lit up the whole horizon, brighter than the sun. It was like looking into the sun. He goes, we hit our target, because you know what that was exploding. And, but they were a little downbeat because they listened to that fake CNN reporting and the fake New York Times. They worked together to try and say that it wasn't perfect. They couldn't say they missed. All they could say is, maybe it wasn't perfect. And you ought to fire that reporter immediately. You should fire her. Real fake. And so I just want to congratulate those pilots. And, a lot of people don't like bringing things like that up. I do. I always like confronting, because otherwise the public doesn't know that you're a bunch of crooked people. But they know, they've learned, and the media has to straighten out their act. The media is down to 17% approval. You got to do a little better than that. It's important for the country that you do better. I think they ought to make a lot of changes. I think changes are going to be made to the media, but it's hard to have a really successful country if you have a corrupt media, and we really have a corrupt media. And nobody really knows why. I mean, why would you want to have open borders and criminals pouring into our country? Why would you want to have men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone? You'll have to figure that out. But some of you don't. I mean, I'm looking at some people, they love the country, but I look at other people and they can't. But we were really proud of our military. It was, and the people that maybe don't like us or want to play games with us, because I think that had you not had the situation in Afghanistan, I don't think Putin would have gone in. I think when Putin looked at how stupid and incompetent that operation was, he said, wow, this might be a chance. And we're dealing with him now too. We're not happy with Putin. I'm not happy with Putin. I can tell you that much right now, because he's killing a lot of people. And a lot of them are his soldiers and their soldiers, mostly. And it's now up to 7,000 a week. And I'm not happy with Putin. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Yes, sir. You just said that you're not happy with Vladimir Putin. Is there anything that you plan to do to act on that feeling of
Well, I
unhappiness?
wouldn't be telling you. Don't we want to have a little surprise? One of the things we did with the attack is that, and you asked that question, I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm in a rude because I'm looking at some of these crooked people up here. So I'm rude, but your question was asked very nicely. But one of the things we did is we went over every fact. We wanted to get every fact straight. We wanted to have the distance straight, the number of pilots straight. Everything had to be correct, because this was a very important mission. If we failed on this mission, it was beyond the war that, obviously we had with Iran and Israel. A lot of hatred, a lot of years and years of hatred, centuries of hatred. People have never seen anything like it. So we wanted to be correct with all our facts. So, what I was doing is just asking, it would be great if the media would be correct with their facts. That's all we ask for. So, and go ahead. So finish it up.
Oh, yes. Just sort of turning back to Russia, if there's anything that you would signal about your displeasure with them?
Well, look, I'm very unhappy with them. There's no reason for this. It's turned out to be tougher, but it's only tougher. And I will say the Ukrainians were brave, but we gave them the best equipment ever made. We gave them the anti-tank busters that knocked out tanks. I mean, you just aim them in the direction of the tank and the tank is gone. We gave them missiles, the latest and the greatest. They were able to shoot down a lot of things that would have normally wiped out. Probably would have been a very quick war. It would have been a war that lasted 3-4 days, but they had the benefit of unbelievable equipment. And Europe gave them too. We gave them far more because Biden shouldn't have done that. He should have equalized. And we should have given them the same, or we should have given actually less than Europe. It affects Europe much more than us, but we're in there for over $300 billion. Europe's in there for over 100 billion, but still, Europe gave a lot. And I will say this, the Ukrainians, whether you think it's unfair that we gave all that money or not, they were very brave because somebody had to operate that stuff. And a lot of people I know wouldn't be operating it. They wouldn't have the courage to do it. So they fought very bravely, but we gave them the best equipment in the world. We make the best military equipment by far. There's nobody close. You look at other equipment from other countries, it's not even close. That's why everybody wants to buy our equipment. And that's why we're going to step up these contractors now that make it, and they're brilliant, but they make it too slowly. And we have to step them up, Pete, and let them make it at a much higher rate. Unfortunately, we have to do that. But if you look at our Patriots, if you look at our Tomahawks, if you look at our, what we do with tanks is you wouldn't want to be driving a tank. You would feel nice and secure, but they are javelins, they're called. And I gave them the javelins. Remember, they said Trump gave the javelins and Obama gave them sheets, right? They called Obama at that time. Barack Hussein Obama, if you haven't heard, did a terrible job. But that was a war that should have never happened. And a lot of people are dying, and it should end. And I don't know, we get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, no, I'm looking. The Senate is passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And you'd sign that?
It's an optional bill. It's totally at my option. They pass it totally at my option, and to terminate totally at my option. And I'm looking at it very strongly.
Yesterday, you said there was a more
The Council of Economic Advisors released a new report saying that imported goods have actually decreased in price from December.
I know, it's better.
Well, my question is.
With the tariffs.
The chairman keeps saying that tariffs are going to cause price increases.
Are we
Are the prices just not?
Chairman
passed
of the
through?
Fed?
Yes, exactly. Are the
You
prices-
do a better job than him.
Thank you. Are the prices just not passed through yet?
No, I think what's happening is everything's evening out. When we charge, see, what people don't understand, the other countries have been charged, almost every country charges us tariffs. We had deficits with everybody for years, for decades. And we were like this big monolith that made bad deals with everybody. We rebuilt South Korea, we stayed there. It's okay, we rebuilt it and we stayed there. And they pay us very little for the military. I got them to pay billions of dollars, and Biden then canceled it when he came in. I said to South Korea, as an example, we give you free military, essentially, very little. And I think you should pay us $10 billion a year. And they went crazy. But they agreed to 3. So I got 3 with a phone call. And I was satisfied. I said, but next year we have to talk. And then we had a rigged election, and we never got to talk. And you know what Biden did? They probably went to him and they said, listen, Trump treated us terribly and we shouldn't be paying anything. And he cut it down to nothing. So that's what happens. It's ridiculous. That's the other thing. We're talking to countries about contributing to the military, not only just paying more in NATO, but contributing. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in Germany, 52,000 actually. And that's a huge economic development for them. That's tremendous amount. That's like having a city. It's tremendous money for them, and it's a tremendous loss for us. So we're talking, in a very nice way, we're talking to them about it. It's very unfair. We supply the militaries to many very successful countries. I mean, South Korea is making a lot of money, and they're very good. They're very good, but they should be paying for their own military.
President Trump, I'll ask you a question about Jerome Powell as well, and then the question to the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, and then I have a question for the Attorney General. Jerome Powell, who you've been pressuring to lower interest rates, he's facing accusations of lying to Congress, which is a potential crime about the
Well, then he should resign immediately. We should get somebody in there that's going to lower interest rates.
Do you want congressional?
Why don't you call for his resignation?
Do you want congressional Republicans to investigate? and
It's
pursue
okay
the
with
punishment?
me. I think he's terrible. I think, look, we're paying, I call him Too Late. TOO, Too Late, like Too Tall Jones for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Too late. He's always late. But he wasn't late with Biden before the election. He was cutting him like crazy. It didn't help too much, did it? But he was cutting him like crazy before the election with Kamala and Biden. He was trying to get them in, I guess. I don't know. He was recommended by somebody that worked for me. I like you better.
If I can ask the Attorney General a question too.
Sure.
And your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the minute set?
Yeah, sure. If I could.
Could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Mr. President, on tariffs again, August 1st, you said it is the deadline. What incentives do countries have to negotiate? It seems that deadline keeps moving. It's April 2nd now.
We didn't move, no. It's always been August 1st, that's what we're paying. A statement was put out today, and I put it out just to make it clear. It wasn't a change, it was August 1st. We don't change very much. Every time we put out a statement, they say he made a change. I didn't make a change. Clarification, maybe. No, August 1st they pay. And everybody pays, everybody has to pay. And the incentive is that they have the right to deal in the United States. If they don't want to, they don't have to pay and they don't have to deal here. But if they want to buy and make a lot of money and sell in the United States, they have to do that. If you go back and look at some of the good presidents, our country was the wealthiest, proportionately the wealthiest, from 1870 to 1913. It was an all-tariff country. We didn't have income tax. That came in in 1913. We had tariffs. And we had so much money, we didn't know what to do with it. We had, we had a couple of presidents that were very, very strong. McKinley, I guess more than anybody, but he was the tariff king, but he was very, very strong. It's sort of sad. He made a fortune for this country, became very rich, and then Teddy Roosevelt went out and vice president, and he spent the money. And they said Roosevelt was a great president. And let's say he was a great president, but the money was paid by McKinley with tariffs. Tariffs are charged by other countries at levels that are ridiculous. And I call those other countries to say, and every one of them is willing to give us everything now, by the way, just so you know. Sir, we'll charge you no tariffs, nothing. We'll give you everything. We'll give you access to our markets. We'll give you everything. Is that a correct statement, Scott?
Yes, sir.
Howard, would you say that's a correct statement?
Exactly correct.
It's like, they just don't, because they're very spoiled, because for years they ripped us off and we didn't have a president that understood it, or Secretary of Treasury or Secretary of a lot of different secretaries are involved, but certainly Commerce Secretary was, not doing their job. I don't know about Kelly, she's small business. We'll keep it that way, okay? Her small business is bigger than almost all big businesses when you add it all up. But no, they are very respectful of our country, but the incentive is that they have the right to do business with us. Without that, they don't have the right to do business, and that would be okay too.
And what the next flurry of deals,
Yeah, go ahead.
in the next 24 hours, will we hear a flurry of deals?
Yeah, we have a lot of them going out, but the deals are mostly my deal to them. We're picking a number that's low. We don't want to hurt them, and fair. We're picking a number that's lower than, in most cases, lower than what they charged us. But it's amazing when you've paid all this money for years and they get one president that's a little bit different and a little tougher on this subject, and they're willing to drop everything they've been charging us for years and years. I mean, we have countries called, we will have you don't have to pay any tariff to come in and do business. They're giving us total access to their countries. They gave us no access to the country. They say, well, you cannot go into our country. Okay, good. Now we will give you total access and you don't have to pay any tariffs, but please don't charge us tariffs. And we don't like that deal. So the letters I send out we have made some deals. We can make a lot more deals. It's just too time consuming. It just makes it more complicated. And we can do things over the years too. We're not hard line, but it's about time the United States of America started collecting money from countries that were ripping us off and laughing behind our back at how stupid we were. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yellow, in the yellow.
On the tariff issue, so you've talked about India coming, but then a couple of days ago, you issued a new tariff threat to members of the BRICS countries for if they aligned with anti-American policies.
10% charge.
That would be India, Brazil.
That's right. They have to pay 10% if they're in BRICS, because BRICS was set up to hurt us. BRICS was set up to degenerate our dollar and take our dollar as the standard, take it off as the standard. And that's okay if they want to play that game, but I can play that game too. So anybody that's in BRICS is getting a 10% charge.
Is that immediate, sir, or is
Yeah,
that
pretty
if
soon.
they engage in some behavior?
Well, if they're a member of BRICS, they're going to have to pay 10% tariff just for that one thing. And they won't be a member long. I thought BRICS was, I said this about a year ago, and it largely broke up. But, there are a couple that hang around, but I thought it largely broke up. BRICS is not, in my opinion, not a serious threat. But what they're trying to do is destroy the dollar so that another country can take over and be the standard. And we're not going to lose the standard at any time. If you have a smart president, you will never lose the standard. If you have a stupid president like the last one, you would lose the standard. You wouldn't have the dollar as you. And if we lost the world standard dollar, that would be like losing a war, a major world war. We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way, okay? And I'm just saying, if people want to challenge it, they can, but they're going to have to pay a big price. And I don't think any of them are willing to pay that price.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you optimistic about reaching the tariff deal with the European Union soon?
Well, the European Union has been speaking to us, Ursula and the whole group, and they've been very nice. They treated us very badly until recently. Now they're treating us very nicely. It's like a different world, actually. They've treated us very badly. They were among the toughest to deal with. Actually, in many respects, they were much worse than China. Look at what they do to our companies. They sue Apple, they sue Google. 17 billion they got from Apple on a lawsuit that they didn't have a case. They have, judges that are European Union judges. And they ruled, they take so much money away from our country in terms of that, in terms of other things that they do. They're very tough, but now they're being very nice to us, and we'll see what happens. We're probably 2 days off from sending them a letter. We are talking to them. I just want you to know, a letter means a deal. A lot of people said, we got 200 countries. We can't meet with 200 countries. We have a few trusted people that know what they're doing, that are doing a good job, but you can't do it. You have to do it in a more general way, but it's a very good way. It's a better way. It's a more powerful way. And we sent them a letter. You read the letter. I think it was well crafted. And mostly it's just a little number in there. You'll pay 25%, 35%. We have some at 60, 70. Those are ones with massive, where we have massive trade deficits because they've treated us very badly. But I would say in every case, I'm treating them better than they treated us over the years. Don't you agree with that? I could have done much. I could have been much harsher. I don't want to do that. We want to have relationships, but in every case, they treated us far worse than I'm treating them. I'm treating them very good. I could go higher with the tariffs, but I don't want to hurt them. That's why when you just read it, you come up with the number. It's so incredible that prices are actually going down. Just so you know, when I got in, everyone said, "Oh, eggs are going through the roof." That was the first. I was in for about 4 days, and they started screaming at me about eggs. I said, "That's Biden's problem." I didn't know about eggs, but eggs went up about 5 times. You did a fantastic job, and we ended up shortly getting. In fact, for Easter, they said, "Go out and buy plastic eggs. You can't use real eggs." Well, we bought 200,000 eggs for the White House for the Easter egg hunt that we have at the White House, and there were eggs. We had the price down, and now the price is lower than it was before. We did a good job with eggs, but we did a good job with groceries. Our prices are down in this country. A big part of it's oil. The oil, you had a couple of places last week. You had $1.99 for oil, for gasoline. Nobody thought they'd see that. I want to get it lower if I can, but we've done a good job. You've done a very good job. Do you want to say a couple of words about that, you and Chris, about what's happening with energy?
Well, absolutely, but I would say on the pricing side, President Trump, the fact that you've endorsed and supported a policy of energy dominance, that sends a signal to the market that we're going to have more supply. You talked during the campaign about inflation being a country buster. You've broken the back of inflation in 6 months, among all the other things you've accomplished.
We have no inflation.
And we've got, and then heading into the 4th of July, these were the lowest gas prices at the pump in 4 years. And again, for Americans, this is like hundreds of billions of dollars that stay in their pockets because we lower the price of gas at the pump. But when we lower the price of energy, it lowers the price of food. It lowers the price of the clothes you wear.
It's the biggest thing.
It's the biggest thing.
It's like a big tax cut. When you get energy down, every 50 cents is like a massive tax cut, and we've gotten it down much below that. We had great energy, great low prices, everything else. When the election turned over, I'm trying to be nice about it. It turned over, shockingly, but nevertheless, it happened. Energy started going up, and it went up really bad, and then he went back to the Trump policy. The problem was they didn't know how to do that, and he lost it. He lost that sucker. That big sucker was out of control, and his energy prices went way up, and that's what caused it. But it was also stupid spending. They spent money like they used to use the term drunken sailors, but I won't use that term. Although it is very descriptive, I won't use that term. I refuse to use it. But they spent money at levels that nobody had ever seen before, and trillions and trillions of dollars wasted on the Green New Scam. Greatest scam in the history of our country, other than maybe Russia, that might have been. But the Green New Scam was the single greatest scam in the history of our country and continues to be, but it's weakened badly it's hobbling along because people are they're finally getting it. But they spend trillions of dollars on the Green New scam, getting nothing for it. Devised by a couple of young people that weren't even good college students, you know, not even good students. Check out their marks. Yeah.
Can you clear something up? Can you clear something up, Mr. President, on
No,
what you said last
not
night?
for CNN.
You said you
The
were
last-
Not
sending
for
more
CNN. Go ahead.
You
The last
said you
jobs,
send more
in the
money
last
to
jobs report,
Ukraine.
Mr. President, in the last jobs report, the manufacturing jobs actually lost 7,000 jobs. When will the investments that you've been talking about have an effect?
Well,
on
they're
the-
building the plants now. About 7 have started. We're going to have hundreds started within a short period of time. Lee Zeldin, who may be the most important man in this room, I'm sorry, but he's the one that gets the permits, whereas he's the one that has to get the permits for the plants and the factories, and permits that used to take 5 years, he's getting in record-setting times. AI, we're leading China a lot in AI, and if we go with this, you know, I'm allowing the plants to build their own electric. I'm allowing them to become an electric utility, so they can produce their own electricity, because we need double to be successful with AI, which is the biggest thing now. We need double the electricity that we have, which is hard to believe. We need even more than that. And they're building plants with their own electricity substations. They don't have to use the grid. And anything they build extra, they're putting into the grid. So we're supplying the grid with brand new electric sources. And you know, it's funny, when they came to see me, they never even asked for that. I told them about it. The reason they didn't, they thought that was an impossibility. You're not allowed to build your own electric. These are massive investments that are being made in building electricity for their plants. And they're going to have, I think, Doug, a lot of electricity left over. And that electricity is going to be passed into the grid and give us no more, you know, like you look at California, they have blackouts and brownouts every week. They're totally out of control. They have a really incompetent governor. Where's Chris? Is he here? Do you want to speak to the subject?
Yeah, I think a huge thing in the One Big Beautiful Bill, Mr. President, because of your leadership, is the ending of these subsidies, as you call them, the Green New scam. That saves our country $500 billion over the next 10 years. But American taxpayers were paying twice. They're paying that money, $500 billion in the subsidies, and they were paying more expensive electricity price. If you subsidize something, you should at least lower the cost of it. But in this case, we were subsidizing something and paying more for it. So the One Big Beautiful Bill had two huge things: ending wasteful spending. Wind, solar, and batteries combined are 3% of U.S. total primary energy. 3% for $1 trillion, another $500 billion coming. It's just not a good investment, hurting our businesses, hurting our consumers. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also unshackled oil, gas, and coal development in the United States, onshore and offshore. Secretary Burgum has been working tirelessly on how, by getting the government out of the way, private businesses will develop more resources in the United States, lowering costs for American consumers and making much better leverage for the United States to help our allies abroad and reduce the power of our adversaries abroad. So just a huge win on the energy front all around, and I thank you for your leadership.
We're setting records now on energy, and there'll be nothing compared to what they'll be in about a year from now. But we're setting records, and wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read, where for 50 years they had 2 wells washed up, 50 years. And last summer, they had 14 washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive, and it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't need subsidy. You should make money with energy. So wind. The other one is the solar, those big solar fields. They're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide. And you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. No, we want to be smart. We're going with, look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now. Clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like on occasion you'll see a roof which is made out of solar brick, but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind. You know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff, and I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota. Hadn't seen her in a long time. And he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story. I mean, you don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy, he does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not the nicest person. It was actually longer than 10 years, but he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley in Minnesota that he thought was so beautiful. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. He's driving along the road. He said, oh my, I'll use the word gosh. Oh my gosh. He said, oh, he said, it looked like a junkyard. You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place. Some were old, some were newer, different companies, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them down. But many of them were turned off. He said it looked like a junkyard. Go to Palm Springs, California, and take a look at that pile of junk. And you go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off. They're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old. And they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, where the salt just gets under that steel and decimates it. No, it's a horrible, horrible thing for our country. And I speak out. It would be nice to say wind, because it sounds so good, doesn't it, Doug? Wind, but it's not. It's these ugly machines, and they're all made, you gotta see, some are a little taller, a little shorter. They're made by different companies. They have different stocks. They have different blades. They have different everything. It is so horrible. And if you look at smart countries, they don't use it. Smart countries don't use it. And we're now a smart country. We're a brilliant country. We're not smart. We're brilliant now. We're going to be a brilliant country. We have to be, because we have to catch up for some really stupid people that did a bad job. Yes, Brian?
Yes, Mr. President, I've got a quick comment, some feedback as a native Texan, someone that I grew up bringing my kids to a camp very near the affected camp now. Thank you on behalf of Texas. I've gotten hundreds of messages that one of the things is if you're in the cabinet room, you can tell the president and his team on behalf of Texans, thank you so much for the quick response and the loving and the hugs. I saw that you gave. Two quick questions.
I saw a Palestinian senator. His name is Schumer. He's a great Palestinian. No, he's a Palestinian. He's become a Palestinian. He's abandoned the Jews. But I saw him say, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, that's right. It's Trump's fault. He was actually, do you ever see John Lovitz, The Liar? Where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard. That's right. This was Schumer. He goes, yeah, it's Trump's fault. That's right. It's Trump. I actually saw that stupid guy try and blame it on me. And I said, man, that's a tough one to take. but his career is limited because I hear AOC is going to beat him, and she's no bargain either, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, that's an example of an America First team effort to get this country back. So that's what America First looks like for the viewers watching us at home. My two questions. Looks like we have a rogue judge, an Obama-backed rogue judge that is attempting to block the funding to Planned Parenthood, which the big, beautiful bill cuts off the funding to Planned Parenthood. Any plans to challenge that?
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yes, we're on it. We're on it. And I texted, I believe, I talked to yesterday Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson. I reached out to you to let you know that we were on it in the big, beautiful bill.
Wonderful. And then
I let her handle that question. Did you notice? I said, go ahead, handle that.
That's awesome to her. Then my second question was Secretary Rollins. You did an amazing press conference today in front of the Department of Agriculture. You talked about the Farm Act and the need to get China out of our country, owning farmland. For the viewers at home that might have missed that, can you recap what that means to national security to make sure we can grow our own food?
Well, thank you, Brian, sir, if you don't mind. Yes, this morning, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Noem, and Attorney General Bondi and I had a press conference at the USDA. I just happened to have a chart in case it came up, but obviously the Chinese owning of farmland in our country is a massive national security issue. And for the media, you can see the yellow is where all of the farms have been purchased over the last number of years. And the red is around all of the military bases where that farmland has been purchased. So this is a massive national security issue. The press conference this morning included 3 of our greatest governors as well, Sarah Sanders from Arkansas, Jim Pillen from Nebraska, and Bill Lee from Tennessee. The states have begun taking a leadership role to ban the purchasing of China farmland. Obviously, Congress needs to step up and catch up, and we're going to be working alongside of them as well. We had some of our members, great members of Congress there, but it is time. And I think that this morning was symbolic of many things. The first of this administration working every day to effectuate President Trump's leadership and unequivocal support of America First. But second, just how close we are as a cabinet. I don't know in any other administration that you'd have 4 cabinet members at the USDA on a Tuesday morning when it's about 110 degrees outside with the sun beating down on us talking about, sir, your vision. So I think it was a great day. It was just the start. There's an executive order coming and some other things coming behind that. But protecting America's farms isn't just about protecting our farmers. It's also about national security. So that's what we discussed this morning.
I do want to say that I think we have had a really good relationship with China lately. And we're getting along with them very well. They've been very fair on our trade deal, honestly. And I hope we're going to have a great relationship. It's a big, strong, powerful country. We're more powerful than they are. We have much better military equipment than they do. But we are getting along with them very well. I'm getting along with President Xi very well. We speak often. And with all of that being said, and I understand what you're saying, but I think we're getting along with China very well.
Mr. President, you have sent more weapons to Ukraine, as you said last night. Last week, the Pentagon paused some shipments of weapons to Ukraine. Did you approve of that pause?
We want to put defensive weapons because Putin is not treating human beings right. He's killing too many people. So we're sending some defensive weapons to Ukraine, and I've approved that.
So who ordered the pause last week?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
I think that's a question.
Go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, on immigration, the Secretary of the Agriculture did say this morning that undocumented workers would not be covered by any amnesty from working on farms. You had said maybe that the ISA folks won't go after those folks on farms. So which is it?
There's no amnesty. What we're doing is we're getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. Do you want to explain that, please?
Yeah, this morning we talked about, of course, this was a top of mind question. This morning we talked about protecting the farmers and the farmland, but obviously this president's vision of no amnesty, mass deportation continues, but in a strategic way, and then ensuring that our farmers have the labor that they need. Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer has been a leader on this. Obviously, this comes out of the Labor Department, but moving toward automation, ensuring that our farmers have that workforce and moving toward an American workforce. So all of the
We've
above.
got to give the farmers the people they need, but we're not talking amnesty. Laura, do you want to say something
Yeah,
about that?
thank you, Mr. President. On this, thank you, Secretary Rollins, how important this is never to displace the American worker. What the Department of Labor is doing is focusing on what the law entails now, being more modernized, more streamlining, to work through the H programs. We're gonna have a concierge
Right.
approach to that, where we have, developed a new office to answer the need of our farmers and ranchers and producers, and not to displace the American worker and follow within the law now, and that does not include an amnesty program at all. And we've seen that working, and we'll continue to have that roll out. On the other topics that we've somewhat talked about, the jobs numbers, Mr. President, 4 months in a row, we've seen those jobs numbers increase. That's an exciting time for our
Right.
manufacturers. That was asked earlier. We know it's gonna take some time, but through that deregulation process that Lee and I are working on as well, the Department of Labor has rolled out 63 new deregulations that we're gonna be moving through. In the first Trump administration, it was successful with over 30. We've just rolled out 63
Right.
new ones in order to double down on those manufacturing companies to let them know that we have signaled through this process that we will assist them in getting the workforce that they need. It's an exciting time. That one big beautiful bill, that was the signal to my former colleagues in Congress to get this done. It's been an important time. I spent time on the ground visiting 7 states in 9 days prior to that bill being passed, because it was the most pro-worker piece of legislation that we will ever see really in this country right now. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. That matters to the American worker, because we don't want to take their money and give it back. We want them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their pockets currently, and that's what they're excited about. And as I move forward with these tariff talks, I heard a company, orthopedic company in Indiana, say to me, for the first time since you have taken office, Mr. President, their increase in their bottom line by 8% since these tariff talks have happened. Not one company has said the president is not doing a good job. These tariff talks are working. They're feeling it on the ground. The media has told a false story, because what's happening on the ground is positive, and that's what we're seeing in these jobs numbers. So I really, through the Department of Labor, to come in behind all the secretaries and build this workforce is going to be key to the American worker. So thank you for what everybody did this last week. The one big beautiful bill is a doubling down of this, and we're going to see these workers start to grow. And that apprenticeship program is going to be working.
That's
We'll
right.
have
It's
that
gonna
million
be-
apprentices across the country.
We, as you know, we're building plants all over the country now, which you weren't building any plants 4 years ago. You weren't building anything. But those plants, when they open up, it's going to be, you'll see numbers like you haven't seen ever. I don't think in history, you'll never see numbers like what we're going to see in the very near future. Many of them are building the plants. Some are just starting right now. You know, it's a brand new administration. But, and they wouldn't be here except for 2 things: November 5th, the election, and the tariffs. And frankly, I guess the election was more important because of tariffs. I mean, another person wouldn't have done this. But they're coming in because of the tariffs. They have to, they're not going to pay 25, 30, 40, 50%, 70, and 100%. And we'll be announcing something very soon on pharmaceuticals. We're going to give people about a year and a half to come in. And after that, they're going to be tariffed if they have to bring the pharmaceuticals into the country, the drugs and other things into the country. They're going to be tariffed at a very, very high rate, like 200%. We'll give them a certain period of time to get their act together. But they were all here. Now they all left. They went to other places because we allowed people that sat in this room allowed it to happen. And I don't allow it to happen. The people in this room don't allow it to happen. So we're going to be announcing pharmaceuticals, chips, and various couple of other things, big ones. We did steel, as you know, they're 50%. We did aluminum, 50%. Lumber just came out.
Mention that's copper.
And we did cars. And now today we're doing copper.
What would that tariff be on the section?
I believe the tariff on copper, we're going to make it 50%.
50%.
Any breakthroughs
So
in
I'm glad he
Gaza?
didn't question it, 'cause
Any
I sort of thought, what would that be? That was a quick one. I didn't have much time, but he agreed with me. That's why he's ours.
Any breakthroughs on Gaza with the Prime Minister, and there's reports that you're meeting with Netanyahu again tonight? Is that
Yeah, I
correct?
am. He's going to come over again tonight. We're talking about Gaza, mostly Gaza right now. It's he's been very unfairly treated. I think what they've done to him in Israel is very unfair, having to do with this trial. I think, he's wartime prime minister, had an unbelievable outcome. And I think he's been treated very unfairly, but he's coming over later. We're going to be talking about, I would say, almost exclusively Gaza. We're going to get that solved. Gaza is a tragic, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. And he wants to get it solved, and I want to get it solved. And I think the other side wants to get it solved. Steve, could you talk on that, please?
We're in proximity talks now, and we had 4 issues, and now we're down to 1 after 2 days of proximity talks. So we are hopeful that by the end of this week, we will have an agreement that will bring us into a 60-day ceasefire. 10 live hostages will be released. 9 deceased will be released. We're meeting at the president's direction with all the hostage families to let them know. And we think that this will lead to a lasting peace in Gaza.
And you're doing a good job. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. A lot of hate, you know, this is called long-term hate. But we think we're going to have it solved pretty soon, hopefully with a real solution, a solution that's going to be holding up.
And can I follow up? This is, I think, the first cabinet meeting since Elon Musk has not been a special government employee, not here anymore. He's now saying he's going to create a third political party. Are you worried about the impact that that could have?
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me.
Are you second guessing any of the cuts that DOJ made? Since you
No,
described it
no. Look, we cut hundreds of billions of dollars with we could have done it differently. I would have done it differently a little bit maybe, but it was something that we saved a lot of money. You can always second guess. I guess some of the people in this room maybe would have done it slightly differently, and some would have done it exactly the way it was done. But it was dramatic and it was important, and we found a lot of things like billions of dollars given to people for environmental protection, where they had $100 in the account, like in Atlanta, Stacy. And then you had another one with 20 billion here, 20 billion here, and 2 billion here, and 15 billion. And Lee, you might want to mention just a couple of those things we really got because of DOJ.
At the Trump EPA, the One Big Beautiful Bill was filled with many big beautiful wins for the taxpayer. It delivered a sledgehammer to the Green New Scam. Billions of dollars rescinded. So it's a big deal for the American taxpayer who sees money go through pass-throughs that are filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest. They see unqualified recipients. They see reduced agency oversight, and they want accountability with their tax dollars, and they got it. So in the example of the Stacey Abrams connected NGO, they received $100 in 2023. They got $2 billion in 2024. They had to complete training on how to develop a budget that was put into their grant agreement. They, out of nowhere, started paying a CEO $800,000, a COO $450,000, 22 people making over 150 grand. Out of nowhere, this is tax dollars. So money go through pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, through other pass-throughs, and we lose oversight over it. And you see that it's going to former Biden officials, it's going to former Obama officials, it's going to Democratic donors. And we're not here saying we want to take money from a left-wing NGO and give to a right-wing NGO. We want to give it back to the taxpayer. This is about us being good stewards of American tax dollars without any apology or regret. That's why President Trump was elected last November, because there were a whole lot of people who maybe they hadn't voted Republican in a long time. Maybe they didn't even vote for President Trump the first time around in 2016, but they're regretting that vote from 2016 and they were making it right in 2024. So the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us the tools to rescind billions of dollars more. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars that'll get wasted per electric vehicle. As an example of this money that was going through it. They gave $50 million to a group called Climate Justice Alliance. They say that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. The Biden EPA gave $50 million to a group that says the climate justice runs through a free Palestine. We say that if you're going to spend $1 in the name of remediating an environmental issue, then spend the dollar on remediating an environmental issue. We say that we can protect the environment and grow the economy. We want to help grow more baseload power in this country. So why is it that it took this long for this team to get assembled, to be able to fix the mess that we inherited? But gosh, we love showing up at our jobs every single day, first thing in the morning, because all day long we get things done for the American taxpayer. And Congress did its part last week by passing one big beautiful bill to deliver this accountability and to cut off the Green New Scam. So maybe it's a bad day for Stacey Abrams. Maybe it's a bad day for all those well-connected Democrats getting paid off. But you know what? God bless America. Because at the end of the day, President Trump is here, J.D. Vance is here, and the greatest cabinet ever assembled to deliver that much needed and highly demanded accountability.
That was a very good answer. And that's from the heart. That's from the heart.
The Ukrainians have asked the International Court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Dutch have had, Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of chemical weapons? And would you agree that that's a case for court?
Well, ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously chemical weapons, if it's documented and its use, it's illegal. It's against all international laws of armed conflict and treaties. And obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you. Could I ask Sean to Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, former great congressman, very popular, decided to go out and make a couple of bucks. He made a lot. And he got bored with that, though. He likes serving people better, the people. And could I ask you to just discuss a very important subject to me, and that's the modernization of our equipment at airports so that planes aren't crashing into each other and bad things don't happen. It should have been done many years ago. We were going to do it, and then the election precluded that, unfortunately. But we're doing it now. Could you tell them where we are?
Yeah, if I could start with Newark. You guys all covered what happened in Newark. We had outages for a couple of 30-second outages a couple months ago. We have, in 2 months, Mr. President, it's historic speed, laid new fiber lines for communication and tested those in the next month. So those new lines for the Philly TRACON that controls the Newark airspace, they're up and running. Lightning fast speed. June was the most on-time June ever in the history of Newark for air travel. So that's going incredibly well. By the way, we shouldn't have dealt with this because Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg had moved the center from New York to Philadelphia. They didn't test the lines. They didn't do the work, which is what brought us all these problems. But in the big beautiful bill, we got $12.5 billion. This is a historic investment in air traffic control. And so what the money is going to allow us to do is move from copper to fiber all over the country. So new copper lines. We think we can do that in 1.5 to 2 years. We have radar that dates back to the 1950s, some of it from the 60s and 70s. We get brand new radar across the country as well. We have some infrastructure money to build TRACONs and centers, the en route centers that control the traffic across the country. So this is a massive new start to rebuild air traffic control. And again, this is dilapidated. Americans think that their government takes care of them and makes the investments that are necessary to make the country work. And for 30, 40 years, the investments weren't made. And so under your leadership and direction, we are making those investments. And per your direction, right now, we are interviewing what we could call a general contractor or an integrator. One company to manage. It's a massive project. The FAA is not qualified to manage this kind of a project. So we are now going through the process of finding who that one company will be to manage the whole project. We'll interview those companies together and make that selection. So we'll write one big, beautiful check to one beautiful company that'll be responsible for this whole build. But if I just make one last point, this is not enough money. We're going to need more. But this is a massive new start. The biggest investment. We'll need some more money on top of it, but a great start from the big, beautiful.
It's a start. It's very important to us. And just to cover that, there have been accidents, and my pilots, I would often hear them say, "Oh, good," and they would use a different system, a different country to land in New York. They'd use the the radar and other things from a different country. I said, what's that? He said, oh, our system is so bad. We did that. We've instead done it 10 regulations. We were able to cut 129. So now we cut 129. So think of that. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new one, but we did more than 10. We did 129. It's something, nobody can even believe it. So we did a lot of regulation cutting in the first administration, a record, nobody even close to it now. We're actually exceeding it in this administration. The biggest one yet that we've done is happening right now. So perhaps no industry has benefited more from our historic deregulation campaign than the U.S. auto industry. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation. And they're crazy out in California. They have nothing but trouble out there, as you know. That's why people are leaving in record numbers. I also ended Joe Biden's extreme CAFE emission standards, saving the average American consumer much more than $1,000 when they buy a new car. But now we're talking about close to $3,000. These regulation cuts, combined with our tax cuts and tariffs, are the reason why the world's largest automakers have announced that they're going to be spending in excess of $100 billion in the United States in the next very short period of time, building new auto plants. We're bringing our auto plants, assembly plants, and factories roaring back to life, not even mentioning AI and all of the other things. We're building thousands of businesses in the United States. And if you remember, on my first day, they said if I could ever get the Dow up to 50,000 in my last year, in other words, in the fourth year, that it would be an unbelievable miracle. But don't worry about it, because it'll never happen, they said. And if I could get the S&P up to 7,000, they said in the fourth year, they said it will never happen. Let's not even talk about it. I have things, let's not even waste our time talking about it. Well, at the very end of my first year, the Dow hit 50,000. Now it's over 50,000. And 3 days before that, the S&P hit 7,000. So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago, an ideological crusade within the Obama administration set off the most costly regulatory power grab our country has ever experienced. The 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding led to trillions of dollars in regulations that strangled entire sectors of the United States economy, including the American auto industry. It claimed new powers over the vehicles we drive, even though the best reading of the Clean Air Act clearly states otherwise. The Obama and Biden administrations used it to steamroll into existence a left-wing wish list of costly climate policies, electric vehicle mandates, and other requirements that assaulted consumer choice and affordability. And who paid the biggest price? Hardworking families, small businesses, millions of Americans who just want a reliable, affordable car to get to work, take their kids to school, or go to church on Sunday. The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed. The red tape has been cut. Manufacturers will no longer be burdened by measuring, compiling, or reporting greenhouse gas emissions for vehicles and engines. And the forced transition to electric vehicles is eliminated. No longer will automakers be pressured to shift their fleets towards electric vehicles, vehicles that are still sitting unsold on dealer lots all across America. And as a cherry on top, we are ending the federal government's push to get manufacturers to install that Obama switch, the almost universally despised start-stop feature. There will be no more climate participation trophies awarded to manufacturers for making Americans' cars die at every red light and stop sign. It's over, done, finished. Under President Trump's leadership, vehicle manufacturers can once again build what Americans want, not what politicians and bureaucrats in Washington demand. President Trump campaigned on reviving the auto industry, and he continues to deliver win after win after win, ending electric vehicle mandates, getting rid of the Biden Cafe standards with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, and securing massive new U.S. manufacturing investments and all of the jobs that come with it. Affordable cars mean opportunity. That means jobs, healthcare, education, and mobility, especially for working families and rural Americans who rely on their vehicles every single day. And this isn't just about making the American economy boom. It's also about restoring the rule of law, a fundamental principle of our great republic. For years, unelected bureaucrats twisted the Clean Air Act into something it was never meant to be. The Obama administration twisted itself into some kind of mental pretzel to invoke authority it didn't have and to sidestep Congress. They claimed that 6 greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, some of which aren't even emitted from vehicles and trucks, contribute some amount above zero to global climate change, what they said endangered public health. But their wild web of mental leaps isn't prescribed in federal statute. The Obama EPA's House of Cards upended the best reading of the Clean Air Act, as well as 50 years of EPA precedent on what constitutes regulable air pollution. In the 16 years that intervened, the Supreme Court has established clear precedent in Loper Bright Enterprises and West Virginia versus EPA. And in light of these Supreme Court decisions and other developments, upon his swearing in last year, President Trump immediately tasked on day one, submitting requirements, recommendations, research on the legality and continued applicability of the 2009 endangerment finding. And at Trump's speed, he wanted that research and recommendation turned around instantly. We looked at the Clean Air Act. We looked at what the highest court in the land had said, and we used a very simple metric. If Congress didn't authorize it, EPA shouldn't be doing it. Congress never voted for these climate mandates inside of Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. If Congress wants EPA to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gases emitted from motor vehicles, then Congress can clearly make that the law, which they haven't done for good reason. Today, we dismantle the tactics and legal gymnastics used by the Obama and Biden administrations to backdoor their ideological agendas on the American people. Following the plain language of the law, we have now realigned EPA's rulemaking to reflect the Clean Air Act exactly as it is written and as Congress intended, not as others might wish it to be. Where our predecessors focused on trying to make and please a few fear-mongering climate alarmists, the Trump EPA is making decisions to benefit all Americans based on common sense and reality. And the American people are tired of paying the price of political games. Last November, they voted for an administration that would listen to them. They told us that the price of a newer, safer vehicle was too high. They told us they didn't want cars that shut off at every red light. They told us dealers were sitting on lots filled with electric vehicles that nobody wanted or were buying. The Trump EPA listened. We heard you and we acted. And today's action does not change regulations on traditional air pollutants and air toxics. This EPA is committed to providing clean air for all Americans. Powering the Great American Comeback is based on the singular focus of providing clean air, land, and water for all Americans while harnessing the greatness of the American economy. That's a big difference from our predecessor. We believe that we can and must choose both. If you want an electric vehicle, buy one. If you want a diesel truck, then buy that. If you want a gas-powered vehicle or a hybrid, well, more power to you. That's what freedom and choice look like. We're restoring the rule of law. We're grounding policy in reality. We're giving power back to the American people. And we're bringing back the American dream stronger than ever before. EPA will never waver on its core mission of protecting human health and the environment. And this administration knows we can do that while ushering in the golden age of America. To recap, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed is eliminated. American families now will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. Today, the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, over $1.3 trillion. The elimination of the endangerment finding is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, Lee. That was long, but good. It was good. Maybe I should say great. It was great, and we appreciate it. Would you have anything to say, Russ? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Literally no other president would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal. So tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Please. Would you like to speak? You're worthy of it. Good man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example and other companies where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak. And we'll probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much. And I think that's a very big announcement too. And we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, et cetera, you won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So any questions, please?
President Trump, thank you for this. And after this much applauded move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to be rebuilt. right near your hometown in Jamaica, Queens. They're
Too
being
bad.
called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What could you do to make sure these things
Well,
don't
we're trying
destroy
to
the
make sure it
environment?
doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. They've ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive. And we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President, thank you so much for taking the
Sure.
question. What do you tell Americans who are concerned that the $1.3 trillion in savings does come at a cost to public health and the environment based on
Yeah.
science?
I tell them, don't worry about it because it has nothing to do with public health. This was all a scam, a giant scam. This was a ripoff of the country by Obama and Biden. And let's say Obama started it and got it rolling. And a terrible ripoff. They'll have more money to spend for healthcare. If you look at it, now they can go out and spend it on something that's meaningful. And nobody's doing more for healthcare than the Republican Party. And that starts with the fact that prescription drugs are going to be coming down at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They're falling. We were paying the highest prices in the world by far, sometimes by 10 times more than other countries. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're going to be paying that. It's called favored nations, most favored nations. And I think it's the biggest thing to happen in this world, the world of medicine, prescription drugs ever. There's never been anything like it. If like in my third year, first term, I actually got prices down 1/4 or 1/8%. And I was so proud of myself because they were like that for years and years. And since under Biden, they went up very, very substantially. And now they're coming down by, depending on, you could say 500, 600, 700%, depending on the way you want to, or you could say 80%. It doesn't matter. They're coming down by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I got it all done and I got it all approved, and all of the countries all over the world are going to pay more. They've agreed to pay more because of tariffs. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to tariff you, and they've all agreed to do it. Otherwise, they would have never done it. That was why no president has ever been able to get it done. Please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you took more than 600 deregulatory actions in the first year here. Coming from the business world, you know how unnecessary red tape can hinder business expansion, investment expansion. Given the magnitude of this announcement here today and the deregulatory action you took in your first year, how much economic growth can we expect to see as your term of president?
It's a great question. I think that it'll be enormous. Who knows really what the number is, but I can tell you in terms of economic growth, we have $18 trillion being invested in this country right now, the most ever of any country by far, not even close. Think of it, no matter where, not just here. $18 trillion is coming in, and that money is being spent right now as we speak in new plants and equipments. And you may have heard Lee mention, I mentioned also, that over $100 billion is going to be spent in this very short period of time just by foreign auto companies on building auto plants in the United States. Some of the greatest thing that ever happened to the United Auto Workers. The head man was not been nice to me, but now I understand he's saying this is the greatest auto president in history. But the auto workers gave me their vote, and they knew what I was doing, and they know what needed to be done. The tariffs saved them, but this is now taken it to a level that I think, Lee, that nobody ever thought even possible. They thought this was, nobody would have the courage to do it. We have to have the courage to do it because we're making America great again. This is a big factor in making our country great. If you look at some of these cars, they didn't even work. They had computers all over the place trying to save a half an ounce of fuel. We have fuel for the next 500 to 1,000 years under our feet, and they're trying like hell to save a half an ounce of fuel. The whole thing is just crazy. Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President,
is climate cooperation with China no longer in America's interest? And could you please confirm that you are going to visit China the first week of April?
Yeah, I'll be
What would you
visiting
like-
President Xi in April. Look forward to it. He's coming here later in the year. And I look very much forward to it. No, our relationship with China is very good right now. And this is, not relevant too much having to do with China, what we're announcing today. But no, my relationship with President Xi is very good. Yes.
President, following your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, has your thinking changed at all as it relates to these negotiations with Iran?
No, we have
or
to
the
make a deal.
timeline with Iran?
We have to make a deal. Otherwise, it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands. But it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them in the back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly. Yeah.
We might be heading into a partial government shutdown. When was the last time you spoke with Chuck Schumer? And do you still feel Democrats are negotiating in good faith?
Well, a week ago I spoke, but we have to protect our law enforcement. Actually, the Supreme Court gave a ruling, or one of the courts gave a very big ruling on masks, that you have the right to use them, for personal protection if you want. So I don't know how that interjects. They want our law enforcement to be totally vulnerable and put them in a lot of danger. They have some things that are really very, very hard to approve, frankly. As you know, it's only pretend. We had various of the other bills. That's all done, but we're left with this one. We have to protect our law enforcement. Very important. Please.
Why does Prime Minister Netanyahu want you to stop negotiating with Iran?
He is, you're saying stop entertaining, stop talking to them? Didn't say that. We didn't discuss that. I'll talk to them as long as I like, and we'll see if we can get a deal with them. And if we can't, we'll have to go to phase two. Phase two will be very tough for them. I'm not looking for that.
Mr. President, there are currently 0 Israeli hostages left in Gaza because of you.
Thank
you for that.
Thank you.
And now that the war is ending in Gaza and Israel, I wanted to ask, do you believe Bibi bears any responsibility for the security failures that we saw on October 7th?
Well, October 7th was a rough time, and I guess everybody's responsible. It's you to look, but it was a terrible attack. It was a sneak attack. It was as violent as unfortunately, I've seen some of the results at levels that probably even you, good reporter, but probably you haven't seen. It was a horrible thing that took place. People was surprised. It was a surprise attack. Nobody saw that coming. He didn't see it coming. Nobody else would have seen it coming if they were in his position, I don't believe. But I can tell you he's been a very good wartime prime minister. He's been very strong. We've worked with him very well. We had tremendous success with Iran and everything else we've done. And he really has been. He's been, extraordinary as far as a wartime prime minister. Not easy. And, you have a president that refuses to give him a pardon. I think that man should be ashamed of himself. A pardon over this trial that's going on. The president of Israel, the primary power he's got is the power to give pardons. And he's not, he said he's given it 5 different times, but he doesn't want to do it because I guess he loses his power. I think the people of Israel should really shame him. He's disgraceful for not giving it. He should give it. But Bibi's been a great wartime prime minister, and I've been the best friend to Israel I think that they've ever had. A lot of people say beyond presidents that they've ever had, and we will continue to be. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, voter ID polls very well nationally. Even the majority of Democrat voters want it.
Right.
So why do you think Senate Democrats are resisting the SAVE Act? And what is your strategy and realistic pathway to getting the SAVE Act passed to ensure free and fair elections for the next generation?
It's such a great question. I appreciate it, actually, because it's called the Save America Act. We've changed the name. It's the Save America Act, and the Democrats are against it. I heard one of them saying, we will stop the Save America Act. No, we're trying to save America. And it has to do with largely voting. And basically, it's got 3 very simple points. It's got voter ID, photo ID, but voter ID with a photo, right? It's got the confirmation of U.S. citizenship. You have to be a citizen. So you have a vote, you have an ID. That's about a 99% one. And I think 90% with Democrats. Then you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no mail-in ballots with the exception of disability, illness, military, or if you're traveling, you can get an exemption. You know, if you happen to be out of the country for a good reason, you can have an exemption. So with exceptions, it's no mail-in ballots, and that will assure the security of our crooked elections. We have crooked elections, yeah.
Mr. President, have you fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video on, as you know, voter fraud, and fairly long video, and they had a little piece and had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted. But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud. And the piece that you're talking about was all over the place many times, I believe for years. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, were you aware that Secretary of Commerce visited Epstein's Island, and do you continue to have?
No, I wasn't aware of it. No, I didn't. I actually haven't spoken to him about it. I wasn't. But from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children. And I guess in some cases, some people were. I wasn't. I was never there. Somebody will someday say that. I was never there. Yeah, please.
This announcement that you made today, Mr. President, comes on the heels of a January jobs report that smashed industry
Yeah,
expectations.
smashed all records.
In the big feature of that was you reprivatizing the economy, an economy that was bloated with federal employment under the previous president. What's your message to Americans following this jobs report that smashed industry expectations? Is this just a sign that the best is yet to come?
Thank you. The jobs report's amazing in certain ways because we have tremendously fewer federal employees, way down. And now I could have left them and added to what we did, and we would have had almost 100% employment. I could have gotten a great kick out of the fact that we're 100% employed. But we got rid of tremendous numbers of federal workers, and they hated me for it. Now they love me because most of them have gotten jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times more money than they were being paid by the federal government. We had some jobs where you had 10 workers for one job, 10 workers for a job that one person should be doing. And we've gotten rid of a lot of those jobs. And by getting rid of them, these people became available to work in the private sector. And as you know, the numbers are incredible. So the job numbers are incredible. The financial numbers are beyond belief. Again, they thought it couldn't be done in 4 years, and I did it in 1 year. And the numbers you're going to see is these, I don't know if you notice also construction numbers, the jobs for construction workers. You know why? Because they're building plants all over the United States. That's why. And when these plants open in a year from now, some sooner, some a little bit later, but when these auto plants, AI plants, and thousands of other types of plants, when they open over the next period of a year, year and a half, you're going to see numbers like we've never seen before in this country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go. It's nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Oh, I say it too, actually, but a lot of people are saying it. And a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet. The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults. We have vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for, in many cases, over 100 years. We brought them up, and we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it. 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than 18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher.
And going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but when I think of the number, we're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. Our workers, they're going to be all workers, but they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is at 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said, don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected. Meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race. Then she took over and she kept it going. And they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right. about everything. But some people like to correct me and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there's still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. Think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir, and it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's go with the fat drug, FAT, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Yeah, think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. And people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%, 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united. And I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies. And you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people and then let the people go out and buy their own health care. And they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. Well, congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people, in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate. And look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But we, everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I opposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months. And these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing me any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new, like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell does? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it, right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency, because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago, but he was really incompetent for those last few years. And our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you, what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. Think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those two incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives, they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. He spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history. And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it, but they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back, because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them. And every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete, and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we're not done. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. I had a chance to be on an aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that.
Been confiscated. Wedding is also accused of murdering a federal witness after he was indicted in 2024. He used a Canadian website called The Dirty News to post photographs of the witness and his wife in order to locate him, which ultimately succeeded. The witness was gunned down in a restaurant in Medellin before he could testify against Wedding. Today, we're unsealing a new indictment, charging Wedding with 2 additional counts of witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The website that was used to hunt down this witness and his wife, that has since been removed. That has been deleted. Protecting federal witnesses from retaliation is core to the department's mission. It's about individual safety, but more, it's about protecting the rule of law itself. The new indictment also includes several other individuals involved in the murder of the witness and other crimes in connection with this criminal enterprise. You're going to be hearing more about that from the people behind me. We're working very closely with our partners at the State Department and the Department of Treasury. The State Department has raised the reward for Ryan Wedding from $10 million to $15 million. We're offering $2 million rewards for information leading to the arrest of those involved in the murder of the witness. The Treasury Department's Foreign Asset Control is seizing assets belonging to approximately 19 of the targets associated with Wedding's criminal enterprise, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I want to thank the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, as well as our Canadian law enforcement partners for their steadfast commitment to bring Ryan Wedding to justice. I also want to thank the Colombian National Police who have greatly helped us. Let me be clear, drugs are killing our kids. Whether you are a street level drug dealer, a common street level drug dealer, or an international drug kingpin, we are coming for you. We will find you, and you will be accountable and held to justice for your crimes. It's killing our kids, it's killing our friends, it's killing our relatives. And this guy is responsible for a tremendous amount of that horror. President Trump gave us one mission: make America safe again. And we will not sit idly by and let these drug dealers continue to do business, run roughshod on our neighborhoods, and put the American people and our Canadian people in harm's way. To the American people, the Justice Department will use every tool available to catch these monsters. Thank you to all of our partners in this fight. From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly. And I'd now like to introduce Director Patel, who has done a tremendous job in his efforts to catch these monsters. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. As the Attorney General stated, our mission since the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and this tremendous team was assembled by President Trump is to safeguard American lives. Already this year, thanks to the Department of Justice's leadership, in combination with the interagency, including this FBI, have seized record amounts of narcotics, to include record amounts of cocaine, including record amounts of fentanyl. All of these narcotics are enabled by our enemies to go after our youth and our communities and kill and destroy American civilization. Under President Trump's leadership, we have been shutting that down since day one. As the Attorney General mentioned, this is an indictment, an additional indictment, an arrest of multiple subjects, nearly a dozen more, and that brings a total to approximately 36 indicted. And you'll hear the details from the tremendous team established here by the Attorney General. Most importantly, you do not get to be a drug kingpin and evade the law. Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern day iteration of Pablo Escobar. He's a modern day iteration of El Chapo Guzman. This Justice Department and this FBI will work with our Canadian counterparts and the government officials across the world to bring him to justice. He is responsible for engineering a narco trafficking and narco terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time. He will not evade justice. We are here today because this Department of Justice, behind Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the Deputy Attorney General, have made it clear to the American people with the indictments they have brought that law enforcement and agencies like this FBI will lead the effort to go out there and make sure these animals are brought to justice. And that's exactly what we will do. This step, this interagency step, is a huge, huge step towards obtaining justice for so many American lives lost and so many American lives saved. Thanks to the courageous efforts of law enforcement. This is what a great team looks like, working together for the American people under the motto that President Trump set forth to make America safe again. It's incredibly humbling for this FBI to be a part of it and to lead out the efforts on Ryan Wedding. And for those of you out there that have any information on Ryan Wedding, now is the time to speak up. Now is the time to help us. This FBI has always engaged the public around the world for their assistance in bringing some of the world's most dangerous criminals and terrorists to justice. And we are doing so again today. He will not evade justice. He will not evade our capture. He will not evade arrest, and he will not evade prosecution. Because of the Attorney General's leadership here today, we are taking a huge step in that direction. And I'm honored to be a part of this FBI and leading its men and women in law enforcement on a daily basis. It's really one of the best things I've ever encountered. And the teamwork is something I just want to stress more than anything. Our federal, state, and local partners have bonded together like never before to bring you these results that we've talked about these last 8-9 months. And today is just yet another example of a historic achievement for the Trump administration in safeguarding American lives. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of our Los Angeles field office, Akil Davis, for some more details about the FBI's work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Akil Davis, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. Today, we are here to highlight the success of the FBI's Homeland Security Task Force, in which this operation fell under. Our Homeland Security Task Force is made up of several federal agencies, along with state and local counterparts. We work closely with RCMP, as you're going to hear from later, to target the Ryan Wedding drug trafficking organization. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is extremely dangerous. He's extremely violent, and he's extremely wealthy. He's being protected by the Sinaloa cartel, along with others in the country of Mexico. We will find him, and we will bring him to justice. He is so important to the efforts of the United States government that the State Department has put up a $15 million reward for his capture. Let me say that again, a $15 million reward for his capture. Ryan Wedding has orchestrated murders against his rivals, against cooperating witnesses, against anybody that crosses his path. And as you've heard already, he has trafficked record levels of drugs, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, all the things that are rampant on our streets. He has been a part of that and a main cause of that. And that is why you see so much resources dedicated to dismantling his organization, which we have done mostly here today. We will capture Ryan Wedding. We will bring him to justice. If you have information leading to his capture, you can contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is dangerous. Do not approach him on your own. Please call us and let us do our job. Thank you. I will now turn it over to United States Attorney Bill Essayli.
Bill Essayli came from California to be here today. That's how important this case is. And President Trump, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and I are thrilled to have Bill Essayli on our team. I think Deputy Attorney General Blanche talks to Bill Essayli daily, and I talk to him at least once a week. He is doing an incredible job to keep America safe and to keep Californians safe. So it's my honor now to have Bill join us.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Bill Essayli. I am the First Assistant U.S. Attorney at the Central District of California, the leader of that office. As the Attorney General said, today an indictment was unsealed against Ryan James Wedding, a former snowboarder who was once an Olympic athlete and who is now on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list and the subject of a $15 million reward. Wedding and 14 other defendants, including a Canadian lawyer and a Latin pop star, are federally charged with orchestrating the January 2025 murder of a witness who was shot 5 times in the head at a restaurant in Colombia and who died instantly. Wedding placed a bounty on the victim's head in the erroneous belief that the victim's death would result in the dismissal of criminal charges against him and his international drug trafficking ring, and would further ensure that he was not extradited to the United States. He was wrong. The murder also involved a Canadian website, as the Attorney General discussed, which claimed to be a news outlet,
This so-called news outlet, the Dirty News, was paid by a co-defendant to post a photograph of the victim, witness, and his wife online so that he could be hunted down and killed. Law enforcement yesterday seized that website pursuant to a judicially authorized warrant. That website no longer exists. I want to say this to Mr. Wedding and to the other defendants involved in his drug trafficking organization. Your days are numbered. Our agents and prosecutors will relentlessly pursue you and anyone who assists you and bring you to justice, not just anywhere. We're going to bring you to justice in the United States of America. And I want to just add a couple things here. Mr. Wedding is the most prolific cocaine trafficker in Canada, but he used Southern California, my district, as a hub for his logistics to move the cocaine. The reason he selected California is because of California's weak laws on crime. They knew if they were popped with cocaine in California, they probably wouldn't get much of a sentence. But they made one big miscalculation. They didn't think about us, the U.S. Department of Justice, Attorney General Bondi, and what this administration would do to individuals like him who use the United States to traffic their drugs. And he will be brought to justice. I'm confident of that. I want to note the lawyer that we arrested yesterday. We arrested 12 people yesterday in an international takedown. You're going to hear more about that. One of which is his lawyer in Canada. His lawyer advised them to kill this witness. His lawyer told him if you kill this witness, the case would be dismissed. That lawyer is now in custody and he'll be extradited and brought to justice here in the United States. So all this to say, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. When the United States government and this Department of Justice decides we're going after someone, we're going to get you. America always gets its guy. And let me tell you this as well. Not only do we have a mandate from the Attorney General and as the Attorney General and the FBI Director said, to make America safe again by the President, through this operation today, we're making North America safe again. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Landberg, Senior Bureau Official at the Department of State.
Great, thank you. Good morning. So I'm Chris Landberg, head of the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau at the Department of State. I want to thank the Attorney General for hosting us today for this important event. So today, the Department of State, as you've heard, is continuing to fulfill one of President Trump's first promises when he took office, to stop the brutal criminals who are trafficking deadly drugs into our country. In coordination with the FBI and our partners in Mexico and Canada, the Department of State is increasing our reward offer, as you have heard, to up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Ryan James Wedding. This is a $5 million increase from our previous reward offer. Wedding abandoned an Olympic-level athletic path for depraved violence and cocaine trafficking. He worked closely with the foreign terrorist organization Sinaloa Cartel, as you've heard, to traffic bulk quantities of cocaine from South America to the United States and Canada. As you have also heard, his heinous crimes did not end there. In January 2025, Wedding allegedly ordered the murder of a U.S. federal witness in Medellin, Colombia. In addition to our focus on taking down Wedding, we are offering rewards up to $2 million each for information leading to the unknown assassins responsible for that January 2025 murder. We hope the public will recognize these criminals from surveillance photographs taken the day of the assassination in Medellin and will come forward to identify them. These brazen, illegal activities will be stopped, and the State Department will continue to apply all its tools, including rewards programs, to pursue violent criminals, drug traffickers, and those who assist narco-terrorist organizations. We will continue to build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous hemisphere in the Americas by ensuring that no one, not even former Olympians, is above the law. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce John Hurley, Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at the Department of Treasury.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for all the work you do to keep our communities safe. Today, we're leveraging Treasury's longstanding counter-narcotics tools alongside law enforcement and international partners for maximum effect. Under President Trump's leadership, alongside these partners, Treasury is targeting one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, Ryan Wedding. This action is part of a broader administration effort to stop the flow of deadly narcotics into the United States, a crisis that has taken far too many American lives. Ryan Wedding is responsible for moving, as the Attorney General said, multi-ton quantities of cocaine through Colombia and Mexico for distribution in the United States and Canada. He's also believed to have ordered dozens of murders around the world. Wedding operates through a complex web of individuals and companies to launder his drug proceeds, using everything from front businesses to luxury cars to cryptocurrency. Today, Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control imposed financial sanctions on Wedding and his network. These targets span the globe and have enabled his criminal enterprise by laundering money, providing protection and intelligence, assisting in murders, and even training hitmen. Our sanctions are designed to cut Wedding and his network off from the U.S. and international financial system and help put an end to his deadly activities. Most importantly for Treasury, U.S. and international businesses are now on notice. Should you choose to assist Wedding by materially supporting him and his network, we will find you, cut you off from the U.S. financial system, and help our DOJ partners bring you to justice as well. I'll close with this. President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, our other interagency partners, and Secretary Bessent are leading the fight against narcotics trafficking. The Trump administration will never stop fighting to protect the American people, and we at Treasury are very proud to contribute to that mission. And I'll be followed by Michael Duham, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Duhane, Commissioner of the RCMP. I want to begin by thanking Attorney General Pam Bondi for inviting me for this special announcement. I'd quite say historical announcement as well, considering what we're dealing with. I'm pleased to be here today to highlight significant results by the FBI and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, better known as the RCMP. As Director Patel mentioned, the RCMP and the FBI have been working together to disrupt and target organized crime affecting both our countries and other countries around the world. No single agency or nation can combat transnational organized crime alone. This is why strong, trusted partnerships are essential, just as we continue to illustrate in this file. As part of the FBI Operation Giant Slalom, the highest level of organized crime were targeted for their involvement in a range of serious crimes, as you heard earlier, from drug trafficking to murder, to conspiracy to commit murder, and continuing criminal enterprise. The RCMP in Canada, as well as its office located in Bogota, Los Angeles, and Mexico, worked closely with the FBI throughout the investigation. Yesterday morning, the RCMP and Ontario Provincial Police proceeded by arresting 7 Canadians with ties to the Wedding organized crime group. I want to emphasize that our work is not done. Fugitive Ryan Wedding remains one of the top threats to Canadian public safety, and as per the previous indictment, continues to run an over $1 billion a year criminal enterprise. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone in the RCMP, the FBI, and U.S. Department of Justice, who have spent the last 2 years and countless of hours away from their family to get the job done when it looks at Operation Giant Slalom. Thank you for your partnership and protecting Canadians, Americans, and people around the world.
Thank you. There's one thing I wanted to add. This is an announcement and we're up on a hard stop. We can take a few questions if you have them. But first, wait, I want Director Patel, will you add something about his description for us, please? I don't know if we really got that he could also change his description, or Akil. Go ahead. Thanks.
We turn those around.
Yes, let's turn these around.
Ryan Wedding is approximately 6'4" and 230 to 250 pounds. As you see in these pictures here, please understand that he might change his hair color, his appearance, and do anything to avoid capture. But someone like Ryan Wedding is going to stick out in Mexico. And that is why we're soliciting the public's help to try to identify, locate him, and arrest him. Again, there's a $15 million reward for information leading to his arrest and capture. Thank you.
Questions?
General Bondi, on topic first, it was mentioned that the Sinaloa cartel is helping to protect him. Are Mexican authorities cooperating with the U.S. in helping to secure his arrest? And I also have an off topic as well.
Yes. It's a short answer. Do you want to add something, Akil?
We're working with our legal attaché office housed at the embassy in Mexico City to try to locate and arrest Wedding. Again, through to significant protection by the Sinaloa cartel and others, that has been difficult.
And that's why it's so important that you get his picture out there. He could change his hair color. He could change his appearance. You know, he's got some powerful people protecting him. But this is $1 billion a year of drugs that he is charged with being responsible for. $1 billion. Go ahead now, off topic.
On the Epstein files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
What are the next steps, Madam Attorney General, for the DOJ regarding what we assume President Trump will sign into law with the Epstein files? Is this going to be on the Justice Department website? What are you doing here over the next 30 days, as we understand it?
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information new information, additional information. And again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward. And we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Wedding, Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned,
Madam Attorney
Sure,
General, the issue with the new information that you just indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information? And would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. But you're on point. Hard stop. One more question? Sure.
President Trump has previously said that he may consider authorizing military strikes within Mexico to go after cartels. Given the importance of this case, I'm wondering if the DOJ is engaged on a search for Ryan.
Yeah, we're not going to discuss anything with the Department of War right now, but right now I will tell you it is the Treasury Department, the State Department, our office, the FBI, working with Canadian authorities and working with the Mexican authorities hand in hand. And that includes the Mexican military. You had one more on Wedding? Sure.
CBC, you mentioned a Canadian lawyer. If you can tell us more about it, the extradition of the Canadian lawyer. And also a question for Commissioner Michael Duhem on 7 other individuals who are linked to Ryan Wedding. If you can tell us on the extradition, what are the next steps?
Sure. Do you want to take the Canadian? I think Bill will take the attorney because that attorney is being prosecuted in California. And then I'll turn it over to Director Duhem.
Yeah, the attorney he's named in the indictment that was unsealed today, his name is Deepak Pardkar, Paradkar. He is a lawyer. I'll have the Canadian police commissioner provide more details. He was one of the people arrested yesterday. I understand he initially refused to come out of his home. He put up a little bit of resistance, but he was eventually taken into custody. It was very important for us to get him because when you have people who are officers of the court who are lawyers. We take oaths to protect the public and defend the law. And when you have lawyers who are assisting international drug trafficking players on how to evade law enforcement and to murder witnesses, we can't have that stance. So it was very important to us that the lawyer be charged and the lawyer be brought to justice. I'll have the commissioner speak about the extradition process. There were about, I believe, 7 individuals that were arrested in Canada. We are still looking for one more individual in Canada, and they will all be extradited here to the U.S., where they will be brought to the Central District of California, and they will be charged and tried here in our court system. So I'll let the commissioner speak more about the arrests and the extradition process.
So thank you. I think he's covered quite a bit there with regards to the next steps and the ideas. Yesterday, we engaged in an operation following information that we received and arrest 7 out of 8 Canadians. All of them are currently locked up, waiting the extradition process. So they'll have a fair process in front of a judge, and then our Department of Justice will communicate with the justice here, and it will go through the steps of the extradition. But the premise is everybody will charge in the United States. So, and you had something about 7. Is it something else?
Know more about those 7 Canadians.
Well, the 7 Canadians were arrested in the province of Quebec, some in Ontario, some in Alberta. We still have eyes on another person, but they are being charged conspiracy to commit murder, trafficking, as I listed earlier, conspiracy, drug trafficking, and murder as well.
Timeline of the extradition.
Well, that's for the courts, and I don't control that, unfortunately, because it happened tomorrow if it's just to me.
Any chance you can say that in French very quickly?
Très rapidement, oui, 7 individus ont été arrêtés, 7 sur 8 ont été arrêtés au Canada. Dans la province de Québec, dans la province d'Ontario, ainsi qu'en Alberta, nous sommes à la recherche d'une dernière personne. Les gens sont arrêtés, les 7 sont arrêtés, sont en prison présentement et attendent le processus d'extradition pour les ramener ici à faire face à la justice américaine. Merci.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to take it? Yeah, go
What
ahead.
was the question? The Attorney General has previously said that she would refuse to release any information that would re-victimize victims. And I'm just wondering whether that stands, after the passage of this law.
Well, the law isn't signed into law yet. And of course, we're going to protect victims. And the law as written allows us to do that. The law has carve-outs to protect victims and to protect information surrounding victims, which is what we do not only in this case, but in every case. So it's a fair question, but neither the House nor the Senate's version, the same version, suggested otherwise. So
Thank you all. Organization to flood not only American but also Canadian communities with cocaine coming from Colombia. His organization is responsible for importing approximately 60 metric tons of cocaine a year into Los Angeles via semi-trucks from Mexico. To put that in perspective, 60 metric tons is approximately the weight of 40 standard cars. Imagine that. That's how much cocaine, the weight of 40 cars, he is bringing into our country a year. In the course of the investigation, more than 35 individuals have been indicted. Over 2,000 kilos and numerous weapons have been seized. Approximately $3.2 million in cryptocurrency has been recovered, and over $13 million in physical assets has been confiscated. Wedding is also accused of murdering a federal witness after he was indicted in 2024. He used a Canadian website called The Dirty News to post photographs of the witness and his wife in order to locate him which ultimately succeeded. The witness was gunned down in a restaurant in Medellin before he could testify against Wedding. Today, we're unsealing a new indictment, charging Wedding with 2 additional counts of witness tampering and intimidation, murder, money laundering, and drug trafficking. The website that was used to hunt down this witness and his wife, that has since been removed. That has been deleted. Protecting federal witnesses from retaliation is core to the department's mission. It's about individual safety, but more, it's about protecting the rule of law itself. The new indictment also includes several other individuals involved in the murder of the witness and other crimes in connection with this criminal enterprise. You're going to be hearing more about that from the people behind me. We're working very closely with our partners at the State Department and the Department of Treasury. The State Department has raised the reward for Ryan Wedding from $10 million to $15 million. We're offering $2 million rewards for information leading to the arrest of those involved in the murder of the witness. The Treasury Department's Foreign Asset Control is seizing assets belonging to approximately 19 of the targets associated with Wedding's criminal enterprise, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I want to thank the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, as well as our Canadian law enforcement partners for their steadfast commitment to bring Ryan Wedding to justice. I also want to thank the Colombian National Police who have greatly helped us. Let me be clear, drugs are killing our kids. Whether you are a street level drug dealer, a common street level drug dealer, or an international drug kingpin, we are coming for you, we will find you, and you will be accountable and held to justice for your crimes. It's killing our kids, it's killing our friends, it's killing our relatives. And this guy is responsible for a tremendous amount of that horror. President Trump gave us one mission: make America safe again. And we will not sit idly by and let these drug dealers continue to do business, run roughshod on our neighborhoods, and put the American people and our Canadian people in harm's way. To the American people, the Justice Department will use every tool available to catch these monsters. Thank you to all of our partners in this fight. From day one, Ryan Wedding has been on the top of Director Patel's radar to get him. We have talked about him constantly. And I'd now like to introduce Director Patel, who has done a tremendous job in his efforts to catch these monsters. Director Patel.
Thank you, General. As the Attorney General stated, our mission since the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General and this tremendous team was assembled by President Trump is to safeguard American lives. Already this year, thanks to the Department of Justice's leadership, in combination with the interagency, including this FBI, have seized record amounts of narcotics, to include record amounts of cocaine, including record amounts of fentanyl. All of these narcotics are enabled by our enemies to go after our youth and our communities and kill and destroy American civilization. Under President Trump's leadership, we have been shutting that down since day one. As the Attorney General mentioned, this is an indictment, an additional indictment, an arrest of multiple subjects, nearly a dozen more, and that brings a total to approximately 36 indicted. And you'll hear the details from the tremendous team established here by the Attorney General. Most importantly, you do not get to be a drug kingpin and evade the law. Make no mistake about it. Ryan Wedding is a modern day iteration of Pablo Escobar. He's a modern day iteration of El Chapo Guzman. This Justice Department and this FBI will work with our Canadian counterparts and the government officials across the world to bring him to justice. He is responsible for engineering a narco trafficking and narco terrorism program that we have not seen in a long time. He will not evade justice. We are here today because this Department of Justice, behind Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the Deputy Attorney General, have made it clear to the American people with the indictments they have brought that law enforcement and agencies like this FBI will lead the effort to go out there and make sure these animals are brought to justice. And that's exactly what we will do. This step, this interagency step, is a huge, huge step towards obtaining justice for so many American lives lost and so many American lives saved. Thanks to the courageous efforts of law enforcement. This is what a great team looks like, working together for the American people under the motto that President Trump set forth to make America safe again. It's incredibly humbling for this FBI to be a part of it and to lead out the efforts on Ryan Wedding. And for those of you out there that have any information on Ryan Wedding, now is the time to speak up. Now is the time to help us. This FBI has always engaged the public around the world for their assistance in bringing some of the world's most dangerous criminals and terrorists to justice. And we are doing so again today. He will not evade justice. He will not evade our capture. He will not evade arrest, and he will not evade prosecution. Because of the Attorney General's leadership here today, we are taking a huge, huge step in that direction. And I'm honored to be a part of this FBI and leading its men and women in law enforcement on a daily basis. It's really one of the best things I've ever encountered. And the teamwork is something I just want to stress more than anything. Our federal, state, and local partners have bonded together like never before to bring you these results that we've talked about these last 8-9 months. And today is just yet another example of a historic achievement for the Trump administration in safeguarding American lives. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Assistant Director in charge of our Los Angeles field office, Akil Davis, for some more details about the FBI's work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Akil Davis, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Division. Today, we are here to highlight the success of the FBI's Homeland Security Task Force, in which this operation fell under. Our Homeland Security Task Force is made up of several federal agencies, along with state and local counterparts. We work closely with RCMP, as you're going to hear from later, to target the Ryan Wedding drug trafficking organization. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is extremely dangerous. He's extremely violent, and he's extremely wealthy. He's being protected by the Sinaloa cartel, along with others in the country of Mexico. We will find him, and we will bring him to justice. He is so important to the efforts of the United States government that the State Department has put up a $15 million reward for his capture. Let me say that again, a $15 million reward for his capture. Ryan Wedding has orchestrated murders against his rivals, against cooperating witnesses, against anybody that crosses his path. And as you've heard already, he has trafficked record levels of drugs, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, all the things that are rampant on our streets. He has been a part of that and a main cause of that. And that is why you see so much resources dedicated to dismantling his organization, which we have done mostly here today. We will capture Ryan Wedding. We will bring him to justice. If you have information leading to his capture, you can contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or tips.fbi.gov. Make no mistake, Ryan Wedding is dangerous. Do not approach him on your own. Please call us and let us do our job. Thank you. I will now turn it over to United States Attorney Bill Essayli.
Bill Essayli came from California to be here today. That's how important this case is. And President Trump, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and I are thrilled to have Bill Essayli on our team. I think Deputy Attorney General Blanche talks to Bill Essayli daily, and I talk to him at least once a week. He is doing an incredible job to keep America safe and to keep Californians safe. So it's my honor now to have Bill join us.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Bill Essayli. I am the first assistant U.S. attorney at the Central District of California, the leader of that office. As the Attorney General said, today an indictment was unsealed against Ryan James Wedding, a former snowboarder who was once an Olympic athlete and who is now on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list and the subject of a $15 million reward. Wedding and 14 other defendants, including a Canadian lawyer and a Latin pop star, are federally charged with orchestrating the January 2025 murder of a witness who was shot 5 times in the head at a restaurant in Colombia and who died instantly. Wedding placed a bounty on the victim's head in the erroneous belief that the victim's death would result in the dismissal of criminal charges against him and his international drug trafficking ring, and would further ensure that he was not extradited to the United States. He was wrong. The murder also involved a Canadian website, as the Attorney General discussed, which claimed to be a news outlet. This so-called news outlet, the Dirty News, was paid by a co-defendant to post a photograph of the victim, witness, and his wife online so that he could be hunted down and killed. Law enforcement yesterday seized that website pursuant to a judicially authorized warrant. That website no longer exists. I want to say this to Mr. Wedding and to the other defendants involved in his drug trafficking organization. Your days are numbered. Our agents and prosecutors will relentlessly pursue you and anyone who assists you and bring you to justice, not just anywhere. We're going to bring you to justice in the United States of America. And I want to just add a couple things here. Mr. Wedding is the most prolific cocaine trafficker in Canada, but he used Southern California, my district, as a hub for his logistics to move the cocaine. The reason he selected California is because of California's weak laws on crime. They knew if they were popped with cocaine in California, they probably wouldn't get much of a sentence. But they made one big miscalculation. They didn't think about us, the U.S. Department of Justice, Attorney General Bondi, and what this administration would do to individuals like him who use the United States to traffic their drugs. And he will be brought to justice. I'm confident of that. I want to note the lawyer that we arrested yesterday. We arrested 12 people yesterday in an international takedown. You're going to hear more about that. One of which is his lawyer in Canada. His lawyer advised them to kill this witness. His lawyer told him if you kill this witness, the case would be dismissed. That lawyer is now in custody and he'll be extradited and brought to justice here in the United States. So all this to say, it doesn't matter who you are or where you are. When the United States government and this Department of Justice decides we're going after someone, we're going to get you. America always gets its guy. And let me tell you this as well. Not only do we have a mandate from the Attorney General and as the Attorney General and the FBI Director said, to make America safe again by the President. Through this operation today, we're making North America safe again. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris Landberg, Senior Bureau Official at the Department of State.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm Chris Landberg, head of the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau at the Department of State. I want to thank the Attorney General for hosting us today for this important event. So today, the Department of State, as you've heard, is continuing to fulfill one of President Trump's first promises when he took office, to stop the brutal criminals who are trafficking deadly drugs into our country. In coordination with the FBI and our partners in Mexico and Canada, the Department of State is increasing our reward offer, as you have heard, to up to $15 million for information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Ryan James Wedding. This is a $5 million increase from our previous reward offer. Wedding abandoned an Olympic-level athletic path for depraved violence and cocaine trafficking. He worked closely with the foreign terrorist organization Sinaloa Cartel, as you've heard, to traffic bulk quantities of cocaine from South America to the United States and Canada. As you have also heard, his heinous crimes did not end there. In January 2025, Wedding allegedly ordered the murder of a U.S. federal witness in Medellin, Colombia. In addition to our focus on taking down Wedding, we are offering rewards up to $2 million each for information leading to the unknown assassins responsible for that January 2025 murder. We hope the public will recognize these criminals from surveillance photographs taken the day of the assassination in Medellin and will come forward to identify them. These brazen, illegal activities will be stopped, and the State Department will continue to apply all its tools, including rewards programs, to pursue violent criminals drug traffickers, and those who assist narco-terrorist organizations. We will continue to build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous hemisphere in the Americas by ensuring that no one, not even former Olympians, is above the law. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to introduce John Hurley, Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence at the Department of Treasury.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for all the work you do to keep our communities safe. Today, we're leveraging Treasury's longstanding counter-narcotics tools alongside law enforcement and international partners for maximum effect. Under President Trump's leadership, alongside these partners, Treasury is targeting one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, Ryan Wedding. This action is part of a broader administration effort to stop the flow of deadly narcotics into the United States, a crisis that has taken far too many American lives. Ryan Wedding is responsible for moving, as the Attorney General said, multi-ton quantities of cocaine through Colombia and Mexico for distribution in the United States and Canada. He's also believed to have ordered dozens of murders around the world. Wedding operates through a complex web of individuals and companies to launder his drug proceeds, using everything from front businesses to luxury cars to cryptocurrency. Today, Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control imposed financial sanctions on Wedding and his network. These targets span the globe and have enabled his criminal enterprise by laundering money, providing protection and intelligence, assisting in murders, and even training hitmen. Our sanctions are designed to cut Wedding and his network off from the U.S. and international financial system and help put an end to his deadly activities. Most importantly for Treasury, U.S. international businesses are now on notice. Should you choose to assist Wedding by materially supporting him and his network, we will find you, cut you off from the U.S. financial system, and help our DOJ partners bring you to justice as well. I'll close with this. President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, our other interagency partners, and Secretary Bessent are leading the fight against narcotics trafficking. The Trump administration will never stop fighting to protect the American people, and we at Treasury are very proud to contribute to that mission. And I'll be followed by Michael Duhame, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Duhane, Commissioner of the RCMP. I want to begin by thanking Attorney General Pam Bondi for inviting me for this special announcement. I'd quite say historical announcement as well, considering what we're dealing with. I'm pleased to be here today to highlight significant results by the FBI and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, better known as the RCMP. As Director Patel mentioned, the RCMP and the FBI have been working together to disrupt and target organized crime affecting both our countries and other countries around the world. No single agency or nation can combat transnational organized crime alone. This is why strong, trusted partnerships are essential, just as we continue to illustrate in this file. As part of the FBI Operation Giant Slalom, the highest level of organized crime were targeted for their involvement in a range of serious crimes, as you heard earlier, from drug trafficking to murder, to conspiracy to commit murder, and continuing criminal enterprise. The RCMP in Canada, as well as its office located in Bogota, Los Angeles, and Mexico, worked closely with the FBI throughout the investigation. Yesterday morning, the RCMP and Ontario Provincial Police proceeded by arresting 7 Canadians with ties to the Wedding organized crime group. I want to emphasize that our work is not done. Fugitive Ryan Wedding remains one of the top threats to Canadian public safety, and as per the previous indictment, continues to run an over $1 billion a year criminal enterprise. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank everyone in the RCMP, the FBI, and U.S. Department of Justice, who have spent the last 2 years and countless of hours away from their family to get the job done when it looks at Operation Giant Slalom. Thank you for your partnership and protecting Canadians, Americans, and people around the world.
Thank you. There's one thing I wanted to add. This is an announcement and we're up on a hard stop. We can take a few questions if you have them. But first, wait, I want Director Patel, will you add something about his description for us, please? I don't know if we really got that he could also change his description, or Akil. Go ahead. Thanks.
Turn those around.
Yes, let's turn these around.
Ryan Wedding is approximately 6'4" and 230 to 250 pounds. As you see in these pictures here, please understand that he might change his hair color, his appearance, and do anything to avoid capture. But someone like Ryan Wedding is going to stick out in Mexico. And that is why we're soliciting the public's help to try to identify, locate him, and arrest him. Again, there's a $15 million reward for information leading to his arrest and capture. Thank you.
Questions?
General Bondi, on topic first, it was mentioned that the Sinaloa cartel is helping to protect him. Are Mexican authorities cooperating with the U.S. in helping to secure his arrest? And I also have an off topic as well.
Yes. It's a short answer. Do you want to add something, Akil?
We are working with our legal attache office housed at the embassy in Mexico City to try to locate and arrest Wedding. Again, through to significant protection by the Sinaloa cartel and others, that has been difficult.
And that's why it's so important that you get his picture out there. He could change his hair color. He could change his appearance. You know, he's got some powerful people protecting him. But this is $1 billion a year of drugs that he is charged with being responsible for. $1 billion. Go ahead, now off topic.
On the Epstein files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
What are the next steps, Madam Attorney General, for the DOJ regarding what we assume President Trump will sign into law with the Epstein files? Is this going to be on the Justice Department website? What are you doing here over the next 30 days, as we understand it?
We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information new information, additional information. And again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward. And we will continue to provide maximum transparency under the law.
Wedding, Madam General. On Ryan Wedding, you mentioned.
Madam Attorney
Sure,
General,
Kelly.
the issue with the new information that you just indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information? And would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X, and we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. But you're on point. Hard stop. One more question? Sure.
President Trump has previously said that he may consider authorizing military strikes within Mexico to go after cartels. Given the importance of this case.
So at this portion of the show, ladies and gentlemen, is where we invite people up here to voice their opinion. And how do you do that, you ask? I'm glad you asked that. You go to my community wall and you click the link that says pull up and you join the panel and we'll have open discussion. But until that time, I got my brother Il here. Now, my brother Il, is bold enough to pull up. You know, because a lot of people voted for Donald Trump and did not pull up and will not admit they made a mistake or will double down on some BS. You know, so I got to give my brother Ill a ton of credit for pulling up. And we're definitely gonna talk about it because we got a lot of things to unpack. So many things, so little time. First of all, when she was answering questions, I couldn't help but to think like, yeah, we have live footage. See, that's what we do over here. We have live footage from the White House as we currently speak, since the Epstein files have been voted on to be released. This is live footage now. This is live footage. This is live footage. Everybody's running around like a chicken with their head cut off. You ain't no matter. They know Donald Trump's name is on the Epstein files, brother. Like that is crazy. That's crazy to hear them say with a straight face how dangerous criminals are and are protected. And they're offered, first off, $15 million. Who you think you kidnapped? Chelsea Clinton? Hey, I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna go looking for him.
Man,
that's a lottery ticket.
He gone, bro. I'm about to get on the hunt. Fuck that.
No, that's $15 million. They didn't even put that much on John Wick.
Man. Nope.
You know what I mean? So you know, I just had to do this. Like I said, this is talk time, open panel time, and presentation time. My brother, you gonna have to sit here. You have to sit through all this because I had to sit up there, brother. I had to sit up there and hear about transgenders and tampons in the bathroom and eggs is why people voted for Donald Trump. You remember that? That's the reason they voted for Donald Trump, right? Meanwhile, you know, with this new evidence that we have, Donald Trump is out there giving head to Bubba. Donald Trump is out there giving fellatios to Bubba. And nobody knows who Bubba is. So the masculine candidate gave fellatios to a mystery guy named Bubba.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was...
So it's just, like I said, so many things to unpack, so little time. So let me take y'all down memory lane, right? So I can remember whenever they were on the campaign trail and Donald Trump, everybody was telling me how masculine this old, feeble man was, right? You know, and he gave a glory story about, you know, climbing up some steps on a truck. And he was like, those stairs. I said, oh shit. Like, because you're old, but they were telling me how strong that guy was. Meanwhile, this is what he had to say about his strength.
I looked at you and there was an emotional moment where, like, I think people around me were starting to tear up. Were you close to tearing up at that moment?
Well, if I admitted that, I think I'd lose a lot of votes. I'm not supposed to. Do you want a president that cries? I don't think. They're going all over my body. They probably realize what a body this guy had. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking. I'm much better looking than her. I think I'm a better looking person than Kamala. To tell them the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. His man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
I refuse to say it. But Arnold Palmer had a Big Johnson, and I wanted to suck it. But Bubba wouldn't let me. Bubba wouldn't let me. Me and Bubba were fighting. Bro, you cannot make this up, bro. That was the masculine candidate that they voted for, bro. The guy, I don't know if you guys can see the background, but in the background, he's performing fellatios on a microphone. This is bro. This is absolutely crazy. They voted for that guy and told me how masculine he was, bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh man, this is crazy, bro. Oh, so and then you know what's crazy, bro? I remember when Kamala Harris was running, right? So when I brought this up the other day, I said, Bubba, Donald Trump was giving fellatios to Bubba. You know, the counter argument to that was like, well, the Democrats is the ones that voted for the trans and the fruits and all this other stuff. That's what they told me, right? And you know, why do we care about a person's bedroom? I don't care what goes on in a person's bedroom. Meanwhile, when it was campaign time, We had to listen to this.
Relevant when a young candidate tries to sleep her way into politics and into power. And that is what it appears Kamala Harris did.
She's never earned or won anything. Like she was legitimately handed her original post in California state government because she was sleeping with Willie Brown. And then he backed her in her race for San Francisco DA.
Kamala Harris, she's the original Haktua girl. That's the way she got where she is.
The original Haktua girl. Boy, how the tables have turned. Can somebody get Bubba on the phone? Does anybody know where Bubba is? Can we get Bubba on the phone, please? Oh my God, this is great. This is a great moment in history. Vindication. Oh man, and nothing like it. Nothing like it, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. They did a press conference where they answered absolutely nothing. Nothing. They didn't say nothing. They should have just went up there with anytime I'm gonna say that. Remember Busta Rhymes' verse in Look at Me Now? They should have just went up there and did that, bro. Because they said a bunch of nothing. They went up there and pretended to be hard on crime. Meanwhile, the Epstein files is about to be released, and Trump has tried to scrub his name from the books. Absolutely insane, bro.
But I can say this, though.
Go ahead, bro.
The Democrats should have. This make me look at the situation. Now, I do have my stance with Donald Trump, but this make me look back at that situation and look at it when they was in a position of power and control. They should have made those files come out quicker than later. Like they shouldn't have had it in his term. It should have been in Joe Biden's term. And if Joe Biden would have stepped down and gave Kamala Harris the power, then she should have made it happen in that term, which they didn't do. They dropped the ball with that because this would have been the nail in the coffin for it right here.
Well, I mean, to be fair to them, I don't think they thought the country was crazy enough to elect the guy that they did not elect against Joe Biden. And it wasn't a secret that Joe Biden was dwindling. Like he showed signs of mental decline a long time ago, and they didn't think the country was going to go ahead and vote Donald Trump in. And then this is the pushback that I gave Brother Pittsburgh T when he said that. He was like, so Trump is in the files, but they didn't release the files. My thing to him is this. Well, if he says that Joe Biden had dementia, right? That's what Pittsburgh T said. Joe Biden had dementia. He wasn't there. There were people in charge. Then why in the hell would he put an expectation on him to do a logical thing? Would somebody expect a dementia patient to file their taxes right? You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy logic. But to the people that's just now pulling up, the press conference that they just had, the presser that they just had, this is basically what it reminded me of.
That Iraq is sitting on.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
That's basically what you saw, bro. That's basically what you saw, bro. They are panicking, bro. They are scared for their life, bro. Oh my God. Donald Trump, he has an oral fixation right now. I'm pretty sure he got about 10 lollipops, just fellatiing the hell out of them, bro. Like, oh man, I ain't gonna lie, this is pretty satisfying. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm enjoying this a little bit. I lie to you, brother. I'm not gonna lie. Oh snap! Whatever.
Everybody get their moment, Scholar. Live it up. Live it up. Go on, live it up.
And there's just I don't know. It feels good to be right. Because normally when a candidate runs, because these politicians go to these elite schools and all this stuff, right? When you say something, you might be half right, 50% right, and what they tend to always do is compare like the political candidate to a dictator, a socialist, or something extreme to scare people. They fearmonger on both sides, right? But in this case, Donald Trump is trying to do everything he said on the campaign trail. The only thing he ain't trying to do is build the wall. But he said, forget the wall. We finna just go ahead and get these ICE agents to go, we checking IDs, we knocking on door, we doing whatever the hell we want to. The only thing he hadn't did is try to build the wall. But other than that, he has did everything he said he was going to do. And when I told everybody on this channel he's going to do that, and that the Heritage Foundation is part of Project 2025, and they are associated with him. And they said, no, Donald Trump told us he's not associated. Oh, Donald Trump told you they wasn't associated. Oh, that makes sense. Like, what? But yeah, it's vindication, man. They're trying to get rid of they couldn't get rid of the Department of Education. So what Republicans have a tendency and a expertise at doing is making stuff really, really hard. If they can't make it illegal or ban it altogether, they just make it really, really hard for you to access. And that's what they're doing with the Department of Education. No secret, Vince McMahon's wife is running it, and Donald Trump said that he wants her to do such a good job that they don't need a Department of Education anymore. So it is what it is. That's insane, though. I cannot believe. So what about the eggs now? Is anybody concerned about the eggs? The eggs was priority number one in the transgenders. What happened to those two things?
See, Scholar, it's a point where you got to look at my stance with Donald Trump was not everybody else's. I had a different reason, and I still have that reason right now. But I looked at the public and was like, all right, at a point, we talked about it, like at a point it's getting out of hand and it's getting a little dangerous because they started pandering to the racist side to the politics. And that's what made it dangerous. And you chimed in with that. You was basically vocal with that point, but I didn't really think that America would go nuts like this. And now, you see the result. But at the same time, it's like, what was the reason why you voted for Donald Trump? Now that's why a lot of people look bad or make them look stupid because their reasons were stupid. If you had a legitimate reason, and then you look back, it probably still staying the same. It's a lot of fuckery going on, excuse my language, but it's still something that people could sit back and say, okay, I made a bad decision, or I made the good decision, the right decision. But overall, the world is in a different place than it was 8 years ago or 4 years ago or something like that. So it still all depends because people racist. So they still stand behind something that doesn't make sense, even if, like, they will fall with the chip, even if it's sinking. They don't use the lifeboat, So if I can say that, hey, it was probably a bad decision to vote for Donald Trump. But to be honest, the Democrats didn't do a good job with what they did. So that's why you have this guy right here.
So you think that the reason that Donald Trump was elected is because the Democrats did a bad job?
Yeah. They should have talked Joe Biden out of that seat way before a 6-month time period or a year time period.
Okay, I agree with you. You're talking about with who was going to run for president. I get what you
We have to feel comfortable about that candidate. Like you look at Jasmine Crockett right now. The trajectory that she's on, she could easily just step in a year from now and say that she's putting her hat into the race, and it'd be a legitimate one, right? So the difference was they didn't, like I said with the Epstein file, they didn't handle that the right way. They should have used every single tool in the toolbox to try to go against this machine.
Okay, let's say this.
Politics to it.
I don't like getting into the minds of people, but do you think that part of it might have been that they thought they was going to sink him with the felonies? Because they did go after him hard with the felonies. Donald Trump had So say they might have put all their chips into that felony thing and thought that was going to crash them, because a normal candidate it would, but it gave Donald Trump more popularity amongst his base because they think that the system's out to get him. When if you look at his inauguration, this system is literally there. The 1% was there praising Donald Trump. I wonder if he that's not. Because I'm just wondering, Donald Trump is the originator of the freak off. That's why he wanted to pardon Diddy. It makes sense now. He had compassion for P. Diddy because Donald Trump is the originator of the freak offs. He probably was mad. He was like, that's why I couldn't get the baby oil for Bubba. That's why I couldn't get no baby oil. Diddy bought all the baby. Like, bro, he was upset, bro. He was upset. I'm gonna pardon Diddy right now. But yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. That dude was giving fellatios to a dude named Bubba. Who the hell is Bubba, bro? That's what I want to know, bro. Who the hell is Bubba, bro? What if we find out Bubba's Elon Musk?
But you know, it's funny how all of this stuff come up at certain times. Like I like accuracy, efficiency. Like if they wasn't efficient with this, they should have been like, I'm telling you, Scholar, if they would have worried about the true felonies and not the light ones, this is a big one. Then the world would have seen a monster come alive, like.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. They wouldn't have. They look at how they acted now. They won't disassociate themselves from Donald Trump now, and it's kind of like a good amount of evidence to suggest that Donald Trump had some freaky deaky dealings with Jeffrey Epstein at them parties, and we know what Jeffrey Epstein is known for. There's no way that Donald Trump is at the parties getting freaky with Bubba, but he's not participating with minors. There's no way.
No, I would say this, Scholar.
Yo,
honestly.
But hold up, y'all gonna eliminate this lady from the Virgin Islands that they tried to kick off of those committees, and the Democrats blocked it. That was sitting there texting Epstein in the middle of a congressional hearing, and they got proof of it, and they drawed up some papers that they had a vote to kick her off of those committees, and the Democrats blocked it and said, "We don't know what you're talking about. That's just partisan." And they actually got the text messages of her sending text messages back and forth with Epstein to ask what should she ask in those Trump hearings. We just gonna act like that ain't gonna happen. Like some of these people are sick, bro. I get the idea that we like really focus on Trump. I get it for good reason, but like there's some folks that's doing some silly shit, and these people are like running cover, and it's because the focus is solely on Trump. And I mean, if he get caught up in the middle of it, he get caught up in the middle of it. If it comes out, then he needs to pay the price. But some of these people are actually caught red-handed, and they just circling their wagons like nothing's happening. They just saying Trump bad. Don't worry about nobody else. Trump bad. Like that's the whole problem I've always had with this thing. It's like they don't really care about the victims. They don't really care about the people that are involved in this stuff. All of this stuff just seems to be Trump, 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 Trump. And that's all it is. We literally got somebody sending text messages to Epstein through her cell phone back and forth, and they've proven it. And nothing happens to this lady. It's completely insane. The lady from the Virgin Islands.
I know who you're talking about.
I say this. In RICO cases, they go for the head. They don't go for the people that's selling drugs. That's a part of the BMF. They wanted Big Meech. They go after the head. Donald Trump is the head. He has the military at his disposal. He has the CIA, the FBI. Like he's literally getting Kash Patel to flag his name, or was. That's why it took so long for these to get released, to flag his name in the Epstein files so that he can erase his name from the Epstein files. Like nobody else has that power. That lady that you said was texting, she don't have the power to do that. So yeah, you're supposed to go after the head. Because I guarantee you this, if Donald Trump gets impeached and it goes through, and then Donald Trump has to face the justice system and actually gets real time, I guarantee everybody else will start crumbling around, just like in the RICO. That's why they literally invented the RICO law.
Scholar, that's not the same thing. First of all, that lady's in a different party. She's not even a Republican. She's a Democrat, number one. And then number two, like this is the problem with the Democrats. This is why they lost. Their whole plan is to prove that Trump bad man. They don't come up with no actual plan to make a difference. Like people don't care about this stuff. They care that this guy has something completely different trajectory as far as the doggone economy of this country and the immigration of this country. And the trajectory of the Democrats was not what people wanted. And they just kept saying, he's just bad man. He bad man. You trust me, he bad man. That's what, then they're doing it again. They're going to lose again doing the same nonsense. And then as this keeps going, we're going to get more Democrats and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to act like these people don't exist. Oh, don't worry about that person. That person ain't the president. We can't worry about him or her, whoever it is. Like, that is a crazy way to deal with this. If you're going to deal with it, deal with everybody who get caught up in it. From the second, whoever is involved need to go down. This don't need to be just no Trump thing. I think that's completely nuts.
Yeah.
So what should they do? Okay, let's wave a magic wand. What should be the process if we're not going to get Trump? First off, what happens to Trump? So okay, the lady that you say were texting, she needs to be brought to justice too as well. But she's not the president of the United States, right? That's the highest position, right? That's the highest position. That's the chief and commander, right? There's supposed to be a level of professionalism at every job. Like I said, the stuff that Donald Trump says and does, he couldn't even work at a post office, right? Forget the felonies. So I don't understand, like, whenever, okay, let me give you an example. Whenever we would bring up the economy, right, and how bad it was under Bush, everybody would say, focus on Joe Biden. Focus on Joe Biden. Bush is not in office. But now that Donald Trump is in office and these Epstein files are about to come out, we don't even know what's in them yet. You know, we don't know what he erased or any of that. It's, well, you know, there's a bunch of more people. The rabbit hole goes deeper. So what are y'all suggesting? That Trump should not be brought to justice? That Trump should... So if the Democratic lady is never brought to justice, Trump should still continue to be the president?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you're gonna, like, if something comes out with Trump in it, then fine, go at him, no problem. But everybody else that gets caught up in the middle of it, we just can't ignore them and say, oh man, they ain't the president. Don't worry about them. We can't worry about them people. They ain't got no involvement really. And then do all these weird, like Hakeem Jeffries did this weird interview the other day trying to explain away with this lady's stuff that she had going on, texting Epstein in the middle of a congressional hearing saying, oh, well, it ain't criminal. I mean, it's not criminal, and I don't really know what happened. And then on top of that, he got some text messages from the firm that they hired to raise funds that was sending Epstein text to say, hey, get with us so we can work something out for you to contribute to Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. So they all got this weird stuff going on that they keep acting like it's only a Trump thing. No, if you're going to deal with it, deal with every person who's involved in this. And there's nobody that should be getting away from this. If we're going to deal with it, if Trump involved, deal with it. He should be whatever consequences he can suffer and the stiffness of the law he can give it to him. But don't just stop there. Go from everybody, from the driver to the chauffeur to the dog sitter, whoever was involved in this crap. All of these people need to go. And that's the problem with this. And that's why this thing is not even remotely close to the way it should be, because this is a whole strategy just to get Trump out of office. It has nothing to do with no victims, and they don't offer anything as far as opposing views for the things that the people really care about when you come to politics. When it comes to the economy, nope, you don't hear nothing different. When it comes to immigration, nope, you don't hear nothing different. It's just Trump bad man, Trump bad man, Trump bad man. That is not going to work. It's not going to work at all. And people always tend to go against the curves. There's a whole bunch of people that are going to go against what the media, especially mainstream media, they're going to go against it. It doesn't matter what people think. That's just the way that the groundswell is. We see what's happening in New York. That's an opposition to mainstream media. People can say what they want about that guy. I wouldn't have voted for him, but that's an opposition to mainstream media. People are getting sick of being told forget what you think, forget what you're saying, just listen to me, because it becomes the same message that's being hammered over and over and over again. People are getting tired of that.
Well, I would say you might have been right maybe in 2024, but reality's starting to set in, and people are starting to see that when people was talking about, immigration being the main problem in America, because he's still deporting people, but his approval ratings are still down, and he's deporting people. And to they're just doing this because he's the presidency. I don't give a damn what president you name. You know what I mean? If they are a pedophile, they don't deserve to be president, especially now when we can find out in real time, not revisionist history where we got to go back and dig up the slave owners' bones and hold them to justice or any of that stuff. In real time, we can connect him, right? If his name is in there, he does not deserve to be president. I don't give a damn if you're the world's best mechanic, you don't deserve to be a mechanic because you're the greatest. You know what I mean? If you're a pedophile, they have a place for them.
I'm gonna take my cut to that prison. Hey, but no, let me just say this. So, like I said, Scholar, Pittsburgh, I don't know if you heard me earlier. Look, it have to be something behind that, because they had the ball in their court and they didn't use that. Like you said, they went for the 34 count on the felony, but they probably circle around that because a lot of Democrats and Republicans alike are in those fouls. So they stayed away from that touchy subject. If they was completely honest about the situation, Trump wouldn't be in office right now.
Well, I don't know. Whoever the Republicans would have put out, they would have beat Kamala. The way she ran the campaign was horrible. Now, I would imagine this time they get a full, however much time that they need to go through the whole process of going through the Democratic Party, electing a person, and all of that stuff that they should do. So they should have a far better outcome. They didn't do any of that stuff the last time. They just said, we don't have time, vote for this person. And then on top of that, that person hardly ever did any interviews didn't push forth a lot of policies. And it's just like, just vote for me because I'm better than that person. That person, bad man. That doesn't work. And then on top of that, the other problem that they had was those whole 34 counts that people keep repeating. That problem with that is that stuff was all before he became president. So usually when it's a president, the process to get rid of a president is impeachment. And that's stuff that happens during his presidency. When you start going at people before they become president, that's stuff they do in other countries. We don't do that in America. That becomes lawfare. So what's going to happen is that's fine. You got these 34 counts, but as soon as you get a Democrat in office, what do you think the Republicans are going to do? And it's going to be this back and forth thing where now we're going to start using lawfare where anything you did wrong with your taxes, anything wrong you did on anything, we're going to haul you in court and we're going to try to put charges on you. And people are going to say, oh, but they're not like Trump. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're opening up Pandora's box and you're starting a thing that's never going to stop. That's the problem with this. And we're getting so far away from the things that should actually count for the president because we get caught up in all this nonsense. So you don't get no economic policies. You don't get any foreign policies. Everything is like this petty stuff that doesn't really matter. It's just dirt that people are just digging up.
This is petty?
It don't matter.
You think pedophilia is petty?
No, I never said that. The 34 charges that he got, I think that's petty because all of that stuff happened previous for him becoming a president, and he paid that that porn star previous to him being president, and she came back to blackmail him right before she figured out that he was going to be president. That's all stuff. And the lady who came back to blackmail him, the porn star, nothing ever happened to the lady, and she got paid multiple times. So no, nothing. I don't think anything has anything to do with him being a president. No.
I'll say this, Pittsburgh T. The laws are not about feeling, and we don't write them, right? Like jaywalking is a crime, and you'll get a ticket for it. Speeding is a crime, and you get a ticket for it. You can't. What you do before you become president matters. In the same way, if you go apply at the post office, what you did before, you cannot be a murderer, right? Like you can't. Like I said, King Von could never run for president. King Von couldn't be the local mayor because what he did before, especially a felony. Felonies are the most serious laws. They're not misdemeanors. And he committed it. And it matters. It matters. Like
no, he only committed it because they prosecuted it, Scholar. If he would have came in with all that stuff, they only listen. The Democrats in those emails that we keep mimicking, in those emails to Epstein, he's telling someone, hey, this is how you go after Trump. And he mentions that particular porn star stuff. He mentions what's going to happen with it, what they should do. So this is a whole strategy. Like we can't act like this is just, the justice system just figured out that this man paid the porn star. It had nothing to do with nobody, and they just decided to go after him. That's what they call lawfare. That's our whole strategy. That's what they wanted to do.
What was the Hillary Clinton email? Didn't Donald Trump say lock her up and ran on that and try to investigate the Hillary Clinton emails? She was never president. She was never president. So what she did mattered. I don't like. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
But the Hillary Clinton. Remember what happened with Hillary Clinton? Right before that election, what happened? James Comey came out and said we're investigating Hillary Clinton. That's just as wrong as the lawfare they performed on Trump. So when you start performing all this lawfare crap that ain't got nothing to do with their policies, it's going to influence people. People who heard that Hillary Clinton, now you got the FBI director saying we're investigating Hillary Clinton. People didn't vote for her strictly based off of that. That is fucking wrong. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter the whoever it is. I'm saying when we start getting into this, you're gonna lose a lot of people with this nonsense right here because ain't none of this stuff got anything to do. And what happened with those investigations with Hillary Clinton? Absolutely nothing. But it influenced the campaign.
There was no proof. But you just said something. You just said, well, Donald Trump only got those charges because they convicted him. Yes, Pittsburgh T, that's how it happens. If you commit a crime, right, and there's a paper trail to show you committed it, what did they get the felonies for? They just wrote the law in there that Donald Trump did.
For what? What did he get a crime for? For him paying a porn star, right? The whole thing is about the porn star that he paid.
Funds. No. Right. Using campaign funds illegally. You can't do that.
No, she came back the second time. The first time, whenever the initial act happened, this was long before he became president, he paid this lady. This lady came back again and said, hey, I'll need some more money. She blackmailed them. The lawyer paid him, which is the Cohen, or whatever the guy's name is. He paid her however he paid him. Whatever funds he paid it with. But the initial act, that happened way before this man became president. So no, none of that stuff ain't got nothing to do with you being a president. That's more of a morality thing. That all that prostitution and that Puffy stuff, most men ain't gonna agree with that stupidness. Like that's like Puffy, like the stuff they did with Cassidy. I don't agree with that stupid stuff. That just because I personally wouldn't do it, I don't see where you haul people off the jail because they do stuff like that. They pay people to engage in those kind of acts, and people receiving funds and they're agreeing to do it. Nobody's being held against their will. I think that's silly. I think you let people know this is the information and that's that. But to lock somebody up for that, that's why now you had Trump go after all these people now because of the same lawfare. And we say, oh no, he can't go after her. He can't go after the district attorney in New York. He can't go after the district attorney in Georgia. It's the same thing, bro. That's the problem with it. We selective when we want this stuff to happen, the people we want to happen. It should not be happening at all, is what I'm saying.
Pittsburgh T, people that break the law should be brought to justice, Pittsburgh T. And if Donald Trump used campaign funds and it's against the law, it don't matter how stupid you think the law is the law. They were able to find that on him because he did it. And they were able to try him in court and prove that he did it. He broke the law. That's how he has felonies. They're like, this is not a morality thing, Pittsburgh. This is a law thing. And Donald Trump broke the law. But look, those are things that are relevant.
If he don't run for president,
Let's focus on the Epstein stuff. See, this is what y'all do.
Okay.
This is what the Trump supporters do.
I'm telling you, no, that's what you doing. What you're doing is what I'm just telling you. Y'all keep saying he bad man, he got to go. Don't nobody care about that. All these politicians are screwed up and bad, bro.
What happened in the midterms?
Nobody cares about that.
What happened in the midterms since nobody cared?
And you had change, right? But it's not. But the midterms are the midterms.
Why though, Pittsburgh T? It's
Those
only
individual candidates ran their campaigns and they lost. That's not the president of the United States.
They lost
When
and
we
the
get the
approval rating is down, Pittsburgh T. He's not
don't
endorsing
mean
nobody.
nothing.
Him and Marjorie Taylor are beefing because he did not endorse her because Republicans are getting their ass kicked because of him. Because of him. Yes,
So
absolutely.
so when Obama, let's do this then. So when Obama came in the first 2 years, his midterms flipped. The Democrats lost like crazy and the Republicans took over. Is that a reflection on Obama or is that a reflection on the candidates that ran?
Hold on.
Bro, that's not how that goes, bro.
This is T. That's what y'all were saying. Y'all were saying Barack Obama has failed. He didn't do anything.
I voted for Obama. I just know that the president stuff don't necessarily have to do with individual candidates and how they run their campaigns. There's no blanket. Like
the reason we got a Republican,
the reason people like that.
The reason they got a majority in the House and Senate right now is because of the failure of Democrats, and even people that vote Democrat were acknowledging this fact. But this guy has messed up so much that people are turning on his own base is turning on him. The farmers that voted for him, yes, I will vote, for Donald Trump. That lady was crying because her family was getting deported. Like Pittsburgh T. Donald Trump did nothing.
But he said he's gonna get rid of immigrants, bro. That's not something he lied about. He told him to get rid of immigrants.
And the immigrants still voted for him, but now they turned on him.
Okay, but
he won because of the Latino vote.
He told her.
But he won because of the Latino. Yes,
he did, bro. He did. Listen,
am I lying about this, Ill?
Bro, no.
He had a high percentage of the Latin vote, Pittsburgh T.
Bro, he
had 80%. He had 80% of black people.
She lost at such a crazy rate. They had to go all the way back to Ronald Reagan to find something comparable. That lady lost in every demographic possible. She lost blue states all up and down. She lost blue counties all up and down. It wasn't just no one demographics. She lost states that she should have won. She lost regions she should have. She lost every which way you can. So it wasn't like it was close, and that's the only reason. She got mollywopped, bro. It wasn't even close. She lost at such a crazy rate. You can't say one group did it. All the groups that she should have had, she lost them.
No, there was a lower voter turnout than it was for Joe Biden because Joe Biden got in there and people felt like he didn't do enough for the American people. I mean, I didn't have a problem. I knew he would do a better job than this guy.
Why did she lose so much? She wasn't close.
There was a lower voter turnout.
But it was not okay.
Well, am I still being heard?
Well,
Let's ask this though. What is the current economy right now? Because I clearly don't have a problem with it like you didn't have. How? When you just said you didn't really see a problem with
Ill. I went to the store. I bought some Now Laters, a Reese's, a pack of pork chops, and a white one. Not just playing. Playing about the white one. I can't say that. I forgot. I can't say that, especially on this episode where Donald Trump and Epstein is really out there purchasing people for checks. You know, my bad. But no, I went about like 3 items. Real talk, ill. When I tell you, I looked at the bill and was like, how? What the hell? What? Like Donald Trump said he was going to lower eggs on day one, and I didn't believe him. But damn, I didn't know that they would double and triple in price. The economy is doing horrible. Yo, ill. This is not even like up for debate, ill. If you listen to people worldwide, not anecdotal, not just your personal situation. If you go worldwide, most people would say, yeah, this economy is pretty bad up under Donald Trump,
So
whether they
you feeling
voted
the
for
hit
Donald
from the
Trump or not.
economy? You feeling the
Huh?
hit from the economy?
Absolutely.
You are? Are you Pittsburgh T?
Pittsburgh T, he I think got disconnected. He'll pull back up. But hell yeah, I had to donate some bone marrow, brother. I had to
That's cap,
donate
man.
some
You
bone
gotta
marrow,
stop.
brother, just to feed my fellow. Are you serious?
Stop
Are
playing.
you serious?
just
But
told me
look.
you
No
didn't
matter
care
how
about
bad the
your
economy
laptop
get,
that
ill,
somebody took.
no matter how bad the economy get, brother, you will never catch me out there, brother, forming palacios on a microphone, brother. I am not Donald Trump.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was?
I just think we really analytical on our president over here, but we not on our senators, our aldermen, our congressmen, our governors. Like, that's really the president of our states. And I think we should be on top of that, because it all depends on what state you live in, because everybody not feeling it like everybody saying worldwide. I don't get that why people making this a big issue about our economy. Even with Joe Biden, I didn't really get that, because it wasn't really an effective change that I seen like, whoa, we need a new president. Like, I never got to that point in my life that I had to acknowledge that the president is fucking up like this. Until now, like, this is just, it seemed like it's a witch hunt on all presidents since Barack Obama. It seemed like Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, even the contemporaries that the running mates that they have, and all of that stuff. It just seemed like it's too much that we put into the presidency, and it's not enough that we put in our local government.
So, all right, Donovan, I'll catch you on the next one, bro. I wanted to say this, ill. See, and when I had Pittsburgh T gonna do this when he pulled back up, and this is really frustrating for me, is that we can't focus on the now. Like, Donald Trump is in the hot seat, and they're doing everything in their power, bro. Everything in their power to get him up out the hot seat. And it's like, why? Why we got to focus on a Democratic person that was sitting Texas? Why we got to do all of this stuff? Focus on the president. The president, the guy that has access to the CIA, the FBI, the guy that's getting Kash Patel, the director that he put it in place, right? To scrub his name from the Epstein file. Let's focus on that guy. Because that's abuse of power, like I said. I said this the other day.
I'm not saying that he's supposed to be exempt from any judgment or any lawful movements towards in the future. I'm saying that it's a lot of people on that list, right? But the witch hunt is on Donald Trump. Now, if they did this prior to even getting to that point, he would have never been a candidate. He never would have been a president. So it seemed like now we doing something we could have been did it when the files was out. Like 2019 was a whole 5 years, 6 years ago. So why didn't happen then? It was supposed to happen so we could get to a point of clarity. Then now we just opening up Pandora's box, and Donald Trump not going to be the only one. It's going to be a lot of politicians.
Let it be that. But you just answered your own question. The reason why the can was being kicked down the street is because there was a lot more people than just Donald Trump, rich people, and that's why Jeffrey Epstein didn't see the light of day in his jail cell. So yeah, that's why they were kicking the can. But like, who cares? Like, if you could get Donald Trump on the list, right? If that guy's on the list and you can manage to get him, everybody else is chopped liver. You got the president. That's literally the concept behind the RICO law. The RICO law was we're not gonna focus on the lower, we're gonna get the head. And once we get the head, everybody else starts snitching on each other, et cetera, et cetera. Why the RICO law could apply and work in theory on Diddy, but not Donald Trump?
No, I agree. I understand. I'm not defending him, or I'm not one of those people that say I voted for Donald Trump. Now I got to stand ground on what I decided. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Like you said, the law is the law. I disagree with Pittsburgh T when he was saying that, because the law is the law. I don't care if you found out 16 years later about something that's horrific that somebody did. You still have to charge them as if it was current time. So I do agree with that, but it's just so much to decipher in something that should have been open long time ago. Now we just making a bigger mess of our failure in America. That's what I'm looking at.
Hey, Brother Hill, at least you admitted to it. You know, they won't admit, or they'll do a lot. What Trump called it, the weave. They learned good from Trump. They'll do the weave. You know, we end up talking about Trump's 34 felonies. What the hell they got to do with the topic of conversation? Donald Trump is in the hot seat right now. You know what I mean? And at this very moment, Donald Trump is out there, you know, and Kash Patel had the nerve to get up there and talk about drugs, talk about drug dealers and how dangerous they were. Bro, if you don't stop, you snort more cocaine, bro. Like, what are you doing, Kash Patel? Busting all the drug dealers and snorting the coke for yourself? That dude's eyes never go there. Bro, he don't even blink when he sneezes, bro. He don't even close his eyes when he sneezes, bro.
They deflected really bad. That was a bad deflection. Like, now we trying to make somebody the most wanted person in the world.
Bro, facts. They're like, it's very dangerous.
Bro.
We're just breaking news. He slapped his third grade teacher, Miss Krabappel. She did deserve it. She's 115 years old. Somebody get his ass. We're gonna send what Dave Chappelle said. We're gonna send the goddamn rock to get in there. It was a pound driver. That's what they were acting like, bro. They were doing everything within their power, bro, to deflect. And you notice how they kept passing the buck. During the press conference, bro, they kept passing the buck, bro. They were like, we're gonna bring in this guy right here. Bro, they just brought in some random guy, bro. They pulled him up from the audience. Like, what are you doing? I'm a reporter. Get up here and speak, goddamn, we smell. Like, bro, they were panicking, bro. Oh my God, bro. Oh man, I wish I could be a fly on the wall in the White House right now, bro. And Trump is doing, bro. And you know why I think Trump messed up? I think Trump, and this might sound silly to say, you know, but y'all stay with me. I think Donald Trump didn't mess up whenever he didn't mess up whenever he did all the stuff he did, the felonies, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I think he really messed up when he met with Turkey al-Rashid while they were having this vote, because that meeting was supposed to be about him giving away our jets. What is it called again? Let me look it up. Was it F? What is it? Hold on. Let me look it up. I want to be very specific. Hold on. Because his own administration warned against it. They warned that the danger of it, that China could get it. Huh?
Getting gifted to.
No, he's selling it, bro. That's his way of trying to put a Band-Aid on the bad economy that he had. He gonna sell them. The fighter jet costs like I think for like a flight of 32, it's like $1 billion. They spend a lot of money. Those jets are some bad MFers. Hold on, did anybody in the chat put it yet? Somebody in the chat put that. What is the jet that they're finna do? Save me some time while I'm looking at it. The Crown Prince. Okay, because I remember they warned against it. So here we go. Let's see. What jet is he trying to give them? Golly. All I see is Donald Trump.
This is me saying this, though, because I vote for Donald Trump again. But I'm saying...
Bro, hold on. Are you serious?
No, let me say this first. I'm joking.
Bro, hold on, bro. We can't be making jokes like that till that list come out.
Right. No, you're right. But he was like, the truth spitter said Trump is not on the list. And I'm saying this.
F-35. Okay, I know I wasn't tripping. F-35, that's the jet. The F-35 that he's meeting.
If Trump is not on the list, I don't believe it. I believe they took him off the list. So no matter what you say, there's too many pictures, too many photos. Like me and Scholar together, and I know Scholar background, and he know mine, and we still friends. That mean we collude on the same thing. That actually does mean that. You can't tell me that a tiger and a lion is going to get together and they don't have the same focus because they normally shouldn't be together. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm a good guy and Scholar's a bad guy, vice versa, then I would notice that and I would say, man, I gotta get away from Scholar. Or Scholar vice versa gotta say, man, I gotta get away from Ill. But if we still colluding with each other and having friendly ventures with each other, inviting us to each other's weddings and things of that nature, then clearly he knows everything that's going on. So that should be the nail in the coffin right there. If we talking about a lawful judgment upon somebody, your character does come into play with your friends. So if that's one of your friends, that character of your friend kind of rubs off on you.
Yo,
I'm just saying, me personally.
Hold on. Flag on the play. Pittsburgh T, did you go Google some stuff and come back with a Kamala article, brother? Please tell me, Pittsburgh T, that ain't what you did, bro.
No, the call job as you protecting the
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
See, yeah.
We can't hear you in the Matrix. Damn, maybe it's me. Y'all can hear me?
No, you good. It's Pittsburgh T.
Okay. That's crazy work, man. That man is out there giving Bubba fellatios, bro. That is insane. I cannot believe Donald Trump is out there.
That's a big letdown. Yeah, that's a big letdown.
But you know what's crazy?
I mean, for that alone, I gotta turn my back on him.
Y'all was talking about, well, not you, but the Trump supporters during the time, they were saying that the economy's bad and that Kamala Harris didn't really have any plans. And you know why I thought that was the stupidest thing in the world?
I did have something I would show you. Wait a minute. I don't know if you've seen this. I used it once. Oh, I have it. I do have it. Look at this. Look at this. So this is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation.
There is Donald.
That's inflation. That's inflation. Tic Tacs. Tic Tacs. That's the explanation he gave. This is inflation. Look at the Tic Tacs. Bro, I'm willing to bet right now if you went to your local grocery store and try to buy some Tic Tacs, it probably has went up by $3.
I don't know. See, that's the thing. That's my thing, man. Everybody keep focusing on this economy and it's not changing. Only time that the economy is changing for certain people is business owner, home buyers, homeowners. You know, I can understand if you own a house and things change, like your mortgage rate went up or something like that, or your insurance is higher or your taxes go up. I can understand that, but that's still local things that people need to get done. That's not the president's job.
And you know what? I was trying to explain to people why Donald Trump was running that the president can executive order eggs to be cheaper. And they told me that I didn't know what I was talking about. And look how the price of bacon, the price of eggs, they even propaganda, as somebody said in the chat, they even showed a TV, what I think it was the news. I can't remember. It might have been MSNBC, but they showed a local business owner and he was like, yeah, you know, we're going to be out of business because we can't afford the price of eggs and bacon. It's like, why are they, you want to say that the media hates Trump? CNN gave him a lot of free press the first time around, but even the second win that he had, they gave him a lot of positive press and didn't even fight a lot of the stuff that he did. Like CBS definitely could have won their lawsuit against him. They didn't fight it, you know, and it had a lot to do with the Paramount thing, but that's neither here nor there. Donald Trump, bro, I love it, bro. Listen, I look at it like this. One of my favorite movies is The Equalizer, bro. For obvious reasons, right? Denzel's the go-to acting and stuff like that. But you know what I hate about The Equalizer is that it's false. Like, it's not realistic. Like, when you have sex rings and stuff like that, them people normally go on to live long, healthy lives to like 112 years old, no justice served, you know? And the movie, at some point when you're watching that movie, you'd be like, dang, I wish this was really real. Like, there's a dude out there bringing this type of stuff to justice and freeing sex slaves. You know what I mean? Because that is like, that's sick. You know what I mean? And this right here just gives people hope that the justice system, like, nobody's above it. If Donald Trump get caught up in the hairs, that maybe that'll send a message to the people that are still doing sex trafficking. Like, it's there's nothing negative that can come out of this situation. He's not even doing a good job as president. That's what I was trying to tell Pittsburgh T. Pittsburgh T was saying this was like a petty topic and the Americans don't care about this. And it's like, damn, Pittsburgh T, what you do? Auditioning for Fox News? They absolutely care about this. This is, bro, it's sex trafficking.
No, I think that Pittsburgh T saying it on a level like I was just explaining it. Like, this is like a circus act. But I do agree. If this crime is so high on the list of, punishment, on the punishment level, this is a very high crime. And I think America should pay attention to this one this time, not the 34 counts and not the, a lot of, even Watergate, and it's a lot of different gates that a lot of presidents had and went through in our term. Since I've been alive, I've seen a lot of them. But this one is the one to pay attention to, because you see a monster inside of a man that shouldn't be able to run a country. I do care about something like this. I got kids, I got daughters. So if somebody put my daughter in the ring, I'm gonna act like John Wick, or I'm gonna be the equalizer in that moment until I get caught. So I'm saying it's gonna be a problem. So I really do have something to pay attention to it with, because you want to make sure that the country is safe with safe, thoughtful decision makers, not people that's going to put us in jeopardy. If you put a child in jeopardy, then you'll put the whole country in jeopardy.
Yo, can y'all hear me now? Y'all hear me now?
Hear you, but that was God messing with your mic, brother. That was God.
That was a deep state, brother, trying to keep a brother down. Look here, man. We ain't got no proof that Trump did none of this stuff, bro. We don't have nothing no more than him being mentioned in emails. That's it. If something come out and he got implicated, then hey, man, have at it. But until that point, all these things that these people are doing, it just don't make sense. And it looks weird because these people they were sitting on this stuff all this time. And this is the whole play that they've been running for a long ass time. And I'll keep telling you, like, they don't really care. Because the people that we seen that are Democrats, they run an interference. They blocking it up. It's a few of them, and they acting like they don't exist. That we actually got documentation of these people being in contact with Jeffrey Epstein. If we would have had a chain of messages on text with Trump and Epstein going back and forth, people would have lost their damn mind. But we got it, and nothing is happening to that lady. We got all kind of stuff with these different people, and nothing's happening to these people. So that's the whole problem with this. This is just straight hypocrisy. That's all this crap is. These people don't care about no victims at all.
Yeah, and I'm quite sure that Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein was friends when he was the president. But he never.
Nothing happened to him. Right. Yeah, nothing came out. And then the problem is too, like, remember Epstein had those islands for over 20 years, bro. So over 20 years, the only person that was on the island is fucking Trump. It's like Diddy had parties with just him, Cassidy, and 2 prostitutes or 3 prostitutes. It's the same nonsense, bro. It's like it almost get to the point where it's just so silly. Like, how could that make sense? You got an island and it's only Trump on the island and him? Like, it don't make any sense. And when they start naming people and people start coming out, they just quietly step down. There's no prosecution. There's nobody with this threat of the law. Well, now we got to enforce the law and go after these people because we care about kids. No, you don't. You don't. Because you would have went after them with the same fire that you went after this guy with. You should be going after all of these people, not one exclusively. If you're going to do it, do it. And I have no problem with it. But make sure you get all of them. Don't be giving nobody no cover because they own your political team. And that's the problem with politics now. And they got so nasty where people just they lose their own logic. The people who's defending Trump, if he possibly get caught up in this, he need to go. If something actually come out. But the people who are already being implicated, they need to go to fucking jail. Besides losing their little jobs that they got. That's the least of their problems.
I agree.
I definitely disagree. Hey, really, I don't know if you did some voodoo, but I just
why you disagree? Everybody should go to jail.
But no, I agree, but I disagree with the way that Pittsburgh T is framing it. Because Pittsburgh T said, okay, we can get Donald Trump, but just make sure you get everybody else. Well, then why are we even having a conversation of
I said if it's proven. No, if it's been proven that he's done something. Right now you got nothing but him being mentioned in emails.
Okay,
There's
well, let me
nothing
ask you
that proves he
this,
did anything. So if it's proven he does something.
Did
Go
they
ahead.
prove the 34 felonies?
What that got to do with anything?
Because you brought that up earlier and said it was petty and you didn't care, but they proved it. They proved that he committed a felony, and you had a problem with that.
Yeah, because it's a dumbass felony.
It doesn't matter if you agree with the felony or not. A felony is a felony, bro.
No, it's not.
Put it like
No,
this.
it's not.
Put it like this.
No, it's
Listen,
not.
if
No,
we
it's
want to
not.
talk
A felony
the
and
law,
a felony, they're not all the same, bro. Just because you can get prosecuted, like you can literally prosecute somebody for selling CDs that's copyrighted, and that could be a felony. So you could say that person got a felony, they never deserve to get a job. A felony and a felony, they're all different.
Misdemeanors are fines. And,
no. If you you sell over a certain
felonies
amount,
are big crimes.
No, if you sell copyrighted CDs past a certain dollar amount, that's a felony. I think it's stupid, but it's still a felony. If you steal past a certain amount, that's a felony. They're not all the same.
Felonies, whether you agree with them or disagree with them, are still the law of the land. And we are a land of laws, right? Whether you agree with them or disagree with them. If you commit a felony, no matter how dumb it is, you're gonna go to jail as a regular person. Rich people should not be exempt from the law, the rule of law. Donald Trump committed a felony. He should be in jail.
That ain't gonna work, bro. I'm telling you, that's never gonna work because he's a president. So he's not a regular person. Presidents aren't the same. I don't know why we keep doing this thing where we got to play like presidents.
Are above the law.
They are. They absolutely are. They absolutely are.
What
we don't say presidents. Did he go to jail? Did he go to jail?
You know why he didn't go to jail?
Did George Bush go to jail?
You know why Nixon didn't go to jail? Because Ford took over and it was his responsibility to put Nixon in jail. And he said no. It was because he was the VP. That was what VP is going to put the president in jail. But he resigned before he could be impeached. But Nixon broke the law. That's why he was impeached.
But an impeachment is just him not being president.
You can't use the government how you so please. You're not above the law as the president. Matter of fact, the president swear in. They put their hand on the Bible and say, "I will uphold the Constitution." No, you can't do whatever you want as the president.
You're talking about an impeachment. Impeachment just means that he's not going to be president. He's not going to jail. George Bush was never going to jail for creating wars that we should have never went to based on flaky information that they knew that Dick Cheney and them ran up the ladder. Nobody's going to jail, but all them people dead. Like, there's nothing that's going to happen. The best with the president you get is an impeachment. He's not going to jail, bro. So he is above the law because the law of the land means if you break the law, you go to jail. Ain't no president going to jail.
If Donald Trump is in these files, he's not above the law. He should go to jail.
Yeah,
I don't give a damn about what Nixon did, Clinton did, George W. Bush did. If this come out and he's connected to pedophilia, and he was responsible, he should go to jail.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm saying, Scholar. You missing what I'm saying. You're saying that I'm telling you, the president, the way it's set up right now, the office of the president of the United States, no matter what he's done, and involved in getting military personnel going to war and getting multiple people, lots of people killed, nothing happens to these dudes. Now, when you're saying what should happen, I'm saying what actually happens. We're not talking about the same thing. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it is. Like, those ain't the same people. We see they not the same people because the people who's implicated in this stuff, nobody's going to jail. At best, they're going to tell them to step down from their positions. Larry Summers, that was teaching at Harvard, he didn't go to jail. At best, they told him, hey, you can't teach here. You can't do certain things. That's it. He ain't going to no jail.
Do you think that if Donald Trump goes to jail, that Larry Summers wouldn't go?
He should. They all should go to jail. Like I said, what should happen was
when you left, I basically said the principle of the RICO is literally let's get the head and everything else is gonna fall. So Donald Trump is the head. So
that's not a RICO, bro. A RICO is a criminal organization. If they're Democrats and they're Republicans, they're not part of the same organization. So that RICO stuff don't have nothing to do with this. Like they would have to be up under the same umbrella for them to be a RICO.
Charge Trump with the RICO. I said that in theory, the RICO is let's take out the head of the organization. If he's connected to sex trafficking, brother, I don't know. That's the organization that Jeffrey Epstein headed.
If they're not. No, bro, listen, whoever works for Epstein, that's his organization. Whoever is up under Trump and works for Trump, that's his organization. Just because we all go to the same party, no matter how filthy it is, that doesn't mean that we're part of the same organization. That's not a RICO. You should charge those people individually for whatever the hell they did. That's not a RICO.
So, Pittsburgh, you was saying that, you know, that they didn't have none of the charges on Diddy, right? In the freak offs. And he wasn't guilty of nothing but being a sexual deviant. How were they able to bring charges up on Diddy if that, like...
You gotta look what he got convicted of. Not what they said, look what they convicted of him of. They literally convicted him for paying for prostitution, which in the trial, and we lady was paying for the prostitutes. She picked them out. They still convicted him of it. But that's just that lady, Puffy, and those 3 prostitutes that they brought up. That is not a freak off party that they keep implying. That freak off ain't 4 people. And they ain't even in the room at the same time and on the same days. So no, that's all smoke and mirrors, and we never seen the video. Nobody ever seen any video of this stuff. We just taking these people's words of it. And they won't show you the video because it implicates the other people. And it's the same thing with this. It implicates a lot of people. So they trying to narrow the scope to the people that they attacking. They won't really let you see what's going on because people who got these high morals, the people that they think is so great, they'll lose their mind. They'll see pastors there, they'll see priests there, they'll see bankers there, they'll see all kind of people in these alleged parties. There's stuff that's going on that people be clutching their pearls and they got these high moral grounds. So I'm not to the idea where I think these people are great people. I think they're all sexual deviants to a certain degree. And I think a lot of this stuff gets exposed, but they narrow it down to who they want to focus in on and act like nobody else exists. And we keep falling for it. So you're never going to fix it because these people keep running around doing the same thing. So we think that since Epstein ain't doing all this stuff, just stop.
Yo, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this clip right here. This is from 1992. This is Donald Trump.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you go?
He told a young girl, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. On top of hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, Pittsburgh T. Like, Pittsburgh T, how much proof do you need? One of our good brothers the other day, you know, said some borderline weird stuff. He said he want to identify Donald Trump through the tapes. Through the tapes. What you gonna do? Recognize his pin? Like, what you doing? You pin watching?
He didn't mean that,
bro. That's insane, bro. I never heard that level of dedication to a candidate before. It's cult like. It's sick.
No, I'm not saying that we need to stop paying attention to Donald Trump, but it's a lot of people that got affected out of this situation that we not focusing on. It's a whole bunch of stuff after the countries that have involvement in the same thing that we not focusing on. Like, this is a big rabbit hole that we about to open. And it's just not Donald Trump. Like, it's a lot of higher powerful people in other countries and things of that nature. Like, it's just not him. And I don't think, like I said, birds of a feather flock together, bro. So I don't think that just because we all at a weird party 17 times that we not about the same life. Like, nah.
Exactly.
I believe if we all go to the same party 20 years in a row, then we about that same thing. So he don't get a pass in my book at that point. I still say that due diligence have to happen. Let's see the files. Let's see what it is, because it's bigger than this, man. It's a lot of people. Like, we need to start paying attention to. It's really not about, forget about the politicians that play a part in it right now, just for this moment. Let's think about all of them little girls that they touched and did all of that stuff to, their mental status and what happened to them.
Look at the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Brother Deuce, I'm trying to save you for yourself, man. He said he did
Thank you,
mean that.
brother.
First off, nobody
Thank
knew it was you.
I know
All
you
the people in
didn't,
the
bro.
chat, dudes, nobody knew it was you. You jump out the chat. I want to identify the dick too, brother.
No, I said he just made it. That's all I said. I know who he was talking about. Shout out to my brother.
Yo, ill, what the?
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was?
That is
Hey, man.
crazy, bro.
But that's because he got to verify, bro. It's too much AI going on, and that guy probably
What is he
involved,
gonna
man.
do? Is he gonna look for the bald spot, the fake
Nah, you can
ugly
tell.
wig,
You can tell.
or is he
Nah,
clean
you can-
identifying?
No, you can tell AI. They got stuff you can run to check the AI to see if it's an AI that's been generated or altered in AI. You can tell.
Yeah.
But that guy who was just on there might be involved too. So that's the other problem. Like, man, it's all kind of high profile preachers and pastors and all kind of people involved. Singers, actors. It's bankers.
Ain't none of them more powerful than Donald Trump.
man.
He's the president of the United States.
Yes,
bro.
it
He got a
is. No,
he got an
no,
army
that's-
behind him, bro. What Floyd say?
No.
He got a country, bro. He got an army behind him, bro. It don't
so
get no bigger than that, bro.
And
Yes,
I think
it do.
it's
Larry
a lot of other
Summers.
people that got armies behind him too.
Yeah, Larry
Bro,
Summers.
the Fed, the president appoints the head of the Fed.
I'm talking about for other countries.
No, I was
It's
talking to
just
him because he brought up Larry Summers. Like, bro, Donald Trump, like I said, I used to listen. I ain't gonna say I believed in it, but I used to listen and entertain the idea of a shadow government when people was talking of corporations. But I no longer do that because I look at it and I look at it practical. We spend a lot of money every year on weaponry, right? A lot of money, more than our competitors combined, right? A lot of money. And the result of that is we have a really, really strong, badass military, right? And the president is the commander chief of said military. And for the most part, the people that have gotten in there have been groomed from, right after they got out of high school to respect the rule of law. They go to these prestige schools and colleges and, stuff like that. And they teach them the way of politics. And like I said, how to circumvent the law. This guy doesn't have any of that. And he's never been, like being told no. He's been a pedophile since 1992. But now he's been doing a lot of stuff. So he doesn't respect the rule of law and he will use his army. It's threatening. Like, think about it. Paramount, that would be part of the shadow government that they talk about. Paramount bent the knee to Donald Trump because he approved that merger, right? He sued CBS and they just gave him the money. They didn't even fight it and they probably would have definitely won against Donald Trump. Donald Trump goes around suing, doing whatever the hell he wants to because he has the army behind him. And I want people to think about it logically, right? Like, we're talking on the internet right now. If Donald Trump randomly picked somebody from the chat or on the panel and summoned them to meet with them, they would be nervous as hell. Because he has the CIA, the FBI, and the world's best military. Like Cat Williams said, I watched the military go to Iraq, get Saddam Hussein on CNN and tell everybody that they're not going to show it because it's brutal and beat the shit out of him in front of the world. That's what and this man had his face on gold bars. Very powerful individual. That's how bad our military is that he's in command of.
Yeah, but Scholar, like the whole thing, what you saying, like, look, we got elections and they got consequences. They elected that man. It ain't even been a full year. So this month by month stuff that these people do where they try to fear people into the world's going to be over, it's just simply not going to work, number one. Number two, Larry Summers, if you look at what he was on, that dude was sitting there making like your interest rates and all that. He moved the whole economy on what he was working. So we can't have like Larry Summers is nobody. He has the goddamn islands. Ain't nothing happening to this damn man. And it's been proven all kind of ways. So no, like they not real serious about this stuff. This stuff ain't even halfway remotely serious.
No, I didn't say I didn't think Larry Summers was a nobody. I just don't think he has more power than Donald Trump.
He does. Therefore,
He does.
look, the Federal Reserve,
He does.
the Federal Reserve
Yeah, he
chair
do.
has more power than the president. It's not even remotely
Let me
close.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Who has more power, the Supreme Court or Donald Trump?
They're equal branches.
Yeah.
Theoretically, the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is that's why they have Supreme.
No,
They serve
no, they're
forever.
not.
They're not elected. They serve forever, and they control the law of the land. Theoretically they have more power. The Supreme Court is
We need
giving
to
Donald
change
Trump
that too.
has given Donald
No.
Trump 4 court orders or not the Supreme Court, the judicial system has given Donald Trump 4 court orders that he ignored because he has a military at his back. Roosevelt proved that you don't have to listen to the Supreme Court. The motherfucker had 4 terms. You don't have to listen to the Supreme Court. There will be no consequences. They don't have an army that they can summon and force you to listen to them.
That's got nothing to do with the army, Charlotte. Because remember, okay, I'll give you another example. I'll give you a very famous one. During Obama's term, Apple and Samsung were going back and forth with intellectual property over copyright stuff. Of course, you know Apple lost, Samsung won, but Samsung is a foreign company. So Trump came in and vetoed. I mean, not Trump, Obama came in and vetoed it. He never heard anything else about it. So all of this game about who's more, it depends. In special circumstances that the president will step in on certain things. And on the other end, it's special circumstances on the, but it's special circumstances where the Supreme Court can't overrule the president. The Supreme Court can't tell the president that he doesn't have the certain powers that he's already bestowed upon. Executive orders, for the most part, those been used all the way back to Obama. They've been used. And some of them get stricken down in court. Some of them get stricken down in court over time, and some of them don't. That's why they got that process.
If you look at the Supreme Court right now, and like I said, they're in fear of Donald Trump exposing them, that there's no repercussions if you don't look at them. They can tell you to do
that's
stuff.
not fair, though.
They can tell you to do stuff, but you do not have to listen. And there's no repercussions, especially when you have a Republican House and Senate. You're not going to get in. There's going to be no and those people do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. There's no repercussions for Donald Trump not following the law.
That ain't true, Charlotte. If that was true, he'd win every court case. So if he had all this power that you have, he would win every single court case. He's not winning every court case, bro.
You're still missing the forest for the trees. It's not that he would win every court case. The court case have no repercussion on what he's going to do. He does whatever the hell he wants to do.
But the Supreme Court voted that they should return SNAP benefits back to all the recipients. Have they got them yet?
Yeah, because they opened the government back up.
That ain't what happened. They
opened the government back up.
They still did that though.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened here. So
that's not exactly what happened.
He brought this up and he ignored the court order. So what happened is Donald Trump had the emergency fund. Me and Pittsburgh T went over all the numbers yesterday. So they had the emergency fund set aside strictly for SNAP, right? And it was an emergency.
Reserve fund.
Yeah, their reserve funds. And Donald Trump did not want to release it, right? And what he said is, well, I'll leave it to the Supreme Court, right? And then the Supreme Court voted for him to release it, and he ignored the Supreme Court's orders and didn't release it. After saying he was going to give the power to them, after they said, okay, well, Donald Trump, go ahead and release it. We got it, it's an emergency. He said, I don't think I'll do it. It wasn't until the government opened back up where the Democrats caved, and then that is when people got their stuff. But he ignored the court order.
That
court, I wasn't privy on it. I just know that the Supreme Court did decide.
And the problem with the reserve too. Look, and this is the other problem with the reserve. The reserve didn't have enough funds to pay the entire SNAP benefits for it. It was like $8 billion. They only had like 4 or 5 or some shit. So in theory, they wouldn't have had enough money to pay the entirety anyways. Now, should he release it? Absolutely. We don't know what would have happened because that was like the court case came out within a week and they opened the government back up. So it wasn't a long time for them to who knows how long that would have drawn out or what would have happened. But he didn't it was no immediate urge to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and pay it. He didn't do that. So I'm not going to say that he didn't. I don't know what would have happened. But he did have a ruling saying that he should have used the reserves for the SNAP benefits. They didn't have enough to pay the bill benefits no matter what. That's why you hear people saying that he was only going to pay half. When you hear people say that he was only going to pay half of the SNAP benefits, it wasn't that he was going to only pay half. We only had money to pay half. We didn't have money to pay the full bill of the SNAP benefits in the reserve. It was not available. It wasn't there.
So, I do disagree. Let me stop. I disagree with a lot of that. So,
because I don't understand that. How do we pay $6 billion a month for SNAP benefits and they don't have it at one certain time?
$8 billion.
So because they didn't.
That's a lot of money, man.
So you remember that unconstitutional agency, whatever they were, Illuminati called Doge. whatever they were, that were trying to do Congress's job. Because Congress couldn't come to an actual vote, the bills didn't get paid, right? And normally when this happens, they pay themselves while they're working and fighting stuff like that. But the bills didn't get paid. So nobody was receiving the benefits. They have money set aside for this type of stuff. Same way you do a rainy day fund in your regular house, right? So the rainy day fund wasn't the full funding of it because it's not supposed to be the full fund. They're supposed to vote on the bill, but they wouldn't release the emergency fund.
No, but that's not how that went, Scarlett. I don't think that like we mixing up different things. When they shut the government down and they decided that they're not going to increase the debt limit, meaning our credit card, everything stopped. The only money that they have left was the reserves. They had the reserves for different stuff. They paid the military. They paid them like a partial payment. They paid like some other shit. They paid a few things. And then when it came to SNAP and what was left when this was a special reserve, they did not have enough money to pay SNAP. That had nothing to do with Doge. Doge ain't had nothing to do with that. That Doge was long gone out of the picture.
No. The reason I brought up Doge is because Doge was doing the literal job of the government. The government's job is to decide what's wasteful spending and spend the money. And Doge came in unconstitutionally and said, "You're wasting money." It's like, well, wait a minute. Nobody voted you guys in to do this. That's why I brought up Doge. And the other thing is Pittsburgh Tea, they literally have SNAP benefit, the SNAP benefit emergency fund set aside for that very thing. This is not the first time the government shuts down.
Yeah,
they
but
have
didn't
the
have enough
emergency
money.
funds. No, they absolutely did. They don't
have $8 billion in it. They didn't have $8 billion in it, Scholar.
So yes, they absolutely. So the
We
money
looked
that
at
they
it
had,
yesterday.
Pittsburgh
They
Tea,
didn't
but the
have
money
enough
that they,
funds for it.
Pittsburgh Tea, the money they had set aside that was going to cover half of it was solely
Yes.
for SNAP. It didn't have anything to do with the
Exactly.
military.
No,
It
you're
didn't have
right.
anything to do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the point
Yeah.
I'm making.
Yeah,
They
but
could
it
have just
wasn't
spent
enough
it.
to
It's
cover.
for the Pittsburgh Tea. Can you imagine a fire in a building and then somebody be like, "Damn, well, this is a huge fire, so I'm not going to use a fire extinguisher." No, crack the fucking motherfucker open and go and try to extinguish the fire from the base, baby. This is not rocket science, Pittsburgh Tea. The reason why Donald Trump didn't want to do that is because he's an asshole. And he was playing political games, and he doesn't care about poor people.
He was playing. So wait a minute. So we're not going to acknowledge that the Democrats actually shut the government down, and people didn't get paid based off of some.
Why did they shut the government down?
Listen, bro. The Democrats shut the government down, right? Now the problem going to be that people are going to say it was for a good cause, and I get it. But when you shut the government down, that means people are not getting paid until they reopen the government. And that was the longest one in history, they said, because of Obamacare, which didn't make any sense, because if you look at the votes from Obamacare, you only had one Republican vote in both times that they voted for Obamacare. One Republican vote. So the idea now all of a sudden that they're going to get this flood of Republicans in, it ain't going to happen, bro. It had nothing to do with what I think or what you think. They just never did it. So it didn't make any sense. So like, what are they holding out for? It just never, none of that stuff they did made any sense. And they had 4 years to fix this stuff, and they never addressed it. Like their whole thing that they do, it just doesn't make any sense.
But
what they're
that is
doing.
not the first time that the government has been shut down, and they like Republicans have
days
used
it
the
was.
same strategy.
It's
And this is
been a
why
long
and this is why I
And they never got anything.
it should have been longer. It should have been longer. Them people that's on SNAP that went and voted for Donald Trump should actually absolutely feel the brunt of this,
Damn.
because they don't give a damn about them. They don't give a damn
Bro,
about them, bro.
You can't
Bro,
say that
they
people
do
in the
not
government
give
need
a
to be
damn
shut
about
down.
people that are receiving
Bro,
SNAP,
people
bro.
not getting paid, bro. Like look.
Oh, so now you
can go
care
back
about
in
people
history.
getting paid. When Doge
Of
came and started
course.
firing federal workers, people didn't bat an eye at those people who lost their
That's
jobs.
not the same thing, Charlotte. You can't listen. They were forcing the air traffic controllers to go to work with no fucking pay, and still holding them accountable for not coming to work. That's
And guess
wrong,
who said they
bro.
wouldn't give them
And
back pay?
Bro,
Guess
and guess what? They've done every time that you can go back in history and look down and they shut down the government. The party that shut down the government never gets the shit they want. Never. So the shit is stupid when they shut the government down. When the Republicans do it, it's dumb as hell. When the Democrats do it, it's stupid as hell. The problem is that the people are not getting paid at the absolute worst time of the year for them not to get paid. And they know they had no cards to get what they wanted. It was fucking stupid. There was no outcome where the Republicans are going to say, okay, we're just going to do what y'all want. Like, no, that's never gonna happen, bro. That was fucking
Donald Trump
dumb.
got booed at a football game, and the team that he got booed at still say Redskins when they're called the Washington Commanders. Like, people were absolutely feeling it, and like I said, I can't you laugh, but I'm dead serious, bro. I feel like people need to feel. They need to feel it. They've been carried too long. The people that had the nerve to go vote for Donald Trump because they felt like everybody else was mooching off the government and they on SNAP benefits, they need to feel that shit. They need to feel some hurt.
Honestly, what is Donald Trump doing bad in the economy though? Like, I don't see it.
Nothing. Nothing.
I'm seeing a rise in everything, and in a lot of ways, like, bro, if the market for home buyers is open, it's probably now, and in the next 2 years, in his same term, it'll get even fair. Like,
so the housing market has cooled off, especially since COVID. It's cooled off a lot, and Donald Trump was even talking about implementing 50-year mortgages to incentivize more people buying houses. And the tariff stuff that he's implementing, that the economists told us was going to be a tax on the American people, you see it when you go to pay for stuff. It's marked
bro.
up.
That's not true, bro. That's not true, bro.
So
None of
the
that's
prices
true.
are not going
That's
up.
talking points. No, they're
The
not.
prices are not going up around you.
I can show you in the CPI report that they list out every month where we can go line item by line item, and it shows you the percentage of things, and nothing's went up. If it's less than 1% per month, less than 1%. So if you accrue that over 6 months, you might get a 2% increase on certain items. It's very few items have went up, bro. Very
and
few.
you don't even notice it though. Like,
yeah, because it's less than 2%. Even your gas ain't went up. It's not true, bro. That's a talking point.
True, yeah. I mean,
that's a talking point.
He hasn't even been in for a year. You're talking about a man that ran that he was going to bring down the egg prices day one. And you're like, well, it ain't even went up just less than 1%. He got 3 more years, and he hasn't even done a full year.
Bro, I got 2 dozens.
I've looked. Yeah, I looked at them. Listen, bro, I look at the prices and stuff on those reports that they release. And when they release those reports, and this is another reason why it was dumb for the Democrats to do what they did. Once they shut the government down, you don't get any data from the government. All those reports that tell you about the jobs, that tell you about the consumer pricing, that you don't get any of that stuff. So if they truly felt like the economy was bad, it was very stupid of them not to have the government open, because you don't get any of that stuff. They did what they did was completely ignorant, bro. It didn't make any sense at all. It didn't make no sense. And the problem
right now.
And then the problem is that look, they kept saying we got to make them feel it. Who are you making feel but government workers? What was going to be the outcome? Let's say they hold out for another month. What was going to happen? What leverage did they have besides making people who are either on? It's only 10% of America that's on SNAP, but you got all these federal workers that ain't getting paid. So that's what you want to do to get something that you like. It didn't make any sense. It's stupid.
And new business owners are up by 6% since he been in office. So that's a true fact. So if we doing so bad, how is that happening when more jobs are being created?
Has inflation continued to go up? Excuse me. Is inflation continuously going up?
No, it's going down. No, it went down.
Bro, no.
It went down, bro. Yes, it has.
No, that was his whole meeting with the Federal Reserve because Donald Trump wanted to control the interest rates.
Well,
and even the Federal Reserve dude is on camera saying Donald Trump is. Let me show the video. Let me show the video. What's good, brother Deuce? You came with some propaganda, brother.
What up, Deuce?
I'm listening to all the propaganda you spitting. I listen to all the propaganda you spitting over here, bro. I can't believe. What's up?
No, go ahead. Just go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
No, I can't believe you over asking these dumbass questions, bro. Like, when y'all in it, man, y'all are in it, bro. Like, y'all can't even see the psyops being run on you. The reason the Democrats held out for that damn shutdown was to create a narrative about Donald Trump that would help them win those damn elections they just won last month. Because they didn't fucking hold out for a different deal. They signed the same deal that was presented to them before the damn 2 months. So let you know that all that shit was a plan, was to create a narrative They made people bring Donald Trump's approval rating down, bring all these Republicans, make them look bad and all that, and they won those seats and shit. What was it? House seats, Senate seats? I forgot what seat it was.
It's a little bit of both. It was a mixture of both.
Yeah, the Democrats went and swept all that shit, swept all those votes all over the country and won those seats back because of the psyops that they created with the damn shutdown.
Yeah,
so I don't understand how nobody can see that.
Well, remember we went through that with on Reggie's channel with that CPI report where he kept saying the economy's bad, economy bad. And then when we went through the actual line items and the numbers, they don't reflect none of that stuff. That's just what they're talking about is sentiment, what people feel. But when you actually go through the actual hard numbers, there ain't nothing in that stuff that's showing there. It's a lot of it's propaganda. And I get it.
All of it is propaganda.
Drum it up. Yeah, you drum it up all you want to, but the numbers don't bear that out. That ain't what and inflation went down. So I mean, inflation went down.
Yeah, it did. Like I'm not understanding
bro,
how
you want to talk about propaganda, bro? Y'all sound like Fox News puppets, bro. I'm not even.
No, we don't.
Did you hear what you just said? You said inflation's down, right?
Yes, it was over 5% when it in there. It's not that no more. Yes. On the Biden, it was 10% at one point. I think it got all the way down to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's down
at one point. Honestly.
Yeah. It's way up there.
$6 a gallon gas and shit.
It was really high. Now it's not like I even understood that part because diesel and jet fluid, when you putting something in the truck, that price is different now than it was 3 years ago. I can promise you that.
Yeah. It was bullshit. We had $6 a gallon gas out here. And in some places, they went down under $5. So we can't sit here and act like this shit was crazy. $7 for 12 eggs. Get the hell out of here.
Donald Trump is turning his focus to one of the central issues that fueled his 2024 campaign.
Inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And what's also down?
Y'all sound like Fox peers, bro. Y'all repeating Donald Trump's talking point. It's Donald Trump that said it. Y'all sound exactly like him.
But he reading for the numbers. Same numbers.
Numbers though. What's inflation rate right now? What was it when it started?
Yeah.
Like, we can go through the numbers. I can show you month by month. I look at the actual numbers, bro. I know it went down. I can pull it up for the month to month. It's down.
What is the job of the Federal Reserve?
To control the interest rates.
They control interest rates to do what?
To control the economy. Yeah, they control it. They do. Look, the Federal Reserve do a few things. No. The Federal Reserve do a few different things. No, they do a few different things. They got that, plus they got the bank repo program where, the Federal Reserve got a couple of different things. The most popular thing that people gonna know is them controlling interest rates. That's what people gonna know, either cutting or adding or doing nothing to the interest rate.
Yeah, so they control interest rates to try to reduce inflation in the economy. That's what they say that they try to do, and that's the job of the Federal Reserve and why it was created. So you can't. So Pittsburgh, you know, like I know, inflation is not the only thing that represent a strong economy. Is job growth good? If you say job growth is good, I'm gonna know y'all are parroting. Is job growth really, really strong right now?
No.
Well, yeah. No. Yeah, but wait, hold up. The job growth, you got to remember too. This is the other problem with the job growth. The way that those job numbers, if you look at the job numbers, they got two different kinds. They got ADP, which is the smaller payer. That's the small payroll, ADP. And then you have the one that does the BLS, which is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's the more general one, the bigger scope. That one has become very heavily laden with government jobs. So in the beginning
Pittsburgh team, tell them real quick, how many times did they audit those damn and redo the numbers under Biden?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. So like the BLS is the biggest swap that we got. So under the BLS, if you look at that, when they're adding and removing jobs, a lot of those were government jobs. The first 4 or 5 months we had the Doge. What was those doing? Those was cutting jobs. They weren't adding anything. So all of that got absorbed into the job numbers. So if you look at the job numbers now, you're talking like
Look at God.
1,000 being
Look at
added,
God.
40 or 50,000 being added, versus when you look at a year ago, those jobs, those same jobs reports were like two.
See, there you go, Jesus.
We've eliminated like
Pittsburgh T.
Yeah, so we've eliminated a lot of jobs from the government. Yeah, so we eliminated a lot of jobs from the government. So the job reports aren't the same because they so heavy with the government. That's what they've become reliant upon. And if you look at them too, they was cooking the books under Biden at a crazy rate because they do an annual audit of those particular numbers. When they did the annual audit, they did.
And that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. They took the fucking books to fabricate and manipulate these numbers.
They did.
You can't believe none of this.
So y'all are debating off numbers that y'all think can be manipulated.
But they did do it.
What is the point of having a conversation? If what you're telling me is these numbers can be manipulated to make it look like inflation is down or a strong economy, then what is the point of arguing that we're in a strong economy because these inflated numbers that they can manipulate?
It's not the same numbers. I'm talking about the jobs, the jobs that's being created. They do an audit quarterly and they do an audit annually. When they did the annual audit on Joe Biden's administration for the year, it was over 1 million jobs that they added that had been lost, that some kind of way magically it disappeared. And then the following year with Trump, they had some crazy number like that too. Remember the dude or the lady just got fired like 2-3
That's the statistics lady.
The job. Yeah, the statistic lady, it's the same thing. Those numbers and the way they draw those numbers, they have audits. So they cannot, even if they cook the books, they're going to have so many different audits that they're not going to be able to cook those books because it's by the system that they have set up. If they report something wrong this month, in 3 months, they're supposed to audit it. They're supposed to catch it and correct it. They're still supposed to do what they call a revision. So at the end of the year, when they do the annual report, it's not supposed to be a thing of jobs. So that's what happened with both of those. So yeah, the jobs numbers can be manipulated, but it should be quickly returned and fixed under revisions. That's always been the case under every president.
The first way you can find out if there's inflation or there's a hit to the economy is through the pump. That's how we usually rate it. When the gas prices go up, a lot of things go up, right? But look at the gas prices now versus a year and a half ago. You can tell the difference because it's not effective.
I can always tell you how the economy is good is whether you see Jordans on the shelf. You can walk in the store and see these retro Jordans on the shelf. That means nobody got money. That means nobody got no money.
I just want people to know that these are not my views. You know, I don't look at Michael Jordan's shoes as a reflection and pulse oximeter of the economy.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me cook this. Let me cook this. Let me cook this. So you know where everybody got money, you can't never find shit. You can't never find no toilet paper. Can't never find nothing in the store. It's the same thing with Jordans, bro. When people got money, nigga, those Jordans are not there. Them Jordans are not there. You can camp out. There's bots. There's blah blah blah. When niggas is broke, the people or everybody on the street is broke. All that shit is sitting right on the shelf, right there for you to get. TVs, Jordans, whatever you're looking for, whatever these commodities are, they're easily, readily available. That's how you know nobody has money.
I support this.
I hope I explained that.
So Donald Trump went to go meet with the chair of the Fed that he put in place, and then criticized him because he wouldn't listen to him and give them the inflation rate that he thought he wanted. Then he started talking about how they shouldn't even be independent from the president. The president should have an effect on them, and all this kind of weird stuff. So this is Donald Trump getting fact checked in real time by the Fed guy.
Awkward moment between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell. The two disagreed over the cost of construction at the Federal Reserve.
It looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah,
I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it's just
Our notes said it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2. This came from us.
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added. Yeah, you just added in the third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago.
Okay, well, the president who
Hey, that definitely looks like a fun relationship between Donald Trump and the Federal Reserve guy. He couldn't even tell the truth about a building. Like Donald Trump is like, what is y'all fascination with him? That's what I really
what's the fascination against
bro,
him?
my wife doesn't even have this level of dedication to me. I'm just being honest with you. So at some point, bro, if I was on the list, she was like, look, I love him, but he's sick. Y'all are like, no. You don't understand.
No. I'm not speaking for the rest of these gentlemen, but I don't condone anything that he's doing. Or I mean, if he's on a list or something like that, or things of that nature. I'm just saying what the economy is like at this current time and why I voted for him and why I still support the vote. But if he's on the list, then I don't support none of that shit. I don't want to be associated with it. Just like he was associated with Jeffrey Epstein, I don't want to associate myself with Donald Trump if he's a pedophile.
Yeah, everybody's saying that. Everybody's saying the same thing. But the economy is the economy.
I want to be clear with that.
Yeah, everybody's saying the same thing. But the economy is the economy.
Job he done. Right.
Yeah, that's a different thing. The economy is separate from that. And they really haven't proved nothing. See, the thing is, they thought they was going to leak those emails with just his name being in there and people are going to lose their mind. That's not, man, you got to actually have some, that don't mean nothing. Like, you got to actually have some proof that the guy did something. It's politics. You actually got to have some proof that he just did something. You can't do that. Because Democrats are going to say certain things and Republicans are going to say certain things. So if that's all you got to do is just
proof
merely
did y'all
have
have that Joe
somebody's
Biden had dementia?
Oh, the Democrats removed him? The Democrats removed him? That's the proof?
They didn't remove him because they said he had dementia. So what proof did y'all have?
Well, they should have done
Democrats removed him?
before that point, Scholar. They should have
See, hold up. Y'all ain't weaving out of this one. What proof did y'all have that Joe Biden had dementia?
They had a White House reporter that was telling people that they were doing mock meetings with the staff. That they already had the meeting. They would just have a mock meeting just for Joe Biden to feel good. And they've been saying that for at least a year. They have been saying that. And that means that he had dementia. Yeah, if they're doing mock meetings, meaning the meeting is completely meaningless. Meaning they did all the stuff they did in a day that they normally would brief the president and tell him this, that, and the third. They weren't even doing that. They were just doing the meetings without him running.
Conclude, Pittsburgh T, that he had dementia. What I'm looking for you to say is we didn't have no proof. We didn't have no proof, but that's what I believe.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And we had AutoPen. We had AutoPen at a record level where this man wasn't even signing stuff. They had the AutoPen so much, man, they had that thing going 24 hours a day. They were just AutoPenning everything up. Like, no, that man clearly, and he's falling all over the place. He can't ride a bicycle. He can't walk. Man, come on, man. Like, this ain't hard, man.
My thing is, gentlemen, why they didn't AutoPen that Epstein filed in during his term?
Man, that's what I'm saying.
That's what every logical man is saying.
What y'all keep doing is who gives a fuck when it comes out, bro?
No. Why you give a fuck so much now? Why you care so much now?
Bro, because the Epstein files are gonna be released. What do you mean?
No, bro. Y'all didn't care about this shit, bro.
Y'all had all the power. Release it.
Right,
bro. That's the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard of in my life. So
no.
Okay.
Acting like this shit is the biggest crock of shit.
Hold on. Jeffrey Epstein, before he got caught, was doing it for years. Nobody said, "Well, why do you care about it now?" No, they wanted Jeffrey Epstein brought to justice. It doesn't matter at what point when you get brought to justice.
That's not the same thing.
Why is it not?
It's not. It's not the same thing.
And tell me why. You made a statement. Why? Why is it not?
Because, bro, like you talking about action. You talking about the actions of Jeffrey Epstein as a part of the who's he acting with. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same thing, bro.
Yeah, Epstein the criminal. So you want the criminal to turn himself in? That ain't gonna never happen, bro. The people that's
Bro,
supposed to
I
be
don't even know what the hell y'all are talking about anymore.
Yeah.
So
You
look,
saying,
so look.
you saying why didn't Democrats after Epstein went to jail and he went to jail, the case is over, bro. So why they didn't turn the paperwork over of what he had that they could have turned over?
Bro,
the same Maxwell, that's a different case.
Bro, why didn't Cassie report to the laws before? Y'all always do the what if game. Who gives a fuck, bro? If you're committing a crime, bro, if you commit a crime and you're going to court, you can't tell the judge, well, judge, they should have called me before. They knew I was doing it. That's the silliest defense in the world, bro.
Why Cassie didn't go to jail?
Yeah, but look,
hold on. Let me go to Big Dog Willie, because y'all give me a headache, man.
I can't be the sheriff and know you did some dirt and then wait 8 years and say, I'm gonna get you now. I'm gonna get you now, but I want to go get you.
When you have proof, that's normally when that happens, but go.
What's the statute of limitation on that? That's the big thing. What's statute of limitation on those,
I don't think there is one.
charges?
I don't think there's one for murder or that.
Okay, so there you go. There you go.
What you mean? Why y'all feel early?
I think about it over here. Big Dog Willie come in dropping bombs.
They can still go back and investigate that. There you go. There's no statute of limitation on it. They can go back and investigate it.
Why wasn't it important when you had the wheel on you was in charge? That don't make any sense, bro.
It doesn't matter. They go back and hold on. When that dude killed that?
You're in charge, Big Dog Willie. You say I'm not gonna worry about this for 5 years. I'm not gonna worry about it. But today I'm gonna worry about it.
Yeah.
And
That's how it happens.
The thing is, Pittsburgh T and Big Dog Willie, what Scholar said is actually right. If you got proof, you can go back 8 years, you can go back a decade.
That's why I said statute of limitation. Yeah.
But where's the proof?
And you can't.
Okay, but no,
they're investigating it right now.
I never said that, bro. The problem is these people are saying they got proof. They know that he did it. For the 4 years, they ain't say nothing. Now they're saying proof, but no
doesn't matter what the 4 years. Who cares about the 4 years? Who cares about the 4 years?
That's the election, Big Dog Willie, for that 4 years holding that information too.
No, but time out.
But
now
it doesn't matter. We're talking about it now.
Yes. Okay, but they still haven't released any information that's actual proof, Big Dog Willie. We have no actual proof.
But that's what I'm saying.
It's all speculation. So you still haven't.
What's the bill? What's the bill about?
What the bill got to do with the proof that y'all should have?
Okay, you let me finish about this? See, this is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter what administration did not, Obama, George Bush, Biden, Trump. It's out now.
No, it's not.
So let me finish. It's out now. Nobody said the proof. Nobody said the proof. Nobody said the proof.
The proof.
You don't have
let me finish before you guys just go off. The proof is not out yet, but doesn't mean they can't investigate it.
The proof been out, bro. You're uneducated.
Hold on. They haven't investigated it.
Why are you investigating something?
Hold on. These people, they wiped it underneath the rug and out. All the administrations, every single last one of these administrations did. Obama, Trump, and Biden have wiped it underneath the rug. Yes.
Before that point too, Big Dog Willie, it's more than that. But I get you.
You got 20 years. You got 20 years of this, 20 plus years of this, bro.
Yeah.
So you got to go back further than that, bro. It's a way more.
Don't get Trump off.
We talking about,
don't get Trump off.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But we saying y'all have to have proof. You don't even have proof, bro.
That is why you have court. That's why you have court.
That's why you have to go through the
proof.
You have to go to. You have to go through. Listen,
you got proof, bro.
Why y'all won't let that man talk?
Defend your man
this is so crazy.
Because niggas are moron. That's why.
You don't have to defend your man that much.
You gotta have discourse. You gotta let him talk.
Well, this nigga's a nincompoop. Man, I want to hear this nigga talk.
Man, let that dude spit.
Nobody care about you. Hey, this is not.
Let that dude spit. Sound like you scared, brother.
This is not the channel where you can get away with shit. Okay?
No, you good.
This is not your cousin's channel. For real.
Scholar's my friend. Scholar's my friend.
Hold on. Let's stay on the topic. Let's not do the weave. Hold on. Let's not do the weave. Fuck that. Let's go back to the topic. Go ahead, Big Dog. Willie, cook on that shit.
Go ahead, bro.
I don't want to hear this knucklehead. Anyway, you're a knucklehead, dude. You're a 42-year-old.
He trying to hit you with the weed.
No, it's all, bro. No, it's all. Get your point, bro.
You're a 42 wannabe gang member. Anyway,
get your point, bro.
Okay. Anyway, Pittsburgh T, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying, this can be investigated now. If there's no statute of limitation on it, this can be investigated now, and the proof can come back out, or they can investigate it and find the proof. You can't just dismiss it because nobody else have done it before. And this is the wrong part,
bro.
That brother cooking. That's why y'all don't want to let him talk. Yeah, that brother cooking.
I told you he's a moron, bro.
But wait a minute. To open an investigation, you need a witness. You need some kind of proof, some kind of somewhere. You can't just say.
What do you think all the women are? They got silence. They got silence.
Man, they're not fucking silent. Oh, they had a whole press conference.
Proofs. The lady that
let me talk. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it.
The lady they represented on emails, she went to court and said Trump didn't do anything to her, bro.
Hold on. You didn't even let me. You just cut me off because you don't want to hear what I'm trying to say.
Because you're not saying. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm saying something. You don't want to hear it. Well, I'm trying to tell you, they can reopen these cases. You get more evidence, you can reopen these cases. They didn't thoroughly investigate these cases like they did. These women went out and shared all their trauma that they had, and they didn't really go through it. Now they can.
Why didn't they go through it? Where's the evidence?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Why didn't they go through it?
That could be open though, and you can't go back. But
yes, you can go back. Yes, you can go back.
No, I never said that. You said they do it with evidence.
No, Pittsburgh T don't want to hear it. He don't want to hear that. He don't want to hear it. You just don't want to hear it.
You said they can open up the case with evidence. There's no evidence, bro. That's the problem with this.
Okay.
So I just looked this up, and I didn't even think about it. Joe Biden definitely did look at the case. That's how Maxwell got her time in jail. They were reviewing it. You know who stopped the investigation that was open? You'll never guess who. It rhymes with Ronald Bump. Donald Trump stopped the investigation for good reason.
Why he wasn't president?
There. He's in the fucking files.
So while Biden was president, Trump some kind of way magically swooped around Biden and blocked him, huh? Like, come on, man. Like, Biden was the president. He had
there's
no administration,
60,000 files. And first off, and there's an investigation. This is not going to be something that's going to happen overnight. You and I know this.
It don't take that
high
long,
profile too.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
It don't take that long, bro. That's nonsense, bro.
Can I ask you a question?
You gotta have evidence, bro. You can't just say that my name. You can't say that I'm guilty. If I rob a store, I can't say Big Dog Willie was involved because he know me and we was hanging out yesterday, and he know what I do. That don't make any sense. There's no guilt by association. That's what we're doing.
No, but if it comes up later, that I was a getaway driver 3 years ago, I'll still get in trouble for it.
Bro, but you're saying you're making hypotheticals that make obvious sense.
You just made a hypothetical.
That makes sense. You actually have to have
evidence. You made a hypothetical.
You can't do guilt by association. You're doing guilt by association with no proof.
I'm gonna do the guilt by association, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you want to do guilt by association, that's fine. But you don't bypass an investigation and say I'm gonna come back with no actual evidence.
People do that.
No actual proof.
Yes, they do that all the time.
All right, dude, that's what you're down for with no actual proof.
They do that all the time. They do that all the time.
With the guilt by association on that one.
Dude, the guilt by association with no proof.
That's what a RICO charge is. That's what a lot of time RICO charge is. Guilt by association.
Charge, bro. What's the RICO charge, bro?
If you're associated with somebody who's considered a terrorist, they hack your phone too as well.
You got to be a something organization. And you think they have a hack? They have a hack Trump. They have a hack Trump shit. Like, this is crazy. This is the most obvious shit. If they had this nigga Trump on this shit, this would have been the first card they played. Not the racist shit, not trying to kill him, not trying to throw him in jail. They would have played this card first. Like, I don't see how you don't see that.
Didn't play it? You know why I didn't play it? Because like Democrats are on that list too.
Bro,
Trump, listen. Trump did this to himself. Trump put this shit out.
Bruh.
And then the reason why Obama and Biden opened up to a lot of their friends were on that fucking list too.
Bruh. America fucking drive planes. America drive planes into a building with thousands and kill thousands of people. You think they'll give a damn about some? No, I'm saying you think they won't give a damn about some stupid ass politicians? You think they give a damn about these niggas?
What do I have to do with this about this?
No, I'm saying like you talking about all the Democrats inside of it too. They don't give a damn about those fools. What the hell are you talking about?
No, if those rich people are their friends, the rich people are putting them in office. Yeah,
Man,
they do.
They don't give a damn about none of that
yes,
shit,
they do
bro.
too. Yes,
No,
they do
don't,
too.
bro.
Yeah, they can't do stuff. That lady from the Virgin Islands that they contacted
they covered that up for her.
They covered that shit up. They tried to vote her out. They had King Jeffries and them coming out acting like they didn't have it, bro.
They do got friends.
Yeah.
They do got friends.
No, that's the difference, bro. That's similar. That's like symbolism shit. She ain't up to go to jail.
What?
She ain't finna be lose her ball license. She ain't up for jail.
No.
They were trying to take off the committees. They can't even do that. So you right on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
they were
symbolism shit.
But they're protecting her. This is what I'm saying. They're protecting these women.
For seed protection, but she still got her shit. That's for seed protection.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They can go back and get these people. It's not like you can't do it.
You ready for a conspiracy news? Donald Trump was aware that he was on the Epstein list, which is why the case was filed in 2019, right? And Jeffrey Epstein magically killed himself on suicide watch, right? And he thought that would be the end of this and it would go away because Jeffrey Epstein no longer existed.
Man, for years and years,
back up.
Epstein's been tied to the Democrats.
No, he tied to both parties. Stop it.
All right.
And he knows just as much as Jeffrey Epstein. Why didn't they kill his brother then?
I don't think Epstein's dead. I don't think he's dead.
But all I want to show y'all this real quick. Dudes, I want to see if Pittsburgh TU still feel the same after this.
They will. His Scotland trip, this controversy over files related to Trump revealed us from Edinburgh with more.
Ariel, good to be with you. We're seeing multiple news reports. Take a listen to President Trump here.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. Stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island.
So he stopped being friends with him, not because of his heinous acts, right, of underage trafficking, but because he was stealing his workers. What workers would he be stealing? What workers do you think Jeffrey Epstein would be in the business of stealing?
The people that helped, like you said, during the campaign trail.
So y'all he was stealing the people that trimmed the hedges on their mansions.
No,
y'all have lost y'all's ever-loving mind, bro.
That's not what he was doing. He was stealing people from his resort and spa that he had, those young folks. When you go, like, we went through this last time.
What with him? Hold on. What was he stealing them for?
No, hold up. Whenever you go to a spa in the locker rooms, the people who hand you the towels, who check you in a lot of time, they're between 16 and like 25. He'll know this because he probably been in them places. That's standard across not just Donald Trump, across America. That's how America rolls. So Epstein probably was stealing them young boys and young girls. That's what he meant, stealing. They were legitimately working for them. Yeah, those are jobs. Those are jobs that people legitimately have. They might.
So that's in your mind, Pittsburgh.
So that's your excuse.
Jeffrey Epstein was stealing workers from him and making them become sex traffickers and put them in sex trafficking. But Donald Trump, Donald Trump wasn't trafficking them.
What are you talking about? They're working.
So he was taking.
If you work in America, yeah, but they're working in a spa. That's a legit job, bro.
Because I don't understand your logic. What workers was he
your
stealing?
logic.
So you said stealing young boys and young girls. What would be the purpose? What were they doing? Were they making good martinis? What would be the
I
reason
just
for him
told
stealing?
you, when you go in the locker room of these places, if you've never been, if nobody's never been, I can't help them with it. Yeah, that when you go in, listen, when you go to a spa, you go in the locker room, the person hands you the towel, that's a young person. Person who check you in, that's a young person. Person walk you from massage place, that's a young person. Person who show you where the caddies are, that's a young person, bro. That's how that stuff goes. That's how
What
it
would
is,
be
bro.
the purpose of stealing a young person? Because Martine, he's rich as shit. He could go hire his own young person. He can hire an adult person. He can hire an immigrant. They always give jobs to immigrants for those very reasons.
Those not immigrant jobs. Those not immigrant jobs. Number one, those not immigrant jobs. Those are those are good jobs. Those young folks bumping shoulders with all kind of people inside of those spas. So them young people get them jobs.
All kind of shit.
Yeah.
Get $100 tip to open a damn door for somebody.
Nothing but young people that's serving you at
nothing but young people.
Nothing but
y'all are not making a good case that Donald Trump seen the work ethic in these good young-hearted men that he gave jobs, and Jeffrey Epstein came and stole them, and that is the reason why they were no longer.
You're making a good case to show you uninitiated,
and that's not even true. They're still talking after that too, and that's the funny part about it.
So what about this picture right here, where Donald Trump gave Jeffrey Epstein a check to purchase human beings? Come on, dude.
Who said he gave him?
What conspiracy?
But where does it say that checks were to purchase human beings? Where does it say that?
What was the business of Jeffrey Epstein, brother?
I don't know. I don't know what they kind of business they got.
Bro, you know what Jeffrey Epstein was? He was trafficking human beings.
That don't mean
Donald Trump gave him money. What did he give him money for?
I don't know.
Why did he give Kamala Harris?
Oh my God!
Why did he give Kamala Harris money?
So y'all know that Joe Biden had dementia with no proof, but now all of a sudden with proof is I don't know, Ray Charles, Georgia.
No. Epstein worked at. Go ahead, bro. Because Epstein worked there. He didn't just do that, bro. Remember, the guy actually he had a few things he had going on. That's the only thing that we keep talking about is the trafficking. The guy was involved in other stuff, bro.
Scholar, who he endorsed in 2008 and who did he endorse in 2016? Can you tell me? For president,
I have no clue.
Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. So they should be tied to this too,
bro. What?
They should. Everybody involved. Everybody involved. We keep saying the same thing.
Even if Barack Obama was tied to him, I wouldn't care. Even if he was tied to him, I wouldn't care. We talking about Trump, brother. We bringing up proof with Donald Trump, the current president. Bro, lead Barack Obama to justice. The difference is this. If Barack Obama was on the list, if Barack Obama had this level of evidence that was staying, I wouldn't be defending him like y'all are doing Donald Trump. Y'all are jumping in front. Bro,
what evidence?
Man, hold on.
What evidence? He got no evidence.
No evidence. No evidence. A big ass check he's handed to him is not enough evidence.
We all know.
The emails that's leaked.
We all know Donald Trump.
The emails that's leaked where he's saying
you guys trying to defend this shit.
We don't know shit. We don't know shit.
Yes, you know he's on the list.
Jeffrey Epstein,
you don't know that hard. You don't fight that hard to try to keep your name off. You didn't even want to release the damn files, you guys. You guys
the
trying
files
to
are being released right now, currently though.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice.
He did have a choice.
Yeah, what are you saying? He could have vetoed it, bro. Yes, he did. He could have vetoed it.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Yeah, he could have vetoed it. So that don't even make any sense. If he wanted to, he could have vetoed and blocked it.
No. But it's overwhelming majority. If you only can veto, if it goes back, if it goes back to the Senate, if it's overjoyed, you need more than 3/4 of the Senate to vote on it.
He signed the bill tonight.
He cannot.
He signed the bill tonight.
No,
he hasn't signed it. It gets to his desk after everything is said and done.
And he didn't have to sign it, bro. Once everything is done,
we don't have any proof that Donald Trump signed it except a verbal that yes, we're going to sign it, and the president has assured me that he's going to sign it.
Yeah, we haven't seen him.
We don't have any proof that he on the
but y'all saying, we don't. And you saying he didn't have no choice? Yes, he does. He has a veto power. We don't have any actual proof.
He can.
But you saying he don't have a choice?
They can overrule his veto power.
But does he have a choice? Does he have a choice? You said he got no choice. Does he have a choice? Yes.
Listen, they can overrule his veto. Do you not hear what I'm saying? They can overrule it.
And y'all don't have any. No, they can't. And he don't even have. Do you don't have any proof that he actually did anything on the island? You have. They can't.
They can overrule his veto. Congress can overrule his veto.
Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that. You're saying that. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, bro.
See, look at you guys. You're still doing it.
I'm not doing it. We're just talking legislative politics like you are. It's not.
Republicans and Democrats
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day,
hold on. I got to clear this up. So I checked sources. He did sign the bill. I didn't think he signed the bill. I thought they were just giving us a lip service.
Then. So that whole he blocking it, he ain't gonna sign it. That's all nonsense.
You said that.
And the
you said that.
Of it all, though.
You said, I said, how you know you're gonna sign the bill? So, and I said, if he did, I said, if he did,
what he was saying, I get what he's saying.
We still have to get to the meat and potatoes of the list. Like, what is the list stating? How is it stating that he's implemented in or implicated into what Jeffrey Epstein is doing? How did he play a part? What was his role? If he had a role, did he come and visit for anything? What did he visit? If he said anything, like he just showed you a whole video that's saying that he said that he wasn't on that island. So if he was on the island and things of that nature, but those emails, it don't seem like they had a friendship like you guys think they did. But Donald Trump knew what he was dealing with, and I think that he was just playing the political role that he was playing to get to where he is. I don't think that he really had anything to do with anything. He probably did on his own.
He was in that shit.
Do you see the screen, Ill?
Yeah,
he's in that shit. I mean, trying to save this man. This guy's a pedo, and you have to try and save this man. That bad.
Due diligence.
But he wasn't the president. But remember, he wasn't the president at the time he was supposed to be on these islands, bro. He was just a regular flunky. It does matter. Because it does matter. Yes, it absolutely does. Amongst those people that's on those islands, Trump is like a speck on the board with those people. He was not. So,
see, look at this.
No. So that becomes the problem. So that's why I'm not going to move it out there.
It is
that's why they not releasing it.
Like,
that's not they not releasing it. It has nothing to do with Trump. He's nobody on that list. That's why they don't want to release that list. Trump was not a fucking president. Not when that's why they don't want to release the list. It has shit to do with Trump.
Hilarious, bro.
It has nothing to do with Trump.
Y'all don't get it.
Okay.
In China, there's one dictator. In Russia, there's one dictator. In America,
Saudi Arabia, one dictator.
There's a term for them.
We're not those
that
countries.
Important because after him,
you got
there's another person. But during Jeffrey Epstein's reign, in 20 years of doing this, there have been a lot of presidents. Can we all say that? So Trump is not the only person that we need to worry about because this been happening.
We already said that.
For decades.
We already said that, but Trump is in charge now.
Trump. Yeah, it don't matter. They only care about Trump, bro. It don't matter.
No,
Democrats. It don't matter, bro. Yeah, it don't matter. They only care about Trump.
The funny thing about this is Trump the one that brought it up last year during his campaign.
Exactly. Nobody was even talking about it.
Donald Trump brought it up.
Nobody even care about this. Now you guys care about it. Now everybody cares about it. Now it's just about
Trump. If not in the fouls, then you're going to be disappointed, right?
So why y'all not boycotting the lady senator from Virgin Islands? Why y'all not boycotting her since y'all so outraged? Y'all got to get justice. Yeah, y'all get her out of there. Get her censored. Get her kicked out.
First of all, we
the
just
lady
found
who
out
was
about
sitting there
this.
texting. Okay, but when they try to blow her out,
another thing is she didn't have enough power to vote. Hold on. All the stuff you're saying, Pittsburgh T, all the stuff you're saying, I'll give you a couple of examples of why this guy is implicated in hold on. I'm going to try to
But let me ask you about this lady. Let me finish. Yeah, because let me set it up because you cut me off. Let me set it up. What I'm saying is this lady from the Virgin Islands, she was during a congressional hearing where they're investigating Trump. She's texting back and forth with Epstein. That's been proven on many different levels. They drew up papers to have her censored to get her kicked off certain committees. The Democrats blocked that and said it's political. That's just all political. So it's been documented. So why didn't we make an uproar about this? We actually got proof of this. This ain't no innuendo. It's been very logically proven.
That is fine. But this is what I want to understand. from you, and I want you to really be honest about it, because I know you're trying to protect this man with all your life. But let me just ask you this question. So when Marjorie Taylor Greene, why did Trump call her a traitor?
You never asked some questions, Big Dog. When they asked you why didn't we do anything about this lady?
I didn't hear.
You just went right to Trump. Yeah. Well, we went straight to Trump.
Why? Because like I said before, they ain't no people on that goddamn list too. They're trying to protect the other people on that list, donors or whatever else. For you guys, you act like Trump didn't do shit.
It ain't been proven. We got proof of this lady doing stuff, bro.
Okay. I'm asking you, so can you answer my question? So why did Trump call Marjorie Taylor?
I don't know why he called her a traitor.
Okay. You want to be logical about this. Why do you think he called Marjorie Taylor a traitor?
I've just been making assumptions. It could be a lot of different shit. I don't know. No fucking idea. Why he called her a traitor? I have no fucking idea.
Okay, we'll put that one on the side for now. Okay. Why did he bring Lauren Bobbitt, the one that's the congresswoman from Colorado? Why did he bring her into the office and try to talk to her about stuff? What was that about?
I don't know what they talked about. Did she say what they talked about? And she a Democrat? Did she say what they talked about? Did she say what they talked about?
We put that one on the side too. We put that one on the side too.
No, I'm asking. No. I'm asking. She's a Democrat, right? So what did she say that they talked about?
Wait, why you don't answer none of his? Why you answer a question with a question?
I can't answer it. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they talked about.
I want us to read Joe Biden and why Joe Biden didn't release the Epstein file.
It's fine. I'm just gonna let him just keep on just throwing shit off. Okay, so why did he not sign the bill at the beginning of the year when he said that he wanted to release the Epstein files? Why didn't he do it? He could have did this on his own. Why he didn't do it?
He could have did whatever.
Why is there even a bill? Why would the FBI do
actually, why did he not sign it? Why did he not?
Why is there even a bill? That's what
why did not? I'm asking you a question.
All this shit is bullshit.
No, Deuce, I'm not talking to you.
Bill.
Why am I? Pittsburgh
that's for the sign.
I want to talk to somebody with some logic. Pittsburgh T smart. Hey, Pittsburgh T.
Is there a
why
bill?
did he not release it?
There was no bill.
I just want to ask you, can you answer that?
Yes, because there was no bill that made it to his desk for him to sign. There was no bill that made it to his desk. What bill?
He released Martin Luther King, like you said, in the JFK file. Why you can't release these files?
They released some other files already earlier. Remember where everybody was disappointed in that shit?
There's no bill, bro. Like, listen, we got to stop. Like, there's no bill that Trump had on his desk to release anything. There's no bill, bro.
It wasn't a bill at the time. Why did he not release these files?
I wish the Democrats cared about going to sign that $2,000 bill instead of this fucking bullshit that ain't nobody gonna do nothing about. That's more logical to me. But everybody getting caught up in these fucking bread and circuses and shit. None of this shit means anything, bro. Ain't nobody finna go to jail about this shit.
So you're gonna just change the subject, huh?
No, this is the same subject, bro.
Yeah, so nobody's
gonna go to jail. It is what it is, and leave Trump alone. Basically, is that what you're saying?
No,
nobody's going to jail.
No,
listen.
But it is what it is with you guys and blame Trump for everything. Like,
I'm
actually no, but you see, Pittsburgh T. You answer it.
We actually live in a real fucking world, not a
fucking world.
But you want to be patient. Like, Christmas don't come when you want it to. You have to be patient. So if you don't see evidence to implement this man into any criminal activity, you're still going to do it. But I'm doing it for a different reason. Yours is because you hate Donald Trump. Because you didn't vote for him. And he's
other than Jeffrey Epstein's email saying that this guy used to recruit for Donald Trump. Recruit what?
How is this word law? I don't get that shit, bro.
First off, did you just really say that? How is the person that doesn't know he's being monitored talking about Trump randomly? Word taken as law? What do you think the Epstein file consists of?
You think that he don't know he's being monitored?
Still a lot of business too.
You think he don't know he's being monitored?
Well, let me
What?
ask you this. Let me ask you this, Brother Deuce. Will you look at the tape if it come out to confirm that it's Donald Trump, of Donald Trump giving Bubba fellatio?
Yes.
That's a conversation ender, brother.
Hey,
Yo, that's a
don't let him do that to you. Hey, Skylar, no, man, you can't do nothing like that, bro.
Oh
What you
my
mean?
God! Somebody please help him.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was swallowed up? This sound.
Bro, let me go put this live on private right now.
No, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I don't give a fuck about that shit. If there's a topic, if there's a topic and there's video evidence of the shit, I will watch the shit.
Deuce, brother, that is
Did I say
game
I was
four.
gonna jack off to it?
No, but
Did
that's
I
game
say
four.
did I say I'm gonna put it on replay?
Brother Deuce,
Did
you
I say
scared
I'm
me.
gonna say this to my vow? I'm not 17 years old, bro. I'm initiated, homeboy.
Hold up. What does initiated mean? What kind of initiate, brother?
I've seen all kind of stuff, bro. I'm not.
Hey,
You know what I mean? The light blinds me. The light blinds me. I was molded by the dark.
But look, Scott, this is the problem. Like, look, if they would have put out them Puffy tapes, everybody would have watched them damn tapes. And
They know
all kinds of
everybody.
people would have been done. Nah, bro.
So you would have watched the Puffy tapes if they came out?
They would have been clipped up. People would have
Hold up,
seen.
Pittsburgh
all
team.
kinds of
Would
stuff
you
on
have
them
watched the
tapes.
Puffy tapes if they came out?
Yeah, I would have watched the clip or two.
Oh my!
Yeah, everybody would
I
watch
need
the
to get a
clip.
group of fans. I don't know what the hell is going on over here.
I did not watch the R. Kelly tape because that was not R. Kelly. I'm telling y'all, see, I don't do stuff like this. I don't watch.
Yeah, everybody watched the damn. They never.
No, I ain't
why didn't they release them? But okay, but answer this. Why didn't they release any of these Puffy tapes? It's the same thing, bro. Y'all just getting caught up with the headline. All they got to show you is the headline with no actual proof, and just keep running the headline. We keep saying
we should be way past this, man.
Yeah,
We
nobody
should be way
any
past
evidence
this,
anything.
bro. We should be way past the symbolism, the innuendo, the accusation. We should be way past that shit, bro. It should be lay the facts on the table and let the people decide. We should be way past the fucking rumors, the fucking inklings and the hint at this shit. We should be way past that shit, bro.
Let the people
As an
decide.
intelligent
Did you
species-
say that? Did you say let the people decide?
Yes.
I think they decided. They want the files to be released. They decided on that.
And they being released. So who's stopping them? Who's stopping the files from being released, Big Dog?
No, because you guys are still trying to say the same old thing. Well, I'll ask you a question. He asked you a question. Donald Trump ran on one of his talking points were running on releasing the files. Why did it take him this long? Why did it take him this long?
Office and didn't release them.
I don't remember him saying that shit. I don't remember him talking about it. I don't remember him saying.
Oh yeah.
Can we put up a clip?
In office in 2019, correct? But that's when it all transpired. But he didn't release anything from 2019, from 2020 to 2021, and things and so forth and so on. So
people been screaming about this shit.
I like you guys didn't forgot the talking point.
Trump actually opened them up.
People been screaming about that shit too. The Epstein survivors that had press conferences and all that shit. This isn't new news. I don't know what the hell is going on, bro. But we should be way past the fucking.
A bunch of women had the courage to get back at their attackers and people who raped them and molested them. That's the issue.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big
Yes, that is the issue.
That's not cool.
And somebody's in jail for that shit. Somebody's in jail for that shit. Somebody got died for that shit.
Joe had that same information and he didn't make it prevalent to the people like Donald
I like
Trump.
how you guys try to
so why we
blame
not
it on
talking
everybody
about
else
those
now.
things?
I like how you guys try to blame on everybody else. We're talking about now.
Everybody else, Joe
Like you
Biden
said,
was
like you said, Trump released the files, right? He signed it, right? So we'll see. But that still doesn't. That still doesn't.
You can't believe you shouldn't believe these files, bro. You shouldn't believe nothing in these fucking files, bro. You shouldn't believe none of this
believe anything in these files.
Because, bro, this shit's already been doctored and cooked.
Is this a new MAGA thing? Don't believe anything in the files.
It's been on the TV for 6 years. It's been
doctored. Is this a new MAGA thing? Don't believe anything in the files. Is this the new thing? So this is your new play
Are you
now.
kidding me, bro? Are you, man?
I'm asking you a question. Is this your new play?
Looking at him all of that time. Who know all of that stuff, all of that time that's been held and haven't said anything?
Hold on. Who?
Like, what are
Okay,
you
this is
talking
it.
about? 6
No, I'm asking you,
years
should we
of
not believe those in the
information,
files?
And you ridicule the president and open it up? Y'all killing me with this.
No, he wasn't going to open it up.
Thank you.
He wasn't going to open it up.
Who made him?
He got forced to.
He got a big person to sign it.
He got forced to.
Yes,
Politicians do that all the time. First of all, they opened up some files. They got flight logs. They got all this shit on the information. They're asking about all the files. They have all kind of shit already out, bro.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about
can release more. And they can release more. So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Why haven't they?
That's propaganda.
What they can, they could have
propaganda.
Under two regimes,
That's propaganda.
a half and a half of a regime, they could have did it, and they didn't do it. Now you get
And
the
they're doing
regime
it
that's
now.
doing it,
And they're doing it now.
It's not even a point.
They're doing it now. Because the other two regimes,
it's not even a point that they didn't do it. They didn't even talk about it.
I said the other two regimes, I said this earlier. I said the other two regimes are just as guilty as this one. But it happens on this one because he didn't have a choice not to.
He has a choice, bro. Y'all niggas is crazy.
Y'all tripping, man. Why they release the flight logs? Why they release the emails? The flight logs they had nothing to do with the same Maxwell's case. Why didn't they release the flight logs saying who was on them planes? If it's so damning and he on these planes so bad, why didn't they release it? Because they got him. Why didn't they release it? I mean, see, it's simple, bro. Like this stuff, that's why people look at it as crazy. This stuff don't make no sense. Flight logs is easy.
People are waking up, bro.
You got to just. It's really hard to figure this shit out with you guys, huh? You guys are really trying hard to protect this man.
Look, we are
This is amazing. This is amazing.
We can go through the political structure, but we also can come back to the conclusion that it could have happened long
See the thing about
before
it.
this.
See the thing about it. I
Why we
admit.
didn't hold Joe Biden to the fire with the
See the thing about it. I admit. See the thing about it. I admit that the other regimes were wrong. I admit that. You guys don't want to. You guys don't want
Our regime is wrong. I'm not saying that I just stated, Will, that if he's implemented in anything that's not consistent with being a heterosexual male, then it's not for me. So I have to go against that. Pedophilia is not a good thing.
If they ain't got no videos, I don't want to see shit about it. I swear to God, I don't. If they ain't got no videos, I don't want to see nothing
like that.
Trump had lied before. Trump said he didn't even know the man at one point.
So Epstein tell the truth. Epstein tell the truth, bro. Because the emails that he writing, we just saying what he's saying is verbatim when he's talking to somebody else. So everything he's saying is true, right? So you gotta have actual proof besides besides secondhand conversations. You actually gotta have proof. Like if dude say that he seen me shoot somebody talking to you, that don't mean the cops come pick me up, bro.
Okay. No, that's absolutely true. He knew him. Did he know Jeffrey Epstein? Did he know him?
Democrat supporter. Let me repeat that.
Can I ask you a question?
Dr. Umar is working through.
Bro, what kind of dumbass question is that? Did he know Epstein?
Democrat supporter.
No, because this is.
So that list is going to have a lot of Republicans not on there, but a lot of Democrats on there because he loved Democrats.
Yeah,
we see that.
Before he slept.
We
see that.
He had a lot of everybody on there. I don't know why you guys try to make it a Democrat Republican thing.
The lady he was texting, the lady from the Virgin Islands, she was a Democrat, the one they protected. That she had his personal cell phone number.
I think you guys trying to pin me on one side or another.
That lady was a Democrat.
That lady was a Democrat. I think you guys trying to pin me on one side or another.
Big Dog Willie, I had to leave the panel, brother. I had to go out. I don't know if y'all know this. It's a cat in my backyard.
Like ravaged wolves.
I had to go
kill attacked them like ravaged wolves.
I had to go kill this cat in the back of my yard to prove to myself that that y'all ain't rubbed on me. Y'all talking about watching homo tapes to confirm identities and watching Diddy tape, brother. I did
not submit to that,
brother. Ill. I had to leave and come back with some drops too as well, brother.
I want to hear it at the end when he came up. I think he came up to you. Yeah, nobody worried about him. He came to me. You know what I'm saying? On some disrespectful stuff. You know what I'm saying? The game over with. You still mad because I was locking you up? All right. Go sleep on that. I ain't trying to hear that after the game.
So you vowed that he wouldn't get in your head. Do you think you managed to get in his head, you think?
What you think? You tell me. You tell me. Anytime I lined up on him. Yeah, y'all go watch that. Y'all go watch that. Y'all tell me who got in who head. He came up to me after the game. You feel me? Y'all tell me who got in who head.
Brothers, I don't know where we went wrong, brother. Where did we go wrong with this? Is Donald, the spirit of Bubba rubbing off on y'all, brothers? Is the spirit of brother rubbing off on y'all, brother?
But I factor myself to be a little bit more mature than that. I'm a little bit more mature than that.
Hold up, brother Deuce.
You know what I mean?
Brother Deuce, now you know I'm Mr. Maturity. You know this.
Spiking on that with a hammer. We got the pick. Hey, fire! Fire! Smack! Bruh. So they call you chocolate dropper. Well, I got a sweet tooth, so don't test me. Plus your bars are fun size, dude. And you kind of sexy. Wait.
Brother Deuce, you can't be out there dropping the bars, Brother Deuce.
Nah,
look, ain't the Democrats? Hey, Deuce, ain't the Democrats the Rainbow Party? My body, my choice. Ain't that?
I know.
I got the party.
That's what I'm saying.
They should embrace that, dog.
Thank you, Pittsburgh.
You know, ad hominem attacks doesn't bother me.
Y'all should embrace that, dog. Y'all was down for the rainbow people. Y'all wrote all the policies for the folks. So that should be the last thing that y'all care about. Y'all should be making
Thanks for reminding me why I voted for Donald Trump again.
That's
Thanks
why
for reminding me why I will vote for Donald Trump again.
And that's why a lot of men in our community was turned off by that. They went and got tampon.
But y'all voted for a dude who gave another man fellatios.
Allegedly.
We didn't know that. We didn't know that. But we knew Tampon Tim was putting
but we did.
in boys' bathrooms.
Okay. Well, look, you may say we didn't know that.
We knew that.
We didn't know that, but we knew this.
I looked at you and there was an...
Didn't like him, but she got credit for being this.
I looked at you and there was an emotional moment where, like, I think people around me were starting to tear up. Were you close to tearing up at that moment?
Well, if I admitted that, I think I'd lose a lot of votes. I'm not supposed to. Do you want a president that cries? I don't think. They're going all over my body. They probably realize what a body this guy had.
I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking.
I'm much better looking than her. I think I'm a better looking person than Kamala. To tell them the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. His man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
He wanted to give Palmer fellatios, like he's doing his microphone in the background. I cannot believe the level of dedication that y'all have for this dude.
That's a little suspect. Yeah, that was a suspect talk right there.
No, I don't care about none of that shit, bro.
Y'all down with the rainbow people. I don't care nowadays, dog. Y'all down with the rainbow.
Man.
Y'all was down with the rainbow.
No. Don't move the goalpost.
I don't get the outrage, bro. We the ones saying we went down with the rainbow. We went down with the rainbow. That's why a lot of people flipped on the other side because they weren't with it, bro.
Cuzzo, can you play the stuff when you talking about molesting his own daughter?
I never.
Joe Biden?
I forgot about that.
We're talking about Trump.
I forgot all about that. Yeah, that was pretty sick.
He creeped me out. This is
what I dislike what y'all do. I really dislike that because then we're not even arguing about like nasty stuff. You know what I mean? It's well, Joe Biden did it. Who cares, bro?
No. You guys you can't throw rocks. You can't throw rocks and hide
Okay, Deuce.
You can't accuse people of doing the same thing.
Okay, Joe Biden did it. Okay, Joe Biden did it. So Trump gets
and you niggas didn't say shit about it. You niggas didn't say shit about it. You niggas Joe Biden supporters. You niggas knew about that shit. You niggas do all that shit, bro.
They think we like Joe Biden that much.
Yes, they think like Joe Biden that much. They think we're the equivalent of what they is.
That's what I'm trying to say. They really think that.
No, this is the argument we were having. We've been on here this whole time.
No. I don't really care about Joe Biden. This is what you guys try to throw that on us. I don't care.
So why do you care about
Joe? No, you guys care about Trump. When I mention something Trump, you guys deflect to a different person.
No, it's not. Bro, we answer every question. I've answered every question you asked.
Y'all not getting it. It's been happening long before Donald Trump, so why are we just focused on Donald Trump?
Thank you.
So just let it go on forever. Fuck it. It don't matter. Donald Trump.
It's going to end with Trump. It's going to end with Trump. Yeah, fucking right. It's going to end with Trump.
We've been saying get them off from the
loyalty. The loyalty,
from the
man.
beginning.
I can see why the MAGA. I see why you.
No, you can't
get them off.
I can see why the MAGA.
You can't catch them all. Pokemon. That's man. You can't make this up.
Except for that lady.
Listen, you got
except for that lady in the Virgin Islands. Except for that lady in the Virgin Islands, y'all don't care about that lady. Y'all say forget
that guy is a straight.
Listen, the flag. Okay, so you got evidence of somebody doing something.
Okay.
I don't hear the outrage.
Hey, Cuzzo, can you play the one about him talking about his daughter?
Here we go.
Hey, y'all niggas is cousins?
Hold on.
It would be really disappointing. Not really. But it would depend on what was inside.
Y'all niggas ain't cousins.
Ivanka would do that inside.
They're working together, bro.
So I played it. So look, I played a video and Deuce asked the cousin question. Come on, Deuce, with the weed stuff.
Let them deflect. Let them deflect. That's all you're going to do is deflect.
No, I heard you call him cousin like 4 times. My bad.
Oh, it's so weird.
Inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird.
I have never been so grateful for an ellipsis in my life.
You know, he's one of the great beauties of the world, according to everybody, and I helped to create her. Ivanka. My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body. She's hot. She's got marvelous legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Wow.
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
He would be incredible for women in this country. And
Donald Trump's a sicko, man. I can't believe.
Yeah, he's a sicko. Yeah, that's some nasty shit.
That's
right,
crazy.
Pittsburgh T. That's some nasty shit, right?
Ain't nobody gonna endorse nothing like that. But that ain't. Y'all can't
that's
go
some
back.
nasty shit.
Y'all can't. Yeah, but you can't go back and do revisionist history, bro. You can't do it. The man in office
He's the
say y'all don't
current
have nothing.
president.
Yeah, but y'all trying
It's
to.
not
listen,
revisionist.
It is because you're bringing up
Revisionist is
stuff
what
that
y'all trying to do with Joe Biden. That's revisionist. He's not the current president. He don't have president over the CIA, the FBI, or any of the people that are scrubbing.
Hey, Pittsburgh T, I just want to ask you a question. Hold on. Pittsburgh T, what does that sound like? That sounds bad, right?
Yeah.
That's the thought process. Would you condone that, right?
No, I don't condone everything. Nothing. Nobody does like that. Why would I condone that?
Then why you condone talking about this, like the whole presidency? Like, why you let him get away with this?
What did he get away with? Does he talk like that? What did he get away with?
He been talking like this. He talked like this his whole career.
I mean, he told that young girl that he was going to be dating her in a couple years. Like she was like 10 years old.
Seattle Starbucks.
Hey, they'll try and move the goalposts. Don't deflect.
No, because that's not.
Deflect.
Don't deflect. Because this is what y'all did last time. This is
all the time to men. Little boys, women do that all the time to little boys.
Yeah,
like, I'm gonna snap you up when you get older.
No.
They do that same thing. So now it's different.
So you telling a little boy you're gonna rough him up is the equivalent of Donald Trump telling a girl that he's gonna date her.
Deflect.
Like
that's moving the goalposts beyond moving the goalposts.
This was all okay. When was that? What year was that?
1992.
Okay, so he's president right now, all the way up until the time from 1992 up until now. People knew about that. So moving forward, like y'all still keep trying to do this and say Trump bad man. Nobody hears that. I keep telling y'all, don't nobody care about that stuff. All the stuff
nobody
that's out
cares
there
about it. Then why are they getting their ass kicked in the midterms?
Okay, so why did Obama get his ass kicked in the midterm? All presidents have
Easy,
to happen
because
to him, bro.
Barack Obama ran on hope and change. That's why there was a high voter turnout. When he did not deliver what they thought was the hope and change that he said, because even with Larry Summers and I can't remember the other dude, was it Guidrich? I can't remember the guy that was on the Federal Reserve. Those guys, he said you can't expect the different results with the same people, and he left those same people in there, and it discouraged a lot of voters. So they didn't show up in high droves like they did in vote.
So he lost,
absolutely,
right?
Yes.
He lost, right? Okay, so the same thing happened to him.
No, but they still maintained one branch of government. They didn't lose both House and Senate.
Yes, they did. Well,
no,
Obama,
they did.
Yes, they did.
No,
yes, they did. Absolutely, they absolutely did. Yes, they did.
Okay. Even if they did, yes, that is a reflection of the voters being discouraged. I answered your question. So in this midterm, the reason why the Republicans are getting their ass kicked is because yours truly, Donald Trump.
Nah, bro. That happens with any president that sweeps. Bush, Obama.
Republicans
all the way back.
This is an off year. It's not even. Hold on. This is not even the midterm. This is an off year, and he only been in office for a year. He did his party this wrong in 1 year. Imagine if we're gonna do 2 years.
The mainstream media.
Oh, now you're gonna blame the mainstream media.
Nobody
even watches the media anymore.
No. Yeah, he's got old school talking points. Go ahead.
No, bro.
The same thing happened to Obama, bro. The same exact thing.
The voting public does. The voting public watches the boomers. They watch the fucking CNN people. They're the only one who does watch the shit. And they played that fake ass government shutdown to get this shit to switch over. And everybody knows that shit.
Fake government. Deuce. This is the most hilarious thing ever.
Excuse me. The fake. No, let me say I misspoke. I misspoke before you go on your little diatribe. The fake agenda from the fucking Democrats.
Okay, go ahead. So you're not okay. This is what it is, Deuce. When you go to a grocery store and your beef is way more than it was a couple years ago or 3 years ago. Or
it sure the hell ain't.
Oh no, let me finish. And when these are more expensive, they're not watching TV,
bro. It sure the hell wasn't.
They're not watching TV.
It sure the hell wasn't as more expensive than it was in 22 and 23.
So why is this called affordable? Wait a minute. Why is this called the Affordable Care Act? If it's not affordable, it's never been affordable, and it keeps going up. Why is this shit called the Affordable Care Act? And all that happens is it goes up. For the last 12 years this shit been in, it's went up every fucking year. This ain't got nothing to do with Trump. It went up when Obama put it in.
I thought we were talking about now. So you got to move the goalposts. And deflect
No. Wait, let me finish. The reason why they're saying right now that they shut the government down is that the shit is unaffordable. People can't afford it. They can never afford this shit. So now all of a sudden we can't afford it. We ain't never been able to afford this shit, bro. This is like the delusion of this stuff. That Affordable Care Act has had subsidies since the inception. The subsidies have decreased from the beginning. When they first
keep going.
The first couple of years they had the subsidy that the government paid more of the subsidy, meaning the individual person didn't have to pay as much because the subsidies paid the higher percentage of it. As the years went on, that stuff was supposed to diminish, and the price of what the actual insurance was supposed to go down. That never happened. The subsidies kept going down. So wait a minute, I'm almost finished. The subsidies kept going down. They kept going down, and the price kept going up. We're here now because that's what happened. It's all about an affordability thing. That's the problem with this.
Okay. You said all that stuff, which is all that goodness. But what did Trump say?
What they got to do with what I said? What did I say is inaccurate? Tell me what I said is inaccurate.
What did Trump say?
I'll tell you that. What did I say that was inaccurate? Tell me what I said.
I said all that's all good and cool. What did Trump say? What did Trump say?
I don't know what Trump said. I don't know what he said. What did I say was inaccurate?
What did he say?
What did I say was inaccurate?
Your grocery bill is going to go down.
No. What did I say that was inaccurate? You heard me. I know you telling me. What did I say that was inaccurate?
No.
Tell me what I said is inaccurate.
First of all, I don't know if it's accurate. I had to look at it myself. And number two, I can know what Trump said.
So 12 years, you're just gonna focus on what Trump said. No. We done had the ACA for 12 years, and you worried about what Trump said.
You don't think that's the reason? One of the reasons why they lost really bad in his off year of the midterms, because what he said, right?
I don't know what he said. Why don't you tell me if you know what he said?
It's on an individual basis. Like every state have their own jurisdiction and their own government. We do realize that, right? So if the state is not operating the right way, then that's those people in that state make a executive decision to get that person out of there. It's not about Donald Trump. If those governors, senators, and congressmen is doing their job, then that's when the people make the decision.
Are you guys really serious? It's not about Donald Trump.
Yeah, midterms.
Okay,
y'all making everything about Trump, bro.
Excuse me. Where I live at, my governor is a Democrat. I voted for him. He's good. I don't need a reason to get him out. In your state, where you live, is probably the opposite. Do you vote him out if he's not doing a good job?
I live in one of the most liberal states in the nation.
Okay,
no, it's
good
not.
for you. But at the end of the day, excuse me, you have to let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You implemented what you were saying. I didn't finish, but I'm gonna give you time. But at the end of the day, it's about what's happening locally with everybody, from the alderman to your congressman to your mayor to your senator, 2 of them, and then your governor. Why nobody talking about that? Like, that's where all of your benefits and everything goes legislated through you guys, through the states, not through a public representation of the states. That's the president. So why would you think so much about him when there's so much going on in your own liberal state that you live in?
Why don't you tell the voters in those other states that? Because obviously they don't believe that.
Well, maybe that was something that they was trying to work on in the terms when it changed.
No.
But
No,
terms
they don't
change
believe
all
that.
the time, Will. You can't say
no.
that.
But what you're trying to say is you're really trying to get this off of Trump. Just if
It's
Trump
not about
said
Trump.
things. No. Trump says things, and then he doesn't do it. And this is what happens. No. Let me finish.
You can't do everything. You have a house. You have a Senate. You have to do. You have to do diligence.
Okay. You're still saying things. When you come in and you tell a bunch of people, you and I know this is not true, but a lot of other people don't true who voted for him. You sit there and say, listen, on day 1 of my presidency, your grocery bill list is going to go down. On day 1 of my presidency, the war in Ukraine is going to be over. Day 1 this, day 1 that. People are still waiting.
I get that.
So you can't do that. As a politician, sit there and just tell cold as bold-faced lies to just get elected, and then you make it so cold. It's like it's impossible. But you telling these people who are struggling this hope is not happening, and that's why they voted overwhelmingly for Democrats in this last election, because they said this party, the head of this guy is head of this party is fucking up, and so the rest of the party is fucking up too.
But that's when the people have that decision to make, Will. And I totally agree with you. But that's when that happens all the time. Like, you can see one person, but because they have terms, that's why.
But the one person is the leader of that party.
But if that party, Marjorie Greene, right? She won. Why did she win? She's not a Democrat. It's because you run.
Was she even in the last? She wasn't in the last election.
No,
this one just passed. She wasn't in this.
No, I'm saying before, because she got another one coming up in 2028.
He called her.
I guarantee you, she's gonna win. A lot of
because she's gonna win because she's making.
Because they treat the state like it's important. Like my governor treat my state like it's important. There's no need to change them, right? Unless it's sent to put a ballot into the president.
Honestly, they changed a lot in that last mini election. They changed a lot. They got swept.
Every president have that though.
No, not like this. No, this is an off year. He got swept. Only a year after he got elected, less than a year, and he got swept.
Well, that happened to Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, and
that didn't happen. Okay, listen, it doesn't happen in an off year like this. That was the big issue about it. Usually your first year of office, you don't have that much low ratings. This guy has horrible ratings in the first, not even been a year.
Well, he done more than any president too.
In
regards to what? You talking about sex trafficking wise? I agree.
No.
Come
on, man. I mean, it's like you guys have to. I mean, just admit the man is flawed and he do fucked up shit and he's fucking up right now. Just admit that.
We're not saying that. We saying that the focus shouldn't be on just one guy when it's an international problem. It's a lot of people, like kids. It's a lot of people being harmed.
We don't disagree with that.
And you just want to, because honestly, the dude that they blaming everything on is not the actual guy.
No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that this guy should not be president if he's on that Epstein list. He shouldn't be.
I'm saying the same thing, gentlemen. I'm not saying that I'm a supporter of pedophile. Like, I don't want to be associated with anything like that. I even told you doing different dialects that if birds of a feather flock together, so it's a bad look already. So I'm not associating myself with that. I'm associating myself with the fact that we have so many people that's involved in the same situation, past presidents that this was happening in the middle of their terms, and we didn't say anything and look at it. I'm not saying that don't look at this or nothing like that. I'm saying that everybody's supposed to be brought together as one accountable, because we had a whole nation of presidents that's been doing this, not just one.
I think about this, what you're saying is this what I want to say. I think I hear what you're saying, and that's very true. But the way Trump uses his rhetoric, and the way Trump I guess sensationalize himself and put himself out there every single fucking day, says something off the wall every single day, that's why it's like this. No other president in history has said some of the crazy shit this man has said. And this is why he's out there. And the media, how much media is out there right now? We're talking about the 80s, 90s, 70s, 60s, 50s, whatever. There's way more media now, so people get way more scrutinized. You just watch that through Boxing Talk, how people get somebody say something about something, and then the whole boxing community goes out of control about it.
That's right.
He did this to himself. He needs to keep his mouth shut. And that's his problem.
He's the one that opened up the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. And if it makes perfect sense that why he was being investigated, because he was blackmailing Donald Trump. If that picture that he said of him blowing bubble was true, he was blackmailing him. And Donald Trump didn't like somebody having something over him. So he prosecuted him and had him unalive while he was in jail. That makes perfect sense.
Well, Jeffrey Epstein also got a picture of George Bush bombing 9/11. Bombing the tower on his wall while he was hugging George Bush. While he was hugging George Bush.
How you get a picture of that?
That's in his house. That's real. They took a live picture of him, and he have it's worth a lot of money. It's an oil painting, and he have it in his house in those islands of George Bush.
No, so what I'm saying is an actual real photo, not a painting. Like he probably he has a
Jeffrey Epstein, but he hugging George Bush in the picture. Nobody said nothing about that.
Somebody can paint a picture of me dunking on Michael Jordan. That don't make it true.
You can't hug Michael Jordan in that picture, though.
They can make me hug him after I dunk on him. Yes.
Michael Jordan ain't taking no pictures with
black people
that
I know.
A fan of.
I know.
The
Black
people ain't a fan
black
of.
people. I know. I know what you were going to say.
Take a picture with Michael Jordan.
I know where you was going with that with black people. I know Michael Jordan don't like black people, but that's neither here nor there, brother. But listen, like I said,
with Michael Jordan at 2 different ages too.
And I'm gonna just say this: if Michael Jordan nickname, I'm glad Michael Jordan nickname is Black Jesus and not Bubba, because y'all, man, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Better not be on that list, though. I can tell you that,
brother.
Brother
Deuce, if Pittsburgh T said he would have watched it, did he tell you, brother? I swear to God, I'm putting this live. I will not let anybody weaponize my brothers and use it against them later, because that is absolutely insane.
I'm not watching no things.
I'm watching gay porn. Gay porn is gay porn. Why do you need to confirm? And what are you looking for? Are you being watching? You're like, oh yeah, that looked like Donald Trump. I heard he had a mole. Bro, what are we doing, bro? Bro, that's crazy work, bro. Yo, and I tried to get this clip to play earlier, but it wouldn't play with Deuce is all it is. This is what Deuce was scaring me with, bro.
Bruh. So they call you chocolate dropper. Woo. Well, I got a sweet tooth, so don't test me. Woo! Plus your bars are fun size, dude. and you kind of sexy.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, no.
Brother, did he just objectify me? Brother, did you just objectify me?
I didn't mean, no. No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I said. No.
Brother Deuce was objectifying Donald Trump, bro. He said he could have watched the tapes, right? That's crazy work, bro. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's what's gonna happen is this. Donald Trump has been scrubbing his name from the tapes, and because he has an incompetent administration, he's still gonna come up with some stuff, I think. And people are still gonna run to the defense of Donald Trump because at this point, you got a history of him telling a 10-year-old girl he's gonna date her in the future, making comments to his daughter. You know what I mean? Actually having a recruiter that worked for Jeffrey Epstein that also worked for him too as well. Saying Jeffrey Epstein was a good guy. You know, what he say? He's a good guy. You know, he likes him on the young side just like me. Stuff like that is like, at this point, what more proof do you need? Not to remind you about the grabber by the pussy statement. Like, what more proof do you need? Like, I'm starting to feel like this is a Dave Chappelle skit, and you remember they was like, Dave, what would it take for you to believe that R. Kelly peed on him? He was like, all right, his mama would have to be in the room to identify him. The girl would have to be holding two forms of identity. That's what realm we're getting into with Donald Trump, bro. And it's just like, bro.
I'm sorry, Scholar, but I'm kind of on that fence of that, though. Why? Because, okay, if we get Donald Trump, we better get everybody. That's the only reason why.
If you get Donald Trump, you can't get everybody, but I think what it is this, and I understand what you're saying about why just get Donald Trump, why hate on Donald Trump. I understand why you're saying that.
It's a disgusting thing, though.
No, but the thing, I know, but you support him, but he brought this upon himself. He directly deals with this guy back in the past, and it looks bad. And he did this to himself, of all things.
But he's our president, though. So what?
It doesn't matter if he's our president.
You got to do something about it, right?
Hitler was Germany's president, and see how that's worked out. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I understand. This is the American people we talking about. Now, I'm glad you said that. We have never stood up to our government, ever.
Well,
never.
We kind of got representatives to do that for us. That's why the attempt of Nixon being
like other countries. Like they actually change a regime.
Well, we don't have regimes. We have administrations. That's like dictator talk.
Yeah, because we do things civilly. They don't do things civilly. They like Greece. When Greece had the altercation with their government, they changed the whole regime. France.
But I mean, they don't have. I mean, but yeah, remember when you have money like the United States does, and you have power all over the world, you're kind of like.
So why y'all arguing with me about Donald Trump right now? You see how y'all make those excuses?
Oh, no, that's not an excuse. We're not arguing. No, I'm not arguing.
That can do that though.
So no. Are you gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? I said a lot of people in this country, they think this is a good. Well, it doesn't matter who's president. You can hate every president, but people still gonna like the way we live. So they're not gonna push it back against it so hard. I don't support this president. I think this president is a horrible human being. I think he's gross. I think he did do something with those kids. I'm telling you what my opinion is. I think he did something with those kids. I mean, with those young girls. I see in the past. I see his behavior. Everything about that man is gross. And you can say whatever you want about it. It is, and it's what it is. And I firmly believe he's on those tapes. He's been to the island. He did everything. He been messing with those women, those little girls. He done everything that Epstein was doing, probably not at the same rate. But I think a lot of other people did that shit too. Bill Clinton probably was in that shit. Probably he was. That Prince Andrew was in that shit. There's athletes in that thing. There's actors in there. There's other congressmen. There are businessmen in that thing. Mm-hmm. I think they're all were doing it. But just because Trump is the president doesn't mean I'm like pointing him out. I'm pointing out all of them. But he's the one that pushed this along. He's the one that started this shit to his detriment. And that's what it comes down to it.
I mean,
and that's politics.
We don't know
That's
yet.
politics.
We got to see the foul. We got to see the foul. We have to know. The American people
think about
have to know.
think about me.
Without
Think about
black
it.
ink over the stuff like Scholar just showed on here, it's a black mark. And we don't see all of those black marks, then we know that it could be legitimate. 75%.
But it's already. The damage is already done, because what it is he can say all these different things, but he was best friends with this dude, and that's the problem. He was kicking with this dude tough.
Man, I totally
There's
agree with
videos,
that part.
and
Like I
pictures
just
of
said.
him hanging out, doing things at parties and shit. He was doing this shit. Yeah. That's all I was gonna say. I don't want to jump on your case, but I'm looking at from
before you even came on, I already said guilt by association is a big thing in my opinion. Like if I just gave an example with me and Scholar was friends and he had something going on or I had something going on and we that close that he there for all of it, but he just so happened to not participate in anything, then he's still guilty by association or vice versa. So I do believe in that because birds of the feather flock together. I don't know people that do stuff and I don't know what they do. That's just a pet peeve of mine. You're not my friend unless I know you. But I can say that. I can agree with that part. But at the end of the day, a lot of people are his friends too that we probably would be shocked about. So it's a whole cabinet of presidents that I'm quite sure dealt with him in this situation. It's just sad that we look at one guy, because what are we going to do about it? Like at the end of the day, once they put everything out, all we're going to do is get his predecessor, right? So unless he's not in it. So his predecessor is even more morally wrong than him. So what are we asking for?
Who said that? How the president more morally wrong than him?
Yeah, pedophile.
JD Vance?
Yeah. Couches
he's a horrible person.
Couches are not people, brother.
Huh?
Couches are not people. Like that's what he's accused of doing like wrong. He humped couches.
Yeah, the thing about these a lot of these people that you're talking about are like in their 70s and 80s and late 60s. All these people they're gone. They're gone. Those people are almost gone. What are the baby boomers? Those baby boomers were dealing with that man.
People as president too. Will.
Huh?
We vote for those same people that you're talking about to be the president.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, but I'm just saying those people are they're not going to be elected too much longer. We have a younger crop, so the younger crop is not messing with Jeffrey Epstein.
We only have 3 presidents that was young when they got in. That was JFK, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. Nobody else. So we got to fix the problem from 250 years, right?
No. I'm saying in terms of Epstein. I'm talking about Epstein.
Because you said JD Vance was more morally wrong. He's saying that JD Vance is not even in that age bracket to be on those
involved in that shit. Yeah, involved with Epstein, I should say. Yeah. So I'm just saying,
if they need you, I would say this. There was a reason why JD Vance went from calling Donald Trump Hitler to being his vice president.
He's a puppet.
So he wasn't turned. Y'all don't think he was turned?
No, Jeffrey Epstein was already. This shit was already done.
No,
what I'm saying is, I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein, not
JD Vance was still around. He was a politician when Epstein was still.
No, but he first of all, Epstein. I mean, JD Vance wasn't hanging out with Epstein like that. Never. You might know him, but he wasn't hanging out like that though. Epstein wasn't really working when he stopped doing his little sex trade thing, like in the early 2015s or 12s or something like that.
And JD Vance was around. He was a young politician.
Yeah, I don't.
If they
if you want to say he maybe he wasn't
move that fast to be the vice president
because he was licking nuts. That's why, licking Donald Trump's balls. That's why.
You don't have anything on him. He clean too, huh?
No, what I'm saying, I don't know if he's clean. I'm not knowing if he's clean. He can be doing dirt on the side too. He can mess with some other pedophile people who's younger. Who knows? But I'm just saying,
let's say Donald Trump is with the shit. right? Let's say he with the shit. So
he with the
you
shit.
think
There
you
ain't no
hire
ears.
a clean cut guy that's not about anything in that life to be his running mate? You really think that?
No. What I'm saying is he kissed enough ass and took it up behind enough to he sucked up. That's what you want to use.
You know what? It's the moot point, because if he had that connection that you say, ill, then he's gonna be implicated when Donald Trump gets implicated, and I don't know what they will do in terms of that. What is the process on that? I've always thought about that. So what happens if a VP takes over and
it goes to the leader of the house after that? Then it goes down.
Wow.
Then it goes down the road. You mean the succession of presidency? Yeah, it goes to the leader of the house. Then it goes down to like Secretary of Defense or Secretary of Interior. It just keeps going.
God, no. My God, no.
It does. The Speaker of the House
So
is
that's-
going to automatically be the president if the vice president can't be it. So that's going to be a Democrat, though.
Who, next year?
If that happened, if everything transpired and all of these people are implemented into a Textophilia case, then the Speaker of the House would be and that's the Democrat. The Speaker of the House would be
anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what party's involved. Yeah, it doesn't matter what party's involved. I mean, and at that point, if it ever gets that low, when they like the first two people at the top of the head, they'll have a special election right not too far after that. It wouldn't just somebody be in 3 years.
2 years. It's after 2 years of the term of the Speaker of the House.
Mike Johnson's the Speaker of the House, right?
No, he's talking about next year. He said next year after the Republicans gonna lose the House for sure. So it's like after next year, I think that he's saying that a Democrat will be. And think about it.
Because Nancy Pelosi
is I don't even like
yet.
The Democrat that's in charge right now of the House. What's his name? The black dude's name. Hakeem.
Yeah. Oh my God, I cannot stand that guy.
Yeah, me neither.
Anti-Semite, but he's on that Israel shit and try to act like he's not, and that's a whole different story. So,
well, they play a large part in that too, fellas.
I know they play a major part of it. But I mean, with the whole, they're part of it too. I mean,
you're gonna see that they're not our real allies. They actually are adversaries. If that foul come out to be true, then it is true. Our allies. They are adversaries.
I mean, but they've been going back. They've been going back for decades, though. I mean, Trump was getting money from them. Biden, Obama, all the cats were getting money from him. All that since the 1970s.
Society thing, though. You have to do that as a president. That's why they killed JFK, because he wasn't about that.
No, I think JFK was on a different shit. I don't think it had to do with it.
It was all of the above. We can go through the motions, but one thing about that, he did state about that foreign government, that dark government that you're talking about, Scholar. He mentioned that in a whole speech. He talked about the foreign aid to Israel back then. He talked about all of that stuff. He was the only president that didn't support Israel.
Well, he had a lot Kennedy had a lot of enemies, though. He made a lot of enemies.
Yeah, he also supported civil rights too.
He had ties to casinos. He was trying to regulate things fair, but the mob, the CIA, the government, like everything that runs currently right now runs that way because they assassinated that man.
Well, I mean, like I said,
he came into power and he wanted to change it. And a lot of people behind him wanted to change it, but they were silenced because they seen the horrific tragedy that happened to him.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to escalate. He wasn't going to escalate Vietnam, and they're really mad about that. They're like, "You're not going to escalate Vietnam?" Because he was like, "Okay, this is some shit, but let's not escalate it." And as soon as Lyndon Johnson got in, what did he do?
Escalated.
Full forward head. Yep.
Everything went back to the old way, the old good old boy way. But Lyndon Johnson also signed a couple of rights and civil rights acts that made Black people prominent in America right now. And
but no, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Vietnam. I mean, the civil rights thing. He
had no choice.
He didn't have a choice, and then and the civil rights would have helped them be able to prolong that Vietnam War too. So you give the people what they want on this hand, and then you can do your dirt on your other hand. It's like, okay, I'll tease this bill with the civil rights bill because that shit needed to be fixed first. But then he's like, okay, after I get done with this bill in 1965, then I can send a lot more troops into Vietnam to make it seem like, you know what I'm saying?
No,
and he really thought he really thought that black people, especially Martin Luther King, was going to support that war. But oh well, he did this for us. Da da da. And I think that's one of the reasons why Martin Luther King got killed. There's a whole bunch of reasons why he got killed. But
well, Martin Luther King didn't support the war, but he was still on the rights of political activity with the black community. So he was still.
Well, no, I think he didn't support that, but he didn't support that war. When he didn't support the war. Yeah, and he didn't support the war, and he started talking about that. That's when they started looking after his ass. What's his name? The gay dude, the gay FBI agent, Hoover. Hoover. I'm at work. I need to get back to work. But
all right. Hey, I appreciate you pulling up. Hey, you must have ran Pittsburgh T off, man. That's the first time I seen that happen.
He didn't do that, bro. He didn't do that. Don't be doing that, Scholar.
Hey, he never pulled back up.
Pleased to meet you, though, Big Dog Willie.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Victory is a victory, brother.
No, I don't look at this shit as victories, man. I think it's just funny because I'm not gonna agree with everything he said, but I like to listen and see where they're coming from. And I think if we did more of that just in general, this world would be better instead of just, going our own ways.
And you know what? If somebody's coming from a logical place, I would understand. This is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. What about Barack Obama? What about Joe Biden? Well, Joe Biden should have released the emails. Why didn't he release the emails? It does not matter, Ill. It does ill. You got a business. Like if something happens on a job and it's supposed to be like an incident report or something, you'll grill the person that was supposed to make the incident report, but you also will, it's your responsibility to go ahead and fix whatever incompetency that they had or displayed.
Yeah.
Like people keep saying that Joe Biden was incompetent, but then expect Joe Biden, right, to pursue this with just with a fire lit up under his butt. It doesn't make any sense to me. And not only that,
cabinet, though.
You see, y'all, Big Dog Willie said something that went over your head. I didn't catch it, like a frisbee. But check this out. He said that this is all Donald Trump's fault. What he mean with that is Donald Trump is the one that opened up the investigation and prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, right? And I know why he prosecuted him, because he didn't want him blackmailing him anymore, especially with emails like the ones that's on the screen. He was tired of him holding that over his head. Jeffrey Epstein had a reputation for blackmailing people. That's why he was able to get away with it so long. Donald Trump did not want that. So he used his power that he had to prosecute him like he does all of his political foes. And then he used, I think, FBI or CIA and had that man unalive while he was in jail. That's why there's a minute of footage missing. And they went through hell to get that footage.
They said it was Mossad, because they can just run back to Israel. But that's a whole different story.
Maybe he got somebody to do the job, and he thought it would go away because Jeffrey Epstein is no longer here to talk. But it has not went away, and that's why he bugs her. Oh my gosh, we're still talking about Epstein. Yes, we're still talking about Epstein. It's not going away. And then he got the files to try to scrub his names, huh?
What about the economy and everything that people really
care about? So let me ask you this, Il. Let's just say that y'all are right and the economy's doing great, but Donald Trump's name comes out on these Epstein files. Would you still want him to be the current president because he's doing a good job and he's a pedophile?
No.
Okay, then there's no point in bringing up the economy.
The economy's not even doing that well, so I don't know where that comes from.
It definitely is not.
It is doing well. Y'all
lying. For who?
Are y'all plates and tables starving of some protein or a veggie or starch or nutrient that you need? None of y'all.
So because this is not the Great Depression.
Hold on, because we have jobs and we have to do that. But I know I make decent money. I know that I don't have as much as I did before, not because I don't make as much, because shit got a lot more expensive.
Not only that, Big Dog Willie. Not only that,
That's not a good economy.
Yo, that's not a good economy. Big Dog Willie. Not only that. You know what? A hidden effect of Donald Trump coming in and affecting Medicare, because the old people were relying on Medicare, and that's where a lot of hospitals got a lot of their income. So a lot of hospitals shut down, like the one that my wife worked at, shut down because Donald Trump got elected, and they try to get ahead of the curve because they.
And guess what we're doing at my job? Guess what we're doing at my hospital? Guess what we're doing at our hospital? I just got an email yesterday. We're laying people off.
See,
fellas. Are y'all not doing so good? Christmas presents? Are you buying any Christmas presents this year?
You know what that's like? If you go to a doctor, if you go to a doctor, and he say, "Well, you're breathing air, you're drinking water, you're eating, you're good. Get up out of my office." That's not how that works. Still, that's not how that works.
Look,
you see, he's not in the medical. You see, I'm in the medical field. It doesn't work like that. And think about it. A lot of things go through insurance, and we don't have insurance. Guess who has to cover the bills?
The hospital, right?
The government or the hospital. And where are we gonna get the money from? We usually get from the government, right? But when you cut shit from, hold on, when you cut it, when the government cut it, where does the money come from there? The hospital. You get less people in the hospital because you have to pay off those bills. So you have to get less workers.
But
and the healthcare goes down. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a domino effect.
I do, but in those statistical categories, we looking at something like, okay, 20 million people, right? Okay, 20 million people don't have health insurance versus the 130 that do. Like, is that really affecting the hospital? When a hospital ever gave back to the public out of all of the revenue that they ever gotten? Never. Why would we sit up here? Yeah.
Oh, no. See, you're looking at
things for free.
Okay, so hold on. Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you about that? Because you're for something that you don't really understand. Majority of healthcare facilities, especially hospitals, are either state ran, and they use their own funds by the state and by the government, or they're nonprofit, like where I work at. Only few hospitals.
Who pays for that, though?
Hold on, let me finish. There's not that many hospitals that are for profit.
Okay, who pays for that?
The nonprofit.
Who pays for that?
So the money that goes in goes back into the hospital.
Okay, so that's
it's not
profit. That's paying into that automatically, right? And we have to also pay.
No, but when you cut the money, the services will get cut too.
Bro, you talking on a national level, right? I'm talking about an independent level for over 30 years of my life. I never, ever had assistance in nothing that happened in my life. And I paid into it for no apparent reason when I've been a healthy gentleman. Excuse me, sir. Let me finish.
Okay, that's part of paying taxes.
Excuse me, I just asked you.
That if you pay for
that respect, like I gave
you pay taxes, you pay for everybody.
I gave you the respect. Please give it back to me.
Okay, go ahead, man. Because I
did. I really did. I want it back. I'm gonna demand it in a minute. I actually paid into this system for 30 plus years, never been sick at all. Nothing happened. I never got a rebate check. I never got a thanks for being safe, but still paying into us. I never got nothing. But the first time I get injured of any way, then they give me a bill that's astronomically high, even though I have insurance. So that's fraud in one way right there. Another way, how many Americans that you think that is just as healthy as me and you that pay into this system and nothing happened, just like car insurance, never had an accident in my life, but I still been paying for over 30 years of something that clearly is not happening to me. But that one time, that shit, what are you talking about? That don't make no fucking sense to me when I need something back from that, because if I never had it for 30 years, I will have more money than I have now. But that one time, that bullshit. So I don't give a fuck about none of that you're talking about, bro. That don't really matter, because the average American is paying for shit that they don't even need, but they putting into it and they getting denied for shit. You own a house, try to say that you claiming some insurance on your house and see how well that works. but you done paid for insurance for 15 years of this house.
Okay, I understand that you're upset about this, but I didn't do this.
No, bro, you telling me something that don't fucking make sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It does make sense. No shit. Nobody's saying they're not. I'm just telling you. Nobody said that. The government is full of shit. I'm just telling you how it works. I'm not telling you why.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how this works.
It's right. No,
I'm telling you my side of it.
I mean, I own a house. I work a job. I had to pay out of work out of my check for my bad back that I got at work. Doing work.
Why?
My taxes go.
Why is that?
Okay, listen. My taxes. So because when you pay, when you pay taxes, the taxes is just not for whatever. They pay taxes for everybody. Right?
Exactly.
Okay. But guess what most of those taxes go to? They go to the middle class, lower and higher and middle class. Who don't pay taxes? The poor who can't afford it, and the rich that can't afford it, but they want to keep their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? And why we don't have good health insurance? Because insurance companies want to keep all that money. Why we don't have this? Why we have homelessness? Because people want to keep all their money. It's greed all across the board. And yes, you should be upset about that. But it's not. It's a problem that when you have a capitalist society, this is what happens.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would argue that our healthcare system is not messed up, but I think our
health system is screwed up.
What you missing, what Big Dog Willie was trying to say is that because of Trump's policies, hospitals are now laying off employees and closing down because of funding, and as a direct effect of his policy. So people tend to look at anecdotal whenever the economy is there, and that's not how it works. I was trying to say that, but it's not just Trump. It's been going on for years, and it just has gotten worse and worse and worse and worse with each president, and been going on for years. And we pay taxes, and they're trying to cut out Medicare, they're trying to cut this, they're trying to cut that. It's been going on for years, and one party had a decent idea, and the other party just want to take. But it reverses in other different ways, too. So it's not gonna. You have greedy hands. You have people hands in their pots in both parties. And in turn, and when you have a capitalist society, like I said, when everybody want to be rich, everybody want to make money, people are going to cut corners. People are going to be more greedy than other people, and they're going to make the people they don't see on the streets. They're going to make the people that are flying on the private jets. They're going to make the people who don't know what caviar tastes like. Hey, because they don't have to see them. They don't have to worry about them. They only worry about themselves. They're greedy, and that's a sin of men. That's just how men. That's one 7 sins, right? Greed, right? Yeah.
Of course, but that's what we need to be focused on. I don't think that this. I know I'm not really saying. Wait, let me correct this. A lot of children has been harmed. A lot of people has been subjugated to something that wasn't right. And I understand that. And I really do want to do something deeper into that part, not just exploiting people and stuff like that and making it seem like every president haven't put the American people in the jam. This is not I haven't experienced it. Thank God or Allah for everything that ever happened in my life to make sure that I didn't think about that stuff. But a lot of people don't really acknowledge the fact that the economy's changing, the world's changing, and things of that nature, because we keep moving. We grinders, we get with the program. We about this life in a sense. But at the end of the day, it's not right with no president since the time of the Federal Reserve that it's not right to do the American people like that. We all
okay. I understand what you're saying. Oh, go ahead, finish. I hear what you're saying, but you don't live in Gaza. You don't live in Southeast Asia.
Right.
You don't live in Africa. You don't live in South America.
Though, bro. I understand that though. Enough
okay,
to know.
So our understanding of these things, because they work hard just as hard as we do, and they had to watch out for bullets
somewhere that you would not. So I know.
How you say I would not do it? How you say I would not do it?
I'm a Marine, bro. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I've been places very uncomfortable in life. I can tell you what you would not be willing to do. I can promise you that. But I don't express that. I don't tell everybody. I'm just basically saying this to say that I know a certain part of life that everybody don't, and I understand it very well, and I know how to do what I did there to execute what I need to do here very well. So that's not my problem with everybody else's problem. That's what I'm telling you.
And what's your problem? What's your problem here?
I don't have one.
Okay, then why would you just went on a tirade? What's your problem? Are you about your taxes and not paying anything?
No, I talk about my people. I have people that I represent in my life that don't have the luxuries that I have. And I can't make them have them because of the way that the laws are in this country. Okay. But still into this moment, I still can't beat myself up for being somebody and recognizing the things that I was taught in my life versus everybody else did not see a change. You understand that part?
No, I understand what you're saying, but you're making my point. You've seen things. You've seen how it can be this way. You can see how that way. I've seen things maybe not as graphic and maybe not as things you did as being a Marine, but I grew up really poor. I grew up in some fucked up situation. I went to bed without eating sometimes. I didn't have a couple of Christmases. My mom was a single mother and she was on welfare. I had those different things. And when I went to school, I looked at the people who had brought their lunches. Now I had was a peanut butter jelly sandwich. I seen all those different things. So when I hear people complain about what they don't have and what they don't have this, they don't have that, they don't have that, and then I see people who have a lot less. Then I will say, okay, but you have this, you have that. But we're all the same people. We're all people. We all have to have the same thing. We all deserve healthcare. We all deserve food. But when some people don't allow you to have food, when some people don't allow you to have healthcare because they're greedy, that's the issue.
Yeah, because they don't use the money in conjunctions. Like if you make something happen off of one thing, you fund something else off another. Like marijuana legalization. I don't see states doing anything conservative with the money to help the American people in their states. I'm really not even talking about the American people. Let's be honest. There's a lot of people that need help, and we don't want to see anybody in the gym, whether you're from America or you came here. But at the end of the day, it's like we don't advocate for the necessities in America, and we overlook that because we pay attention to a lot of propaganda like this. If all the American people are in the gym and these are holiday time, like you said that you didn't have those things, and I'm sorry that you didn't have those things, brother. I really do wish that you could have enjoyed those things, but I know you learned something from that and you could do for people. It's a given point. Like I do for people instead of honor what I want or something about me. It's not about me at this point. It's about other people. And that's what it's about. If we can't get to that point as the American people, it's not about a government. It's about us to change that. We could overturn these thoughts by voting, right? If that's the thing that we got only 2 people or 3 people, but we have 8 in the starting or 6 in the starting, but we cipher through them and make our opinion show and known how we voted, and it shows, right? So if we do these things diligently in the American government or our senators, governors, and constituents doing the legislation that they terms go, it happened like that, then it would be a good thing. But our own due diligence in our own right, we got to give bonuses out. We have to make sure that people get the extra leg up on our own. But that's humanity also. So why are we not voting for humane individuals instead of voting for criminals?
What humane candidates we got in the race to vote for?
I'm saying that's my point, Scholar. I just said, why are we not voting for those people? Because they're not
running. They're not running. Simple.
I know.
But
or
I
they're not
guarantee you
back.
this: everything.
Or they're not back.
This is the conundrum that I'm having with myself, because hearing you say that, bro, you sound like a humanitarian. How could a humanitarian ever vote for Donald Trump?
Because tax reasons. I can help my people better than I can if I'm getting taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from me versus helping them with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's the same money, bro. I'm in control of it and not them. That gives me the opportunity.
But I'm not pocket watching. I don't know how much you make, but the tax cuts is only for people like making $400,000 or more.
Right.
And it's like, I don't know. So that's the only reason you voted for taxes?
I've been telling you that, Scholar. That's the only reason, because I can help people.
Because you know, Democrats give tax cuts too. Barack Obama made
but it's not like that.
Tax cuts extended. No, they absolutely. Joe Biden used Donald Trump's tax plan, and this is why I can't wrap my mind around. Because people will say that the economy was so bad up under Joe Biden and all this stuff, and it's like, well, Donald Trump's tariffs was up under Joe Biden, right? You had Donald Trump's tax plan also up under Joe Biden. So if his economy was bad, it was Trump's policies that were.
I was just saying that same thing, Scholar. I never said that the economy was ever bad under anybody, because I still know how to flourish through the economy. I'm saying that when it's not available for me to do extra, like say you do make $500,000 a year, right? But you have to eat $120,000 up into that. And plus all of the stuff that you did, it's kind of hard to say, I'm gonna give you a $1,200 bonus on your Christmas bonus. It's hard to do stuff like that. It's not easy. You have to cut that money in a different way. And that's through taxes, right? So if you could do all of these things through a tax program that Donald Trump developed, then I could do better than that, because I can write it off. And they still make me seem like I'm a stand-up dude to the people that I care about. Initially, I do, but I do feel the pain. Like I feel the pain too, because if they have a problem, I have a problem. That's anybody. I don't see why, man, it's not right how everything is going, but when you try to do the best that you can, then you got to go the way that you need to go. I'm sorry, y'all.
Yo, let me play this for the people. The people that just
I'm up against an animal though. This design is not set up for, like you said, it's not designed and set up for us to flourish and be the greatest of the great. Or I'm talking about every American, not color. Every American. If they don't get it, they don't get it, whatever. But it's not designed for us to be the thinkers, the free spirit people that make our own economy. Because we can literally do that. But we don't do it because we don't get the backing that the people that make the decisions have. That's the problem.
So to the people just pulling up, let me give you a little bit of context.
I looked at you and there was an emotional moment where, like, I think people around me were starting to tear up. Were you close to tearing up at that moment?
Well, if I admitted that, I think I'd lose a lot of votes. I'm not supposed to. Do you want a president that cries? I don't think so. They're going all over my body. They probably realize what a body this guy has.
I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking.
I'm much better looking than her. I think I'm a better looking person than Kamala. To tell them the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. His man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
One move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
I don't get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Hawk too and spit on it. Spit on
I agree.
So Donald Trump, the masculine guy, you know, that's up there giving the microphone fellatios. That is the guy that ran on getting transgenders out of sports, getting rid of the woke culture, and being the manliest of mans. Every time he gets in trouble, every time there's smut attached to his name, it's always sexual deviancy, whether it be him grabbing women by the pussy, whether it be, you know what I mean, whether it be admitting that Jeffrey Epstein is just like him. They're both into, kind of young women, like quotes like that. Like, you know, telling the 10-year-old that, you know, he's going to date her. It's always tied to sexual deviancy. And people know, like I know, right, that people like that can't control it. And like, that's why he goes around so ballsy and thinking it's normal. That's why Jeffrey Epstein was so bold in the emails to like name drop and do all this other stuff, because he was blackmailing people and he had been getting away with it for so long. Same thing with Donald Trump. I don't understand, man. Like, because and this is why I'm a little bit, I ain't gonna say I'm anxious, ill, but I'm really curious, because I already know where you're gonna stand. If the Epstein records come out tomorrow, right, and they say, yeah, Donald Trump was included in it, even though his team tried to scrub the name, they still find some relevancy to tie him to sexual crimes, and they try to prosecute him. I already know what's gonna happen. Deuce is gonna pull up. Pittsburgh team might not. I don't know. I'm gonna give Pittsburgh team the benefit of the doubt, but he's gonna say propaganda, witch hunt, that he should not be in on trial, and they're treating him unfairly, and why did they get Barack Obama? Why didn't they get the other people? And this is a witch hunt. They're gonna say all of this stuff, everything but prosecute the dude who's been proven to be a pedophile in the court of law. You see,
what if they put everybody out there? Like, fuck it. If it's Donald Trump, then get them all. That's what I'm applauding that, bro. I'm an advocate for support of women, man. I really love women. Not like Donald Trump, a little bit like Donald Trump, but not like him. On my own turn.
No. I
don't like little kids, but I still grab one back. No,
don't do that, bro. Don't you do that, bro. Go ahead, bro. That's crazy work, yeah.
That was a joke. Don't do that, bro. Too much. Maybe I do. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not an advocate supporter of Donald Trump in fuckery. Like, if he's not doing something right, I'm not going to advocate for that. But at the end of the day, let's get everybody. That's what I'm saying. Because somebody can still be a leader that we don't know about, and he's actually the leader. Like Kaiser So saying unusual suspect. Like, he's telling you everything is happening, but you're not listening to this dude. You focus on this dude. I just want it to be like, because Donald Trump just visited, right? He wasn't the dude. So the dude that they saying was the dude is not here anymore, allegedly. So let's go for the other dude, right? And that's Donald Trump. I'm with that. I'm not telling you that I'm not with that. I'm saying, but if that's the case, let's get every single person, though, so it don't happen again. Let's try to put an end to this. There's 8 million kids get missing in America, bro, every year. That's a fact. So why not do something about the people that's missing that go to these places? Like, we gotta not paying attention to the right thing, and at least we need to have the FBI to go survive a little couple of days, a week, sitting in a cabana somewhere, surveillancing everything that happens with these young children. Because I can tell you that it's a lot of people at cabanas and in resorts and stuff like that that are young people. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't interact with them like they somebody to be courted, nothing like that, but they're still there. I don't know why they're there, but they are friendly and nice and kind of just working. I would think that it's a summer job. That's just me being a tourist. But
and Donald Trump and Epstein stole them, and Donald Trump got mad that he stole them, bro. They were sex workers.
Life, bro. Exactly. We gotta find that out. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm against that, Scholar. I'm saying that they have to get everybody, because you don't just get one person like Chavo, right? The guy, the Mexican cartel leader that was in Chicago hiding. Like, you just don't get him. It's a lot of people after him. You see what I'm saying? Like, it don't just stop with that person.
What's good, Piero? You ain't got to mute up, bro. You know you get in where you fit in over here.
I know. I'm just letting y'all go.
All right. I was just checking on you, but
no, that's the brother. That's the homie.
So look, this is where you know why the Republicans turned on the elephant in the room. Why Republicans turned on Donald Trump? A lot of people think it's have a lot of different conspiracies on this. My thoughts on this is exactly why they turned on him.
To Saudi Arabia, I mean, and also, are you looking at doing a similar security agreement like you did with Pacific?
Yeah, no, I am planning on doing it. They want to buy. They've been a great ally. They've got to like us very much. Look at the Iran situation, what we did in terms of obliterating, we obliterated their nuclear capability. Yeah, I will say that we will be doing that. We'll be selling F-35s.
Mr. President, I'm about something you posted on Truth Social last night. You urged House Republicans to vote in favor of this Epstein release bill they're going to vote on tomorrow. I just want to be super clear on your position. Do you want to see that pass the Senate? Would you sign that bill if it gets to your desk?
I do want to say, here's what I want. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats. You look at this Reid Hoffman, you look at Larry Summers, Bill Clinton, they went to his island all the time, and many others.
Ew, how could you say facts?
It was.
He just said he don't have nothing to do. He said, I don't have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. All of his friends were Democrats. That is not facts.
Association. So I'm dismissing that part. I'm saying that the rest of it, the files, is Democrat heavy. Donald Trump is already included in it because he got too many. He invited the man to his wedding in 1992. Bro, I understand.
Birthday letters.
I'm not against anything. But I'm saying that it's a lot of Democrats too. Like, I know y'all the Democrat Party. So I'm saying, like, okay, we got a problem as the American people. Like, okay, if I vote for
Donald Trump just hit everybody with it. Shaq was doing it too.
That doesn't matter.
He hit us with the Shaq was doing it. Bro, we don't care. No, we worried about your dirt.
The other people?
No, we want him to worry about himself. Worried about himself. He got to worry about himself. You can't turn around and say Shaq was doing it too. I'm not going to accept that for somebody that was involved into it.
Bryant, bro, I'm sorry. I'm doing the Kobe Bryant because you had presidents. Barack Obama didn't like the little girls. He liked the little boys. So let's put it all out there.
Like I said, I'm not going to accept from the guy who was really good friends with Epstein that he had nothing to do with Epstein. As a matter of fact, all of his best friends are Democrats. And when we know that's a flat out.
I'm good friend. I'm best friends with you, bro. But I didn't tell them what you did last summer.
But they already know about Halle Berry. They already know about Halle Berry. They know about Halle Berry. They know I made Halle Berry feel good. They know I made Halle Berry feel real good. They already know about that, bro. Monster Ball style, bro. They already know. They already know, bro. Halle Berry. I made it. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Don't we don't disrespect the sisters over here, brother.
Watch. I had the money. But I'm just playing. You see what I'm saying? Like,
now you're a 50-year-old white man.
What you talking about?
You was there.
No. That was a green screen. That was really me. That was a green screen.
Really you?
Yeah, they put in Billy Bob Thornton, you know what I mean, in the green screen, but that was really me making her feel good. You know what I mean?
And you was there too, Piero. You just had Jennifer Lopez.
You remember that?
Just turn me off of Monsters Ball for the rest of
my life. Brother. All I can do is have facts. Right now, I don't know if you can see me, but I'm doing the Trump hands. The bigger the lie, the bigger his hands get. Piero. The bigger the lie, the bigger the hands get far apart. Like, he is easy to read. I guarantee if Ivanka was like, Trump, were you out cheating all night? No, I don't even know what cheating is. And then the hands get far apart. Like, this guy is so easy to read. He's such an idiot too, by the way. I don't even know how this guy is president. Like I said, the 34
genius, bro.
The 34 felonies would not even make him permissible to vote for himself in some states. And the pedophile charges that he's definitely a part of wouldn't even allow him to stay in certain places or come within 1,000 feet of a school. And this guy is the president, the active president that everybody's saying should still be the president. Like, bro, you can't make this up, bro.
But that's the racist America you live in, Scholar.
Hey, I ain't worried about racism or none of that. No, we're not gonna deflect. We're not gonna do the weed. We're gonna worry about this pedophile that's probably on this list that try to scrub his name, and his incompetent ass administration is he's still gonna show up. Watch, he's still gonna get implicated. I'm willing to bet on that because they're idiots like Kash Patel. Kash Patel's such an idiot that when Charlie was unalived, you know, I remember people were coming out skeptical about him actually finding the killer. And it was like the same thing because they're like, this administration is not known for doing anything really good. And I doubt they find the killer. And they found the killer, but only because the killer's dad was a police officer and actually turned him in because he didn't like what his son had done. But if that had not happened, that killer would still be out there on the loose because Kash Patel is incompetent. He's done nothing. He's the most disqualified FBI director ever.
Hey, bro, I just don't want you to associate me with pedophilia.
Huh?
I'm not on Trump's side if he's a pedophile. I'm not on nobody's side with harming young girls. Oh boy.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me test you on this. If it comes out that we know the identity of Bubba and it's Elon Musk and they have a sex tape, will you be watching?
No.
Whew, thank God you scared me there. If you would have said yes, I promise I would have went live for three weeks. That would have been too many people dropping too fast. The other two said that they would watch. I'm like, man, come on, man. There's too many people following.
I tell you, they gonna think about that. I'm gonna talk for my brothers. They didn't mean that, and they don't mean that currently.
Deuce double down on it. Deuce said, yeah, I said it. I want to be watch.
Do not say that again, my gentlemen.
Bro,
do not do that.
Bro,
that's
God,
not cool.
damn, I hope Deuce enemies ain't watching, man, because they might clip that up.
Man, bro. And I do got a lot of enemies, but at the end, I'm done. But at the end of the day, if he is guilty of anything, I think that he should be prosecuted. I think everybody else involved in this scheme should be prosecuted. I think we need to cut ties with other countries that's involved with Jeffrey Epstein's criminal activity. I think that we need to regulate this problem because this is a big problem in the United States of America, and not just America, globally. They do that all around the world. And I think that if the UN want to do anything about anything, that's the thing that they need to start addressing first, because trafficking is a bad thing and it's a horrible thing, and it's probably like the number one thing is bigger than drugs. I can honestly say that. Knowing what I know now, and if they're part of something like that, man, I think the death penalty to people that do something to kids, because they don't know anything and you taking advantage of children. I don't like that, and I really think that something bad needs to happen to those kids. I mean, to those people, because those kids have to bear the horror of what happened to them for the rest of their life, bro. It's not cool. That's something that they got to take into adulthood to have dysfunctions in relationships and parenting. All sorts of stuff happening to kids like that, man. And that's just even in the family era. Like, you didn't just did something with somebody that's a billionaire. Your man is like not just a billionaire, but publicly talking in TV and making it seem like you didn't even matter.
Yo,
like
I was saying this the other day, Jubilee was one of my favorite shows. First off, the debating stuff was genius too. They just make dope content. They're always ahead of the curve. They're always revolutionary in how they present their stuff and all of that good stuff. Jubilee has always been dope. The reason why I got into Jubilee is because one of the interviews I seen was early on, and they had somebody that was like a sex worker, right? And they talked about how they had got into the lifestyle, what made them get into the lifestyle. And they were saying in that same interview that they were like, there's some powerful people involved in this stuff. And, they blurred their face and everything. Them people were scared shitless. The girls, they were scared shitless, and they were saying, how they got into it, just giving the backstory, of how everything went down. And they alluded to some rich, powerful people that you wouldn't believe. Guarantee Trump was probably one of those people.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That's why I agree with Most Hated when he say he an independent. Basically, like I told you, I have a Democratic governor that I will constantly vote for if he stay the governor, because he's not doing a bad job. I look at the politician on the job that they do, not what color they represent. Like I don't look at people colors like that. Like I don't see red and blue and all of that stuff. Like it matters. It matters about the politicians, in my opinion. And if they do due diligence with what they're talking about. But the American people have to stand on them to do that. And we doing it right now, and everything is about to come out. So let it be said without all of the black ink around it. Like
wait, hold up. Ill, you said that earlier. So they put the black ink to protect the victims. They blew out the victim's name.
Nah, I think the victims need to stand up and represent what happened to them.
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't force a victim name to be public. Like, that's insane.
Man, I think the American people need to understand what type of predators we have in America. And
how will we understand that with the victim's name not blurred out?
Okay, well, why we can't get nothing from the victims? Is they really victims?
Do, Bill. The victims are cooperating, but they're keeping their names secret because they're victims.
Man. Okay, I get it. I'll work with that. Anything we could work with to make sure that we get some justice done, I'm about that, bro. I ain't really gonna knock whatever you're saying. In this particular situation, due to the fact that it's pedophilia. Like, it's some horrible shit. Like, I don't condone nothing like that. So, yeah, by any means necessary, find out who the people was, and let's do something about those people. I'm in total agreement of that. But I want everybody, though.
I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But, I mean, everybody, let's start with Trump like they did with Diddy and try to, branch that off, get him with a RICO case. And like I said, in theory, the idea of a RICO is let's get the head and then everybody else going to snitch and crumble at the bottom.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, I mean, let's go get the head. He's the president. He got the commander-in-chief. He had control over the files and would not release them. He went after Jeffrey Epstein. He was the first one to prosecute him and didn't release the files and had him unalive while he was in jail. So let's go ahead and find out why. Why you want us to move on from this Epstein stuff. That's the question that I have, the why. And we're about to find out. And it's so funny to me that they're already talking about, well, we're going to redact some of the stuff because we're trying to protect the victims. Y'all care about victims, huh? Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Scholar. That's what I'm talking about.
Why did they redacted Donald Trump's name in the Epstein file? That's why they're using that as the barometer or trying to move the goalpost, pick it up and throw it with Donald Trump's name. That's essentially what they're saying. They don't give a fuck about victims, but they're still nervous. They're still nervous because, like I said, they're incompetent. I think it's like 60,000 files. And I guarantee this incompetent ass administration didn't wipe all of them. So I just can't wait. Oh, man, remember when Simba was singing in Lion King? I just can't wait to be king. I cannot wait to somebody investigate this stuff and get his ass out of there. Let's see what happens. Will he at least get impeached? Will the Republicans stand by a proven pedophile if he is proven to be a PDF file? These are questions that I have, and I can't wait. I'm anticipating this almost as much as I'm anticipating the B. Norman Devin Haney fight.
Damn. Now I'm really anticipating that fight. That's a luxury fight for me. I'm gonna be off that day. We're gonna chop it up. Make sure y'all all tune in for that live, because that's gonna be an epic live. We're gonna have some of the best on that panel. But contrary to your belief, Scholar, it's not that simple. It's not that cut and dry. it's too many people, bro. Like, you my man.
I was
and
trying
you
to
very
explain that to y'all
intelligent.
earlier, and y'all said that's not true.
No, I did say that.
So if there's too many people ill, wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense why the Democrats took their time?
Bro. No, it's just that everybody have some involvement in something politically, and by political standards that they must do. Not saying that you gotta do something creepy to a child. I'm saying, like, make constituent decisions. And in those times, it probably not what you said that you was gonna promise to the people, because you got lobbyists. It's a lot of different things with politics that a lot of people don't understand. I know we do, but a lot of people don't. So if you do come to this channel, we're gonna preview you to a lot of stuff like such as this. Lobbyists come in and buy politicians to make sure that certain codes are passed, certain laws are passed, certain policies are done lawfully, you know? So if I can operate in Illinois, example, I can operate my business based on certain laws that was passed to make me happy and to make the employee happy, right? So they have privies to certain things, and we do also. But when you get a regime that comes in and make those things change, and only the employer get to dictate everything, and the employee don't, then you need a union, right? So it's ways for this. We looking at it from a big up, from a ground level to a big static. But in actuality, the people that's actually doing due diligence already made it happen. That's why we are where we are now. It's really not Donald Trump. It's based on the vote that came from the House that they was holding back because of this type of thing. People don't understand it.
And one Republican voted to not release, and that's because Donald Trump is about to sell one of our bad ass jets to Saudi Arabia for no apparent reason. And even his own administration warned that if they do this, that China can get their hands on the technology by either confiscating it from Turkey Al-Sheikh or buying it from them themselves. Because we would never sell China a jet, but if they could buy it off of Turkey Al-Sheikh and those guys. So it's just it's stupid to me to do something like that, and that's why the Republicans are trading on them. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with morals. It has everything to do. It has everything to do with they want more for us. You know what I mean? And they don't. Our military, we spend a lot of money on. That's the one time Democrats and Republicans will come together is on war, military explorations, war hawking, all that stuff. They come together on that. That's where they will not shut the government down. It'll be unanimous votes on that one. Sometimes. You know, a couple people will stand up, but most of the time it's they get a majority on those type of things. But that's why they're starting to turn on Donald Trump. Like I said, I mean, hey, so somebody in the chat said that they won't. Donald Trump will do whatever he wants to because he has 30 felonies. Well, this is going to be the repercussions of that, Kevin. So if Donald Trump does have felonies, but those felonies was just like mismanaging of campaign funds, right? But everybody, the Trump supporter earlier said it's no big deal, it's petty, even though it's a felony. And felonies, we don't care about people's feelings on felonies. Felonies are felonies. It is what it is. You can't use that as an argument in court. So why would you try to use it in the court of public opinion? It doesn't make any sense. But if Donald Trump is implicated in these files, right? And he gets charges based on these files. Even if he doesn't get charged, just being connected to it it should be impeachable. And if it's not, and people are going to stand by this guy with these type of allegations, that changes the landscape of law. That changes the landscape of the politicians. There's going to be repercussions for people in the base for that. It's gonna trickle down.
Yeah, I mean, it always does, but it has to do it fluently so we can regulate the government again. I think that this is a great thing. I think this is a beautiful thing, like Donald Trump was saying, because we get to regulate the government. It's a lot. If it's a lot of people implementing into something like this, then we need to exploit what is going on in our decision making as voters. So we could change something out of this. It's a good thing that's happening. if it's official and authentic. If it's not, then you already know what the government do. I mean, this is no different from cover-ups about conspiracy theories. They really not conspiracy theories. Not a lot of them. A lot of them are, but not like 10, 15% of them. They're not conspiracy theories. They probably the truth, but the government had it or do something about it to make sure that the grand public don't acknowledge it. But a lot of the world does. And at this point, we got a lens on America again and again and again. Like, it's a bad look for America, no matter how it goes. In a lot of other foreign countries, like I said, the presidents of all kinds are subject to this foul. It's not just a president of the United States. It's precious.
Everything you said is speculation. So if they do release it, and Barack Obama, I'm gonna stop saying Barack Obama. I gotta put some respect on Barack Obama's name, bro. I gotta stop this. That's a married man with kids and no scandals, bro. No, that's a married man with kids and no scandal, bro. I gotta stop that cooning shit, bro. So anyway, let's say
Great president, by the way, too.
Gay man.
Bro, Donald Trump is sucking Bubba's dick, bro. What are you talking about?
That haven't been
true,
proven.
brother?
That's not proven. I haven't seen on tape.
There you go. Now you want to see the tape. See what I mean? Every time Trump people want to see the tape. So you gonna watch it.
No, man, but y'all keep
okay. You ain't got no tapes of Barack Obama neither, bro. That's y'all gotta stop with that crazy shit.
I don't want to see the tape on nobody, man. But the thing is that y'all accusing them of these accusations. The only way you can prove it if you gotta play the clip of Dave Chappelle explaining Barack Obama. I mean, my legend, R. Kelly. Play it, Scholar. Because this is the things that we talking about. Like, I gotta see something to know it. I don't want to see no homographic shit like that. I don't.
Ain't nobody seen none of the stuff that Diddy was saying, but everybody watched Vlad and people talk about it and took it at face value about Diddy taking sperm and rubbing it on his nipples and just all kind of weird stuff. Nobody had to see that. Like, when is the burden of proof have to be our eyes in the court of public law? Like, court of public eye doesn't care about court of public opinion. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? That's like, well, I don't believe Jeffrey Dahmer killed those people. It wasn't on video. Oh, because if it didn't happen on video, it didn't happen at all. Well, what happened before video?
With me before I disrespect you, bro. Lou Will, stop playing with me before I disrespect you. I'm just telling you that.
Hold on. I ain't looking at the chat.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat.
I ain't looking at the chat.
Before I disrespect
Boy, he said something crazy,
I don't disrespect people, but I would disrespect the fuck out of you.
To be fair, brother, he might not know. To be fair, he might not. He might not know. Hold on. I gotta be fair, Ill. He might not know who you is. 'Cause I got something on the screen. He might think you do, because Deuce doubled down on it.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I said, see, bro, you asked me that, and I already told you no. And then you asked me again when I just said that, and I'm like, nah, I ain't trying to look at nobody doing no shit like that. I'm watching gay porn, bro. But he still made a comment and made it seem like I'm associating myself with Trump. I'm trying to distance myself from my vote, if y'all don't see. But if I'm not going to go against what I voted, because goddamn, I'm still in a good predicament. Everybody good. We all good. Like, I don't see the...
Pittsburgh T, goddamn, Pittsburgh T. Puro, how's the economy out there?
In California?
Yes.
How could I tell that? Because I'm not a big economist, as they say. Like,
I mean, just general vibe. I mean, of course, it's not going to be anything absolute. But I'm looking around. I mean, I even heard B. Washington say on Reggie's the other day. He was like, "I ain't gonna lie, I voted for Trump, but this economy, based on my perception, is a bad economy." And he voted for Trump.
Well, when I go to the Costco, packed lines like everywhere. When I go to the mall, people are out there buying stuff. When I go to restaurants, people are out there eating. I would say the economy, is good. Going by those, if those indicators matter.
Okay, so
But I'm in California though. Like California,
I was about to say,
when is the economy not good over here?
I was about to say, population is really high, large immigrant population. You know, and you know how that goes. They pick a lot of the produce down there. And was it oranges? So yeah, they gave stimulus during COVID. So I mean, they're gonna always be doing good. So I guess that wasn't a good question. So whenever we had this conversation, you know, Pittsburgh Chief's the numbers guy. So Pittsburgh Chief will bring up, you know, GDP, he'll bring up inflation and stuff like that. And this is the craziest part about that. If you go by the logic of inflation, well then guess what? Every president's bad. Because inflation historically has went up. You no longer can buy a burger for $0.25. And it goes up not just in America, worldwide. Worldwide, and like I said, the logic it doesn't make any sense, especially seeing as how the Federal Reserve job was created to literally control inflation, and they do that. They control inflation, so it's not a good indicator. They're there to keep speculation. You know, they're there to control the housing market, to keep the economy, what they say, from heating up was the exact quote. Federal Reserve, they're there to do their job, so that's not a good indicator. But if we go by job growth, right, and job loss, this economy is fucked up. Doge alone costs a lot of federal jobs. So I mean, if we going by that, if we going by hospitals closing down because Donald Trump affecting Medicare, because that's how they receive their money, and now the healthcare workers are losing their job. If we go by stuff like that, then the economy is bad. Because, like I said, jobs.
It's really not. But to Lou Will, again, I had to cut you off. I'm sorry, Scholar. This your show. I have to say, Lou Will, get on the panel, bro. You ain't got to do all of that goofy shit. You can talk to me on the panel. If you a man, you can talk about what you disagree about. You got a wrench. So use it, fucker. Now, let's go. I'm sorry, Scholar. Because I could disrespect you to you, not through some typing shit. So, but to be honest,
I think that might be a sign. I think that might be a sign. The show is coming to the end.
No. It's all about the point that we all feel our way, but I'm not gonna disrespect you or you Puro or you Scholar. I'm not gonna disrespect anybody about their opinion.
You will.
Well, I get that sometimes. You know how they go. But you know, it comes with the territory. I'm tough enough to take it. We veterans at this, right? But I just want you to tell me that, you know, lively, so you could cook me or bury me, so you could literally do that. I don't want you to type it up to cook me. I don't think that I'm doing something right now. I'm talking to you, gentlemen. So I really don't have time to simultaneously do everything that everybody's asking for because they disagree with my opinion. My opinion is stated off the facts of America. I don't design this planet, and I didn't design this country that was just formed 250 years ago. So, or probably beyond that, but they don't want to give them credit. But that's not my business. The business at hand is that somebody did some fuckery, and if we prove that they did that, then we need to go through the files, the whole files, because there's 60,000 different articles of evidence. Then why not do that due diligence and not just say, because all these people run this world. So you could say Obama don't do nothing, but he's still campaigning for somebody to get them votes. You can't say Michelle Obama don't do nothing, but she's still contentiously talking for the Democratic Republic. You can't say none of this stuff when these people are galvanized into the system. They are galvanized here. So they are a part of all of this shit. So if anybody comes up other than the dude, we're going to get the dude, we're going to get everybody else.
And who's
That's
the
what
dude?
I'm saying. Donald Trump.
Okay, that's all I want to hear you say. Let's get his ass.
Let's get his ass. Let's get when it comes to a child, bro, let's get everybody That's
bro,
when
you
do it
already
with
know,
trust.
like I know, bro. When Donald Trump, when those people stormed the Capitol, Donald Trump disassociated himself from all of them. So if Donald Trump get caught and actually looking at some real jail time, bro, you already know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen.
Look at it. Kareem Akbar. That's right, the educated brother from the bank. He's the real head of the CMB, the brains behind the whole thing. I told you, this thing is bigger than Nino Brown, and I got a list of people. If I'm going down, I'm taking a whole lot of people with me.
In the court.
Basically. If Donald Trump get caught, he turn it into Nino Brown, bro. He tell it on everybody. He gonna be like, and then JD Vance made me buy fresh furniture. I didn't want to do that. That's some nasty stuff.
Now, JD Vance is, I don't understand his stance. Why you change your stance in 2 years? Like, if I feel a certain way, like say Lou Will is my enemy and I feel a certain way about him 2 years ago, I feel the same sentiment today.
Brother, that brother ain't
changing. No, I'm not. I'm just using him as an example because he's communicating with him. I'm not doing anything disrespectful. Did I disrespect
you? Donald
bro?
Trump. You Donald Trump, man.
And if I disrespect you, jump on the panel so I could apologize.
You Donald
I
Trump.
get you
You Donald Trump. You know. One thing we're gonna do over here, man, we're gonna start putting some respect on Barack Obama's name. I'm tired of all this cooning stuff, man.
I don't respect Barack Obama, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I can't respect him.
Hey, but every time you disrespect him, I'm gonna disrespect Shakur and Michael Jordan. So we'll go disrespect for disrespect with that. I was talking about, you know, bro. You know I got about like 20 Shakur jokes, brother. Don't do that.
Hey, all right, bro.
He was like the everyman's president too, bro. He's like,
no, I'm not gonna disrespect. We gonna come to a mutual agreement.
You know what? You know what? Steve. This is the craziest part about it, Pierre. You familiar with Steve Bannon?
Of course.
So Steve Bannon.
I mean, not a lot, but I mean, I know who the guy is.
So Steve Bannon is basically like a glorified PR, essentially. That's what he is. And he worked for Donald Trump, and he took credit for the reason that Donald Trump got elected, and that's where their beef was. The pettiest stuff in the world, bro. That's where their beef stemmed from. He took credit for Donald Trump getting elected, and Donald Trump didn't like that, and kicked him out of the administration, only to bring him back later. Steve Bannon was tied to Jeffrey Epstein too. Steve Bannon was supposed to help Jeffrey Epstein before he got caught up, clear up his image. And you're like, oh my God, he was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. They were actually in talks and actually like communicating. But I seen a documentary of Steve Bannon, and in the documentary, Steve Bannon said Trump was scared of Barack Obama.
How? Why? They gonna fight or something?
I mean, I do blame Barack Obama.
He was gonna run.
Him running for president.
He was gonna run against Barack, but he was scared.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd be too.
He said Trump knew that he couldn't beat Barack Obama because he was too articulate. He was too articulate, and then people still loved him as far as the economy was concerned. And he said he knew that he could never win, so that he talked them out of it, and he found his perfect victim, which is like always.
One thing Barack Obama did was help a lot of homosexuals out.
Hold on. He found his perfect victim, women. That's the only person he's ever defeated is women.
And what's wrong with that, Il?
He didn't help the people that he needed to.
Yo, and then we gotta listen.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that? I'm not with that shit. I'm gonna tell you like what I think.
Hold on. But you voted for a guy that's with that shit. Bubba was putting that. Bubba was putting in the jaws for life, brother.
Prove that, bro. That's neither here nor there. You got to prove that. They're just putting. I mean, that's propaganda, bro. I'm not. You know how people talk, especially those people. You know how they talk.
If they made it up, why wouldn't they link it to like Steve Bannon or something that was believed? We don't even know who Bubba is.
We do know who Bubba is.
No, because the Jeffrey Epstein estate answered and said, "Well, Bubba's not Bill Clinton." So.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
You want
was
to
Barack
know the
Obama.
craziest thing about that, Puro?
That was Barack
You
Obama.
know to know the crazy thing when drug dealers get locked up, Puro, they not allowed to make no money. So if they like release a book while they in jail, they can't collect no money from it, right?
Who gets the money then?
It either goes to the victims or where they commit the crime.
Okay.
And they seize all their stuff, assets too. They can't keep any of that. The Jeffrey Epstein estate, it's in the title. They're still rich, filthy rich off of sex trafficking. And you would think that if there was one group of people that would want to shut the fuck up right now, it probably would be the Jeffrey Epstein estate. You're coming out making public statements like, no. It wasn't Bill, just to be clear. Like, bro, what? Shut up. You shouldn't even be rich.
Sound like you hating, Scholar.
No, that's
That was a joke. I gotta find my angles, bro. But at the end of the day, y'all do gotta understand that this been happening for decades, man. So, I mean, maybe Donald Trump got decades of it because he seemed pretty young when he was taking photos with him, and the 1992 wedding. I mean, it's there, but let's do something about it. Like, what we gonna do about it though? Because everybody needs to say they piece, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of people that we gonna throw a whole fucking House of Congress out of Congress. It's a lot. Because don't nobody want to go down by themselves. You do know that, right? So we talking about.
Yeah, because like I told you, brother, I don't like you disrespecting the best president that we've ever had. You know, I know you think it's Donald Trump, bro. The best? You think he's the best?
By far.
By far, bro. Yeah. Do you just be using words, or you be really thinking about the words you saying?
No, I know the antics, bro. But financially, for any investor and anybody that know the market of finances, he's been thus far the best president we've ever seen.
Other than Donald Trump.
Who?
Donald Trump, I heard say he's the best.
No, but there's no comparison, bro. Money don't grow under Donald Trump. Man, I'll talk to you later about it. But, bro, Donald Trump is a genius.
Bill, this man is about to sell one of our planes to Saudi Arabia. Not our old stuff, like we do with Israel. And you think he's the best president of all time? You can't build.
Yeah, because there's technology on that plane that he's going to take off like we did Israel.
No, he's not. He's not going to take anything off. He's going to sell as is. And he's going to make them have good technology.
You know he gonna take everything off. Man, they didn't do Israel.
Are you serious, bro? You think that they're gonna sell a plane to them and they're gonna spend trillions of dollars for a plane where they're gonna remove everything from it and strip the plane like it's stolen?
Not everything, but it's certain things that they're gonna take off the plane.
Donald Trump's not smart enough to do that. And if he was gonna do that, he would just sell an old version of it.
I think that's good for the American people. Why? This reason why. Let me tell you. I was in the military, bro. I'm telling you. We never give the actual product to anybody. We never do that. That's first and foremost. So I know that it's not going to go to them as is. I can promise you that. Anybody that's in the military, please type up if I'm lying or not.
We sold a dome.
I was direct. I'm talking about close.
We sold a dome,
bro. We don't do that.
Israel. We definitely sold the Iron Dome to Israel, and that was our outdated stuff. We didn't strip it of anything or any of that. That would defeat the purpose of selling. So you think people for other countries is gonna buy just if you strip all the technology from it, it's a regular jet. Why would they buy a regular jet from the United States? That makes no sense.
Nah, it's certain things that you leave in and certain things that you take off. Like anything that could send a missile to the United States of America, they take that off. I promise you that.
Ew. So
I'm telling you, look it up, bro.
The capabilities
I'm not
of the
lying.
jet are not going to change whether you strip it or not. So if it's capable,
different missiles that jet could have, it would not be able to have it on that, and they would not be able to structure it on that jet. And America would send that to them. Yes, it's a lot of things, sonars and different things of that nature, like
stuff they could add back because the plane is special because its capabilities. They could just add all that stuff to it. They could add to the plane.
They don't have the technology to do it. That's the thing that Israel is mad at. America about right
they definitely
now,
could attach a bomb to, because the plane has the capacity to send the bomb and fly stealth and do whatever it does. The plane is the plane.
But you do know why they had Jeffrey Epstein. Israel had Jeffrey Epstein as they got, right? That was to get American information for those type of things. Because Israel was mad because America would give them products that they know is efficient to do everything that it's supposed to do. But by the time it gets to them, it don't have that system on there. I'm telling you, real life shit. Like they do not give, like when they gave all of the weapons to Afghanistan to fight Russia, they did not give them all of our weapons that's critique to do everything that their service to do. I can promise you that. Literally, I know. Me, myself. I'm telling you what I know personally. So I'm
gonna say this, brother. They have ranking systems in the military, brother, and this type of business deals is way out of the highest ranking system in the military, brother. This is
all right.
It's trillionaire stuff, bro. And there's no way that they're gonna buy a jet.
But they still got to go through a militant to do that work, right? That mechanic, right? You don't think that mechanic know?
They're gonna sell as is. The whole.
Well, you know better
Trump
than
did
I
a
do,
summit.
You got it.
I don't know if I know better than you. I think you're just misinformed on this subject.
You're basically telling me a job of a militant mechanic. So you got it. You know better than I do. I'm not going to argue with you from home out because you
already built. But you don't need a mechanic. The plane is already built. It absolutely is.
No, it's not.
How much money you want to put on this?
A lot.
Okay, let's put some. How much is a lot? Let's do push up. Now, I want your arm. I want your arm. I want your arm. Let's 100 push-ups.
I could do a lot of them. But who built the ship is we arguing about?
The ship?
I mean, because that's the craft. That's what we call it. It's a ship to us. But y'all call it aircraft carriers or whatever. But who built the aircraft?
Engineers.
From where?
In the military.
In the military, right?
Yeah.
So who put the ship together? Because the engineer don't put the ship together. You do know that, right?
The plane is already built. What are we getting at?
Who built the plane? Who built the plane?
Here, are you listening? Can you be the mediator in this? The plane is already built. I don't understand what.
Okay, I was a mechanic in the military, right? In the Marines. Tell me who built that plane.
What's the relevance? The plane's already built. It's already a whole plane.
No, it's not. Who built the plane?
That's what.
Who built that plane?
All right.
No, it doesn't come already fully assembled. From where? From where?
Turkey's buying the plane already fully assembled. What point are we getting at going to
another entity buying the American plane? I'm asking you who made the American plane? Who put it together? Like you got a Ford, you got a Don and Chrysler, you have a Toyota. Who put the plane together? So they don't know nothing? The people that put the plane together don't know nothing. And these are all executive officers that got the clearance to build this plane. But you telling me that
if they
it's already
put the plane
built.
together, if they put the plane together, brother, they are not going to be there for the backroom deals, no matter who it gets sold to.
I'm not talking about
In the same way,
I'm talking
in the
about
same
the
way,
instructions that they was getting to build a plane. The American soldiers built that plane, right? So I'm telling you now. I'm gonna tell you who built the plane. The American soldiers, that's engineers and mechanics, built that plane. So as they building that plane, they understand the codes, the biologs, and all the different sensors that need to be there, the tensions that need to be there, the whole quality of the graph, the pressure, the hydraulics. They got to get everything in order. And you telling me that somebody that gave them an informed information after 8 years of that machine being in operation, that they tell them to take some things off of it to make it suitable for them. You don't think that happened? That's what you're telling me? I'm telling you, Jeffrey Epstein is the reason why Israel got him to figure out how to get those mechanics to put on those ships for Israel, because America would never give it to them. I'm telling you this. Look it up.
And this is where we're having our disagreement. There is no way that Turkey al-Rashid is about to spend no $1 trillion or whatever they're going to spend to buy this plane for a plane that's unassembled.
You got engineers that could do whatever. Like, we had technology, but we still got Germany to craft them to do what we need to do. The same exact thing, bro. And that's why they would come and get them later and say that they have weapons of mass destruction. The same thing that happened in Afghanistan.
Okay, why was Donald Trump's cabinet warning him that China could get their hands on this and steal our technology if this can't be cracked by anybody or discovered or any of that stuff?
China and Russia would start a world war. The other people won't. That's why. I'm trying to, man. Okay. Ask anybody in the military that was anywhere. They're going to tell you the same thing, because I'm not lying to you. This is a military thing, and it's about warfare. It's not about anything else. That's why Jeffrey Epstein was somebody. He was created for warfare, to get information for the Jews in Israel to have something over America, because they don't want to still be belonging to us. That's why you create that's why he was a Democrat. Think about it.
This dude said it's a prototype. Bro, I can't, bro. I can't. So, and this is the problem that I be having. Has Donald Trump ever made a mistake as a president?
Bro, I was in the military before Donald Trump was a president, bro. I'm talking about 2009.
And it's a mistake for him to give our technology to Turkey al-Rashid and those guys in Saudi Arabia.
But we did it for other people. We been did that.
Nobody even has these jets, bro. These are top of the line, first class stuff that only America has, bro.
But we are not going to give them our actual jets. I'm telling you, it's not going to be stealth like everything that you're looking at, that they can go under radar. Them jets are different. Like, they can do a lot of stuff. It is not going to be equipped like that. I'm promising you that. Why would you do that? That's the same thing. They're repeating the same thing over and over again if that's the case.
That's the point that I was making.
That's not the case, Scholar. I'm telling you, I know mechanics, and I know that they're not going to do that. They don't do that in the military. They never get it. They never. I'm not even. It's not even that. It's not that, bro. I can tell you that it's not that. I promise you.
How do you know that though? A F-35 is an F-35. How do you know that they're not going to give?
It could only be an F-35 if you have everything fully operational.
And he's selling them an F-35. He met with the Saudi
prince. He's saying he's selling it as is.
Ill, I'm about to screenshot it, and then I want 100 push-ups out of you, brother.
No, I'm not doing 100 push-ups for him lying to the American people.
No, he ain't lied to nobody. You just not listening to me.
He telling them that he gonna give them something. That's just like a lemon dealership giving you lemons. They only gonna tell you every car good, but it's knocking after 3 weeks because they got the synthetic oil in there. You don't know. You just driving it. 3 weeks later, it started knocking. Now you need a whole new motor, and you just bought
the reason why his own administration, and those are a bunch of crooks and yes men, told Donald Trump do not do this is solely because we don't know if they're gonna then turn around and sell it to China, or if China's gonna just bully them out of the F-35, and that's why people were mad at it. Well, his own administration advised against this.
Bro, I'm telling you from what I know, we do not give. I'm telling
yes, normally America does not give. But when this is the problem when you get a businessman in office, this is why Bush had a master's degree in business. And this is why you do not elect a businessman into office, because a businessman has to care for people that didn't vote for him, women and children and poor people and everybody indifferent. When you get a businessman, he's only going to look out for rich people and himself. He's going to create meme coins. He's going to inflate crypto. He's going to have his hands in everything and pay himself. He's going to go after companies. He's going to block mergers and enrich himself. And he's going to also sell jets that's going to put everybody in jeopardy to a country that does not have our best interests.
It is our best. Just follow it. What the fuck? Like, if you don't follow the program, then it is your failure because you didn't do what you were supposed to do diligently. You said he was going to inflate crypto. Has that a bad thing? You said he was going to, like, everything that you said is a very good thing for America.
It's bad when Donald Trump comes out with Trump coin and it doesn't have any value, and it's a pyramid scheme, and people invest into it, and he walks away with everybody's money. That's a bad thing.
That's a rug pull. I know the market, bro. I know what's going on, and that's not a good investment. It's not a utility. It don't do anything. So it's it's like a meme in a sense. Like, it don't do anything. So why would you put your money investing into a meme unless you did it early and you got out? Now, the thing about everything is America never historically gave anything away. I promise you, anything away, there was a value because we got the upgrade. So if we giving them that, imagine what we got.
We're not getting shit because he's a dumbass businessman. He's so dumb, he bankrupted a fucking casino where people bring you money.
Bro, I'm talking about those bombers. He can give away 9 of them and they still can't do anything.
And this is the point that I was making earlier, that you weren't listening to me on, bro. This is why businessmen do not make great presidents, and they should not be presidents, because you have to care about everybody, not just yourself. Business people care about themselves and tax cuts that benefit themselves. And it's a smart business move for me to get in office and somebody to offer me $1 trillion for nuclear codes, and I give it to them because that's a smart business move. I'm only going to be in office for a max of 8 years. I could do this one-time transaction and make $1 trillion. That's how a business operates. It's not for the betterment of people. They don't value people. They value themselves.
In this business, scholar, I promise you, we do not give our adversaries the best material to defeat us. We give them what they need to defeat other people. Keep that in mind. I promise you. Just like we did with Afghanistan versus Russia. Just like we did with Croatia versus Iran. We have done a lot for a lot of people with the bare minimum to give them a right to say that they a democratized country or a continent or a country. But we also play a part in making sure that we are the most advanced out of everybody, and we are. So if he giving those away, which I know it's certain names of machines that we ain't talking about. He ain't giving that away. I don't care what he give away. That's my sentiment.
Chris Bertie said we
I
always
know it's bigger than this.
we don't give away free stuff, and that's the thing. Y'all think that Trump is paying 3D level chess, and I'm telling you that the guy is just not that smart. He's exactly who we thought. What Herman would say, they were who we thought they were, and you guys let him off the hook. That wasn't Herman. That was the other guy, Dennis Green. But he's exactly who we
my
thought he
brother
was.
Pittsburgh T.
No,
Hey, shout out to Pittsburgh T.
because y'all think Donald Trump is a smart businessman, and I don't think so. And even if he is, business is not in the betterment of people. Listen, like I said, if I have a nuclear code and they offer me $10 trillion, I would never make that in my lifetime. As a president and a businessman, I should take that deal. It ain't affecting me. That's how he's thinking it with this jet. He's not thinking long term and for everybody. And if China gets their hands on this, because he's a businessman and he's not even a good businessman. And this is why businessmen should not be elected. George W. Bush was a businessman, and Obama took over and had to get us out of a recession. So point I'm making is this: Donald Trump is a dumbass, man. And he's giving that jet to them, and that's why Republicans have turned on him and voted against him, in this Epstein case. Because they feel like he's a dumbass too. Why would you why would you let this technology out? One thing I know about America is they love being number one. That's why they spend so much money on the military. They love that. They love the dominance that we display around the world. Why would Donald Trump jeopardize that? And by trying to jeopardize,
You don't love that?
Love what?
You want us to be fifth? You want us
Why
to be
do you think I have a problem with him giving the jet away?
Fact. I get you. Okay.
Yeah, I absolutely want to maintain dominance. If Turkey out of sheet and them had the technology we had, bro, they would crush us. They wouldn't even hesitate.
But they
yes,
don't,
of course,
though, bro. If we can just picture this, Scholar. If I give you a submarine that's able to go under water depths of 10,000 feet or 10,000 yards, then that's damn near the bottom of the ocean. So you going depths that people normally don't go. But I take certain things off of it, like the sonar radar. But you got a radar, but it's not sonar. Or you don't have the electric radar. Or you don't have EPT sensors and stuff like that. Like I take certain things away from you, but you still got it. And you don't got that technology to put on there. You don't think we do that?
I think there's no way that Turkey al-Rashid would spend his hard-earned money, and the Saudi prince would spend their hard-earned money on some stuff that's half-baked. When Donald Trump was giving his speech, he said, "Man, you guys don't understand. They helped us wipe out Iran's nuclear program. They've been doing a good job, and they should be rewarded." This is what he said. They should be rewarded, and it's just like. You just cringe at it. He's like, okay, we'll make them stronger and see how that turns out. But hey, this is the guy that's doing a good job. This is what people voted for. Weaken our military, you know what I mean? Or strengthen somebody else's military. And go ahead and put tariffs on everybody.
Our military is weak because we don't pay our soldiers enough like other countries. China, Russia, and Korea pay more, even in tax money, to the soldiers than America do. So we don't appreciate our soldiers. That's one. And when they retire and get out of the military, they don't get appreciated or nothing like that either. So it's a lot of problems. That was before Donald Trump, though.
I mean, I misspoke, not weaken our military. Well, you are weakening by default if you're making somebody else strong, giving them technology that you don't work years and years to accomplish, to spend, more than all of your competitors are combined in. So that is, like a slap in the face. But I meant in terms of, why give it to them? I know Pittsburgh T said we get something. They could have paid a lot of money, but it's no amount of money that I feel like you could put on that. That's like priceless to me to maintain that dominance.
But you think any U.S. soldier, from the Air Force to the Marines to the Navy to the Army, is looking at a new toy and saying, that they want to keep that one. No, they looking at the upgrades and saying, shit, give them that. They can have it because they can't do nothing about
the upgrade. There's nothing above that.
Yes, it is. We just don't. We're not talking about it. It's
what's above the
classified.
F-35?
Yes, it's classified. You don't see it.
The Chinese ain't even got that yet.
Yeah, because they not on our level on military Michelin. Like we are the whole above criteria on that. That's why everybody still. China's supposed to be the leader right now. They are not, because we hold the domino. We got a program and a formula that we got from Germany, and we are never going to release and let go. That's the thing. It's bigger than this. We have scientists that are way more advanced than any Chinese person. They can come up. They got to copy shit to get it right. They can't create. We are the creators, or we. You know what I mean? We. But we are the creators to make these things happen. So if we not the innovators, then who we buy anything from? Nobody. Everybody got to get it from us, bro. So no, if we selling something, that gives me good spirit, Scholar, because I've been in it so long, from generations, that I know that we got something new. That tells me that. That's all that it tells me. I know. And if you was in it like that, like you would know that, okay, we got a new toy. Shit.
Pittsburgh, he said that the F-35 is the most advanced plane that's out right now.
No, well, what is Project? Never mind. It don't matter. Okay, y'all right. Congratulations to everybody on the panel. Y'all got it figured out.
Brother, you finna go, brother, do something. Project Atlas, brother, what you
I was
finna
gonna
go?
tell my missions. I'm talking about my missions alone in my life. I ain't talking about no fiction and shit. I'm keeping it buck. I wasn't gonna do that though. So I gotta keep myself to myself. But no, I'm talking about real event, Scholar. I ain't bullshit. But it's a lot of stuff that people don't know, and I know. But it's cool. I'll play the game with everybody. The American.
Hey, as long as you tell me I'm right, brother, that's what I love to hear. Hey,
you right, bro.
Hey,
You right. And all of y'all.
Music to my ears, brother. No. Hold on. We go that far. Let's not go that far.
Long as we safe in America, you don't gotta know what happened in America. Just be safe and enjoy. But it's stuff that actually happened there. Like if you put yourself there and you was there, you know. Yeah, I'm not lying to you, bro. Anybody from the military, anybody in here that actually had grade and rank, they'll tell you, they know. Like, it's not, I'm not going to give a lot of stuff up because I don't want nobody to do nothing to me, but it's just the point that it's bigger than that. If I see, like I said, and I'm telling you this, then I'm never going to stand off of it. If I see that we sending something that's technological advanced to somebody else, then we are way ahead of the curve. Because it don't happen like that, bro. At all. Generals have to do stuff like that. Like that's not a presidential thing. A president can't make stuff like that happen, bro. They have to pass through a whole nother legislative that we don't even know about. And that's the thing. Like, the government is lying to a lot of people because there's a lot of generals that got a lot of power over presidents that you don't even know. They not going to do a lot of stuff. And if they don't do it, then the president don't have no power. You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff in these wars and all of this stuff that happened, that foreign policy and stuff like that we get involved in, and it's time to somebody make that executive decision and say, fuck that, it's over with. And it happens like that. So with this, somebody would have made an executive decision over the president because they know better than that. I'm telling you, nothing like, we have to have something better than it. Because he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't be allowed to do it.
Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. He's incompetent, ill. like you said, no, everything you're basing it off of is, well, that nobody would possibly be this dumb. And what I'm trying to tell you, brother, is he is that dumb.
No, but he will have to have a lot of people dumb like that behind him to make that happen.
Yeah, who gonna check him?
Man, generals, a lot of generals.
Man, they are not
But
doing
they got
nothing to the
fired.
president.
I know
Bro,
they got
he's the
fired.
head.
A lot of
He's the
people
head.
got fired. Yeah, he basically does that. But at this point, like I said, mechanics are told and engineers are told to do certain things to these planes, and they are not going to operate for those. Just like I keep saying, Afghanistan, right? In 1994, America gave Afghanistan a lot of weapons to defend itself against Russia during that war, right? But they didn't give them our tanks. They gave them tanks from 8 years prior to our new tanks that was able to do new shit.
Yeah, that's what they do with
So
Israel.
we don't exactly the same thing. That's why
But they're not doing that
hired-
in this case. A F-35 is a bad motherfucker, yo.
Yeah, I know, but it's only one of them.
I don't think anybody. Somebody do a quick fact check. Does anybody else have F-35s, or is America the only one? Maybe Russia might have some. Somebody fact check me on that. I'm driving.
No, it's Russia, but they only got like 35 or something, or 55, something like that. But they constantly banking and innovating things, but they don't have them to our capacity though, or they're not diligent like our material is. That's why Donald Trump want to keep China out of a lot of our business, because they're good at mimicking everything we do. And if they can get hold of everything, then it'll be over. I'm telling you, like certain technology we hold to our heart in America. We're not letting everything go like that. Like it's not gonna happen. It's still America first. So
Donald
bag,
Trump has hotels too in Saudi Arabia too.
Yeah.
So the Pittsburgh
What's
team
wrong?
said they're going to increase their investments in America. They're going to increase their investments into Donald Trump, and this is all about just like he's trying to get that plane that was gifted to the president of the United States. He wants to keep it after he's president. Donald Trump. This is why businessmen should not be president. They only think about themselves.
What cabinet haven't thought about this stuff? Every
You
one
said-
of them start making hundreds of thousands of dollars, but when they end anything, they are quadrillionaires. Like they have multiple millions of dollars. Like what politician start making in Congress $145,000, and then 3 years later they are millionaires? That's only in America. Democrats a lot.
They move to Saudi Arabia, bro, and set up hotels. I create cryptocurrency with their face on it.
Yeah, Joe Biden's son did that.
Or a media company called Trump.
He went to Ukraine and ran them up.
Joe Biden's son was never president, brother.
Well, Joe Biden was the president. His son is doing all sorts of fuckery, and nobody want to talk about that. And he pardoned his son, by the way. And that a bitch. But nobody want to care and talk about stuff like that. Like, you got to keep it a buck, Scholar. I understand a political stance.
What
of
power does
everybody,
Joe Biden's
but
son have? Why is Joe Biden's
who
son
cares?
important?
The dad got the power. He couldn't stop his son from doing the shit that he was doing in the Ukraine.
What was he doing in the Ukraine?
He went from making $50,000 to
What was he? Now, how much he was making? What was he doing?
exporting chemicals.
He was what?
Exporting chemicals, giving everybody information to make better chemicals for warfare.
You know what that sound like to me?
What does it sound like? He ain't do nothing?
He wasn't doing nothing.
Oh, okay.
He ain't went to court and been convicted of nothing. With Donald Trump, y'all need all this proof. With Joe Biden's son, y'all know exactly what he did and why he was offered a pardon. He was offered a pardon.
Why
because
did
Donald Trump,
he go? Why did Joe Biden pardon his son and he ain't did nothing?
I don't know. Ask Joe Biden. I thought y'all said he had dementia.
Yeah,
Ain't one of the symptoms of dementia?
Out when he was saying
No, hold on. Ain't one of the symptoms of dementia that do crazy stuff?
Well, that wasn't crazy. He knew exactly what he was doing when he dismissed his son from those tragic accusations. He knew what he was doing, bro. See, I see that you a loyal Democrat, but sometimes you gotta switch your vote up, Scholar. You can't keep believing.
But you know what I'm loyal to, bro? I'm loyal to making faces whenever y'all say some of the most outrageous shit in the world. And I done heard some of the most outrageous shit tonight on this panel. I heard a whole bunch of weed. I heard a whole bunch of Barack Obama. I heard a whole bunch of crazy, silly, stupid shit that didn't matter. That had no relevance to Donald Trump being on the Epstein list. It made no sense to even bring up. It was like I said, it was some
right.
Shaq was doing it too.
Yeah, because they was presidents, right? So we just gonna admit.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If Barack Obama's name was in the Epstein file, could he have it scrubbed right now at this moment?
Yes.
No, he could.
Yeah. No, I know he can. Why?
He can.
He's a part of the same system. That's why he
can't have it scrubbed. He can't have it scrubbed. He don't have access. He's a former president. He has no access to it. He can't have anything done to it.
No.
If George W. Bush's name was in the files,
he still got protective. He still get in protective custody because he's a former president.
The Secret Service has nothing to do with the CIA or the FBI, bro.
And they all cousins.
Man, now you don't win all the way conspiracy on me. They not cousins, bro.
Damn, that's not a lie.
So what is Donald Trump's relation to those people? He don't the outsider.
They all cousins, bro. All of them.
Yeah, man.
I'm lying, Scholar. That's a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, a conspiracy literally means you have no proof.
It's proof that they all related.
What's the proof?
Okay, I get to.
The only way you can prove it to me, brother, is if you swabbing mouths and show me some DNA ancestry.
Okay, so that's another rabbit hole we're about to go down. But in the meantime, they all related. Only 2 presidents are not related. The rest of them are. So that's a fact. About that, you can look it up.
Yeah. How are the presidents related when y'all keep voting them in? So Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, so they both related?
No, Kamala Harris not related. She's
not related. So why y'all didn't vote her in?
She's not a president. She's not a president.
So why y'all didn't vote her in then since she was an outsider?
Well, you know how it go. They control the votes. We don't. We just vote.
You want to cast your vote. No, you control your vote.
We just vote, bro. They determine who the winner is. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be the president of the United States, but she wasn't because they control the vote.
Why Hillary Clinton ain't win? She related by marriage. If they are cousins.
She did win. She did win, but they didn't let her win.
Man, look, the funniest thing in the world I heard is most people that believe in conspiracy theories voted for Donald Trump, and they believe in every conspiracy but the ones that include Donald Trump. And if we go down a rabbit hole of, the conspiracy of where they all related, well then why did you vote for Donald Trump? Everybody said the reason why Donald Trump won is because they tired of the same old politics and stuff like that, and the same old rhetoric. Well, you voted for the cousin to get in all. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know, man. Look, I'm gonna say this. We're gonna revisit this conversation. But Donald Trump and his team had to go over 60,000 documents. And I don't believe in their competency enough to believe that Donald Trump's name is scrubbed clean, even though I know that's what they were doing. They were stalling to scrub his name clean. I don't believe in their competency. So with that being said, we're gonna revisit this because now it's gonna be open. And like I said, I know that they're running with like a chicken with their head cut off right now as we speak. You know, they are trying to get the names off the list. You know, they are running like crazy. You know, burning everything. You know what I mean? Slapping mamas. Whatever the case may be.
I don't blame them.
So you don't blame them?
No, because that's what every regime do. When in 1970, my man Nixon had the same problem. He did the same exact thing, bro. I don't see
what happened
why.
to Nixon? What happened to Nixon? What was the result of that?
He got impeached.
Uh-oh.
But he stepped down, though, before that point.
So,
but you see, my man DJ T is not going nowhere.
Yo, man, DJ T, you done gave that man a nickname. brother. Oh, he going. He going like them last strands of hair he got.
Hey, I'm not gonna do this because I said I wasn't gonna do this. I'm not gonna support child pedophilia, so I don't want to associate myself with nothing. But damn, man, if he ain't did nothing wrong, I'm still riding with him until
the line for that.
You said what?
You gotta say child PDF. I think they expect the line for that.
Or PDF. Can I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not supporting nothing like that. And that's the sensitive subject that we're talking about right now. And that's something that I think the American people really want to know because it's really on our mind. If we say, like, man, I want to know nothing about that, like you really just throwing away all of the children that got something happen to them, and that's not cool. So I do want to put my sentiments in that, but like if he's in there, let it be, and we go after him like Pittsburgh T and other people were saying. But at the same time, if it's not, then I'm saying guilt by association. Anybody else, they got their own feelings, but I just don't like how the government been being played the last 14 years. To be honest. Really. And if anybody think different, just go through everything that happened in America in the last 14 years and you see there's been a big difference from how things transpired prior to this time. So we got time to think about everything, but we still got to do our due diligence because we have somebody in office.
Okay, hold on. Y'all hold it down. Y'all hold it down real quick. I'm gonna have to get out. I'm gonna have to get out real quick. Y'all hold it down.
Go ahead. If he got to be removed, then he got to be removed. There's nothing to say about that.
Hold up, Bill. Let me drop some information because I had to look this up. Okay, so what Trump got, the meeting that he had with the Saudi Crown Prince yesterday, what they did is they got them to increase their investment in the United States from $600 billion to $1 trillion. And the Saudis have the largest private investment fund in the world. And then they kind of disseminate down. They don't have actual details on what it is. It's very generalities. So what they're saying, they're going to increase their investment in the United States in AI. They're going to invest it in energy. They're increase their investment in energy. What the actual details are, we'll see as the days go out. It's just an outline for now. And then as far as the planes themselves go, the F-35 is two different versions. So there's the F-35 and then there's the F-35-2, second generation. The F-35-2 second generation is obviously a little bit more equipped than the F-35. And then there's the F-22 Raptor, which there's a lot of places are saying that's the most advanced one that we have, which is the F-22 Raptor. So, that's just the planes. So do we have things, I don't know which version of F-35 they're talking about discussing, giving them, no idea. But those are just the facts.
My brother Pittsburgh T. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for making me.
So hold on. You don't know which version of the F-35 that we're giving him?
No, because it's two different versions. They didn't specify. They just say F-35s. They didn't say if they were talking about the first version or the second version.
Well, let me ask
They
you
never
this.
discussed it.
Out of those two versions, does anybody have those capabilities throughout the world?
The F-35, yeah, the Chinese have something similar to the F-35. Let me pull it up and see what the name of it is.
Well, then it can't be that version. It can't be that version. You know why? Because his administration said that they were worried that China was going to get their hands on that technology. They wouldn't be worried that they were going to get their hands on a version that they already have.
No, it's similar. That don't mean it have everything that it has, but that doesn't mean that they're going to give them everything too, because we've given Abrams tanks to countries where we strip those down and we don't give them everything that the Abrams tank can do. I mean, Il knows this. They don't give everything out just because they in theory they should have it, but they take stuff off. Now, do they put it back? I don't know, but they don't get it from us with the Abrams tank with every fucking thing on it.
See, I think Trump is parading around with the crown prince, and he's finna give him some used stuff, and that's why he came over.
No, it's not used. It's not used. It's just not.
That's hyperbole. I know it's not used. I'm saying like
it's not used, but they have new F-35s. No, they have new F-35s that just ain't the second generation. And then we got next gen planes that we're still working at. Those are the ones that Il's talking about, which is the next gen planes. Those are the ones that are all top classified and haven't really released it. They still prototyping and testing and all of that stuff. So who knows what that stuff?
Facts.
Y'all see how we get into mystery land?
It's not a mystery.
Just say he shouldn't be giving either one of our fucking planes to Saudi Arabia. Why is that so hard to say?
Scholar, that's
we
our
sell
motto.
tanks.
That's what we do.
Yeah, we sell stuff. We sell stuff to countries, bro.
Okay,
That's
well,
not new.
well, look this up, Pittsburgh T. Look at history where we've ever gave them one of our Noah model jets, whether it be the old version or new version. Because if there's a F-35 and there's two versions of them, there's an older one and a newer one. I guarantee nobody on that side of the world has seen technology like that.
Yeah, but we gave Israel a bunch of F-17s, so it's the same thing, bro. When we gave them the F-17s, nobody on that side of the world ever seen those F-17s when we gave them to them. Or they bought them, or wherever they got them, it's the same thing. We've always done that. It's just this guy's just a little bit, he's more controversial. And those planes, those F-35s, those things ain't necessarily new. They've been around since 2015.
Facts.
That's
I'm
fairly.
telling them.
Those are fairly new. Those are fairly new.
I'm trying to tell them that.
Yeah, but they're not the newest shit. Yeah.
Like I tell
Yeah,
you,
certainly no, yeah.
we give 8 years worth of product to other countries. We do that. We recycle product. That's how you get a
can I tell you about the F-35?
To be so high.
Can I tell you about the F-35, how it is? So F-35 is built in like 4 or 5 different NATO countries. They have parts for all over them. So it's not just built in the United States. The technology-wise is built in the United States, but the parts, like the wing is built in Italy. The fuselage is built in...
I didn't say anything about that, Will. I was talking about who built it.
That is, I mean, you talking about the technology? It's everybody NATO.
Let him cook.
Everybody NATO. Put the input in there.
Miscorrected me, bro. I said who built it, not who made it.
He's not even talking about your point, Il. I don't even think he was listening whenever you was. How you know that? He didn't say, Il, you was wrong.
He just literally addressed it, Scholar.
Address what?
See, I don't even think he was. Leo, you got to chill out. I don't even think he wasn't even listening then, bro.
Well, I said it and he addressing it, so I have to say something about
I'm talking about the F-35. We didn't get the full context of what he was trying to say.
But all right, bro. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
So you said the F-35, right? And I seen where it come from, or where the how advanced it is. I'm telling you how advanced it is.
You was in the military?
Huh?
You was in the military?
No, I just know. I just read up on a lot of this, like especially aerodynamic technology. So the F-35 is our most multi-capable military jet, or fighter jet, I should say. The F-22 is our best jet, and that's over 20 years old. If it is over 20 years old, but then nobody else have been able to replicate it. And so, but it's going out of this, but they can't sell it no more. So they won't sell it because the technology is so well, it's 20 years old, and they don't have enough of them. So what I'm trying to say, they only have like 190 F-22s, but F-35s are mainly for the F-35. The most advanced one is the F-35B, which is for the carriers, and they have F-35As are for Air Force, and they have F-35Cs are like that for like support missions, like for like the Marines and the Army. They're three different planes. I think the ones that that the Saudis are getting are the F-35 for the Air Force. They don't have aircraft carriers, but the aircraft carrier ones are the most advanced.
Well, they have versions in there too. They got with it. They got the first gen and they got the second gen. The second gen is the one you're talking about. So they have two different ones within that. So there's two different versions of F-35.
I'm talking about the carrier base. Yeah, the technology. Yeah, technology. They upgrade every
neither
2
one
or 3
of them.
years.
Yeah, you're right. Neither one of these planes neither one of them are like within. They didn't make neither one of these planes within the last couple of years. The stuff they're working on now, they're calling the next gen. They haven't. If they have it, they haven't released it.
The Gen 6 planes.
Yeah. Those, if they have them, nobody's actually seen them or like on record.
Well, they're not
We've
even.
not seen them.
But the thing about it, they're not going to be really. The thing about to say, they might the ones that they're going to be having drones, like 4 or 5 drones flying by side of the main plane. So they're like a plane with a little plane flying next to it, so it'll be harder to target.
Wow.
So,
Yeah, but we haven't seen them yet. We haven't seen them though yet.
Bro,
So right now,
that's
most
what they're
advanced
doing.
stuff. Yeah.
We
the
don't
most
know what we're talking about. Excuse me, wait. Look, man, don't discredit me as who I am. That's not true.
No. Yeah, that was. Yeah. But he wasn't discrediting what you were saying. He was just saying he was just reiterating what I said. The way I took
I'm
it.
actually a Marine, bro. That's not true. Anything to be saying. Like, what in the hell are we doing? Like, now you could jump in my job, go through all of these years of training and all of this stuff to tell me what's going on. I'm not trying to.
Nobody's telling you nothing.
No, I'm not talking to you.
Oh, okay.
You can have your opinion. You a civilian, bro. You don't know what's going on. So I don't have an opinion of you. I'm talking about every single one of you. Like, how do you really know have you ever flew a plane before? Have you ever flew a chopper? Like, what in the hell are y'all talking about? When you talking about technology, we only get the best. The rest is given away, literally. We don't scrap shit. We give it away.
I don't think we were even discussing that.
So what are you saying?
We were talking about the technology. We were talking about the technology itself. We weren't talking about giving stuff away. I don't know where that came out left field, dude.
First, I'm not talking to you because you are a civilian. I'm talking about the people that think that they know. And if you one of those people, then I'm telling you, we don't give anything away that's our material. If they have something special on it, we take it off before we give it to them. I'm promising you this. So y'all limitations of technology is going beyond y'all imagination. America give a lot of, America give a lot of countries a lot of weapons,
I think y'all
but
talking
they do
past each
not
other.
win no wars.
I don't
They
know what
don't
he's
win
talking
them.
about, though.
Why? Because we don't give them the best of everything. That's why they don't win.
Yeah.
We win ours.
But we're not disagreeing with you. I mean,
no, we're not.
Saudi Arabia has got. I'm gonna list all the countries that we've given or sold Abrams tanks to, which is our best tanks. Saudi Arabia, Poland, Kuwait, Ukraine, Australia. So we give out. We do sell or give, whichever way they attain it. They do end up with the best of the stuff we have. Obviously, they're not equipped with all the stuff that they have when they get these things. They supposedly scale them down and take stuff off of them. But it's not unheard of that these people get stuff, especially Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is always getting a couple of our tanks, a couple of our planes.
Yeah.
That's not unheard of. Same thing with Israel.
I'm not saying that, Pittsburgh T. I was always saying that. I'm telling you that's what happened because we see our material when we go to these places.
I'm not going against what you're saying, brother. I'm just stating out the facts. That's it. Just saying what we've done, and I'm naming out the countries.
Yeah, and we gave Afghanistan a lot of war material to fight a Pacific war, we wanted them to win. And we did a lot of things for the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, for the Gulf. And we helped Saudi Arabia. We helped a lot of people, and especially Israel. But at the end of the day, they don't have our technology. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody's saying that.
We hope to frame on all of our technology. We're not giving them no weapons of mass destruction. That's what I'm saying.
No. I mean, but what I was saying is the F-35 is it's an allied NATO jet. So they built a lot of parts all over the world in those NATO countries.
Understood, but who builds it? Like the technology have to be understood to put it together, right? So if we are told to take something on, put something on, or put something off, we have to understand how it works.
Can you look up the making of the F-35, please? You're better than I am about it.
Especially who makes it.
I mean, all the countries involved who donated or who actually put money and put
together, bro,
into the jet.
They don't put it together. That's the point that I'm making. They don't put it together.
Yeah, well, Lockheed Martin is
in everything that we get.
But Lockheed Martin is going to be the name on the jet. But the parts themselves are manufactured in all these different countries.
I know.
You know,
I know that. I'm saying the people that put that together is in America, United States of America.
Let's see. Okay, so it says Lockheed Martin, Texas. Let's see. It has Italy and Japan. Those are the two main countries they have. They have Italy you got Italy, Japan, Canada, and Turkey. Those are the ones. If you want to know the individual parts, let's see. The wings are built. The F-35 variants are done in Italy. Japan does the Mitsubishi Heavy industrial plant and conducts. Let me see. It says some parts. It doesn't give you anything specific.
There's
other countries, but it doesn't tell you. It has them all grouped together. It says fuselage, landing gear, software system, and specific avionics. So it has Netherlands, Australia, Denmark, Norway, Canada, and Turkey, each contributing specifics. But it doesn't say individually like which components that they make.
We know. But we put it together though.
Yeah, ultimately we put it together.
Yeah, it's a merit. They're buying it from us, but what I'm saying is they help fund the project. It's American money. I mean, it's American technology, but those other countries help fund the project. That's what I'm trying to say. And so that's why they're building parts.
I never said anything about that. I'm telling you.
I said that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you didn't say that. I'm just saying that they fund the project. A lot of those other countries fund the project. It's a NATO jet, so it's not just an American jet. It's a NATO jet. American has their F-22, which they're not selling at all. They're not going to. Congress says it's illegal for them to sell it. So Trump can't even sell it if he even tried to. Or any president can't sell it if he even tried to. And you can look that up, Pittsburgh T2.
Let's see.
Nobody's arguing that, bro.
Well, I mean, the thing with the jets and the weaponry and all that, that's a little bit more common than people think. There's certain limitations that Congress and they put on certain stuff.
You know what was alarming though, Pittsburgh T, that his own administration warned against it. The yes man and loyalties that he put in place. You know, those people warned against.
Yeah, but that's always the case. But Scholar, anytime you're dealing with military weaponry, look, I'll give you an example. When they left, what did they leave up under Biden? Was that Iraq? When they left Iraq and they left all that weaponry behind, you had all types of military generals that lost their mind about that. Because they said they disabled them, but they left them there. They left full bases there. So you're always going to have military personnel when it comes to weaponry that are going to go crazy about this stuff because they know the capabilities and they're always in fear of it falling on the wrong country's hands. So that's always going to be the case. I would say that's exclusive to him.
But this is
learn how
actually
mistakes.
selling our weaponry, not just leaving it and somebody getting their hands on it. This is actually selling it to another country.
It's not weaponry
that has
that
killed an
we,
American citizen on their soil too, by the way.
but it's not weaponry that we fear. So it's not like we selling something that would be detrimental to us.
Yeah, and we don't fear it because of the country we're giving it to. Okay, what if
No,
China gets
because
their
the
hands on
borders
it?
that they have to cross.
But Saudi,
we not
yeah, but Saudi
far
has
away
other
from
weapons
these
from us.
too.
Yeah, but Saudi has other jets from us too. So that's the problem. It's not like it's the first time and we sold or given weapons
They
to
don't have
Saudi
this
Arabia.
particular one though. That I mean, if they already gave them jets of this model, then the administration would have nothing to say about it. Because Trump has been and Biden both had their tongue all the way up the Saudi prince's ass a long time ago. He should have been brought to justice when he unalived an American citizen on Saudi.
Bro, we ain't doing that.
I'm just saying in general, but
yeah, we weren't gonna do that.
He been giving them money. So I don't disagree with that. But I mean, if Trump's administration and this, like I said, this administration having pause at anything or being worried about anything gives me pause because they're loyalists. Like they do whatever Donald Trump wants, whatever he
They
desires.
was doing the same shit for George Bush. Like I don't know why you looking at it different. They was doing the
Now
same
we done
shit
went all the
for
way to George Bush, a president I didn't like either. But why are we going back to George Bush, bro?
Because he was doing the same shit and nobody said nothing.
They absolutely Pittsburgh. Goddamn, I'm getting tired. Ill. Absolutely, people were criticizing George W. Bush. Not
Not like
publicly,
this.
because there were consequences. You would get canceled. But everybody had their suspicion of about that whole thing.
Well, George Bush should be bigger criminal status than Donald Trump at this point.
He definitely would. He definitely would.
I knew that's where you was going with it. I knew that's where
he
you was
definitely
going
would.
with
If
it.
that's what the scope you in, yeah, he definitely would be.
Let's go wrap up George W. Bush, put him in chains because because Donald Trump is under fire for potentially being attached to PDFs.
Well, no, we don't do none of the presidents though. That's what I was telling y'all earlier. We don't do none of the presidents that do illegal stuff. We just impeach them. That's it. We don't put them in jail.
At the
That's
least,
just
he should be impeached.
Okay, I mean that's what happens. But we don't put them in jail. That never happens. Because these dudes have done some crazy stuff. You go through these presidents.
Exactly. And the thing is, Scholar, me and Pittsburgh T is not trying to come against you about something that's logically right. We just telling you that he haven't done anything wrong as a president.
No, they're talking about stuff previous. The 35 convictions that they're talking about, which are felonies, that was previous to him becoming the president. The illegal stuff that they're talking about, that ain't got nothing to do with that. Yeah, that has nothing to do with that.
Before the president,
Good job. I think he's doing a good job.
if you could commit a felony before the president, that's a disqualified.
Nah, Ronald Reagan ain't get disqualified.
He didn't have
Neither did the
34.
first George Bush.
He didn't have
They weren't going
34.
after him. Yeah, but you don't think so, man? You know who Ronald Reagan is and the shit he was doing before he became president.
Yeah, and guess who idolized Ronald Reagan?
But they never convicted him. They didn't.
DJT.
Yeah, they but they never convicted him on any of that stuff because they didn't go after him. Is my point. He literally had an October surprise. Ronald Reagan.
DJT in the chat, man. If y'all represent Donald Trump, man.
Yeah, but look, Ronald Reagan had an October surprise where they had hostages, and he literally told them, "Hey, look, don't release the hostages until after I get elected in October, and we'll call it October surprise." That's what they did. It's literally what they did. Amongst other crooked and crazy stuff he did. And he never got convicted of any crazy stuff he did. He had a lot of stuff he did. He had to be the one out of all of them that you could say glaringly he should have been in jail for a lot of different shit he did.
I can't wait till Bubba come forward. You know,
No, I was just saying BJT, bro. I'm not. If he blow them, he blow them. She blow. But look, man, I ain't know nobody sound with shit like that.
Yo, that's crazy. If he blow them, he blow them. Have you ever been swallowed up? That's crazy work, bro. I could not believe Donald Trump is out there casually blowing people, bro. That's crazy work, bro.
Hey, one other thing. Look, I want to mention this too. Look, they have another weapon. It's called the AIM-260. It's a Joint Advanced Tactical Missile. and will be restricted and available only to Israel. So, man, we give weapons to all these countries.
bro.
Israel ain't got no business with no damn,
Facts.
no kind of weapon like that, no tactical missile
Oh,
at all.
I mean, you'll get no dissension
That's
from this
my
panel.
team,
I mean,
No, no.
Big Bird T. Thank
see,
you, bro.
it's the crazy thing about it is me and Big Dog Willie has always talked about, like when we did I did it as the Zelensky
I think
episode.
we all agree on that. No, I think we
Yeah.
all agree on the
We know
Israel.
that they
but I'm
give
just,
Israel weapons that they shouldn't have.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just mentioning that it's not like eye-popping that they give stuff to these countries and you're like, what? Why the fuck would you do that? Like, they do this shit all the time. All that shit they gave Ukraine, there is no way in that we've ever done anything that crazy. And it's at the point where they just assume that we just keep giving these countries all this stuff. It just don't
It's like
make a lot of sense.
the movie Lord of War.
Well,
Technically, we did help Afghanistan beat Russia with a lot of our weapons. So I mean, we gave
Not
them
like that,
Stinger
though.
missiles. Huh?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it wasn't like that, Big Dog Willie. It wasn't like that though.
Well, I mean, like what?
Like Ukraine, well, we supplied them with the
Well,
type
because
of
Ukraine had a more their military is more intact.
They don't have a
We gave a bunch of basically, I want to call them rebels, but we gave a ragtag group of military soldiers and guerrilla fighters weapons, high tech weapons, and knock their helicopters out the sky. And
that's what Ukraine has. But that's what Ukraine has,
that would Afghanistan had too.
Yeah, I would say it was
Ukraine has the same thing. No, Ukraine has the same thing.
But Ukraine also has fighter jets to fight back against them. Afghanistan didn't have helicopters to fight back against the Russia.
Yeah, we did.
Ukraine.
Know personally. I know that we did fund Afghanistan for the Russian war.
Yeah, of course.
We had sentiments
Of
in
course.
it, but did upgrade them too. But not like
But Ukraine only
Not
got
like
fighter
Ukraine.
jets because we the ones went over there and dropped that stuff off. They didn't have no fucking fighter jets. They don't really have no military. They got militias.
They don't have no fighter jets. Ukraine had fighter jets. They had MiGs.
No, they didn't, bro.
MiGs.
No, they didn't, bro. They had
Yes, they
MiGs
did.
from
They had
30
MiGs.
years ago. Yes, from
They had
30 years ago.
MiG-29.
Yes.
No, he right.
Yes,
But they
30
only
years
had
ago.
46 jets. They only had
Yes,
46 jets.
30 years
They
ago.
had MiG 29.
20.
Yes.
But they was old though. They wasn't
They
modern
old.
like
30-year-old 30-year-old
Yeah.
MiGs, bro. That's not no
Okay,
that ain't
but
nothing.
what I'm trying to say is that Afghanistan have nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. We did fund them totally.
Hey,
I'm not saying- I'm not saying-
we
I'm
should
not
have
saying
did a
that-
Where They Are Now episode. Because what was the result of that again, Big Dog Willie?
They came and attacked our ass.
Afghanistan. We created. That's what we created.
Osama.
We created Bin Laden. Yeah, we created Bin Laden. We armed up a militia. We actually created that whole group.
So,
and that whole
you're not
thing
helping
that
the case of being worried about giving our jets to Saudi
No, but
Arabia.
we never give. I'm not talking about that,
No.
Scholar.
We didn't
I'm
get them to
talking about the fact that
Afghanistan.
we never give the goods to them as is. Like we don't give our technology as modern time 2025. We are not giving those jets away like that. Not at all. We are giving 8 to 10 years old shit to them that we already upgraded on, like cars. It's the same thing, bro.
But I was
Like,
talking
y'all
about the
not
F-30.
looking
I
at
was
it.
talking about the F-35s. The F-35s that they're getting from the United States, or the ones that they're help bidding. Those are NATO jets. So those jets will get upgraded
They can't
as
be-
NATO.
They can't be given away. That's
They're
NATO.
not, no,
That's United.
because those NATO jets, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but those NATO jets, they're not just United, they're NATO jets. They're not
Right, so they
F-35
can't be
American
given
jets, they're
away by
NATO
Donald
jets.
Trump. They can't be given away by Donald Trump.
No, NATO jets you can sell those. Those are out on the market. You can sell F-35s.
Exactly.
You can sell
I'm
them.
saying Donald Trump can't give away nothing like they just gave away theirs. He can't do that in America though.
He just
That's the
did it.
difference.
He just gave Saudi Arabia F-35s.
He sold
He didn't give it to him. No, he didn't give it to him. No,
Right.
he didn't give it to him.
We don't
He sold it to him. I was just saying, he sold them to him.
No.
He sold it to him.
Big,
Yeah.
no.
give nothing away,
But
bro.
wait, hold up, time out. He didn't technically sell it or give it. What he got them to do was contribute more money from their Saudi Arabia fund into American projects, which include
Into Trump
artificial
pocket.
intelligence. energy, and all of that. So technically, they didn't give him a dollar amount for the plane. He got them to invest more money, and that was a trade-off. So that's what happened. It went from $600 billion to $1 trillion.
I guess
the initial investment. The initial investment was supposed to be $600 billion. After that meeting, the investment went up to $1 trillion. So that those are the facts. I mean, do what you want with them. But that's what happened.
No, but
what I'm trying to say, they didn't need that. They didn't. I mean, I guess who they going to use their weapons against?
Who?
Not Iran. Who else? Not Israel.
Who are you talking about?
You talking about the Saudis?
Saudis, yeah. Saudis. Who they going to use their weapons?
I don't think they've ever been at war. I think they just want the shit to have it. I don't think they.
Oh no, they kind of like the most peaceful people out of all that next to Iran.
I think Saudi basically has like a campaign against. Hold on, let me look it up.
I don't think they've. What I'm saying is, I don't think they've dropped no fighter jets.
They have problems with Iran for one thing. I know that Saudi Arabia have problems with.
They're not vigilant. They're not violent in anything that they're doing. Like Saudi Arabia and
let me look that up. Let me look that up.
Some peaceful
I don't
places.
think they fight. No, they fight. They fight, but I haven't seen them drop bombs and do all that crazy stuff. They don't do that.
No, but they don't
fight.
have radicalism
like
the other places. Like it's good for you and I to go to Saudi Arabia or Iran and be good without any warfare, because they normally don't handle like Iraq do, but not Iran. They usually the peaceful place. Trust me. Look, experience, like deployment and shit like that. I know. Like
but the Saudis don't. But the Saudis don't. But the Saudis don't use that. But the Saudis aren't using jets on people. They have jets, but they're not running around gunning people with the jets. Like these are the most advanced jets they have.
Iran neither though.
Yeah,
Iran is a very.
Iran got old jets. Yeah, and Iran got jets, but they're old as shit, and there's not many of them.
Yeah, but they not trying to do nothing to nobody. Like they not that type of country. We look at them as like we look at them as foreign. But if you go
look it up.
They're not that way.
They're basically wiping out Yemen right now. That what Saudi Arabia is doing.
But don't let the government dictate what the people are, gentlemen. Don't let the government dictate what the people are. Because the people don't believe in none of that stuff, y'all. Y'all know the real
but Yemen. Yeah, but Yemen didn't fight
none of that. They want peace.
But Yemen,
the people.
But Yemen, but Yemen. Remember, Big Dog Willie. Yemen been a problem since Obama. That's always been a hot zone for all the countries that surrounded it. They've always.
But there's a reason. Hold on. Let me look.
Yeah, that's not. I'm not saying you're wrong, but that's they've been fighting with them forever.
I know people are protesting against them. They're doing a little bit too much.
Yeah,
they're doing too much. They're wiping people. They're on some. I won't say necessarily what Jewish people are doing to the. But they're wiping people out at a high level too.
Yeah.
You talking about the Saudis?
Yes.
You talking about the Saudis? Well, I mean that's gonna be Yemen, and that's gonna be that place you just said. Those two places are always hotbeds for fights. So that's a lot of religious stuff that they got going on.
But you said they're peaceful countries, and I was like, no, they're not.
I never said that.
I said Iran in certain places in Saudi Arabia is very peaceful. Like
they've always had issues. But they've always had issues with Yemen. Yemen and Syria, they've had issues for like 20, 30 years. Like always, off and on battles forever. I think now it's bad because they got rid of your boy that was over there in that area. They removed him. Gaddafi. Once they removed Gaddafi, that left a vacuum. And that vacuum is all this fighting and all this craziness. It's only got worse since they removed Gaddafi.
Yep.
So that's only increased.
That was the peace barrier for everybody in the Middle East. But they destroyed that because they wanted turmoil. And that's what they got. And that's our problem that we're talking about right now.
So basically in Yemen, Saudi Arabia is basically trying to take over it. because they found some nice stuff over there. It's called what, OIL, a little bit more reserves.
Yeah, they've always started, and it's a good location for support too. In a port city or something like that.
Well, it's off the strait. What's the name of the thing? The where all the oil gets where everything gets shipped through the strait.
Yeah, it's a good port. Yeah, it's a good port. Yeah, it's right there. So you have that piece of land. You can. It's easy for you to launch into the strait. Easy. It's a good. That piece of property has always been a fight. As long as we've been alive, they've been fighting over that property.
Okay, so
now,
Yemen try to say. I'm just reading what Yemen try to do a ceasefire. It's Saudi, and Saudi broke the ceasefire by So
that's not right.
So they have like little.
Will, that happens a lot. Like
I'm just telling you what I'm just telling you what I'm just telling you about what they're doing over there.
Ceasefires,
I understand that happens a lot.
Yeah, those ceasefires are like Israel ceasefires. They're not real. They're just some shit that they say. They just say that stupid shit just to make you say.
Saudi Arabia has a conflict. I'm just saying Saudi Arabia has a conflict right now.
I understand. No, I ain't coming at you. I understand exactly what you're saying. It's just that they put that out there because that happens a lot. Like that's a natural thing that happens in warfare.
Yeah, but I don't think the Saudis not fighting with nobody. So the Syria stuff and the Yemen stuff, that's not new, and those conflicts aren't fighter jets. Those are ground warfare.
Saudi is fighting against Yemen.
Yeah, no, but they're not.
What he's saying is not an actual war. It's a ground effect because you don't have those weapons to do anything that catastrophically can touch.
No, they're criticizing. They're criticizing they're criticizing the weapons on the jets. They're not talking about the jets. They're criticizing the bombs that's hitting them because they're bombing indiscriminately and they're just killing kids and same thing that they're doing over in Gaza. Same old damn thing.
But that's not. But see, that's hard to pin down because that's not just them. Over there in that area, you got us. We're over there too. Look, we're over there too. The British are there also. You got like all those. Every country that has an interest is over there. It's like yesterday. Look it up. Every country that's over there. It's a lot of countries over there.
There's have to be a lot of countries because they have a trading port right there. There's the strait and there's a shitload of money over there. But what I'm saying is Saudi Arabia is doing.
It's not just Saudi. But it's
no. Saudi Arabia is the one to trying to take over the land. It's Saudi Arabia by itself. No,
it's not, bro. It's not just big. Listen, it's not. Okay, so you think
I'm reading it right now. I'm reading it right now.
So you think that it's only Saudi Arabia and Yemen? That's what you think? That they're only Saudi Arabia is fighting with Yemen?
Right. No,
okay,
bigger than that.
The Saudi. Okay. I'm gonna tell you who's all involved in this. Saudi-led coalition. Okay, so it's a Saudi. Yeah, it's a Saudi thing though. Saudi this is their shit.
No, that says led. That don't mean that they're the only country over there, bro.
Saudi-led. That means that means that
people not about that.
You're
talk about the
lead, bro. No, hold up. Lead don't mean lead doesn't mean that you're the only. Like if we all together and you're the leader, that don't mean you by yourself. That just means you're the leader of it. Let's look at all the countries that's involved in that. That's not just it's other countries that's involved in that, bro. Trust me, I know. Yeah,
I'm very sure they're all militant countries. Hold on.
Yeah, they're not the only one. I don't know all of them, but
I'm just saying they're the one that's. I'm just saying they're the one that's leading the riot. Okay, yeah. So Saudi Arabia,
and we could do something about Saudi Arabia. So it's not really like you see what happened. Like we're not playing in America. I would recommend everybody stand down and just do their thing to try to make themselves who they need to be in their own regime. Other than that,
Saudi Arabia, the UAE,
don't even deal with it.
Egypt, Bahrain, Jordan, Sudan, Morocco, Kuwait, France, Pakistan, United Kingdom, all these countries are involved. I'm looking at. It's a bunch of countries that are involved in it. Yeah, Saudi Arabia leads the primary coalition. Yeah,
I think all these countries are to benefit from it. That's why they have they're going to benefit off of that because the Yemen is not playing ball with the rest of the world.
Of course.
So they're going to try
the rest of
basically.
Yeah, Yeah, but they're all when you type in countries fighting with Yemen, you'll see all these other countries are fighting with Yemen. It does say Saudi Arabia leads it, but they're not the only country involved.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is that the people who are getting, even they like the Saudi, I mean, the Yemen attacked American naval ships, and they paid a terrible price for it. But it's not. But what I'm trying to say, huh?
But see that, and for people who don't know, we're talking about the area where the Houthis was. Everybody knows what the Houthis are. This is the area where they originate
Yemen.
from.
That's Yemen. That's Yemen. Houthis are in Yemen. Yeah.
Yes, and I thought we was talking about Yemen. So what are we talking about?
Houthis are in Yemen. The Houthis are in Yemen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. We're talking about Yemen, right? Okay. Yeah. So I'm just saying for people who don't know what the area is, to give people a little bit more color.
Who don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're talking to me.
No, I'm not talking to you. No, I'm talking to you. I'm just saying people don't know. No. Yeah. We're just going through the steps. Yeah, because the people don't know. It probably triggers something. The Houthis are the area that we're talking about, where they were trying to hijack the oil ships, and that's what the area we're talking about. Yeah. So that area's been hot for years. For 20, 30 years, that area's been hot with different countries.
Still to this day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still hot.
I know. I know.
So go ahead, Big Dog.
No,
I mean,
I'm just saying that they're discriminating. They're doing. Well, I'm saying they're doing too much. But yeah, everybody else is having problems with the Houthis in Yemen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. Because they're not playing ball.
It's a rebel thing, though. It's a rebellion that has to happen. Why? Because the regime's changed so much there. Like, it happens based on...
It's more. They say a little more difficult than that, because those regimes are getting, or a lot of those regime changes are from outside sources, though, too. So that's what they're saying.
I'm telling you, that's what I mean. If you didn't,
I mean, there's other countries throwing coups.
Yeah, but everybody that changes the regime is not from the cloth. So
no, what I'm saying
it's
is
just like what's happening in Israel. What's going on in Israel is just a bunch of Europeans that's trying to say that they Jews, right? And
basically,
I don't know if this is going to get blocked. I don't want to say too much, but it's a bunch of propaganda that's going on in Israel that the original people from Palestine need to stand up, and they have been, and that's been the cut of the cloth since that point. But you have this European representation that come in and represent their way of doing things, just like here, just like everywhere, and make the people that identify from that country do not have a denomination the same way it's happening here. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Happening here? In this country? Who's taking over this country?
I figured you didn't understand. You understand what I'm saying, Pittsburgh T?
I don't think he's on phone.
Well, no, the same thing that happened in this country is happening in Israel right now. Because Israel is really Palestine.
What happened? Are you talking about when the English came from Plymouth Rock type thing?
Really Palestine.
Huh?
Israel is really Palestine.
I know that. I know that, but I'm just saying.
That's how it happened.
But Israel, they've been fighting over that. They've been fighting over that shit for 2,000 years, 3,000 years.
That's what I'm telling you. That's when it happened, and it's never going to stop.
Because Jews are from there, Islam from there, Christians are from there. They fight. They've been fighting for years.
Exactly.
So,
and everybody have a denomination that say that they are from that land.
Yeah, they got like 4 different churches. They got synagogue there, a church, a mosque.
Yeah.
All within
that's what I'm saying. It's so
all within 3-4 miles of each other, and they all. It's so crazy how they have it like that.
It's decisive. It's decisive. That's what makes the war happen like that. You don't see it, like
no. I see. I know they've been fighting over that shit for
everybody got some right of owner passes there, and they want to fight for it, and that's why we never going to see the peace in the Middle East.
No, that's not by design though. So
yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you. It's all about design. Will,
we're speaking the same language when it comes to Israel. We're speaking the same language because I know I have really big issues with them, and plus one of my friends she's from Palestine. So she's Palestinian.
Yeah.
And she had to move here about 4 or 5 years ago because her father got killed by Anyway, I don't want to get into that because it's sad.
Yeah,
but
I understand,
that's where my thing come with them because they're on some crooked ass
She's
shit.
doing good in America, and she get treated the way she need to. Because there, she not treated the way she's supposed to. So hopefully she's getting the rite of passage here. Because
that's some bull. They're doing some bullshit there. And you think that Israel would know better since that happened to them 80 years ago, but I guess not.
Damn, that's my biggest thing. Like, why are you guys like this when it was just you?
Yeah, that's some hypocritical shit to the 10th power. It's like you guys complain to this day. You guys get sympathy. I'm not. Of course, everybody gets sympathy. But you guys use it against other people to do what you got to do. Your dirt. That's some crazy. That's some ill shit.
Yeah, it is. But they do it like no tomorrow. And with the media control, they silence people. It's like, man, it's amazing how one country with a bunch of foreigners go to another place. Like I just said, here, another group of people are subjugated because of their arrival. That's not just happening there. It's here. We just not looking at it in the big lenses because we all believe that some group of people from an Asian background came to America and they the indigenous people of America. Like, how is that? That's not even mathematically possible. But we looking at it and saying, the white man told us this, then we gotta believe it. Like, wow.
I mean, they did. I mean, like I said, Europeans did come over here.
Same exact reason.
But the Europeans did come over. The European, especially after 1000 BC, really kind of screw up the whole world. So I mean, they colonized every single area on planet Earth, huh?
No, Africans did. You got to.
I said 1000. I said 1000. I said 1000 AD.
Oh, okay.
I said 1000 AD.
Sorry. My bad, bro.
I'm just saying the Europeans really did kind of screw the whole country, the whole world up.
Yeah.
And it's still fucked up to this day from shit they did 800, 900 years ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look at the native Americans, look at the Africans, look at the Asians, look at South Americans. They just screwed everything.
Look at our gross national product. Like, look at the deficit we in. Before slavery, we was 35 trillion up. After slavery, we 37 trillion down. So imagine America without these people that been here doing it. Like, it's really.
Well, first of all, they got free land. So from the people they killed here, they got free land from the people they killed here, and then they bought some land from France. The shit that wasn't there in the beginning with the first place, and then they beat Mexico up and took their land. It just I mean that's just human nature. I mean that's just what it is throughout the world.
No,
people.
That's their nature. That's not human nature. Other humans don't do that.
Oh, but I mean you got to remember. I mean they're not the only people who run and who take over countries. I mean that's been going on since and just recently. And recently, it's a European thing. Yeah, but this has happened before, and other civilizations have done this before. Chinese took over.
Yeah, but they are European Asians.
No, it was not just Africans did the same thing. I mean, if you look at it, just happened so long ago.
I know, but we don't fight. There's no war that you could tell me about in Africa between two African continents. African countries that happen in the same continent. That's not feasible.
There has been, but it's about 4,000, 5,000 years ago. Right. I'm not saying there will, but I'm not saying. I said recently, no, because it's because I don't want to get into because then we'll get his channel shut down. So,
I understand. No, I follow you. I'm agreeing with what you're saying, but it's still like intangibles to how we got manipulated and in Covenant into something that is not supposed to be. Like, this is hatred and deception and evil at the highest level, and we participate in it as every country does, because we are ran by something that's evil.
Yeah,
We can
I mean,
honestly say that, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's still going on to this day. And I was telling somebody, they were talking about this dude. I'm at work, so I can't be talking too much. But this dude was saying, "Oh, well, black on black crime, da da da." I was like, look at what's going on in Europe. These cats are murdering each other in Russia and Ukraine, murdering each other. Well, how much? What's the death count of Russia? Like 500,000, something crazy, 400,000. They're murdering each other, and they're worried about us. Just like
they willing to do it to Poland and Greece too. Like, they willing to go to war with other
when Europeans go to war,
of the same denomination.
When Europeans go to war, they go to war. They don't leave nothing out.
Yeah, and they think that they belong to them, and it's very, very deceptive and devilish in a sense. Like, it seemed like the state of the people that come from Europe is born to do war,
and they call us the animals.
No, we actually civilize and try to create peace. Like, my sentiments of Africa. Look at Africa. It is 54 countries in Africa, and none of them is at war.
No, they have internal skirmishes, but none of them are facing each other. Yeah, a lot of this shit been.
But they all have armies, though, Will.
No, I know, but I'm just saying a lot of their shit that's happened in their what you call it, their revolutions and their civil wars is because of what Europeans when they divided up the countries, the way they want to divide the country, because they put two groups of people who never got along, but they're like, well, we're going to split it up because this is how we want to split it up, and so that's what, and they called them barbarians. They called them da da da. I was like, you guys made this like it is, and they did the same thing in Southeast Asia. They did something in South America. It's like, you guys made these people get upset. You guys made the Cambodians and the Laos fight each other because they weren't supposed to be together like that. You guys did this. It's just,
But it's some countries that did stand up, and that's what I recommend for America. Like, we got to stand up when we fed up. Like, okay, it's been too much. And if we allowing pedophilia into the House of Congress and the executive branch, then we need to do something about that.
We got our own. We got some effed moral issues here. I don't, and this is the cool thing about it. There's no African countries with that type of shit going on. Not in their head government. Yeah, I never heard of African country having no pedophile. Like,
never.
No. Cause you get beat down and murder on the spot for that shit.
Some things you can't do, bro.
But hey, I'm at work. I need to get off the phone. I'm gonna get off pretty soon.
Hey, y'all was cooking up, man. I let y'all go. I was supposed to end it about 30 minutes ago, but y'all was cooking, brothers.
Oh yeah, man.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie for running Pittsburgh T off again, man. Just something about a Big Dog Willie always run them off.
Pittsburgh T.
I like talking to Pittsburgh T. Pittsburgh T. I like talking to him. I like talking to people who like to listen. Unlike somebody else that was on here, but yeah.
It's not like that.
Pittsburgh T logical. He's a good person to have a conversation with. That's what I'm saying.
Pittsburgh T.
One thing, and it's crazy. I agree with Pittsburgh T on most things. That it's this Trump shit. I'm ready for this motherfucker to get impeached.
Exactly.
So me and Pittsburgh T can start agreeing.
I can't get it. Yeah, it's the Trump stuff I can't get with him, because I think it's like a blind loyalty to me with him, and I don't understand. I don't understand the whole Trumpism thing. I just don't.
No, but y'all some educated brothers, and it's good to have educated dialogue without being offensive to each other, and we express how we feel. and it gives the people something to think about. That's the whole point of the conversation. I don't think that it's about offending each other or something like that. So you did a great job. I mean, salute to you, Will. I appreciate you pulling up, and it's good. Like, you know boxing too?
I know.
Bro, that's Big Dog Willie, bro.
I know my boxing. Yeah.
Yo, Pittsburgh team,
That's how we met. That's how we all met each other, because through that.
I mean,
bullshit boxing we argued about.
I'm sorry, bro. I forgot about you. I do know who you are. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've been around.
I don't want to be talking all this shit all the time. That's why I always be trolling.
I'm sorry, bro. I forgot, man. I'm sorry.
Because you know why? This is refreshing. Having conversations like this is refreshing to me. So when I go to boxing, it's like you're just fighting. You're fighting to be fighting over a boxer and somebody you don't know, and niggas get mad at you and threaten your life and
weird shit. Yeah, weird shit over the boxing opinion, bro. That's crazy, bro.
No, I get it.
And you know what? It's all in good fun. You know, like I don't take nobody boxing personal. I even let people come up here. Of course, you're supposed to let the discourse and disagreements, but I mean, I don't take shit personal, bro. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. But like, for the most part, boxing, they take themselves too serious, bro.
Yeah.
Content creators and everybody alike, bro. It's not that deep.
And that's why I troll.
I mean,
that's why I troll.
How we see,
that's why I troll.
I get all my shit right sometimes when I'm right.
Yo, Big Dog Willie, your name used to be Amir Khan's the GOAT.
They were taking that shit seriously. And I had explained to people, I'm like, I'm doing exactly what you guys do with Canelo, Spence, Bud, Hank, whoever else, Haney.
Right.
I'm overselling him. I'm like saying that he's the greatest dude ever, knowing that he's not. But and people get mad at me. Look, who you say that about Amir Khan? Amir Khan. I say, I'll say stuff like Amir Khan's chin is better than Marvis Hagler. I be saying stupid shit, and people get hella mad at me. You know,
yo, I want to say that caught my eye. I was like, hold on, wait, what? And I looked at them, I'm like, he trolling, bro. I ain't even finna address that. Like, he's obviously trolling. His name is Amir Khan's the GOAT.
Me laugh if I'm in the chat though. Like, that keep my day going. I work nights, so if I see y'all in the chat and I could get some opportunity to type something in, I would type like, man, that is hilarious. Like, stuff like that, I don't get mad at. It's just be like Tank fans, you know, or Super Spence fans, or whoever a new fighter is. It gets to me like, damn, man, you haven't analyzed him first. And you haven't gotten to your mind state of what this boxer is, because you haven't, like Boots right now. We looking at Boots, we like his talent, but we don't know that man mind state. So we gotta still be on the defense on Boots. But everybody else.
I just thought about something, Ill. Ask me why I'm fucking pissed off, Ill. Ask me why I'm fucking pissed.
Why are you fucking pissed
Turkey
off?
Al-Rashid is finna take over boxing, and I'm over here running stories on him. I ain't never gonna go to Saudi Arabia, and if I do, I might get kidnapped. Damn, I just messed up Buddha bag, bro.
Or you coming home with a Jaguar or a Bugatti? I'm sorry.
Damn, is it too late to delete this episode?
You better do Lil Wayne.
Bad bitches.
You better Lil Wayne.
I mean, he had a connection to Epstein's emails. I don't think I want nothing to do with any women coming to Saudi Arabia.
Now, over there, that's some Epstein shit over there. And that's just legal over there.
No, I'm saying, you said the Great Turk is, he got...
Not him, the Saudi prince was connected. The Saudi prince, not Turkey.
Because, you know, it's a lot of them Saudi princes.
Oh, they're
princesses.
terrible.
And princesses. Did you see them, motherfucker? Whew. God, shout out to
Hold on, brother. We must stay focused, brother.
I'm sorry. I gotta.
They be now. You talking about some molesting? There's some molesting over there, and it's legal. So
and Dookie shooting, like
these can you see the screen? Ill. These are all the people that was connected. Well, not connected, but they were in the Epstein. They were in the Epstein email.
Oh, all those Saudi guys.
Not the Saudi. It's Americans too.
What is this? So I always get this dude's name messed up, but I'll be looking at his readings. It's not Nomsky. I combined his first and last name. What is this dude's name?
Niski or Norsky? Norsky. You talking about Norsky? Norm?
Hold on, I'm
talking about the Norm.
I don't know that man name. I'm not even about to mess it up.
I think it's Norm. Something Norsky. Not Charles Norsky. I thought you were talking about
Naum Chomsky.
Chomsky. Yeah, not Norsky. Chomsky.
96 years old. That dude be having some good readings and like good what do you call it? Good like political literature that he writes about. Like when I heard this, I ain't gonna lie, I was a little bit disappointed, but like if he's connected to it, get his ass. But that's the thing, like Big Dog Willie made the point earlier. I don't know how people look at Donald Trump and assume that I look at the way the opposite direction with Biden or any of those guys. I wouldn't be defending them if they were on the Epstein list. Lock them all up. They all deserve to be in jail. They've all earned it.
Though. Scholar, we never said that. Me, Pittsburgh T, or Deuce ever said that we represent pedophilia.
Deuce basically said that.
It's not bad. Though that's my thing. The economy is not bad. I initially said I do not address nothing that is associated with. I don't want to associate myself with a fucking homeless. Never mind, because he's
doing that too.
Right? Yeah, I'm saying I'm not going there. But the whole thing, like, I don't want to put myself in that predicament, bro.
Illegal. You know what Donald Trump said they're coming and taking the jobs? He really was talking about the transgenders taking the blowjobs. That's what he was really jealousy. He was worried about not the immigrants coming and taking the jobs, but the transgenders taking the blowjobs from Bubba. He didn't want no competition.
You know what? And I believe, I'm Hollywood actors and all those guys and rich people. I believe that they all do that shit because they got too much money and they don't know what else to do with it. They all do that
I
shit.
believe that too, though, Will. But
I believe he might have done some crazy shit like that.
People, bro. We can't. I'm not about to associate myself with people that do shit like that. I'm just keeping it a buck. But at the end of the day, I still have a president that's in office, just like I had a sleepy one. No. Y'all can't do me like that.
This one is sleepy.
He was in a sleepy state. He damn near about to croak now. So if we sit up here,
have you seen Donald Trump ankles?
I understand.
Yeah, Donald Trump is
in his hands. I understand. He kinks. I understand.
He's unhealthy.
He got kinky sores all over his body. I understand.
You know what's really crazy? You know what's really crazy?
America's problem, gentlemen, for voting for older men. Stop voting for these elderly men.
I vote for him.
I'm sorry, I did do it. But that was just this one time. I did vote for Barack Obama. He was young.
Yeah.
But you still be disrespecting Barack Obama. Check this out, though, Ill. Donald Trump broke the record for oldest president, which was set by Joe Biden. Him and Joe Biden are at the same age. They're a couple years apart, but he's about to enter the age that he was making fun of Joe Biden as.
Yeah, he is.
And he already shown some middle decline.
Yes, the same decline that Joe Biden was showing.
Yeah,
that's how karma works. People don't believe in karma, but God, that's how it works. You make fun of a guy as if you're some spring chicken, right? And then you end up starting displaying the same symptoms of that guy, falling asleep, sleepy Trump, you know what I mean? Forgetting stuff. And they gave this man an MRI. And this is how you know that he's not dumb. He speaks to his base as if he knows that they are. He said, they gave me an MRI because I'm smart. And the doctor said, you have the most beautiful brain. What doctor said that? Dr. Seuss?
See, that's what I'm saying. Will, I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. You can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that with this dude, man. You're too smart, man. You and Presbyterian T are too smart to be like, I think it's just something you guys just don't want to admit that you're wrong. Is that what it is?
I think that too.
It's logic, bro. It's
literally you want to admit that you don't want to admit that you're wrong. It's okay though. I don't like to be admit when I'm wrong, but I just know. Do you think you like? Damn it, these guys will get on my ass from me saying that he's fucking up. I just is that what it is? Be a little bit honest with me. Is that what it is?
Well, if I get to talk to you and know you, I'll tell you the real truth. But me and
Yeah, that's
I
what
know
it
what
is.
it is.
That's what it is. He just
Me
did the
and
weed.
Scott know what it is.
He just did the weed.
You're so right, man, because I've been wrong about some people I voted for and people I supported, and I was hot as hell that they did some stupid shit. But
Came to the truth of it, Will, I actually did say that I made a bad decision, but I think that I made the right one based on the people that I want to support in my life, my personal life. So it's like, okay,
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, bro. I gotta ask you this. Who's younger out of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
Who's more likely to be on the Epstein list? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump.
Bro, and you still think you made the right decision, bro?
you say, yeah, but not morally.
Okay.
Yeah, but not morally.
No,
That's the same.
but if I don't want to talk like I'm an unfortunate person. But look, if I was just the average Joe, right? Like the regular contemporary voting and all of that stuff, then I would vote for them because they in that lane that suits me and the people behind me. But I'm not in that. So I hate to do this, man. But I have to make a decision to make sure that my taxes is lower so I can help people better on the back end. Like y'all know what the PBC used to do? Like we help Adrian Broner on the back end, look out for Leo Santa Cruz and Adrian Broner and Earl Spence. You know, all of those stars, we had a back end plan for them. That type of shit. Like, I'm just trying to make sure that my people don't feel the wrath of a presidency like everybody complaining about.
This is one thing. This is one thing when you say that.
Taxes, then I can help.
One thing when you say about this, and a lot of people who say things like this, because my sister makes a lot of money and she be saying some of the stuff that you're saying, and she try to helps out. I mean, she helps out me, she helps my mom out, and my sister and stuff like that. I mean, we all do, but when you say that, the people who are not getting help, they eventually drag you down with them. And how economics work. The divide is not between you and the poor people, it's between you and the super rich. And we get lower and lower and lower, and the richer get richer and richer and richer. And then by the time that happens, we be down with the poor people.
I understand it. That's why I have to fight in a different way. Like, it's on a local level, in my opinion, because I can control a lot on a local level because I'm friends with a lot of people on a local level that can make things happen in my state and in my city that I can't have that power to do on an executive branch level. So my sentiments go out to a lot of people, right? But everybody still gotta do what they gotta do until the next regime comes through and do something about that one, because that's gonna be a big. I know politics, so I know that the fact that if he's doing a horrible job, then the next constituent is they're designed to do something about that. And I hope the American people reach for that and do something, because it's not going to affect me either way.
So you say.
No, I know. I've been alive for 45 years.
Wait, hold on. You can't on one hand say that the taxes,
don't predict your future like that.
The taxes is going to affect you. That's why you vote. But then say, can't nobody really affect you.
No, because it don't affect me. If I wanted to cut it, I can cut taxes, bro. I know how to do that. I'm not sure if everybody else know how to do that.
Whoa, brother. We don't commit crimes over here, brother. Don't you do that.
I'm not committing crimes by cutting my taxes. I'm just doing an annual asset or count on everything. Like when you do a regular unit what the fuck? I'm sorry, y'all.
See what you're saying? See what you're saying, though? I didn't want, when you get done talking about that, I want to see what you're saying, because you're sounding like it's too bad they can't do it, but I can. Now, somebody who has a lot more money, somebody had a lot more money than you can say that about you.
Right. Exactly. That's why I know I need to do something about things on a legislative level, not the executive one. See, in my bracket.
But your bracket, I mean, I don't know what your bracket is, but I'm just saying you can say these things because you're at a certain level, but there's somebody above you can knock you down.
Right. That's why I got to stay in my lane, and I have to make decisions on my legislative level. It's not the executive rank that I'm reaching. So
but you have an advantage. You have a small advantage. You see what I'm saying? You have a small advantage, but you don't have the big. But see, somebody can think about it. You think that legislative level is going to be there forever? You think that's going to be there?
No, it only goes through terms. Trust me, I understand.
So what happens? So what happens when
through the whole thing? The thing is,
I'm just asking
you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I've been cutting you off this whole night. Go ahead.
The thing is when you trying to make executive decisions for other people instead of yourself, you have to make a critical decision. And that's when people are not going to agree with you. Everybody's not going to agree with everything that you decide, right? But if you still substantially making money go into the American people's pocket, then that's a win-win for you and you didn't lose, then that's a win-win for you. You could do better than that the next year, depending on which regime happened. That's why it's always something, that's why it's always something substantiable to say that you're trying to be somebody for somebody, because that's what aldermen do. That's what congressmen do. That's what senators do. They're doing the same thing that you and I would do in those markets. The difference is that you got to sacrifice a little bit and they don't. I sacrifice a lot, but it don't change anything because I don't live outside my means, bro. I don't live like a person that make a bunch of money. I live like a person that is comfortable, that type of life. So anything happens in it, whether it's me or anybody that work for me or do anything for me, I got them. That policy,
so
that's what jobs offer.
So what happens? I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying because I'm between. I hear what you're saying, but now I work in a field where I have to care.
We can write that stuff off.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying. I don't mind. I guess what it is that I see on a daily basis how people that have and have nots coming here, and it's on when they're vulnerable, because I work in the medical field. They're vulnerable. So when I see these things, it always brings me back to like, what should I do? Or maybe I should not think about that. Maybe I should not. Maybe I should think about, not about myself per se, think about other people. And so I have that in my head. And maybe that's where we're different, because I do see it on a daily basis. And I'm not saying you don't have, I'm not saying you're not sympathetic, but I'm just saying when I see this.
I really do. A lot of my decision making is based on other people instead of me. Like, I already made a life for myself, so it's not up to me. I'm not, like I said, I'm a frugal person, so I don't really look at what everybody else do and try to keep up with everything that's going on in current times. I basically look at the future and how it's going to turn around. So a lot of my decision making was based on giving bonuses that's over $2,000, or making sure that they can have something substantial. To say that you can give a person a $2,000 bonus in December, that is very good for a company. I think that that's supposed to happen with everybody.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
But I do it though. But
you do it. But you do it. But see, I think what it is like, you're coming from a person who you own your own. I'm assuming you own your own business. You do what you got to do, and and Trump helps you in that area because you are a business owner and you get tax breaks. I understand that. I completely. I have friends that thought the same way. But now with one friend that did thought the same way, the terrorists are killing him financially.
Yeah, I see that my vote was not needed because it didn't resonate to what my trajectory was. I can say that.
And the thing about it
was great.
And the thing about it, there was warnings. I mean, never mind. I don't want to get on because it's like everybody makes their.
No, go ahead, bro.
I mean, there are warning signs. There's warning signs, but to do what he's going to do, in my opinion, that he did all this just to enrich himself, and they have some kind of payback against people who did this against him. So I'm going to get off the phone, and you can speak. You can have the last word. But when I say that a lot of this shit is karma for him, his health is deteriorating. He's going through this stress of this thing looming over his head with the whole Epstein thing is killing him, and it's just called karma. And I think, and I don't want to say, and I think a lot of America going back to this dude, it's just now just karma because it's just he's doing exactly. It's like I don't know. It's like hopefully this is a learning lesson. And I'm not saying it's a certain party. I'm not saying Republican Party. I'm not saying Democrat Party. I'm saying it's him. Yeah. And so and because I mean, when George Bush was in office and Ronald Reagan and whoever else that were Republicans, people who have businesses and stuff may get money, and they did what they did. Greed always take over, but that's on both sides of the aisle. But what I'm trying to say with this man is he did a few good things when it came to some of his trade wars with China. He did a few good things, but he took it to overdrive. And I think that was out of insanity and out of his own ego.
Yeah, I can tell you on the investment market, the stock market and the crypto market, like his decision making day by day, it changes a lot. So if he raises tariffs on China, that hurts the market, man. I understand. Like I lost a lot of money, but I gained a lot of money.
But that's part of the scheme, brothers. Cause he gonna call out, he gonna announce the tariffs. He gonna say one day I'm about to drop a 120% tariff on China. If they don't drop this, they violated the initial agreements, and then the market goes down, and then that's the time to buy and get in.
But not everybody.
Back up.
But not everybody's trading stocks. Not everybody's trading stocks. That's the problem. That's the problem. Not everybody's trading stocks.
Everybody, this is why we discording right now, fellas. I'm glad you on, Marky Dan, because this is why we discord and have the intellectual conversations that we having, so we can present that to the people that's listening. If they don't understand what our investments are to be anywhere near where we are as investors, then this is the time to learn. Like you could do a lot of different things. Like he controlled the market, but at the end of the day, that's just one president has ever done that. No president has ever said words and it hit the market like that. I never seen that in my life.
Because we have to take
because he doesn't care. Because that's one difference between Trump
but I don't understand that, Marky Dan. Marky Dan.
But those
how do this motherfucker have Trump stock and don't care about if it inflates or deflates? Like that's amazing to me. I don't get that. That's what makes me upset about.
He's not worried about. He's not worried about you.
What you got to understand is Trump. He's putting all this stuff into crypto now. The Trump family's largest asset is the $2 billion of World Liberty Financial coin that the Saudis bought with real world money. And they went and bought $2 billion worth of those coins. Okay? Yeah. And right now, the Trumps, they can't, no. They have the money now. So the Saudis, they just have the coin. But the weird thing is, the Saudis, you can't sell a World Liberty Financial coin. So it's essentially like they just did a donation to them. You understand what I'm saying? Like if I buy crypto, I want to buy it because I'm hoping one day the value is going to increase and then I could sell it for even higher liquidity.
Yeah, but it's not a utility.
Yeah,
it's not a utility neither, so it's not worth anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. No, I'm heavily invested in it. So I have a lot of stocks. I mean, a lot of shares in crypto. But the thing is, I would tell everybody I do that on another one. Y'all gotta subscribe to the channel and be a member. I do that on the members only. But it's a lot of money that goes into it day in and day out. Trading is something that people probably want to do when they have a heavy liquidity into something like that. But you have to, I learned, Marky Dan, how to do that. And Will, I learned how to get with the program of this dysfunctional president that y'all call him, because he is dysfunctional at this point because he make radical decisions. So I learned how to get with that and make money off of it, though. Because the economy only goes off of his voice, right? So if it does that, I know how to come in and get out immediately and buy back. So I know what I'm doing. If we could teach everybody else to do the strategic math to learn how to navigate through the system, we will win off of this president.
I agree.
Am I lying?
No, you're not, because there is a system to how this shit works. If you have
Yes,
enough
it is.
money to buy in.
Right. It works beautifully if you know how to buy in and get out. Like, just listen to them. Pay attention to politics. That's all you have to do. You don't even have to pay attention to the stock market or get secret advances like Nancy Pelosi did, or any other politician, whether they Democrat or Republican. They start out 100,000 there and end out multiple millionaires. So if we want to do the same thing, I learned how to follow them. And it's very lucrative.
There's actually an app out there. I think it's called Wolf Investments.
I got it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. They literally track Nancy Pelosi's
everything that the
husband.
politicians do.
Well, hold up now. Hold up. You supposed to, hold up, bro. Hold up. Let me write this down. I'm gonna use this. Hold up. I'm trying to get rich. I'm trying to get this money market in. Hold up.
Well,
You
they
say,
about to
put
get
in the
rid of
private
it, so
chat.
you better get on it.
Hold up. Put it in the private chat, brother.
Been on that, man. Damn, I'm sorry, Scholar. I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna talk to you, Scholar. I gotta tell you.
Man, ain't gave me no game, bro. I want to be a part of this, Rich. I want to be able to be on the side
You
and
want to
tell
be a
them.
scumbag, Boxer Scholar? You want to be a
Listen, I
scumbag?
just want to tell somebody for once, pull their stuff up by the bootstraps.
Oh, you're gonna be able to do it with this app. And I start with little or nothing. I tell you what to do, but $20 I can get you good in there, and you'll never have to worry about
Now,
that.
hold up now. You scare me. You scare me. You
Nah.
scare me, brother.
Tell them, Marky
scared
Dan. Look, we
Yo.
only going off of what the politicians go off of. So it's not like if they get a hint, then we get that same hint.
Yeah, I know. They just follow because it's public information. I get it.
Scholar, the PBS News report that I watched, these dudes make bank.
Yeah,
They
they do.
make real bread.
Yeah,
I'm talking
it's
like
beautiful.
tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
But isn't that kind of like not illegal, but it's kind of like the GameStop thing
Nancy
because
Pelosi's husband.
hold on, listen to me.
It's
Check me out.
similar.
Check me out. Because people subscribe to this app, they're invested their money too as well, driving the stock even higher than the insider tips that Nancy Pelosi had. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, that's
No,
but
I
Nancy,
fully
there's no
understand
law. There's no law restricting a member of Congress's spouse or family member from trading, though. So
Facts.
you would have to prove that that she leaked some information to her husband. And good luck doing that. You got spousal privilege. He doesn't have to say nothing. He can't be compelled to. Yeah, he can't be compelled to give up his wife.
Yeah, he don't
So how you
follow
gonna
what she
prove
say.
that,
He do his
Scholar?
own thing. He his own person.
Yo,
But at the
Marky
end of the
Dan,
day-
I'm gonna be honest with you. We got to give Ill a ton of credit. He the only Trump supporter today that wasn't on no rainbow stuff. You know, that spirit of Bubba
Yeah.
done jumped on all the Trump supporters. They talking about watching Trump
bruh.
sex tapes and bro, I swear to God, I could not
Bruh,
believe what I
ill
was hearing.
status. No, like these dudes. What I saw, and
Nah, I
Pittsburgh
can't
T
do
is my
that.
brother. Pittsburgh T is my brother. I love him to death. I think he's a very intelligent person. Like sometimes I wonder if Pittsburgh T is trolling, but then a part of me knows Pittsburgh T is very intelligent. He's not gonna troll to this level. So he really believes that, like the way he pivots in conversation. oh, why do you care about the rainbows? Why do you not care about the fact
I'm not about to let y'all do.
United States
Pittsburgh T is my brother. Pittsburgh T is my brother, like you are, Maki Dan. We got years and years in this, like me, you, Scholar, all of us, man. We know each other very well, and we know Pittsburgh T was trolling through a lot of stuff because it was getting to him. Because sometimes we look at this as propaganda through the media, but we still have to recollect that policies and politicians are corrupt. Like the policies of the politicians are corrupt and the politician is corrupt. So if we got to do diligence on that, then sometimes you got to defend yourself, even though, like right now,
Man,
everybody's
but
coming at me about Donald Trump.
That's why you gotta love Ills. Shout out to brother Ill. Nah, brother Ill. I'm finna inform them what they. So Marky Dan, you missed it. You missed it, Marky Dan, and like that, brother, like that, you missed it. So when y'all was gone, I say maybe the second or third hour. I wasn't saying no names because, you know, I was trying to protect my brothers. But I said, you know, you got people out there talking about watching sex tapes of Bubba and Donald Trump to confirm. What you gonna do? Identify the penis because it got a mole on it? You peen watching? You peen identifying? And when I said that, he jumped from the chat and said, I stand on that. I stand on that. Then pulled up and tripled down on it, bro. I was like, bro, what the hell is going on? And I'm like, damn, man, we done lost a good soldier. He was like, bro, then he quoted Bruce, not Bruce, what was his name? What's his name? Bane from Batman. He was like, you adopted the darkness. I was born in the heat, Bruce. Like, I'm like, bro, what is going on with these late night niggas? I'm gonna have to start doing early shows. Like, I was appalled. And then, listen, man, this one broke my.
That other nigga?
But hold on, hold up, Marky Dan. Hold up, Marky Dan. It get worse. Then my homie Pittsburgh T. He was like, look, man, we all. He gave us I'm like, no, we ain't all this shit. But Pittsburgh T was like, hey, man, if the Diddy tapes would have came out, we would have watched them. I was like, who the hell is we? I would have watched the fucking Diddy tape. I was like, you would have watched it? He said, yep, bro, I'll put this whole live on private. I promise you. I'm going to leave it up maybe 30 minutes because if you put it on private right away, it messes up your your channel like tabulating and shit in the algorithm. But afterwards, I swear to God, this live is going private, bro. I swear to God. I cannot have them out there with that bad luck, bro. I can't. What baby boy say? I can't have it on my heart.
It was already live, Scholar. No, but
I ain't leaving it on
shit. My gosh, no, y'all bogus, man. Y'all can't take away the points that they was making about the situation, Scholar. You bogus for that because that was bad timing, and I understand, but we got to do better than this, Scholar. Don't do this to these brothers. They didn't mean that. Because I guarantee you I ain't standing on none of that though, bro. I stand 10 toes down, like I ain't with nobody fucking with no kids at all. So if everybody think that he should get a pass, he ain't getting no pass in my book. We should lock his ass up. Period.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, I'm willing to have a good faith conversation about Stacey Plaskett, my representative, because I'm gonna do a hit piece about her and all the corruption that went on down here.
She bogus.
Yeah, no, like, and what you gotta understand, ill status, that stuff, like, it runs way deeper with the political cliques that go on down here. So Epstein, or I should say, Governor DeYoung, he was the territorial governor from, I want to say, 2006 to 2015. His wife worked for Jeffrey Epstein. She was a member of a board on one of his companies. And Epstein actually paid for her and the governor's kids to go to school. And he paid for the governor's legal defense because he got into some trouble from misappropriating funds. Okay? This same wife who was working for Epstein, she promoted and campaigned for Stacey Plaskett to become the delegate to Congress down here. So it's a lot. And then we find out Stacey was taking donations from Epstein all the way up to 2018.
Wow.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to get to the bottom of that shit.
Shout out to Marky Dale for giving us the juicy gossip. Like that, I did not know anything that you was talking about until, I mean, I was trying to place it. Like, how could
Bruh,
this
ill
be?
status. There was
Like,
a pedo island just a couple of miles off the shore of one of our islands
Yeah.
down here. And it was approved, signed off by the sale of the island was signed off on by the Senate and the governor. Since Epstein Island has been broken, we have not had one Senate hearing down here in the Virgin Islands about this at all.
Damn.
So I want these files because Pittsburgh T is just on his defend his Orange King tour. I want the files to come out. Whoever is
I need them
exposed, I
to
want
come
them
out.
exposed.
Yeah, I'm not cool with stuff like that. Like, I'm not comfortable with, I have kids.
Corruption.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with men thinking like that about young women and they not in a age class. Like, man, bro, we always kids before. We seen the dude with the Chevys with the Rams on them come and pick the girl up that we liked at high school. Or we did have her, but she had to go with him because that was her bread and butter. It's something like that. And that dude was a pedophile, like R. Kelly and all of that stuff. Like, man, we got to bring some justice to women that make bad decisions thinking that, but that's society. And if we have room for people to not have 30-year-olds working at McDonald's and Burger King and Dunkin' Donuts and his children working there, then we could do a lot with the system to not make them want money from old men to do nasty things to them. Like, because they so big, so poor. Like, no, poverty is a situation that could be ended because people wouldn't sell themselves like that. When you have dignity in yourself, in your body, and from a home that nourish you, take care of you, you get everything that you need from that mother and that father. You're not gonna go for no man that's telling you, I'll pay you $50 because you can get $50 from your daddy.
But that's one of the problems though, Ellis, because a lot of these young women, and I'm not saying all, because I'm sure many of them came from that type of background which you just described. But a lot of these young ladies had parents. They had mother and father, and they still wind up there. So I don't even think
parents, bro.
No, yeah, absolutely. The parents should be scrutinized heavily because how do you let your girl child, your young girl child, go and work in a spa with grown ass men who are going to be walking around naked? How does that work? Like, are you in that? And then it goes back to that financial part. Are you in that much of a need that you had to send that little girl to get that paycheck?
Facts, bro.
But then it's like, but then it's like, Ellis, I don't put. Say that again, Ellis. My bad.
I gotta do what I need to do for my family, not what I have to do. Like, if I have to do something, then that's not good. If I need to do something, that's regular shit. Like, you need to go to work. You need to provide. You need to take care of your bills. You need to take care of your responsibilities. That stuff. If I have to do that, then it's another thing. Like, needs and wants is two different things. So if I want the best for my child, I'm going to put them in that predicament by any means necessary so they don't have to be one of those children. But some people do not give two cares about their children, because I could see them walking down the street at 8 o'clock at night. And, you know, by the time lapsed and all of that stuff, daylight savings or whatever, at 8 o'clock at night, it's dark. Why are your children outside and they 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 outside, 13, 14 even? Like, why are they outside and there's no supervision upon these kids? Anybody can still manipulate these kids. That's a parent problem. That's not a society problem.
So I don't know if y'all see what Cinto said. How y'all feel about that? Because they kind of revealed it. They kind of revealed that they were like, we're going to protect these victims. And you know they don't care about the victims. But that was kind of like the little clause that they're going to try to weasel out of.
they're gonna use national security as one of the caveats to where they can redact Trump's name for national security purposes because he's the president. So don't look forward to seeing Donald Trump's name in there. And if it is, they're probably gonna redact it, just to protect national security. So I think that's the caveat that they're gonna try to play.
I agree.
I agree. Not only that, Scholar, did you see that the bill that Trump signed, it had some rescissions in it, and one of it is that no documents that are pertaining to an ongoing investigation can be released. And then we had Pam Bondi. She just opened up this new investigation in the Southern District of New York into the Clintons. So I mean, what this fight is really important. Yeah, right
but now look at how they looking at Pam Bondi, Marky Dan and Scholar. They looking at her like she's the enemy, just like they did with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right, like no, she has complete. I mean, she has no credibility at all, nowhere. Nobody believes the word that comes out of that lady's mouth at any time ever. But the important thing about this fight, though, was to force a fissure between the Republicans in the legislature and the president. Because what happened this past week was an absolute defeat for Donald Trump. In every sense and measure of the word, every Republican voted for this release. After months of him saying that if you supported this, it's a hostile act. And then you had the one crazy Louisiana Republican, what's his name, Clay Higgins. Who, man, I mean, that guy committed political suicide.
You just know that his parents are related. But go ahead, my bad.
Hey, you seen Clay Higgins when he was the sheriff down there? I'm easy to find. You meet me whatever field, light or heavy. I'll meet you there, son. You think we're scared of a punk thug that holds his gun sideways and weighs?
Oh, that was him.
That was him. Yeah. You ain't know that? Yeah, that was him.
That was him.
Embarrassment to America.
Yeah, man, that shit is a shame. I thought he was going to be like a really, really great leader. He's just another politician.
Yeah. But the town think he's a good dude, though. The town that he from, they think he a good dude. I don't know why, but maybe he wasn't like that. But when you be bought, I can say this though, Marky Dan the Scholar, like when you be bought in politics, you can clearly see the 360-degree change, because like Brandon Johnson in Chicago right now, he wasn't like that before, and now he's a whole different guy, and Chicago not rocking with him. But some things he say is right, but overall, he's wrong about everything that's going on in this city, not the state, the city. So it's complicated when you get with politicians, because they don't stand on the same thing that their merit was when they was running.
Yeah, my thing is, and it's really scary. Just like, I know politicians are supposed to be by nature slimy, and they're essentially supposed to be like a cloud of smoke. They bend and they shift with the winds. They're not really supposed to be solid and have backbones. But that guy is just out of fucking order. Like, I remember he was trying to I think he said, no, he didn't try to pass a bill, but he said that if anybody made fun of Charlie Kirk's death, I'm going to use the power of the federal government to go after your driver's license, your business license, and I'll make sure. Like, what? Like, at a certain point, even
what happened to Marky Dan?
He's still there?
Nah, Marky Dan dropped.
No, he's still there. I think.
Oh, yeah?
It might. Yeah, he's still there. He might have muted up. Something happened, but he's still there.
Oh, okay. No, but I feel what he was saying though. Like, but we as American people, like I was saying in other statements, we need to come together as a collective to make sure that stuff like this don't happen to us, that politicians, because they can do whatever they want to do, and only people that can stop that is us. We've been clamoring for these files to be released. If that wasn't us that made it a big situation or issue, it would never be one, because they was about to let it go. But we, the people, kept saying, where are the files? Because it's important to mom and dads that have children to not let this shit happen. Like, I really am I'm an advocate for stuff like this, because I don't want nobody to touch my daughters. I got a 13 and 14-year-old daughter, both of them. I do not need nobody to do that, or I'm going to go nuts. And imagine how many people that happened to. I'm surprised that they covered up how much. I mean, I'm going to make a big issue about one of my kids. And if that happens, I mean, in school or at practice or some place of recreational tutelage or training, like I was when I was a kid, like my sensei and my boxing instructors and all of these people that was training me to be who I was when I was a young kid did not fondle with me and touch me and make me feel uncomfortable in life. Like, this should not be something that's honored in life, man. Because these are young people that have very, very virginized spirits. They hearts, they thoughts, they minds are very euthanized. They haven't been tainted yet. Why would you do that and put them with a grown person that has the devil in them to get with them to show them the way? That is not, no, man. We got to do something about stuff like that, y'all. Real
Nah,
shit,
like
man.
I don't. Yeah, those people. I just wonder what be going through people's minds when they decide to do evil of that level. Like, you know that this is a little person and you are about to traumatize them for life. Like, this little person is going to have tornadoes running around in their head for life that you created.
For life, bro. No. Them people that design that thought in their mind to do that, I think that they should they should be castrated. For real.
I agree. No, I
Like,
agree. I don't
Castrated.
think that. I
You
don't
being generous. I think that they should be. I think they should be exterminated.
I want them to live with the fact that they don't have nothing in their genitalia to do anything
I think they should
about
be
anything.
exterminated.
Nope. I want them
Nah,
to
but
be
it
happy.
ain't just that, L. They gotta lose their right to that because you've abused your right to do that. So you shouldn't have the right to that,
that's
function
why
anymore.
I want them castrated and walk around castrated.
Castrated doesn't mean cut the balls off. So you want the everything
I want
chopped
the whole
off.
thing off. I want the whole thing off.
Oh, yep.
Wait, hold up now, brother Deuce might pull back up. And I want to see the video. I want to see the video.
Don't do that to Deuce, man. He ain't mean that.
Brother Deuce gonna say, I want to see the video. What that video?
But, no, bro. Like, they need to have the whole thing off so they can still feel them emotions, that demented thought, and still be able to do nothing about it.
Ill status. You know, I think I actually read a story that, and I think this happened in the United States, that they were that they came to a victim's family came to a settlement agreement with the rapist that he was going to be castrated and the family would get possession of his balls. So I think that's actually happened before under U.S. law.
I want that to happen, bro. Like, men that commit crimes upon adolescents should be just castrated totally. Like, take the whole
what they
penis,
do in,
the penis and the balls off.
Yeah, what they do in Trinidad and Tobago, they have something called a bull bud. So it's literally a bull's dick. Like, they literally castrate a bull's penis as it's erect, and then they put like a metal spike at the tip, and they use it to beat the hell out of rapists.
Yep.
Like
I prefer
that's
that.
part of the penal punishment. They
Yeah.
actually take you into the jail, and your first day there, you getting beat with a bull butt.
I think the worst. I think they should. Man, bro, it's no statute of limitation on that preying on the adolescent, man. Bro, look, I would tie them to 2 aggressive bulls and rip their ass apart. Like, man, that is diabolical, bro. Like, wow, why would you do that? And that person is curious. They could do that shit with another young person and he's still going to get in trouble. Why would you do that? And you're a grown man or grown woman. That's sick, bro. That's sick, bro.
Because Epstein and Trump or allegedly Trump and all these folks, they know they could get away with it. That's why. I mean, think about that shit. They had Epstein dead to rights in 2008. They had this man on 70 felony accounts, 70 felony counts of abusing children.
But in 2008, Donald Trump wasn't nowhere there, though. But guess what happened? He did not get charged for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just got charged for prostitution and soliciting a minor.
Oh, but he beat those.
Got charged with.
And then he finally got charged. He finally got charged in 2019 because he kept threatening Donald Trump with that picture of him giving Bubba fellatios. Donald Trump didn't like it. He didn't like somebody having something over him, so he used the federal government, resources, like CIA, FBI, you know what I mean, the judicial system. Got him charged, opened up their case, and then sent somebody to unalive him while he was in his jail cell on suicide watch. So yeah, that's the kind of person that people are defending.
I don't
pretty much.
I'm saying, like, we do got to do due diligence with a lot of stuff, but not this. So I'm not cool with it, and it's really personal because ain't nothing in my life, but it's like kids, bro. Like, it's personal. I got kids. Like, I don't want nothing to happen to my kids, man. Seriously. And if somebody touch my kids, I'm going berserk. We can name a movie of all kinds, but ain't no movie gonna be like the real life. Like, I'm going to use every tool and ability that I have to do something about my kid being kidnapped or put into some scheme. I'm gonna make sure everybody.
You remember that Samuel Jackson, Matthew McConaughey movie when they violated his little girl
Time to
and he
Kill?
went and got him?
Oh, yeah, Time to Kill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
And I hope they burn.
Exactly. Exactly. My man.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Man. Ill, is one of the more rational minded Trump supporters. And I ain't gonna lie, Ill. I gotta give you a backhanded compliment. That's like saying the skinniest kid at back time. Because they're not you be saying some crazy shit too. So, but yeah, man, at least you will admit it. You know what I mean? At least you we finna see. Because what's finna happen is I already know the play. I already know the play. They got 30 days to respond. And what they're gonna do is within those 30 days, they're gonna exercise the national security stuff that's been lumped in with the victims. You know what I mean? And they're gonna redact Trump's name. That's why he already ordered Democrats whose name are on the list to be investigated before, because he's going to distract with them. And he's already laid the breadcrumbs and say all of his friends were Democrats. And that's why he's been so reluctant to release them. And now that I think about it, that's probably why the Republicans voted for this bill to be released.
If we look at it, Scholar and Mark Udan, Donald Trump used to be a Democrat.
Of course.
So he was on Jeffrey
Donald Trump was friends with Bill Clinton.
Get-go.
That's why he might be Bubba.
No, so I mean, I am not on nobody's side. I'm on the American people's side. I promise you that I am. When I make my decisions, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I just make a decision. Like I said, I vote for my current government in my state, and it's all Democratic. Well, except my mayor. I vote Democrat. But when it's executive decision to make, I made my executive decision. I'm not gonna back away from it, but I'm also gonna understand that the truth is the truth, and we need to talk about the truth because the people needs that. And if he a part of a monster of being a monster, like most guys think, like women think that most guys are, let me say that, then I want to be declarative in saying that I'm not a monster, neither none of these guys on this panel, because I don't represent anything like that, bro. At all.
Why do all the Trump people have the same talking points? He said, why didn't the Democrats release the files 4 years ago? It's all the same thing.
I said that first.
Why do they all have the same talking points though?
Nah, that was me saying something, and I didn't mean for people to go behind it and do all of that. I said that before anybody started saying some shit, and now everybody running with it. But at the end of the day,
hold on. Let me go ahead and get this motherfucker up out of here. He talking about white on blacks and he a non-black. Yeah, go find your white channel to talk that shit on. Get your ass up out of here with that shit. He was speaking from two accounts. That's Bulb or somebody. But no, we ain't answering no damn questions.
But if that's the case, Scholar, I reject that statement that I made, because I don't want nothing like that to be exemplary in something that he doing that is not right as a man, like as a human being, bro. That's fucking horrible, bro. I don't agree with nothing like that. I would want to fight him for this type of shit. Like, I want to beat him up for thinking that little girls. And then Megyn Kelly had the nerve to say that 15 years old is appropriate. Like, shit like that. Like, they are horrible people, bro. I don't represent shit like that. I don't want to be a part of nothing like that. Because I have class. I got dignity. I'm somebody in this world. I'm conservative, like most of us are. We just still vote Democratic or Republican, but most black people are very conservative. They have rules on their blocks. Them people monitor what's going on, and if they rock with you through the process, they'll be like, you got too many bikes in front of your house and all of that stuff. They'll tell you what is and what is not. And I rock with that. I'm against that. That's a community, and the community decides these things. But when you're talking about something like this and the community still support it, then watch that fucking community.
I agree.
Because they on board.
I agree that
I don't agree with that.
And you know what? That's why I gave you full credit, brother. You was the, I mean, I ain't gonna say Pittsburgh he was fully, but I mean, Deuce was kind of like, we need to just let this go because they didn't do anything to the Democrats. And it's like, wait a minute, what?
Nah,
so if Deuce is in court, Your Honor, there are people right now in the world that have murdered people and got away with it. So I don't think you should hold my client responsible for the murder that you have proof that he committed. Like, what? He on
the hot seat, bro. He on the hot seat. We on his ass right now. So I'm sorry. I rock with him, but now we got to get his ass to the fuel, to the fire. And that's what we do. We actually, and this is great by America alone, because we holding somebody accountable, and he got to be the face of it. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have took so many pictures, bro. You shouldn't have been at his wedding. You shouldn't have invited him to your wedding. You shouldn't have said that he was a good guy and he liked women like you do. You shouldn't have said a bunch of shit. You're in it because you are associated. Nobody's dumb. This world is advanced, man. I don't know if they understand since the landing of the moon or the moon landing and all that, but we more advanced than that dumb shit. So we know that was fake, and we know that this is fake. If anything
Man,
comes
they ain't
out,
fake no damn moon landing.
what? Look at the moon landing. It was fake. And they told the truth about it. Buzz did that. He said that they had a simulation to make sure that they competed with Russia, but they eventually did it. So I don't know which one is right, but I know that video that we got is not real. But we still advanced in technology, right? So who cares, right? But this, we gotta care. That's what I meant. Like, some things that you can just throw away, like the moon landing, you can throw that away. It doesn't matter. This matters to a lot of people because they got a lot. It's 8 million kids missing every year, bro. That's a problem. We used to have them on milk cartons at one point. Stop this. Like, no,
All right,
man.
hold on. We got Sir Foul Player. We didn't finally got some bail up here for Donald Trump. Go ahead, Sir Foul Player. The floor is yours, brother.
Nah, I'm letting y'all cook. Like, oh no, but I see you've been on here but 7 hours. I'll say my piece. Well, thanks for letting me come through, Scholar.
Always.
The main thing I wanted to talk about, I mean, or the biggest thing with all this, since I've been listening the past hour or so, is that because of Trump, we're actually getting the Epstein list. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, like somebody mentioned it earlier, and it's true, in that the Democrats had the House and the president the last couple of years, and even years before that, since Trump since Epstein has been accused of all this, and they didn't run with it. You know what I'm saying? They ain't released the Epstein list. Like, even though a lot of people think, a lot of people on this panel probably believe that Trump is all over the Epstein list. If they had proof of Trump being on the Epstein list during the time in which Biden was the president, the worst president in history, Joe Biden, they would have put that out there, and they didn't. But
no, that's because a lot of Democrats is on the Epstein.
Hold up, Bill. What you got here? Let him hang
himself. Go ahead.
So since Trump's been the president, I mean, and I believe that this is a long-term play in the fact that now Democrats and America at large, you know, like people that didn't know who Epstein was are now talking about it and now asking for the list to be released. I think that politically this might be a long-term play to give the Republicans the midterms, but that's another point. But nevertheless, like the main point of this is that Epstein's been in the public conversation, or like been this mysterious figure the last 10 years. The list or what has been hidden in all that time too, but thanks to Donald Trump, the list is now coming to light. Now the main thing too, like, you know, a lot of y'all be fronting too. I mean, like, because if it doesn't have to do with Trump, y'all ain't interested. You know, like the Trump hating crowd. So I mean, if there's Democratic players like that are on the Epstein list, I hope y'all have the same rancor and the same vigor to go after them. But you won't, because Stacey Plankett like was just bagged in a Washington Post story, taking advice from Epstein during a congressional hearing. That story was put out in the Washington Post a couple of days ago. Stacey Plankett, I think, is the congresswoman from the Virgin Islands. And how often do you hear of that in the media since that stories came out? Zero. Because it was a Democrat, or because it didn't have to do with Trump, so a lot of people don't care. I mean, a lot of people don't care. But if it's a small, like, alluding to Trump, you know, it's a major media story, but a lot of y'all still believe the media. That's why a lot of y'all lined up to take vaccines. A lot of y'all, you know, hate on Trump because of the media, to be honest. Because, I mean, like, y'all never hated on a politician. Like, y'all, like, a lot of y'all hate on Trump. But it's because a lot of people are pretty stupid. I mean, I'm coming to live with that fact in 2025. I mean, like, and it's not because I'm here defending Trump. I don't even vote. I don't vote at all. The last time I voted was in 2020. So I'm not capping for a dude, but I didn't want Kamala to win. I do realize that Joe Biden, again, worst president all time, especially for minorities. Joe Biden was the worst president when it came to so-called minorities in the history of this country, especially black minorities. Because remember, a lot of these migrants were pouring into so-called black neighborhoods.
Okay, we talking about
A lot of these
Epstein
migrants
files,
were pouring
brother.
into so-called black neighborhoods, and it wasn't a big deal. Like a lot of times when the so-called minorities was, or if I'll put it like this, when so-called black men were speaking on the fact that migrants were pouring into their neighborhoods, like in my city, the New York City, they were shut down and they were called racist or they were called stupid, but these people that were pouring into the country from the southern border were mostly being poured into hoods, and that's hoods worldwide, but especially in New York City. So thankfully, Trump is putting a stop to that too. I mean, like, again, I didn't vote for the dude, but I support what he's doing, and I definitely don't rock with no liberals, especially of the last 10 years or so.
Okay, so number one, we could have a conversation about Joe Biden, and I agree. He was not the best president. I do not agree with a lot of his policies around the border or how he dealt with illegal immigration. We could say that. But a lot of what you just said, brother, was just a whole lot of bullshit. Number one, the Democrats were not in the hold on one second, brother. Hold on. I'll let you talk. I didn't interrupt you once, right?
No, I was laughing. It's me, Bucky.
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that was ill step. My bad, brother. My bad.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Yeah. But no, I was just gonna say, number one, the Democrats were not in the power or not in power in the House of Representatives. The Republicans have held the House for the last 2 years. Number two, the reason why things were not leaked during Biden's term is because, number one, Biden did not lord over the DOJ the way how Trump is lording over the DOJ. Merrick Garland was not a partisan hack like Pam Bondi.
You must be on crack.
Hold on one sec. I got something for work. Hold on one second.
There ain't nobody but Trump calling that man. He don't want that young brother in his side. There ain't nobody but Trump.
Hey, but if
Trump,
my bad. I'm back.
Man, his call ID said
go on, get him, Mikey Dan. I was about to speak for you a little bit. Go on, get him, Mikey Dan.
Can continue cooking, brother.
No, yeah. The number two reason why nothing was leaked or released to the public was because there was pending litigation. Okay? Merrick Garland was putting Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. That trial only ended in 2024. And up to this year, she was still appealing her case. So there was no public disclosure to be made. Number two, you said the reason that the list is coming to light is because of Donald Trump. That is the biggest load of horse shit I have ever fucking heard in my life. And I don't know how you people come up with this shit. He had Pam Bondi and Kash Patel put out a memo in July stating that there is no Epstein list, stating that there's nothing to see here. They put out a bullshit doctored prison video with a whole minute missing and said, don't ask me any more questions. We're not going to release anything else. That's it.
Talk about it.
No more Epstein files. Okay? And then up until just this past Tuesday, Donald Trump was telling the Republicans to vote down the Epstein bill. So no, we're not going to play this game that, it's Donald Trump is the reason why. And Donald Trump is not the reason alone why people are talking about the Epstein files. Jeffrey Epstein has been talked about for years because it's weird. This guy who had all these connections to these multiple billionaires and big time bigwigs in industry. He's a sexual predator. And like I said, he has the connections to all those people, including the president of the United States. And then he decides to commit suicide on suicide watch 2 days after he was picked up. That's the reason why people are talking about this shit. And the fact that we have had such little disclosure since then about this motherfucker. And then, like, the dumbest thing you said was, I think this is a long-term play to help the Republicans win the midterm. Bro, this is like this. The one guy who voted down the Epstein files, he committed political suicide. And that was somebody, he did that because he was riding with Trump. You understand me? Everybody who did not put, all these Republicans who decided to vote for the Epstein files, they only did it to save face because they realized how bad it fucking looks that there was a discharge petition that they could have signed and they didn't fucking sign it. So then they try to turn around and say, look, we support it. We support transparency. No, y'all could have signed that discharge petition 3 fucking months ago. So no, this is politically toxic to the Republican Party. And they are going to not only and while I did agree with you on some of Biden's policy and the immigration, the way how Trump is handling it is not going to be good for him in the midterms. Y'all are going to lose the Cuban vote. The Venezuelans and the Cubans that have supported y'all for generations in Florida, they are never coming back. That's at least 4 seats in Congress that the Republicans are going to lose. That doesn't even count Iowa, where you just had the bitch, Joni Ernst, the senator from Iowa, say when people were asking her about Medicare getting cut, oh, don't worry, you're going to die anyway. Like, these people are going to get destroyed. And like, even now, you can see how weak Trump is. The fact that the entire Republican Party turned against his agenda to keep this list from coming out. So no, I don't, like, this is not, like, you tried to shape this into, like, it was some type of win for the Republican Party. This was a defeat. And then lastly, the last bullshit you just said, oh, y'all on this panel, y'all are only focused on Trump. Y'all don't focus on, I just talked about Stacey Plaskett. Literally, L Status, a boxing scholar, just heard me talk about the Democratic the Democratic Party and the past gubernatorial administration that was down here and their corruption. So yeah, I just wanted to wrap on that. I gotta get back to work. I'm gonna be back in one quick second, but I just wanted to wrap on that quickly.
Good. Nah, I know, I could tell there's a lot of emotion with you on this subject. The last brother that just spoke, but going back to how often did the Democrats bring up Epstein while Biden was in office? When Biden even wasn't in office, it came
that was one of my talking points, brother. But I mean, is that me? Is something in the background? Can you from mute? Okay, I'm good. All right, let me just say this, and I'm gonna let you go jump back in. I'm not trying to disrespect you or nothing like that, but what we all was talking about, like I have a different sentiment. I'm actually a Trump supporter, but the end of the day, if we have something that's detrimental to a person's character, we have to address that, and we have to look at these things and mark it as dangerous. Because there's people that can't make decisions properly for themselves, that they're around grown people that make decisions for the whole world. Like, that is amazing to me that you will look over that part and not understand that this is something that needs to be addressed, because that is demonic. That is weird. That is horrible, horrific. And we need to do something about these type of people in life that want to do these things and make it seem like it's a sport or it's a revenue for them in life. Like, this is not a revenue to traffic humans. We need to stop that.
I mean, I agree with the sentiment as far as people that are interested in children in that manner are the worst of the worst, and they should be eliminated from this planet. However, I mean, like anything to do with Epstein, who was known to be playing in those circles in terms of interest in kids or being a purveyor for people to have relations in that fashion. Anything like people knew what he was about and really didn't touch on the subject unless it came to Trump. And that's the fact. I mean, like, you know, like that whole interest as a whole, I mean, like, again, like, I think it's the worst of the worst. I mean, Trump's association with Epstein has been laid out for the public to see. I mean, whether overblown or not, you know, But thankfully, it's all coming out now. I mean, like what as best as it could, and it's thanks to Trump. And what the brother said initially, I mean, like the emotional brother that was just speaking, not you, the last cat, but the one with the West Indian accent.
No, he's from the island.
Yeah. The in terms of the Biden DOJ not being politicized, I mean, Merrick Garland was the one that ordered the raid on Mar-a-Lago, and how many of these cases happened to an ex-president while Biden was the president? I mean, and granted, I don't think that Biden was the one directing all this stuff because Biden was comatose and not all there. But to say that these agencies weren't politicized, I mean, he's looking through rose-colored glasses. I mean, and you could tell he's emotional by the way he speaks when it comes to these topics. I don't get emotional. Again, like, I mean, in spite of the fact that I did want Trump to win, again, I don't vote, but I know what's best for my community, and the Biden presidency and the liberal agenda is horrible for so-called minorities like myself. And yeah.
No, I get you with sentiment. Like I said, I agree with a lot of stuff that you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's like everybody, this is what I interpreted everything as. Everybody have their own state by state agenda and what they need to do. And because of that, then we need to make it publicized, right? So we can do something about it genuinely. But I always brought up the point, like you bringing up right now, that we should have brought this to the stage in 2019 or something like that. And they overlooked that. So we are at 2025 and we can't talk about that time now. And we have to move on and address the issue as the issue is dealt. And that's this president, this current regime in this time. So his feet is to the fire and we have to hold it to it. And he basically understands that, and he signed the bill and he's ready to go through whatever he's ready to go through. And if there's nothing about him on that list, and it's a lot of Democrats on that list, then we could question that, right? But if it's just him on the list and nobody else, then we can question that also. So it's a slippery slope with this type of situation, because the American people are very vigilant to this situation, and we want answers, especially about children. So adults and women, he can get 34 counts and still be the president. Children, he should be masked of anything that his life offering, because he didn't offer anybody but turmoil and pain. Like Marky Dan was saying, that those children, and I was saying, those children have to live to grow up to be adults with those same problems. Nobody's funding that. Nobody's giving them anything to help them through these tragedies and through their discomforts and all of these situations, because they was taken advantage of.
Man, fuck them kids. Let them starve. We're going to cut money from SNAP.
Whoa, Marky Dan, golly, brother, you just had a good cooking session, bro. Don't come back up with him with the foolishness and get the whole
But
live
that's the
struck.
Republican position, Boxer Scholar. I'm just giving
But you know the algorithm don't understand
position.
what do you call it? Satirical stuff like that, bro. Like I get you. You know that, right?
We just went through a shutdown where the man,
that's what they saying.
the man was having a great Gatsby party.
You remember that? You remember you pulled up for the fight and we was clowning and stuff, and I did 2 lives. The other live I wasn't even on, and it was just dead silence, and somebody flagged it, bro. Somebody reported me for that live. It was easy to dispute because there was no language, but I know it wasn't the algorithm, because they can't even make a mistake if there's no language to make a mistake on. So that was somebody clearly trying to flag me. So that's all I'm saying. But hey, young brother, Sir Foul Player, and rebutted your point. I don't know if you heard it, but he basically said that what you said about Pam was BS.
About Pam Bondi? What exactly was BS about Pam
He
Bondi?
said, I think he said they ordered a raid. Is that what you said, Sir Foul Player? I think.
No, when you were being emotional in your last tirade, you mentioned the fact that Merrick Garland wasn't a politicized actor, and that they didn't go after Trump in the last administration. That was one of the many points that I did. Well, like
Merrick
what the raid on Mar-a-Lago was ordered by Merrick Garland, and he actually got in a press conference a week or two after it happened and said he was the one that took the blame for the raid on Mar-a-Lago. So I mean, like, at the end of the day, the raid on Mar-a-Lago was a nothing burger. Nothing resulted of that. Like Trump did nothing.
No, there wasn't something burger. He had a whole bathroom full of classified documents, and
No,
that's the
it was-
reason
Trump
why
is-
you can't even compare Merrick Garland to
Listen,
Pam Bondi.
you're being
Merrick Garland
emotional,
made
though.
so sure, not because he was so worried about looking political. He made sure to stall the He made sure to stall the prosecution.
You're being emotional again,
the
bro.
files. No, I'm not being emotional. I'm giving you facts, and you just cut me off because you don't like to listen.
You cut me off in the midst of what I was saying. Because you're being emotional.
We see everybody with the shit, but we still got to keep it brotherly because we understand what's going on right now, and we American people.
Hold on a second. Merrick Garland literally stalled the prosecution into those files all the way till the election, until Donald Trump won, and then they just snuffed.
You're proving your own point. Are you proving my point? Are we still on?
Yeah, it might.
Yeah,
be.
we we was just letting y'all go through y'all thing. Like I don't want to put my
y'all having
in.
He ain't want to interfere. That's basically what he was saying. Y'all
Nah,
have some dialogue.
Nah, what with dude don't know what he's talking about though. Like and again, like too, when it comes to a lot of things that have to do with where it's against Trump or where it may look bad for going against Trump, a lot of these dudes, like, they only look out the window when it's scenic. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, and that's just a side point in all this too. I mean, like, again, like Epstein, from the emails that have been released, you could tell he didn't like Trump. He's a Trump hater. You know, in his guiding of Stacey Plaskett during that congressional hearing, that was a congressional hearing where they were going after Trump, where they were going talking to a witness that turned against Trump, his old lawyer, Michael Cohen, I think his name is. You know, and he's basically
that's just a sentiment to say that we're not built from that cloth, bro. I'm not gonna take a picture with neither one of y'all if we not cool like that. He do stuff like that. Like, he was taking tons of pictures with Donald Trump, allegedly having altercations or some type of gatherings with him. And then at the same time, he come back and tweet, email negative things about him. Like, I wouldn't want to be friends with nobody
that's
like
just
that.
a picture, though. I've taken pictures in my personal life, with people that ended up snitching on me after the fact. I mean, like, does that mean that I fuck with snitching?
I never took a picture with people that I thought that was horrible. I'm a street person, and I know the streets, and I know how to stay away from people that have.
After whatever crime y'all would commit together.
What's that noise?
Talk about known pedophiles.
What's that noise? It's a noise. That's me. Oh, somebody went on mute.
It's okay. It's okay. We gonna power through it.
Okay.
No, and at the end of the day, I mean, like, if he took pictures with Epstein in the distant past, but he was out of anybody, you know, politically, like, dudes that didn't mess with Epstein publicly. Like he said, and like the people that went against Epstein, Virginia Giuffre's lawyer, they all said that they were thankful for Trump for helping them with their case against Epstein. You know, how many politicians did they name thanking them for helping?
No, you're right. You're right about that.
And also, one of the big things too, Epstein helped the global Clinton initiative, and he was all over with Clinton and on flights. How often do you hear people going in on Clinton? It's not Clinton like Clinton disappeared from the public light. Clinton's still
I totally agree.
But at
the same time, that was after when those people spoke out. That was after Jeffrey Epstein died too. That wasn't when he was alive. So
who you referring
about? You talking about those people that he helped? Like humanitarians don't have to be a good guy. It just, you're not a humane person by being a humanitarian. You just think about the better good. But being a humane person is the ground up. And I don't think that none of these dudes are that. To think of, like, look at the food stamp prices right now. If it's one, I don't know, I really don't. But if it is one, like, look at that crisis that has so many people, American people, that he said he was putting America first for, at a turmoil when he knows that it's 69% of them is Caucasian that's on it. He still did it. He don't care about American people, especially white people, in a sense.
Yeah, but remember, when it came to the food stamp crisis, that was at the Senate, and almost every Republican except one, which were I think 58, voted for the government to stay open and for food stamps to still be issued. It was up to the Democrats, which were all voting against it. It took like 8 Democrats, only 8, to vote.
Because healthcare is more important than food stamps.
Nah, but I mean, now you're switching it up, though. I mean, like, because
you got to put the whole package in there, bro. You can't
and I actually disagree with you. I mean, like, because somebody in the projects who's receiving food stamps who doesn't pay for healthcare could care less about healthcare. They care more about food stamps.
I understand that.
Nevertheless,
but it's not a lot of them versus the people that get healthcare, though.
No, it's more people that get food stamps than people paying into keeping Obamacare open, which was the point of contention that the Democrats had for voting against keeping the government open. Or the Democrats were the ones that voted to keep the government closed. It took 8, but it took 8.
It wasn't a vote.
But we talking about 42 million Americans that don't get the Medicaid that they do through Obamacare versus 20 million Americans that would suffer from the SNAP benefit program plus that same Medicaid.
Yeah, my bad.
Because they get medical care too.
Nah, my brother. I mean, like, you may have that misconstrued. I mean,
no, they get medical care too.
No, I know, but the point of contention was the funding for the ACA, if I remember correctly. With
that's 42 million Americans. Then.
No, it's not that many, bro. Like as far as needing, like the people that go with Obamacare healthcare, or which was the point of contention. It's not 42 million, but I believe that the 42 million are receiving.
Look it up. It is.
That's the number.
That's the number for healthcare. We're not talking about public assistance. We're talking about
and think about it though. How many people do you know that actually, like, in a personal life, will tell you like that, like they go with Obamacare for healthcare? You'll see one here and there, like
people. I used to work in a
here you go being emotional, bro. Here you go being emotional again, bro. Like, let me finish my point. But in terms of people that receive SNAP, do you hear more people bitching about like their healthcare being affected or about their SNAP?
No, you're right. You know
what I'm saying? Like most people buy healthcare without Obamacare. Like
because there's a lot of healthy Americans that we don't acknowledge. Like, we healthy, right? So I pay into the system, like I was explaining earlier. Like, I haven't gotten hurt or ill or sick in decades, right? But I still pay into the system faithfully, and it still affects the public, even though I don't contribute my health to the system. I contribute my dollars to the system, and they still can't do nothing for the people that can't. You feel me?
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, but I think the SNAP issue was a bigger deal. Like the fact that the government was and people couldn't get fed. Like I know a lot. Like I mean, like the supermarket I go to is right next to Newark, New Jersey. I mean, or a lot of people from Newark, New Jersey, which is the hood, you know, utilize my supermarket, and you were barely seeing, you were barely seeing any, like, you know, anybody from the hood in my supermarket. And I don't take joy in that, in spite of the fact that I wanted Trump to win the presidency. You know what I'm saying? Like, but ultimately it was up to the Democrats to keep the government closed, and they chose to do it basically to stick it to Trump or to make some sort of point of contention about Obamacare, which Obamacare ain't shit. Obamacare is terrible. You know, it was basically forcing Americans to buy a product which should have been illegal.
No, you're right.
You know,
but let me ask you this. I don't want to cut you off, but are you a Shakur fan?
I do actually like Shakur a lot. I mean, I'm not from Newark, New Jersey. I'm from Brooklyn. I mean, I live near Newark.
You rock with Shakur though?
Absolutely.
My man. Hey, he can't say nothing wrong, Scholar. Anything he say, it is official from Ill Status. You my man from here on out. We Shakur, hey, we rocking with Shakur. Anything you say, bro, continue. I'm sorry. Fuck you, Marky Dan. He rock with Shakur.
Well, fuck you and fuck him.
I'm sorry, Marky Dan. I'm just playing. You my brother.
Yeah,
you're
but
a good dude. You're a good dude, Ill Status.
And again too, I mean, like, speaking of
a little bit low now, let me see if I can turn you up.
Now that's a Shakur fan over there, Scholar. Don't do that.
That's definitely a disqualifier. But what was you saying, Marky Dan? Marky Dan had an interjection a while ago. What was you saying?
No, I was just saying, I know a lot of people that are on ACA or that are on Obamacare. I got a son that's on MA, that's serviced by MAP.
That's your biological son?
Well, no, he's my nephew, but I adopted him.
Stand up, God! Shout out to Marky Dan, man.
Yeah, so no, that's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it was a big deal to yeah, the shutdown issue about healthcare. That's a big deal to me. I'm about to be 26 next year, so I'm gonna be off my dad's health insurance. Now, if the premiums are expensive as they saying, I mean, I'm gonna do exactly what you said, Ill. I'm just gonna go without it.
Yeah, it's other ways around stuff like that. Like you got county care, you got the counties of that town and that state that you live in that you can go to, and they got some of the best doctors around.
But you know, I was just gonna say, but you know, part of the fight during the shutdown was to get Republicans to rescind some of the cuts in the big beautiful bill to Medicare and Medicaid, because a lot of those local and rural hospitals, they get part of their state, part of their money does not just come from the state budget. A lot of their dollars come from the federal government, and these motherfuckers, they most of them don't even have a profit margin of 1%. So you take away their federal dollars, a lot of those talented doctors you're talking about, they're just gonna go away. I don't know if Ill Status can hear me, but yeah, that's one of the things that was
I heard you, bro. That's what's going on in my state right now.
Yeah, so that was one of the fights. That was one of the fights during the shutdown.
Yeah, I know. Like my state, he don't like our governor because he feels he a threat to the Republican Party and for running for president. And he's a very good candidate. But
which governor?
J.B. Pritzker. He's a very good candidate. He's the governor of our state, Illinois, and he does a great job. but he's still rich. So it's kind of like he a part of the regime too. But he do
Yeah, he's a
diligence
billionaire.
for Illinois though. You know, he do diligent for Illinois. So if Donald Trump mentioned them, they somebody. Keep that in mind. Like, he know what he's afraid of happening. So, and that's ironic to me because 20 years ago, Donald Trump was a Democrat. But now he's this dude and everybody following him. I don't get it. But I don't flip-flop like that. I know how to be that person for this reason and be another person for that reason. And Donald Trump not doing that same thing that he started his political run as. His political run was the independent initially because he had favors on both sides and he didn't want one. Then he determined that it was Democrat in New York and he decided to go for that. Then when it was time to run for the political party, he decided to be a Republican. People don't understand the trajectory of this man's character, but it's not a bad one, but it's not also a polished one either. So he helped a lot of people become somebody that was Black. He helped a lot of Black entrepreneurs in life, but he also went against a lot of people that was not wrong against crimes, and he went against them, you know, things of that nature. You know what I'm talking about. I don't really want to go through the, well, fuck it. We can go through everything for what it is. Like, those guys in Harlem, they got charged for that crime that they allegedly committed and they was wrongfully accused of. Donald Trump put billboards up about them saying that he was backing everybody, gave $50,000 to the prosecution and everything like that. So it was known
which is just hilarious when you consider the fact he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein at that time.
Right. But I mean, considering the fact that he helped Al Sharpton, he helped Jesse Jackson, he helped all sorts of Black entrepreneurs become successful businessmen. And you take away and give to, so it's like they have some sense of due diligence within their own party that makes them seem like they could do good but do bad at the same time, and it's acceptable. And this time it's not acceptable. That's what I'm saying. You can do whatever you want to do, but not with children.
Yeah, I feel like the right have pretty much done a great job at muddying the waters on every other issue, to the point where they can make it okay to say some pretty racist shit out loud and in the open, or talk about women. Like the other day, what you heard Trump say to that reporter that asked him a question about Epstein. Quiet, piggy. And people on the right were laughing about that shit. So but when it comes to that type of stuff, they can give Trump a pass. But you can't conceive of muddy the water. Like they're trying to muddy the waters on pedophilia. Like you heard, they're trying to muddy the waters on pedery. You heard what Megyn Kelly was saying.
Megyn Kelly, exactly, bro. I was just about to say it. Go ahead.
And you heard I don't know that brother Deuce. I don't know his character. I haven't spoken to him too much. But you heard what he was trying to say, Skylar, and you had to cut him off and let him know, like, no, bro. Like 15, whatever age, is pedery. It's straight pedery. That's a child. So I don't think they're gonna be able to muddy the waters, but the fact that they're trying, and the fact that you have intelligent people like Pittsburgh T and Deuce that are willing to go along with them, it's pretty scary. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get rid of these people in our lifetime.
Yeah, but what about? There's also instances when you talk about muddying the waters, like the liberals are more than comfortable with having men cosplaying as women doing sexually inappropriate dances in front of children, reading to children, and if somebody is a man is cosplaying a woman or getting dressed up like a woman, normally we would consider that a person that has some sort of issue. But liberals want to get defensive and push that stuff in front of children, and I've seen many instances of these dudes dancing provocatively in front of kids. Like they don't and they make it seem as if kids or insisting on reading in front of kids. Again, that's men cosplaying as women. These dudes don't go read in a retired home or in a veterans hospital. It's all kids. I don't see that with that vigor from the Conservative Party. I see you picking and choosing certain instances, yeah, but from the major tenor from the Conservative Party is more along the lines of, just the regular family dynamic. I mean, and again, I don't rock with everything Republicans do, but you're picking and choosing and like looking past instances that liberals want to push upon the American people and the world in general.
I will give you, and I will actually agree with you. I didn't fuck with the whole drag queen shit, and I'm from the United States Virgin Islands. Let them ever try to bring a bunch of grown men in some dresses to read to kids. Like that shit will just never fly down here. So I'm not gonna disagree with you on that.
Man, Mark,
I have a lot of problems with.
Let me pause you right there. I'm gonna go right back to you.
No, but let me finish making my point. Come on now.
Hold on, I'm gonna go right back to it, but you got to listen to me on this right there. This is real spirit right here. You are very, very intelligent. You think about a whole bunch of different things at once. Don't let them spin you, brother. Why the fuck are you discussing the liberal values and the compromisation of the family
I was gonna agree with it.
Don't give a fuck about
but Boxer's got that's why you can't cut me off.
Donald Trump is giving fellatios to Bubba. Like, why are we talking about
Boxer's got? I was just about to go into why that last point he just made about the Republicans and conservatives being family values is a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just about to go into that. If you didn't cut me off, nigga.
Yeah, I felt it. I seen them going there, Scholar. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, Scholar. Even ill status can get the funk, but you don't catch the funk. What is going on, Scholar? I was about to cook this dude. You saved him, Scholar.
Bro, what do you mean? I'm not ending the show. You want me to pick it up for you? I'll pick it up for you.
Well, that was the point I was gonna make. Donald Trump is the grab him by the pussy guy. He's not no fucking family values guy. He talks about wanting to sleep with his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He talks about marrying 11-year-olds in 10 years. Get out of here. I'm not buying that bullshit at all whatsoever. But I did want to agree with the brother. We came to a point of agreement. I didn't like none of that freaky drag queen stuff greeting the kids. I didn't enjoy none of that stuff.
Fact. I agree with that too. Like he did have a point where all heterosexual men could come to an understanding and agreement that this is not about our sexuality when we vote in politics. They brought that in, and that is a bad destruction in their campaigning. That's the Democrats' problem. They did that, and that turns, and they don't understand that we all not gay, bro. Like, it's not that we disagree with gay people when we hate them, but we don't agree with the whole stance of what they are presenting.
Brother Ill. So all this hyper focus on gay and ignoring the gay and Donald Trump, which you have not did, but you're the only one. Everybody else seems to ignore it. It is absolutely hypocrisy at its best. The fact that a guy ran and campaigned on, they are putting tampons in the bathrooms, and I'm the champion that's gonna get you and save you from the transgenders, but all that shit.
I'm not afraid of tampons, bro.
Exactly. If you walk inside a bathroom, that's a male bathroom, and there's tampons there, you probably will walk past it and go pee and shit, and then walk past it to hopefully wash your nasty ass hands and then get up out of there. But other than that, why does that bother you if it is? But the same guy that's worried about the tampons is grabbing Bubba's meat and squabble, babadoo out there. Yeah, what Orlando Brown say is giving the bop. You know what I mean? So with that being said, bro, like this fallacy of the family values and the course. This has been a lie that has been sold. The dream that has been sold since.
But
since
that's
they
not a
created
really a
Government Bank.
dream, Scott. We actually live. Me, you, Pittsburgh T, Marky Dan just had his kids, and I'm quite sure he's somebody to it. And
But that's
well, I don't. I say it because I don't know what it is, Marky Dan.
I'm positive.
But
God damn, I'm sleeping. Ill status, but that's not what they're doing, bro. What they're doing is they're selling the I Love Lucy family, the nuclear family, the traditional family, where the wife stays at home, the husband goes out and work. That has never been a reality for Black people. You and I know that. You and I know that. Black people have always had to work. Both parties have had to work to make ends meet. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Republicans don't really care about family values.
Yeah, I agree.
Wife cancer. Like, what are we talking about?
No,
like,
but are you contending that liberals care about family values more than Republicans?
None of them do.
But
yeah,
the point
of they care about re-election and they care about money.
Yeah, but you look,
the
but
point
yeah,
of
I think
sexuality shouldn't be a part of government policy. I mean, government talk when we trying to lure the American people to make a decision upon them. It shouldn't be our sexuality, and that's a problem because we exploited that, and that made it something that's not supposed to be. Now people are misogynist, they are feminists, they are sexualists, they are a lot of different approaches in our political party, both, that makes it kind of difficult now.
Are you watching the show, Profile Player? It got to be the show. It got to be the show that's echoing. But my bad. What were you saying, Yo?
No, I just think that it's us, that's the American people that have the problem because we have a facade about what culture is supposed to be. It's supposed to be heterosexual, or it's supposed to be non-homophobic. It's supposed to be, I particularly think that it's supposed to be what it is. And you mind your fucking business. If everybody be who they want to be and still address the issues that common people have, not gay people, not straight people, not Black people, not white people, not Mexican people, not Asian people. It's supposed to be for the American people, period. And we are not doing that. And I need that to happen because that's something that legislative action need to go to an executive level, which is our president, so they can have effect of what our wrath is. We need to speak up as people, man. Because if we don't, then they get to take care of the lower middle class, the higher middle class, the rich, and then eventually come for the powers. But let's go for the powers and then dwindle it down because the people like you and I have no comparison to those people.
Yeah, I mean, like that. Like the whole conversation about like in terms of like the whole rainbow push wasn't even like a big deal up until Obama set that demon on us, and when it came time when it got around to Biden, it almost became like a thing where they, in a sense, try to push it like in a legislative fashion, or a lot of these people that they picked in their cabinets, like the health, I think the guy who ran health, the person who ran the nuclear under the Biden administration was one of these people that was cosplaying as a woman, you know, but it like now that demon is upon us and we have to contend with it like where we see it, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's not just gonna go away like that. And also like in the sense of like, you know, let people do what they do. I mean, like that was more of something that we could have done in the past. But the people that cosplay as women or degenerates, they do everything they can to try to be posted up in front of our kids. And I mean, that doesn't sound like a big deal, or, you know, oh, if it happens to my kid, I'm gonna go raise hell in school. But think about it. If one of these freaks were to read in front of your kids and I mean, I'm gonna speak a little profane here. Like, they flashed your kid or some shit. Your kid is gonna be messed up in perpetuity forever. And if there's one place where these people try to insert themselves more than anywhere, it's in with so-called minorities. You know, like where the fathers are mostly not present. You know, and that's where they could do the most damage. And honestly, I mean, we're being frank. The surge of, you know, that kind of freak activity coming into the hood, I mean, it's shocking. I mean, I see a lot of young cats that are like that cosplay as women, like or I don't know. It just seems that when so-called minorities or my fellow so-called minorities take part in these activities, that we always take it to where everybody could see it. Like a lot of like to where, like, you know, where we just do the most in a sense. And like that wasn't something that we contended with even in the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah. And I remember in my barbershop when I if somebody sus would go in there, like, you know, I mean, like people would like try to not be disrespectful. Well, once that person would dip, everybody in the barbershop would like laugh or talk shit about them after the fact. Whereas nowadays, I mean, like you'll have cats fighting with you over this shit, like, oh, you know,
yeah.
People be, you know,
yeah.
and that wasn't nothing that Republicans, I mean, like pushed upon us. I mean, that was done subtly by mostly liberals and a bunch of pussy conservatives that, like, you know, oh well, like, you know, but again, like, I mean, liberals give us problems, especially for so-called minorities, that we don't really realize up until it's too late, in a sense. I mean, like the rainbow thing is one of them, but the migrant thing is another one. Like how they.
No, I agree. When you come from,
you're missing it. But every time he spoke in absolutes, but said so-called minorities. What the hell is a so-called minority? You're a minority or you ain't. That's like talking about pregnant women saying so-called pregnant women. You either
it's different though. It's different
because we're really not minorities because we got the numbers if we come together. That's what he's saying basically. If I don't want to step on your toes, that's probably what he's saying.
How you gonna say what this brother is trying to say?
I just said I ain't trying to step on his toes. If he said
no, let him say what he's trying to say. What does so-called minorities mean?
I mean, I'd rather not refer to myself as a minority. I mean, if you cool with referring yourself as a minority, I mean, I'll leave that to you. But I'll say so-called minority to respect myself and to respect y'all.
So what
are you? Bro.
You're not a minority. You're a majority.
You're not the minority though, bro. They're so-called.
You shooting bail, brother. You gotta let that bail's bottom the rest. If you're not a majority, you're a minority. Either or. It don't matter what you call yourself or classify. You sound like the transgenders right now. I don't identify as a minority. You can call yourself that, but I won't respect.
Malcolm X said we were so-called minorities, bro. So why can't he?
He ain't Malcolm X.
I'm a Puerto Rican Moor. That's what I am. I'm a Moor from Puerto Rico.
So you one of the brothers, bro.
That you're Moor from Puerto Rico. So you don't identify with American at all. So all this family value stuff you've been talking about.
Hey, Puerto Rico is a part of America.
Well, hold on. That ain't got nothing to do with the Moor stuff. You know, the Moors is basically kind of like the Israelites that say that they come from a royal class and they taught the white people how to bathe themselves. I'm familiar with the Moors. You know, we know our good brother Eclipse.
But I ain't set tripping. Like that. Israelites are considered, like, when people bring them up, like people that are trying to push their agenda on you. I think you were more too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, if you don't think you are, like, or if you feel like you're a minority, that's cool too. I'm not trying to set trip on any of this stuff. Like, it's for me.
No, but
it's not for everybody.
How do you speak in absolution when it comes to male and female? You won't hear any rhetoric. No, there's male and female. That's science. But when we talk about math and you're a minority, you say, well, I don't accept that. I don't identify as that.
I mean, I've always considered female as a woman born with a twat, but the minority and majority, I mean, that's not. I wouldn't say like you think it's fair like to say like everybody white is a majority.
You fair? You're talking like the transgenders. Who cares about fairness? White people are the majority.
That's your perspective, brother. I don't see things that way.
In America, like worldwide, white people are 5% of
We ain't talking about worldwide. You know we talking about America. They're the majority. That's not debatable. That's math.
Break down that math then.
It's 190 million of them.
You're not going to accept it anyway, but it's going to say
No,
white people.
I just said it. It's 190 million of them. And it's only 45 million of us, 65 million of Mexican and Latinos is 13% Asians of any Asian denomination, I mean Indian, Arab, and all that stuff. So yeah, we make up 13% of this population, and if we came together, we'll make up 72. That's the correct actual number.
Again, I'm not set tripping either way. Like I mean I don't think anybody in regular speak like is insistent upon calling themselves minorities or like I just use it as a blanket term, and that's why I say so called.
No, we're not the minorities, bro. You're right. We it's so called because our denomination, who we are, if we came together, then we would be way greater. It would be 210 million colored people in the United States of America versus 190. And all of those people, 10% of those people are over 60 years old. That's facts. Look it up.
What the reality is. White people are a majority in the country. It is what it is. You can believe it or
in
not.
this country, yeah.
It's not going to change the numbers. They are.
No, in this country, yeah, they are. It's 100, and I just said the numbers.
And
like
whether you identify as Puerto Rican, you know what I mean, or black, or Afro, whatever, still going to be a minority. Even what you said earlier, Puerto Rican more, you're still in a minority. You're even in a small minority by saying Puerto Rican more, because ain't nobody not that many Puerto Ricans going to identify the same way you identify. So put yourself in a smaller box, but you're going to always end up as a minority. So it's not a so-called, it's a minority. In the same way that you get irritated with male and female because you feel like, well, this is obvious, I feel like that should be just as obvious too.
Not even in the same ball field.
Well, bro, I'm going to tell you this, fella.
You talked about, you made all the points that transgenders make. Feelings.
But they represent 5% of the United States, of the world population, though. That same strength that's in America is weak in the whole globe. You get that, right? So the majority here, but overall, they are 5% of the world's population. That's a mistake in my mind. If I work at General Mills and I make cereal, that cereal that comes out 5% bad, I throw it away. Because it's a defect in that box. I throw that box of cereal away. So they are kind of like a defect to the world. That's why they create something.
See how we got to go into all this mental gymnastics where we talk about cereal? All this just to say.
No, I'm saying they the cereal.
All this not to say the obvious, man. He is
nuts.
A minority,
They could be
bro.
nuts.
Like, what is wrong with that?
They could be nuts. 5% of anything is a defect in the manufacturing company. So if we manufacture humans, then they are defects of humans.
Well, let me ask you this. When they doing voting percentages, when they going passing stuff, when they going about who the laws going to affect,